Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. We welcome everybody to today's hearing, and I mean everybody who's in here and everybody who will come in here is welcome to come in here and participate and watch and participate orderly. But our hearing is on fraud and theft of taxpayer dollars. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Today's hearing will examine the widespread and outrageous amount of fraud taking place in and around Minneapolis, Minnesota. Minnesota has lost billions of dollars in state-administered and federally funded programs due to organized fraud. Fraud networks operating in Minnesota dating back more than a decade have submitted over $9 billion, that's a billion with B, in false claims. Some high-profile cases in Minnesota include organizations and programs such as Feeding Our Future, Early Intensive Developmental and Behavioral Intervention, Housing Stabilization Services, and Integrated Community Supports. Now we're going to watch a video.
It's welfare fraud. It's all about the daycare.
They estimate as much as $100 million a year is being stolen by shady daycare center operators.
So how much money are we talking about stolen from the American taxpayer?
Well in excess of $1 billion.
Ripping off state-run programs intended to feed low-income kids, house the disabled, and provide services to autistic children.
Where are the children at? Do you know where the children are at? Where are the children at in these daycare centers?
I don't care.
Are there children here today?
No.
No children?
Yeah.
So this is Quality Leering Center. Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going.
Attorney General Keith Ellison was focused on one thing and one thing only, and that was keeping these folks in business.
When do you think Governor Walz knew about this fraud?
From the very beginning.
What happened here in Minnesota that allowed this fraud to materialize?
The people at the highest levels of responsibility in the government of the state of Minnesota looked the other way.
Fraud within these programs have involved false claims, fictitious providers, and services not rendered, highlighting the need for stronger verification, monitoring, and enforcement to protect taxpayer funds. These fraudulent actions have robbed taxpayer funds intended to feed children, support individuals with autism, provide housing for low-income and disabled Americans, and deliver health care to Medicaid recipients. Since 2021, the DOJ has charged 98 defendants in Minnesota-based fraud cases, 85 of whom are of Somali descent. Of the 98 defendants, 64 have been convicted. DOJ has now undertaken extensive investigative action, which includes issuing over 1,750 subpoenas, executing more than 130 search warrants, and conducting more than 1,000 witness interviews. Since the start of the Trump administration, the federal response to fraud in Minnesota has intensified following a series of high-profile cases involving state-administered, federally funded programs. One of the initial instances of high-profile fraud in the state involved the nonprofit Feeding Our Future, which was at the center of a $250 million COVID-19 related fraud scheme. As part of the scheme, fraudsters exploited Department of Agriculture, USDA food programs designed to provide meals for children. Federal prosecutors ultimately convicted 57 defendants and described the scheme as the nation's largest COVID-era fraud. The issue gained renewed national attention in late December 2025 following a widely shared YouTube video posted by one of our witnesses, Mr. Nick Shirley. Mr. Shirley's work highlighted suspected fraud in Minnesota child care programs. His reporting prompted federal authorities to intensify investigations, expand oversight, and coordinate multi-agency enforcement efforts. A week ago today, Mr. Shirley released a second video that documented alleged fraud in the transportation industry intended to provide rides for children, the disabled, and the elderly. Mr. Shirley uncovered companies with questionable addresses and vehicles intended to transport children, the disabled, and the elderly that remained idle for extended periods of time. We look forward to hearing from Mr. Shirley about what he was able to uncover. But how did we get here? Hopefully another witness, Scott Dexter, a former fraud investigator for the Minnesota Department of Human Services, can shed some light on that for us. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that this massive wave of fraudulent activity didn't just have the consequence of ripping off taxpayers. It has drastically impacted legitimate organizations that are truly helping their neighbors. Jennifer Larson is here today to share her story about how this massive fraud has crippled her organization that serves autistic children. We'd like to think that these fraudsters will one day face justice, but it appears that is not always the case. For example, Yasmin Ali, a daycare and home health care owner charged with stealing millions from Minnesota taxpayers, after being granted bail, disappeared before a trial and has not been located since. That was more than a decade ago. The tentacles of this fraud ring are widespread and include crimes other than fraud. For example, the aforementioned Yasmin Ali. Her brother, Adaris Abdullah Ali, pleaded guilty in 2009 to lying to a federal grand jury about his knowledge of a group of young Somali men in Minneapolis who traveled to Somalia to fight with al-Shabaab, a foreign terrorist organization against the transitional federal government of Somalia. We can also consider the fact that at least $700 million in U.S. cash transported via passenger luggage through Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. The incidents are all currently under federal investigation, with the majority carried by couriers traveling to Somalia, other African nations, and the Middle East. While no definitive links to funding terrorism have been established yet, we know that hundreds of millions of dollars in cash are being transported to areas where foreign terrorist organizations are active. What could possibly go wrong? A whistleblower has alleged that TSA personnel at MSP, Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport, repeatedly identified and flagged routine encounters with Somali men carrying large suitcases filled with bundled cash, often exceeding $1 million. During an interview, a former TSA agent at MSP from 2016 to 2021, now a whistleblower, Liz Jackson, noted that she saw, quote, suitcases packed with millions of dollars in cash moving through MSP again and again, carried by the same type of couriers, which raised questions that she feels law enforcement and political leaders still haven't answered, close quote. Jackson further explained her repeated encounters with Somali men carrying suitcases packed with cash, and in one case, a bag filled with new passports. According to Jackson, the volume, consistency, and profile of the transactions she witnessed were well beyond ordinary or everyday behavior. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has noted that the department is currently investigating where Minnesota's taxpayer dollars are being placed. Additional reports show that Somali individuals in the United States send roughly $215 million abroad each year. On January 9th, Secretary Bessent indicated that the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, informed 4 money transfer organizations that they're under investigation for their roles in the fraud scheme involving the theft of funds from social services in Minnesota. He also indicated that some banks in Minnesota are being investigated by the Internal Revenue Service's Civil Enforcement Division for allegations related to money laundering. As you can see, there's much to unpack surrounding these numerous fraud schemes taking place in and around Minneapolis, Minnesota. I would be remiss if I didn't suggest and urge additional investigation throughout this entire country. I know that in my home state of Arizona, our Democrat Attorney General came in to office and quickly said that there had been $2.5 million in fraud just in the Medicaid program alone. And in recent studies released over the last year in Arizona, it's been suggested that as much as $7.2 billion in fraud annually take place in Arizona's similar programs. So this is not just a Minnesota issue, but it just happens to be at the forefront of why we're here today. I look forward to today's hearing, and I thank the members and witnesses for taking part. Now yield back and recognize the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for convening this hearing this morning to talk about the harm that fraud can cause. And thank you for everyone that is here this morning to testify. It's so necessary that we continue to investigate and prosecute all forms of fraud, including government fraud, which can turn many into victims. That is because a person committing fraud against a government program steals from all of us as taxpayers and abuses the initial purpose of these programs. They harm the organizations that need these programs to operate And most importantly, they harm the people that the program is designed to help. Whether we're talking about a program that feeds school children, helps seniors find housing, helps people overcome addiction, or provide services to address disabilities, it is critical that the dollars that we invest in these programs actually serve the purposes that we have in mind when we, the lawmakers, created them. That's why the Department of Justice has always combated fraud, including prosecuting dozens of people for perpetrating fraudulent schemes in Minnesota in 2021 and under the Biden administration. But prosecutions are not enough to combat or prevent fraud. So the Biden administration also established a COVID-19 fraud enforcement task force and increased oversight of programs that were being targeted by fraudsters. Minnesota lawmakers have also taken steps to reduce fraud in their state, strengthening the state's ability to stop potential fraud sooner and improving investigations to hold those scammers accountable. But President Trump has taken a very different approach to fraud. Just last week, Trump added quite a few fraudsters to his growing list of people that he has pardoned, not because they are deserving a second chance, but because they hired his friends, back-channeled a donation, or served his political purposes. He has pardoned many people charged or convicted of fraud and other financial crimes, wiping away more than $1 billion in money that would otherwise have gone to victims of crime. President Trump has also fired inspectors general, instructed his DOJ to stop enforcing bribery statutes, and gutted the offices that investigate white-collar crime. That is how we know this hearing is not really about fraud. It is about trust. The Trump administration does not want you to trust these programs because if you don't trust them, they're easier to destroy them. They do not want you to trust entire communities because if you don't trust them, they're easier to intimidate. But we cannot let that happen. We will continue to fight for robust and responsible oversight and for the continuation of initiatives that make all of our communities safer, healthier, and more resilient. Across the country, there are daycares, schools, hospitals, treatment centers, research facilities, nursing homes, fire departments, police departments, airports, and more that all depend on state or federal funding, not just to help those in need, but to serve every single one of us. If President Trump succeeds in an attempt to freeze child care funding across 5 states, which is temporarily blocked by a court order, the effects would ripple across families and businesses throughout our economy. It would affect more than 500,000 children, and these are children that are not just within the state of Minnesota, but 500,000 children, their parents, the businesses and organizations where those parents work, and the many people who depend on those businesses to fulfill needs in those communities. That's the fallout from just one program addressing one need across only 5 states. If President Trump continues this assault on critical programs, the harms could be far greater. These latest attacks come on top of the cuts that President Trump and congressional Republicans already forced through, which are taking health care from 10 million Americans and reducing food assistance to over 40 million Americans, including many, many children. We don't have to choose between programs that are susceptible to fraud and nothing at all. With proper oversight, we can make sure that every American is fed, that everyone can access housing and medical treatment, and that our daycares and our schools can keep guiding our children towards a better future. I look forward to hearing more today about how we can achieve this goal. I thank our witnesses for being here, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan. No, I don't recognize him right now, but I will recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all of our witnesses for joining us. In a just world, the Judiciary Committee today would be investigating why a masked ICE agent shot 3 times in cold blood and killed an unarmed citizen, a 37-year-old mom, Renee Nicole Good. We'd be investigating why Trump's DOJ is harassing and investigating Renee's wife instead of investigating her killer. We'd be asking why ICE agents are trained in basic CPR, but 911 tapes have shown none of the agents performing CPR on Ms. Good. They left her bleeding alone in her car for almost 3 minutes and definitively rejected the help of a man who came forward and identified himself as a doctor. We'd be investigating why in another Minnesota case, ICE agents deployed tear gas under the car of a family of 8 people, including a 6-month-old, a 2-year-old, and 2 kids with severe asthma who were just trying to get home from a basketball game. The baby stopped breathing, and his mom had to administer CPR as they desperately waited for medical help to arrive. But our colleagues want to talk about fraud in Minnesota, fraud that was already being investigated and prosecuted under the last administration. It is true that social services fraud, serious fraud, occurred in Minnesota. That's why under President Biden, the Department of Justice opened multiple criminal investigations that to date have already resulted in more than 90 people being charged and 64 people being convicted of federal criminal offenses. Indeed, Minnesota lawmakers acted to root out and prevent fraud going forward in the public benefits program. That's why last year, the Minnesota legislature passed legislation to empower the governor to cut off payments or to claw back funds whenever fraud is detected. And that's why Governor Walz appointed the first ever director of program integrity to make sure the state is effectively investigating and preventing fraud and corruption in their programs. The fraud in Minnesota was discovered not by a right-wing social media influencer who's been harassing people in communities all over Minnesota in recent weeks, but by the hard work of real local investigative journalists, brave whistleblowers, and state and federal auditors. It is this fraud, which we must take seriously, is not unlike the $2.5 billion breathtaking Medicare fraud scheme uncovered last year in the home state of the chairman of this subcommittee, as he himself mentioned, or the massive COVID-19 unemployment assistance fraud scheme uncovered in Chairman Jordan's home state of Ohio. Fraud is endemic in government all over the world. There are fraudsters attacking our public institutions, trying to undermine them and rip them off. Even our president has been convicted of 34 counts of criminal fraud by a jury of his peers in New York related to the fraudulent payments made to porn star Stormy Daniels, and also civilly convicted in New York for different kinds of real estate fraud. Fraud is not headquartered in one state or one municipality, much less one ethnic, racial, or religious community. But President Trump couldn't resist the temptation to use fraud in Minnesota as an occasion to mobilize the power of the federal government to bully and intimidate first and second generation Somali Americans who live in that state. Many of the people convicted in the fraud schemes were of Somali ancestry. So, under the pretext of cracking down on a fraud that had already been discovered, investigated, and prosecuted, Trump surged federal immigration officers to Minnesota and aimed them at the Somali American communities, calling the people who live there repeatedly garbage. This is despite the fact that it is a complete non sequitur, obviously, to send immigration agents to conduct fraud investigations. And the deployment of law enforcement resources against an entire ethnic community after the criminal prosecution of a small group of its members is to promote the sinister ideas of collective guilt and guilt by association, two doctrines that are emphatically rejected in Anglo-American jurisprudence and by our courts. The community targeted in Minneapolis is made up, incidentally, overwhelmingly of U.S. citizens. 95% of Somalis in Minnesota are U.S. citizens, including 58% of whom were born in the United States. Well, what is the Trump administration's actual record on fraud? Well, let's see. President Trump pardoned the big-time drug dealer and convicted fraudster Juan Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, sparing him a 45-year criminal sentence after he brought in 400 tons of cocaine into our country. That's 800,000 pounds of cocaine that he said, quote, "We are going to stuff up the nostrils of the gringos." And Trump pardoned him. And if you're interested in that particular sweetheart deal, that would be a great subject for a hearing, Mr. Chairman. Just last week, again, the president granted pardons to more convicted fraudsters. Julio Herrera Vellatini was scheduled to be sentenced this month for participation in a political corruption and fraud scheme alongside his co-defendant, the former governor of Puerto Rico, Wanda Vasquez. In late 2024, when Mr. Herrera was facing felony bribery charges in a different case, his daughter donated $2.5 million to the MAGA Inc. Super PAC. Then in May 2025, Mr. Herrera's lawyer, who had served on President Trump's legal team, negotiated a deal allowing him to plead guilty to a trivial misdemeanor offense instead. Several months later, Mr. Herrera's daughter donated another $1 million to MAGA Inc. And what do you know? President Trump generously granted Mr. Herrera a full and unconditional pardon just last week. They're making a fraud out of the pardon process in America with pay-to-play rules as they pardon recidivist, hardened, unrepentant fraudsters. Well, indeed, in total, President Trump has pardoned more than 1,600 people, depriving victims, survivors, and taxpayers of an estimated, check this out, $1.55 billion in restitution and fines owed to us, the American people, while shockingly, because other presidents didn't do this, but Trump did, while shockingly allowing corporate fraudsters and tax cheats to keep all of their ill-gotten gains. This is a massive and unprecedented swindle from working-class people and crime victims as the administration gives all of these ill-gotten gains right back to the criminal fraudsters who stole the money in the first place. And finally, Mr. Chairman, President Trump has dismantled the infrastructure that actually prosecutes white-collar crime and fraud in America, actually roots out waste, fraud, and abuse. The Trump DOJ gutted the public integrity section at DOJ that prosecutes government officials who break the law. And nearly a year ago, his DOJ suspended enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which prohibits foreign bribery, saying all bets are off. He's gutted the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is the first and the only agency devoted solely at the federal level to protect American consumers against being cheated by big financial corporations. The CFPB delivered $21 billion back to more than 200 million Americans who were victims of fraud and other predatory business practices. And the administration has been gutting the CFPB because they are on the side of corporate fraud and white-collar crime. That's the truth of what's going on there. They fired 17 inspectors general, the independent government watchdogs, whose job it is actually to root out waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption, and left 28 IG offices without Senate-confirmed leadership at all, allowing the corruption and the fraud to run rampant. So if we're going to have a hearing about fraud in America, Mr. Chairman, let's do it. Let's take in the full scope of what's taking place in our country. I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the chairman of the entire committee, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I want to thank our witnesses for being here. Estimates are potentially as high as $9 billion we're looking at here in what appears to be a decade-long scam, fraud. I mean, I always look at one program I talked about a couple weeks ago in an oversight hearing was this Feeding Our Future program, where taking federal Americans' hard-earned tax dollars, taking that money and supposedly providing meals to children. Problem was there were no meals and no kids. They're just stuffing it in their pockets. So I think this is a great hearing to have. We appreciate the witnesses and the work that they've done. Ms. Larson and the work she does and actually making a difference, doing a legitimate program. Mr. Shirley for uncovering this, and Mr. Dexter and others who are here. So with that, I would yield back and look forward to hearing from our witnesses in the hearing itself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recognize myself for just some UCs. The first one is President Joe Biden commutes sentences for two of Chicago area's most notorious fraudsters. North Dakota judge blasts Biden for setting fraudsters free. Biden commutes roughly 1,500 sentences, pardons 39 in biggest single-day act of clemency, including fraudsters. Illinois lawmakers furious after Biden commutes sentences of state fraudsters. Without objection. And now,
Mr. Chairman, could I enter some as well?
yeah, please.
Thank you much. This UC request is from ABC News, January 2026, titled Trump's Pardons Forgive Financial Crimes That Came with Hundreds of Millions of Dollars in Punishment. This one is Arizona has recovered just 5% of taxpayer dollars lost in a $2.5 billion Medicaid fraud scheme. That's ProPublica. Columbus Dispatch. Columbus mother and daughter among 15 indicted in pandemic unemployment assistance fraud scheme. And finally, a Minnesota fraud scheme timeline from NPR News. Fraud investigation stretched across Wells's tenure.
Without objection. And now, without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record, and we will introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Scott Dexter. Mr. Dexter is a former law enforcement officer, having served for 28 years. He also served with the Minnesota Department of Human Services Office of Inspector General, where he investigated fraud in the Child Care Assistance Program. Thank you, Mr. Dexter, for being here. And Ms. Jennifer Larson. Ms. Larson is the founder and chief executive officer of the Holland Center for Autism, a clinic that provides services to children and young adults with autism. She started the Holland Center to serve families like hers that were not receiving adequate services and support elsewhere. Thank you, Ms. Larson, for being here today. Mr. Nick Shirley is an independent journalist. His recent investigations and videos have shed light on the scale of fraud in public benefit programs in Minnesota that are currently ongoing. And thank you, Mr. Shirley, for being here. And Mr. Dylan Hetler-Gaudet. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet is the acting vice president of policy and government affairs at the Project on Government Oversight. POGO is a nonprofit organization that investigates alleged wrongdoing by the governor. Thank you, Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, for being here with us today. We welcome all our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. The record will reflect that the witnesses have all answered in the affirmative. And at the instruction of Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, I wanted to let all members of the panel know that when you have a question for him, please say his name so he knows that you are addressing him, please. I want the witnesses to know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes, and we'll begin now with Mr. Dexter. You are recognized for your 5-minute statement.
Thank you. Chair, members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Scott Dexter. I'm a retired law enforcement investigator with 28 years of experience, most of it spent conducting criminal and financial fraud investigations, with experience in surveillance operations. In 2013, after retiring from law enforcement, I joined the Minnesota Department of Human Services as part of a newly created investigative unit within the Office of Inspector General. Our mission was straightforward: identify and investigate fraud within the Child Care Assistance Program, known as CCAP. I was one of the original 4 investigators hired, all of us former law enforcement professionals with backgrounds in criminal investigations. Our cases were not selected based on the name of the center, the owner, or the community it served. They were selected based solely on tips, complaints, and the amount of CCAP funding being paid out. The highest funded centers were reviewed first, and many of those centers were referred to us through the public tip line or by licensing inspectors who observed activity inconsistent with a legitimate daycare operation. What we found was deeply concerning. Many of these centers operated out of commercial spaces with windows totally covered, no visible play areas, and very few children ever present. Through surveillance, data collection, and review of attendance and billing records, we repeatedly documented patterns of overbilling, non-existent attendance, and in some cases, children being signed in for hours they were never actually at the center. Our investigative process was thorough and methodical. We collected licensing and billing data, installed covert surveillance cameras, reviewed hours of video, identified parents and employees, and calculated estimated overpayments based on actual attendance. Completed cases were then turned over to the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension for search warrants, interviews, arrests, and potential prosecution. As our investigations progressed, we noticed a trend. Many of the centers receiving the highest levels of CCAP funding were owned and operated by Somali individuals, and the families served were predominantly Somali. This was not the basis for selecting cases, but it did become the basis for accusations against us. We were labeled as racially biased, despite the fact that our case selection was driven entirely by funding data. An outside review was launched into our investigative practices. We were questioned about how we selected centers and how we conducted surveillance. Following that review, new restrictions were placed on our work, including mandatory panel reviews before we could move forward with investigations. Investigators were also pulled from conducting new or current investigations in order to enter data from all previous complaints received by DHS into a newly created database, a process that took nearly a year to complete. These changes significantly hindered our ability to do our jobs effectively. Ultimately, in 2019, I chose to retire because the investigative process had become so constrained that meaningful work was no longer possible. Through collaboration with federal agencies, including the IRS Criminal Investigation Division, Homeland Security, and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, we learned that millions of dollars in cash from the Somali community was being flown out of the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport by Somali couriers. At one point, nearly $70 million had been documented leaving the country halfway through a single year. Although we could not prove that the cash was obtained fraudulently, we strongly suspected that it was. We also encountered situations where federal partners were prevented from opening cases due to concerns about political sensitivities surrounding the Somali community and the refugee resettlement program. These decisions had real consequences, allowing fraud to continue unchecked. Throughout our work, we identified several loopholes that made CCAP highly vulnerable to fraud. Centers were allowed to bill for the full authorized hours, even when children were present for only minutes. Billing records could be submitted up to 30 days later, creating opportunities for manipulation. Attendance records were handwritten, unreliable, and often incomplete. And despite our recommendations, no biometric attendance systems, no electronic submission requirements, and no state-installed security cameras were ever implemented. Chair and members, the purpose of my testimony is not to cast blame on any community. It is to highlight systemic weaknesses that allowed large-scale fraud to occur and to emphasize the need for stronger safeguards, better oversight, and investigative processes that are allowed to function without political interference. Thank you for your time and your commitment to ensuring accountability within publicly funded programs. And I am prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Dexter. And now we're going to recognize Mr. Hetler-Gaudet for your 5 minutes of opening statement.
Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and members of the subcommittee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today on the important issues of preventing fraud and protecting taxpayer dollars. My name is Dylan Hetler-Gaudet, and I am the Acting Vice President of Policy and Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight. We are a nonpartisan, independent watchdog that promotes a more accountable, transparent, and effective federal government. We view it as our mission to combat abuse of power and corruption in the federal government, which includes working on rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. The unfortunate truth is that fraud in government programs is a fact of life. Since the United States government has existed, fraud in government has also existed. Or much longer than that, in fact. For as long as human beings have been organizing ourselves into societies and building institutions to govern those societies, there have always been those who will seek to take advantage. This is a harsh but real truth related to the human condition, related to our fundamentally fallen and flawed natures. That said, it is still incumbent upon every one of us to do what we can to prevent fraud and to hold perpetrators of fraud accountable. This is especially true when the fraud implicates hard-earned taxpayer dollars and critical public programs and services. This is true whether we're talking about fraud in the context of the Feeding Our Future program or any other program in Minnesota, whether we're talking about welfare fraud in Mississippi, which involved the participation of a world-famous Hall of Fame NFL quarterback. This is true whether we're talking about fraud in the context of it being perpetrated by large multinational defense companies in the context of multi-billion-dollar contract they have with the Defense Department. The point here is that fraud and the abuse of taxpayer dollars is not related to any particular geographic, demographic, or other boundary or characteristic. So why do these things happen so much? Mostly they are caused by deep structural flaws, gaps, and weaknesses in our system of government. They're also driven by recalcitrance and resistance to change on the part of federal agencies. To put it shortly, fraud is a systemic problem and it requires systemic solutions. So what are these solutions? I'm pleased to share a few of them with you today. We must first look at watchdogs, critical sources of information, and practitioners of oversight from within the federal government itself. I'm specifically talking about inspectors general, the Government Accountability Office, and whistleblowers. Rather than attacking, firing, undermining, and intimidating these individuals and entities as this administration and its allies have done, we must strengthen, preserve, and protect them. We must enact reforms to make sure that IGs and GAO can perform their duties effectively and independently. And we must add additional safeguards to make sure that whistleblowers can blow the whistle without fear of reprisal or retaliation. We must also take a long, hard look at the architecture currently in place for how we track, monitor, analyze, and assess federal funding. To put it bluntly, that architecture is broken. Key resources like usaspending.gov are in desperate need of overhaul and modernization. We need to enhance and improve the quantity, quality, timeliness, and integrity of the data and information we collect on federal funding. We need to promote more accountability, transparency, and compliance mechanisms within the chain of spending for federal funding. If we don't do this, we will never have a good grasp on where funding is going, where it's ending up, who is being helped by it, who is being missed by it, and what the ultimate impact is. Lastly, we must enact robust reforms and vigorous enforcement to crack down on corruption, cronyism, and conflicts of interest, which turbocharge waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. The presidential pardon is an acute example of this, with each of the last two administrations using the pardon power inappropriately to pardon convicted fraudsters. We must also promote reforms to crack down on the revolving door between agencies and industries, and to head off pay-to-play politics, all of which distort and corrupt decisions like the award of federal contracts. The takeaway here is simple. Focusing on individual salacious, scandalous examples of fraud is akin to looking at the symptoms and not looking at the disease or the root causes of the disease. The Project on Government Oversight stands ready, willing, and able to work with anyone here who wants to work on root causes and systemic solutions so that we can actually get our hands around waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption in the federal government. Thank you for having me here today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hedlegata. And I forgot to mention, when you get about 10 seconds left, I'll just tip that so everybody will know that as well. So, Mr. Shirley, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Awesome. I'm here today to speak on behalf of all hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens here inside of the United States. I've helped bring to light widespread fraud that's happening inside our nation, and we the people have had enough of our hard-earned money going towards fraudsters as if it's no big deal. As I speak here, I want to ask everyone a question. How much do we trust when we pay our taxes it's going to benefit our nation? People erupted during the Boston Tea Party over just a few percentages as they believe they were being taxed without representation. Nowadays, we have the representation, but do we trust our representatives? My name is Nick Shirley, and I made a 41-minute video that I posted on platforms like X and YouTube. My video received over 100 million views, and it created instant change within our government. As the federal government launched investigations and departments such as Health and Human Services froze over $185 million in childcare funding until businesses can prove they are legitimate businesses. I actually became aware of the fraud that was happening in Minnesota in June of 2025 as I was there for a separate video, and Minnesotans started reaching out to me, asking me if I was making a video on the fraud. I said, well, what fraud? And this lady, she was a real estate agent, and she says, well, I'm having a hard time selling my properties because people are curious about these assisted livings that are popping up next door to some of the houses that we're buying, or the home health care clinics that are popping up, and we don't know who's next to these houses that we're trying to sell. And I said, well, I'm not going to come and make a video if I don't have any proof. So therefore, I left Minnesota, and I continued to look for fraud in the best way I could. And as I was getting my own information, a man by the name of David reached out to me, and he said, hey, I have been investigating this fraud for years now. I have been driving by these childcare centers. I have never seen a single child, and I have received information from the state of Minnesota as to how much money these places are receiving. I said, great, let me come to Minnesota and we'll make this video about potential fraud that was taking place inside of Minnesota. We go to a daycare, and I'm instantly surprised by what we see. We arrived, and it was an industrialized building, and there was 2 daycares registered at that daycare, at that building. And the first thing I noticed is all the windows are blacked out, and there's no footprints in the snow of any children. There's no playgrounds or anything that would make it look like it's a child care. But above me, a sign read, open 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. But there was nobody there. The doorbell did not even work. And then we continued to go to other daycares, and we noticed the same pattern. No children, blacked out windows, and one daycare, a learning center, spelled Quality Learning Center instead of Quality Learning Center. They had received $1.9 million, yet with that $1.9 million, they could not even spell Leering right on their sign. Governor Walz has said he's been fighting fraud in Minnesota since 2019 and said the buck stops with him. However, how long would it take for you to notice $1 million leaving your bank account and not knowing where it's going? That's essentially what had been happening in Minnesota for years, as billions of dollars has been misplaced. And meanwhile, while people like Governor Tim Walz call people like me a white supremacist, delusional conspiracy theorist, he actually decided to drop out of re-election because I believe of how deep and extensive this fraud is. Thank you very much. Since my reporting, the HHS department froze over $185 million, and to this day, not a single business has been able to prove proof of legitimacy. How fast would you be proving that you are a legitimate business if you have children to actually feed and to take care of? You'd be sending in that paperwork instantly. I made this video to document the widespread fraud that has been taking place, as I truly believe all fraud is bad. And people like me, my generation, we're sick of seeing tax dollars go towards fraud. We just want to have the same opportunities that our fathers and our grandparents had. And when you see people making millions of dollars by committing fraud, it upsets everybody from all age demographics. And so I hope today we can have a good conversation, and I think we can all agree that fraud is bad and that fraud is fraud. And I wish the best for our country, and I think that's what needs to be happening, is to crack down on all forms of fraud. So thank you for having me, and God bless the USA.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. And now I recognize Ms. Larson for your 5-minute opening statement.
Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today on this issue. My name is Jennifer Larson. I'm the founder and CEO of Holland Center in Minnesota. I've been an autism provider for over 20 years and started the organization for my son. I built Holland Center because families with children like mine were desperate for help, desperate for services and stability, desperate for somewhere they could trust their child would be supported and helped, not sent home on a bad day, not babysat in a classroom and forgotten. We serve the children that don't succeed in public school settings. What started as a small program grew over 2 decades into 4 locations that families rely on, not just for therapy, but for hope, routine, and survival. This work is a labor of love for me. Just like me, there are providers all over the state laboring with love to help these children. And this week, Holland, and other programs all over Minnesota are collapsing. Not because we committed fraud, but because a crime ring was allowed to operate inside Minnesota's service system, and the government's clumsy response is now destroying legitimate, longstanding providers and devastating families that we serve. Families come to Holland, they do not have a backstop. Their children often receive 30 or more hours of therapy a week. These are not an extravagance, these are medically necessary. These children learn to communicate, regulate their emotions, reduce dangerous behaviors, and function in daily life. For many parents, therapy determines if they can work. Consistent staff and therapy prevents severe behaviors and regression. Structured care keeps children and their siblings safe. When services disappear, families do not just simply adjust, they face a crisis. For more than 2 decades, Holland has served hundreds of children year after year, employed hundreds of clinicians and staff, operated under yearly on-site audits, inspections, and documentation oversight, delivered real services to real children every day. We have always complied with everything the system required. Yet, within the last month, the state has withheld over $400,000 in Medicaid funds for my own program, and that number grows every single day. I had to infuse my personal funds to survive these weeks, but can't do that any longer without payment. Let me be clear, we are a fee-for-service industry. When we can't pay our staff, we lose our staff and children lose care. Families do not lose appointments, they lose the people they trust. What happened in Minnesota had nothing to do with the ethical, longstanding autism providers. What did happen was organized criminal networks that exploited autism services by opening fake centers, billing for children that did not exist, billing for services never delivered, and stealing millions of taxpayer dollars in the process. These are not minor compliance issues. They are criminal enterprises. Families trusted that the government was protecting the integrity of the system. It failed. Now, instead of doing the obvious thing and targeting criminal actors, the response has been to freeze everyone's payments. That decision does not punish the criminals. It punishes innocent children and families. As Medicaid payments are delayed due to prepayment review by an insurance company that is in the business of denying claims, providers are reducing hours, cutting staff, and starting to close. Families are scrambling for alternatives that don't exist. Children are regressing. Parents are leaving jobs to care for their disabled children. Autism therapy cannot be paused without consequences. Loss of services can erase years of progress in weeks, and abrupt disruption of services can cause lifelong consequences in these children. This is not abstract harm. It is daily trauma for families already carrying an extraordinary burden. The simple solution to the problem: send the criminals to jail and allow trusted providers with decades of clean audits, verified ownership structures to continue providing prescribed ethical therapy and go back to paying them what we've earned and resume paying them on time. I built Holland for 20 years. Families built their lives around the care that we provide. All of that is risk of destruction today, not by fraud, but by clumsy government response that failed to distinguish between criminals and caregivers. It treats children with disabilities.
The gentlelady will suspend. We've got a photographer there. We allow photographers in here, but not between the panel as the witnesses and the members. You will please move.
Okay,
Photographer, please move.
thank you.
Like right now.
Okay, sorry.
We'll
All of that is at the risk of destruction. Sorry, can I continue?
Yeah, please continue.
Not by fraud, but the clumsy government response that fails to distinguish between criminals and caregivers. It treats children with disabilities as acceptable collateral damage. Fraud must be stopped and criminals prosecuted. I'm a taxpayer. I live in Minnesota. This is disgusting. But families and children should never pay the price for government failure. Thank you.
We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Besides the work Mr. Shirley has done, I want to recognize Powerline, who has done yeoman's work exposing this over the last decade, what has happened. And I just want to say, Ms. Larson, I live in northern Wisconsin. There's an autism school that was started in my community. Where did we visit? when we wanted to start that a decade ago. We came to Minnesota, where you have been leaders in having good autism programs. And I think about the tremendous fraud that has gone on in nutrition programs, housing programs, but is there anything more heinous than abusing an autism program?
I can't imagine. It's so hard to believe that people are faking the children have autism and stealing money from the government. When I'm sitting here with my 25-year-old non-speaker, and now children like my son aren't going to have services because they stole money from the government and faked these things. And it's just, it is, like I said, disgusting.
With what's going on right now, what are the families that you're serving? What are they saying?
They're scared.
What are they doing?
Everybody's scared. There are centers that are programs that have already shut down. Staff are leaving. I, this week, asked my staff who will take unpaid leave because we can't keep going like this. I'm like I said, I'm 400,000 plus in debt now, and I'm not sure these are going to get paid back. I went to a bank and they wouldn't back the receivable because they said that's not a receivable. If it's prepayment review, you may not get it.
And Ms. Larson, none of this would have happened if the fraud did not occur. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Dexter, could have something been done about this earlier?
Yes. As I stated in my opening testimony, in the years that I worked there, we identified how fraud was occurring, the loopholes that existed, and
What were some of the warning signs, Mr. Dexter?
Well, the fact that part of our job was to go and collect attendance records. We would find attendance records that were either incomplete, non-existent. Obviously, there were times we found them to be fabricated because they were given to us way later. And the same with billing records. They were allowed 30 days after the end of the billing period to submit billing records. So they were not immediately available to us. And it kind of allowed overpayments or double payments to be overlooked. So we had the attendance record issue. We had the fact that there was no way to verify who was signing the children in and out. No way to verify what times those children were signed in and out.
Could I do a follow-up here? In Wisconsin, we learned this month that Ibrahima Diop, a Minneapolis school finance boss, placed on leave for failing to submit required financial paperwork with the Minneapolis School District and for signing questionable contracts linked to the Somali fraud scandal, was hired by the Milwaukee Public School System as a deputy superintendent at a salary of $240,000 a year. Do you think it wise? Might that be a warning sign that this person was involved, may have been involved with fraud in Minneapolis? Shouldn't they be concerned in Wisconsin that that they're hiring someone like that?
Well, if somebody that they hire has a past history and practice of doing that type of stuff, I would be very leery of it occurring again or that being the basis that they're hired.
So Governor Evers refused to open the books and is blocking federal audits of our food stamp and Medicaid programs. And he also vetoed 4 auditor positions in a recent budget. Do you think that is also a warning sign?
Yes, if it's preventing...
Or ill-advised, would that be a better way to pose the question?
Yeah, if it prevents the oversight and the ability to audit and look at the records to make sure can have a check and balance system, I think that'd be very unwise because again, that allows fraud to occur.
Because Mr. Shirley, what is happening in Minnesota, it could be happening throughout the United States. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
If there's one thing we've learned or leered, as they say in Minneapolis, isn't it possible that this is happening everywhere?
Yes, I believe it is.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the ranking member of the whole committee, Mr. Raskin, for his 5 minutes of question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank all the witnesses for your excellent testimony. Mr. Hedler-Gaudet, the administration has systematically undermined government oversight The president has fired more than a dozen inspectors general, not for any cause, but seemingly just in retaliation for doing their jobs and to block unwanted investigations. President Trump has defunded the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency. He's removed independent leadership at the Office of Special Counsel and Office of Government Ethics, blockading whistleblowers and numerous investigations. What is your assessment, Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, of the Trump administration's apparent systematic opposition to internal oversight mechanisms in the federal government?
Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin. My assessment is that the last year or so has been one of the most anti-oversight, anti-accountability periods that I've witnessed in our federal government. And I think the things you laid out, as well as others, are the sort of proof in the pudding there. And I think, speaking of things that should be giving us pause and raising red flags, that should all be giving us serious pause and raising serious red flags about how seriously people who claim to take oversight, accountability, fraud, how seriously do they actually take it?
There's been a lot of attention given to Donald Trump's extraordinary use of the pardon power, as in the pardon of violent insurrectionists and cop beaters. But there's also been a forgiveness of $1.5 billion in restitutionary fines that various people had to pay. And a lot of them are fraudsters. The DOJ in Trump's first term brought bank fraud and tax evasion charges against reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley. They were convicted in 2022. They owed more than $22 million in restitution to taxpayers and to their victims. But then Trump suddenly, inexplicably pardoned them and forgave all of the money that they were supposed to be paying back to their victims. Todd Chrisley bragged publicly about his get out of jail free card, jubilantly exclaiming, "The feds got effed." Let me give you one other example. Trump on April 23rd issued a pardon for Paul Walchuk, a former nursing home exec who pleaded guilty to multiple tax crimes. What he was doing was taking millions of dollars from the nurses and orderlies and doctors who worked for him at his facilities, took more than $10 million that way, instead of giving it to the IRS for their taxes. He used the money to buy a $2 million yacht and to pay for high-end jet travel and to go shopping at Bergdorf Goodman and Cartier. Well, he was sentenced to 18 months in prison for stealing his employees' tax withholdings, and he was ordered to pay his employees back $4.4 million for the money he looted from their accounts. So he's gonna have to pay that back, but then he got his mom to go to a glitzy fundraising dinner for Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and she paid $1 million for her ticket. Then, right after Trump was inaugurated in his second term, Walchuk petitioned for a presidential pardon, arguing that he was the victim of political retaliation because they were Trump supporters. And what do you know? President Trump issued a complete pardon with forgiveness of all of the financial fines and restitution that Mr. Walchuk was going to have to pay back to his workers, the nurses and doctors and orderlies. So that was forgiven. That was $4 million taken away from the victims of a fraud and given back to the perpetrator of the fraud. Okay, now, if we had all day, we could go on all day with this because that's how their pay-to-play pardon system works. What does this do to our efforts to root out fraud and corruption systematically in the government and in crimes in different industries?
I think it provides a perverse incentive structure. I opened my statement by saying that we all have an obligation and a responsibility to do what we can to prevent fraud and to hold perpetrators of fraud accountable. But that last bit, holding a perpetrator of fraud accountable, perhaps via conviction, doesn't mean much if all one needs to do is contribute to the right Uber PAC or attend the right fundraiser, and suddenly that accountability and that conviction is wiped away, including the financial restitution you mentioned. So those kinds of actions are at direct cross purposes with any effort to promote a broader, more systemic approach to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dexter, let me make sure we got this right. You get tips and complaints, whistleblowers or others come to you and tell you something's not right at these child care centers in your state that are getting all kinds of taxpayer money. Is that right? That's how it started?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you go and do your work. And you got 28 years experience investigating things, and specifically in the crime and financial fraud area. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you go out and find out these child care centers, there aren't any kids. No kids are there. I mean, there's some, but there's like, you don't see the playgrounds. You don't see any kids at a place where they're supposed to be helping children. And then you also find out most of them are run by Somali individuals. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And then you make some recommendations. You said, here's what we should do. I think you put this on page 2 of your testimony. You said there's some basic things you should do. No, you said they didn't have biometric attendance system. They should do that. They should have electronic submission requirements. They need security cameras. You made some recommendations.
Yes.
And then what happened?
Nothing.
They ignored your recommendations, but it didn't stop there, did it? They ignored your recommendations. They called you a racist, right?
Correct.
Typical left. I always say the left will tell a lie. Big media will report it. You tell the truth, they call you a racist. Exactly what happened here. So they ignore your recommendations. They call you a racist, but it even got worse than that. You can imagine. They started investigating you. Is that right?
Yes, we were interviewed by an outside firm for a report given to the Office of Legislative Auditor.
And what did that report look like? What did they say? They call you a racist? What did the report say?
The report basically questioned our investigative tactics, looked at how our unit was managed.
Even though you had 28 years experience in this particular area, tips and whistleblowers came to you, even though that was the whole catalyst for doing this.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And the end result is what? The end result is Miss Larson, who's actually helping people, she
Correct.
suffers and the people she helps suffers. Is that right, Miss Larson? Not to mention the fact that taxpayers are getting ripped off, but the people who do good work, who actually help people, you suffered.
The disabled are paying for the money stolen.
Yeah. And why do you think all this is the case? So, I mean, all this brings me to seems to be a typical pattern, but in the end, you got to ask why. Why was, when you point out what's going on, you have good people doing good work who suffer, the taxpayers are getting ripped off. Someone's got to ask, well, why did they take not follow your recommendations, call you a racist, investigate you instead of just fixing the problem? Why'd they do that? What could be the answer? Anyone want to hazard a, Mr. Shirley, you want to hazard a guess why that's the case?
Well, they simply use that as a deflection technique to make you not want to speak out against the fraud.
Yeah, it seems to me it's politics, though. You think it's politics, Mr. Dexter?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, the people at the top like, well, we don't want to do this. We don't want to be called racist. In fact, we found that out a week ago in a hearing where we were looking at this Feeding Our Future program. We found out they actually shut that program off for a while. They said, time out, something's not right here. They found the same kind of things you found, Mr. Dexter. And they said, we're going to stop payment. And then it restarted. And the reason it restarted is because they threatened a racial discrimination lawsuit against the authorities there in Minnesota. So, okay, forget about the fact that when we do this, we restart the money, we're going to hurt good people like Ms. Larson and the people she helps and rip off the taxpayers. We're going to do it all for politics. And we also found, interestingly enough, the Attorney General in Minnesota had a meeting with the key folks in this particular program, and then they find out a couple of weeks later, they start sending him campaign contributions. I think it's politics. I think it's politics driving it all. And that's why it's appropriate we're investigating here at the congressional level. That's why it's appropriate the Department of Justice has put in place a specific individual to focus on this, not only in Minnesota, but around the country. I talk too much. Anyone else want to throw in? I'll give you, Mr. Shirley, Ms. Larson, a chance to say anything if you want. If not, I'll yield 28 seconds to our chairman. I yield 20 seconds, remaining my time to the chairman.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hedler-Godet, would it surprise you that Joe Biden issued pardons to someone named Crundell, who had the largest municipal fraud in the country's history and had a restitution amount of $53.7 million that was never paid following the commutation? Would that surprise you, sir?
That would not surprise me. And actually, in my written statement, I outline how pardons under the last administration, the Biden administration, they also fall into the same pattern of pardoning convicted fraudsters. So I'm in agreement with you there.
Yeah, thank you. And without objection, that time has expired. So without objection, Mr. Klein will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witness if a member yields him time for that purpose. And now we're going to go to Mr. Moore from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All this talk about pardons and the ultimate shyster, one of them was Hunter Biden. He got pardoned after Joe promised he wasn't going to do that on the way out. So anyway, that's another pardon for another day. Ms. Larson, I'm impressed with your son. I honestly thought he was your attorney when you guys were sitting there. But were there early warning signs, if acted on, that could have prevented the fraud schemes from growing to the scale that we see now?
I'd say yes. Looking back, this Somali community in Minnesota has a high prevalence of autism. And I know that because I serve a lot of minorities in my centers. So when these centers started popping up, I thought, good for them. You know, like I took care of my son. We have had a waiting list for 5 years, so I thought it was a positive. And then it just started to go and go, where now it's, 400 plus of these. And it started to, I didn't Nick Shirley it, that's a verb now. And go out and go see, because obviously I'm busy and that's not what I have time for. But, I think there were a lot of early warning signs. I think if anybody was actually paying attention,
They would have caught it.
oh, 100%.
Because how long have you been in business? 20 years? Is
Over 20 years,
And you went through a number of audits, I think, every year, right?
every year.
So
on
how
site.
is it that these groups are getting away with it and you're under the thumb of the government auditing you every year? Why do you think that is?
I either there's a double standard and they don't, for whatever reason, have the same expectations that we do, or they're just looking.
Maybe Chairman Jordan was on to something. Maybe it's politics.
Yeah.
Mr. Shirley, now I guess investigative journalists are known as right-wing social media influencers. So can you confirm how many daycare centers you personally visited in Minnesota during your investigation?
During that first video, we went to around 7.
How did you select those facilities? I know you said earlier footprints in the snow, but how was it that you identified those facilities to go to initially?
So the man David in the video, he had the daycares with the CCAP funding, and we just simply drove around Minnesota and around Minneapolis area.
Took a lot of courage to do that, I would imagine. Probably more so now than what it was when you initially did it. 100 million views, you said.
Yes, over 140 million views on X alone.
So what was Mr. David's background? How did you connect with him, and how did he call you, or did you reach out?
He simply is just a man in Minnesota who has a passion for his city, and he's been seeing fraud taking place for years. And out of all the thousands of messages I get on Instagram and other platforms, I just happened to read his, and he provided me the information, so I gave him a phone call.
And then from there, just went to those different facilities. What was probably the most interesting thing as you were doing this? I think I saw the video. We watched it, and it looked like there was a number of facilities like in the same building.
Yes. So in one building, there was, I believe, 3 daycares, and there was no children. And they were all receiving CCAP funding for separate daycares. There's one daycare we went to that one day it was closed by the government, and then that same day it was reopened underneath another name. And they both received CCAP funding.
I bet, Ms. Larson, they probably weren't getting audited nearly like you were.
I would guess not.
So how many daycares are there in Minneapolis we think are fraudulent right now? Mr. Shirley, any idea? Are the amount of money total? You got any idea on that?
Well, they've frozen over $185 million, and not a single business has been able to prove that they're a legitimate business yet.
So 185 million for sure that we know. Mr. Dexter, I got a question for you. What common patterns or warning signs usually indicate that the provider or the program may be committing fraud? As you were doing your investigations and 28 years of experience, what are some of the indicators that you see that maybe that should be a telltale sign or a red flag that there's fraud there?
Well, one of the immediate signs that we saw when we would go out to first look at the location is where that was located. A lot of times they were located in commercial areas. And I'm not talking like strip malls or anything like that. I'm talking about like industrial areas where you wouldn't typically find a child care center. We would notice that there was no play area. And if there was any play equipment, it was bare minimum. Now, there was an exception that if there was a playground area within a very short walking distance, that would count. But a lot of times we didn't see that. But the most glaring thing was that when we watched the centers, you know, we would sit and watch it for a couple of days before we even put up surveillance cameras. We would watch and we would see little to no children present. If anything, there would be a few kids.
As you begin to blow the whistle, the investigator became
Gentleman's
investigator.
time has expired.
I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When he began his second term, President Trump broke from historic norms and fired 17 inspectors general, people who serve as critical watchdogs and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse. A federal judge held that these firings were illegal, but also held that she could not reinstate these people due to their important roles. As a result, the president has been able to appoint acting inspectors general who have themselves been removed after informing Congress that Trump officials are not cooperating with investigations. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, how do these frequent firings affect the ability of the inspector general offices to prevent and investigate fraud?
I think they fundamentally undermine it, and they also create a real chilling effect for the inspectors general who are left. The incentive to do something that could upset the powers that be suddenly becomes a bit of a risky proposition. And so between the completely undermining them and the chilling effect, you are really dampening and damaging the ability to do real oversight.
Thank you. And how does the politicization of inspector general appointments affect the morale and effectiveness of career investigative staff there within these offices?
It also has a severely negative effect on morale and efficacy within the offices.
So I believe we can and should do more to prevent fraud and improve oversight so that all of our government efforts are doing the most that they can to help the American people. When the Judiciary Committee marked up the Republicans' partisan big ugly spending bill, I offered an amendment that would dedicate half of 1% of funding to be used for oversight and fraud improvement and prevention. My Republican colleagues, they opposed the amendment. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, in your opening statement, you spoke on steps that Congress could take to ensure robust, nonpartisan oversight. The Project on Government Oversight recently published an article, 7 Ways Congress Should Sharpen Its Oversight in 2026. Asking this.
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anything else that you want to highlight from those recommendations?
Sure. Yeah, I just want to pause to note that Congress really is the indispensable actor when it comes to doing oversight. There's supposed to be a somewhat adversarial relationship between the branches, and Congress is supposed to be the primary adversary when it comes to the other 2 branches and conducting oversight. But that is predicated on Congress taking that oversight duty seriously, irrespective of who is in charge of the other 2 branches. And so I think there's a political will issue there with oversight, but also there are some mechanical issues. So Congress could do a better job of holding hearings that are a bit more bipartisan, a bit more focused on the facts, as opposed to the sizzle of a given anecdote or scandal. I mean, really trying to get at root causes and really trying to take hard, deep looks at the underlying structural reasons why things like fraud happen. It's not as sexy. It's not going to get you as many views on social media, but it's going to actually ideally lead to long-term, sustainable, durable reforms that can really crack down on the problem.
Thank you. And so the short-lived DOJ office was supposed to cut fraud. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, what did it actually do, and how did its actions actually affect everyday Americans?
So DOJ was a complete failure. Even on its own terms, the primary progenitor of DOJ claimed that he was going to find $2 trillion. Then he moved that down to $1 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse, cut spending. But in 2025, we actually spent more money than we spent in 2024. At the opening of this fiscal year in October, we ran the largest opening month budget deficit ever run before at $285 billion. We have hollowed out the key functions of a bunch of agencies. So any claim that DOJ was effective either on cutting spending or promoting effectiveness or efficiency are just flat out undermined and undercut by the facts.
And Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, because you have done investigations yourself, did you do any follow-up on Mr. Shirley's video?
So personally, I took a look at some of what had been done to try and backstop what Mr. Shirley indicated in his video by professional journalists at CBS and by professional oversight practitioners like the Inspector General in Minnesota. And as it turns out, they had a difficult time substantiating what Mr. Shirley was claiming to be true in his video. And in fact, they found countervailing evidence, including having been provided security footage by one of those daycares of children being dropped off the very day that Mr. Shirley was supposedly there. So I think in my view, I would have to, I think I'd err on the side of believing the professional journalist at CBS and the professional oversight practitioners at the Inspector General office.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I yield.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so on that note, I think it's important that we return to a discussion of how these investigations were conducted and the type of evidence that led to the discovery of this massive fraud. One thing that is clear based on the testimony today is that this is not just a Minnesota problem. This is a warning sign for every state that it is administering large-scale programs using taxpayer dollars. And we need to get to the bottom of how to identify this type of fraud and prevent it from continuing to occur. So, Mr. Dexter, I'd like to go back to your testimony, both what you have shared with us already about your extensive background investigating and analyzing program fraud and the methods that you used to identify the theft of taxpayer dollars in this particular type of case. In your written testimony, you mentioned that case selection and investigations were begun in part by looking at funding data. And I am interested in how your office would use things like funding data, use statistics, and other information and evidence to begin to develop these cases.
Well, it wasn't hard to find the funding amounts. We looked at the centers that received CCAP funds, and then we listed them out. We had what was originally referred to as the top 100 list, and it was based off of centers receiving the most CCAP funding, and that was generated through the billing process and the people that administer the funds.
And when you looked at that list, did it turn out that there were certain facilities that were outliers in some way, either because they were receiving a larger amount of funding based on student population than appeared typical, or because of where they were located? Tell us how you identified which facilities warranted further review.
Well, when we started looking at the centers that were receiving the most funds, the investigators were each assigned cases, were assigned centers, and we first started looking into what the billing pattern was, or what the billing amount was, how many children were being billed at these centers, and we would have centers that were billing for 120 plus children. And looking at the different days and times, kind of establishing a pattern that just was outside the realm of a typical daycare center.
So in other words, you used objective data and evidence as the foundation to proceed further with your investigations.
Yes, in order to start the investigation, that's what we would begin with.
And in your experience, wouldn't you also say that that is the typical method or atypical method for beginning and analyzing a potential fraud case of any nature in any community?
Yes, because in order to do the investigation, you first have to find out if it warrants an investigation and to what extent that investigation would be.
And now, isn't it also correct? You mentioned in your testimony systemic weaknesses that allowed the large-scale fraud, even after you had developed substantial evidence that there was, in fact, fraud occurring, that there were institutional and systemic barriers that prevented you from successfully moving these cases through prosecution. And indeed, in your testimony, you note that in 2019, you chose to retire because the process had become so constrained that meaningful work was no longer possible. Tell us about the barriers and ultimately that profound frustration that led you to retire.
Well, when we were originally hired, when this unit was originally created and we were hired, We were hired with the understanding that our job was going to be to investigate fraud and stop it. And as we proceeded through with that, it wasn't by our doing that it turned out that the centers we investigated were predominantly Somali. But once that was kind of brought out to light, the roadblocks that were put in front of us, being called racist, being called before these boards to be investigated, and basically it wound up turning us into auditors. We wound up just simply reviewing attendance records and matching them up with billing. There really wasn't a lot of substantial investigation anymore, and most of our cases wound up going before administrative hearings rather than criminal.
Which in the end allowed this pattern of conduct to continue to occur, did it not?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes now the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague from Florida, thank you for that line of questioning. I'm going to pick up where she left off. In regards to the testimony that we've heard today, the other side of the aisle makes us believe, or wants us to believe, that the fraud has been effectively stopped, that they aggressively pursued it, they prosecuted it, and that it is under control. Is that your interpretation of where we are, Mr. Dexter?
I believe the fraud is still going on. I don't think anything has changed from what I've seen with Mr. Shirley's videos. I'm seeing in his videos the exact same things that we were seeing back from 2014 to 2019 when I worked there.
And it's astounding to me when I was looking at some of the footage, the evidence, there was almost a sense of, we are owed this money that we're stealing. How dare you investigate us? Did you ever encounter that type of attitude when you were performing these investigations?
There was an underlying attitude like that, that we were taking away their money and that it wasn't fair to them.
In your investigation, sir, was the fraud as obvious as it seems to me that it appeared in the videos and the other evidence that I've reviewed?
Yes, as a matter of fact, when we would go out to do our investigations, one of the things that we would have to do, or I would have to do, is we would scout out a location for our surveillance cameras that allowed us direct line of sight to the centers, all their accesses. A lot of that, because of the location where we were in these industrial commercial areas, meant we had to go to businesses and ask them permission. And the number one comment they made was, oh, you mean that daycare center over there where there's no children? So everyone else around it saw it.
In regards to your investigation, sir, I'm assuming that you did not just investigate daycare fraud. What other types of fraud did you investigate?
No, our function was strictly childcare fraud, but some of that overlapped into, even though we didn't investigate it, a lot of it was also tied into the medical transportation. And
did you ever investigate single entities that were appearing as though they were committing fraud in multiple avenues?
I'm sorry, can you say?
So it was like, was there one facility that was a daycare? It was also associated with the medical transport. Were there people who were double dipping in the fraud in your investigations?
Not that we saw as far as different organizations, but there were where one daycare center owner owned multiple daycare centers. So what we saw was more within the daycare center.
Yeah. Ms. Larson, thank you for being here. I echo my colleague's sentiment from Alabama. Your son is very impressive. What's his name?
His name is Caden.
Caden, thank you for being here today. You look sharp. You're doing great. Let me just talk to you about these various audits that you were subjected to. How rigorous were they?
Very. They'd be there for hours, come in and say, you know, I want to see these files for these kids at this date and this time.
Was there any way that you could have tricked them, concealed it? If you had not had any children there, would it have been possible?
Absolutely not.
In regards to the services that you've rendered, first, thank you.
Thank you.
And then in terms of the budgets that you require, how does it make you feel when you hear firsthand accounts that hundreds of millions of dollars have been taken out of the country in suitcases to hostile nations?
I can't even respond the way I feel about that, but I will say it's still happening. To the questioning I mean, there's only 2 autism centers that have actually been shut down of all of these that are going on. So what they're doing is this prepayment review and putting us through this AI system at Optum to look for suspicious claims, which is why our funds are being held. And it's not going to work. I'm going to tell you, it's not going to work. I mean, they just need to do what Nick did. Go and see that there's no kids there. Go and check it out.
And what Mr. Dexter did. Data-driven review.
Yeah.
without any preconceptions, without any prejudices, and then holding the fraudsters to account. And when he did that, he was called a racist.
Yeah.
It's astounding. It is astounding. And you said that you helped many patients, diverse patients.
Yeah.
How have those patients been harmed by this administration in Minnesota, the Walz administration?
They are all being harmed if I shut down next week.
Is that what you're up
Yeah.
against?
Well, if I haven't gotten paid now, the last date of service was December 5th. I'm over $400,000 in debt. My payroll is $250,000 every 2 weeks, and we get paid every 2 weeks. So on Sunday night, I'll know if I get any money. I haven't been paid a dime. All my claims have been held. So I'm preparing to, apparently in Minnesota too, I can't just pause services. If I pause my services, then the DHS can say, I'm sorry, you've lost your license to serve the kids through this program. So I don't know what they think we're supposed to do.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you for being here. I appreciate all the testimony. Sorry I didn't get to everybody else. There's a lot of questions. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank
Gentleman yields. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shirley, thank you for your testimony today and the work that you've done. Americans hear these numbers of the fraud that we have, and whether it's 10,000 or 10 million or 10 billion, sometimes the numbers, you almost become desensitized to it. And so the way that your video was able to show people the fraud sort of in real life actually happening, I think opened a lot of eyes and has helped to catalyze a level of scrutiny that we really should have had before. So you mentioned in your testimony that you think that what you discovered in Minnesota, that this is not isolated to that state, but likely exists in other parts of the country as well, correct?
Correct.
What makes you think that?
Well, now you're seeing, since I've posted that video, lots of other people have started to go to other locations, for instance, in Ohio or in Maine or in California. They're also seeing the similar fraud take place in other daycares, for instance, in a lot of other locations.
Yeah, I have a particular interest in California, being from that state, and we know that there's been a lot of fraud. There was $32.6 billion that's been confirmed in unemployment insurance fraud. There's 1.2 million fraudulent community college applications. Have you gotten any sense, or have you seen any signs there that sort of are similar to what aroused your suspicions in Minnesota?
Yeah, and fraud in California might be worse than the fraud in Minnesota.
What makes you say that?
Well, $24 billion went missing for homelessness. They've been trying to build this train for years, yet there's hardly anything to prove for that. Fires.
Yeah, those are good points. So you look at let's run through a couple of those. Because I mentioned the areas where we have confirmed fraud, but then you also have these areas where you have so much spending, and then we look at what results from that spending, and there's nothing. So $24 billion in homelessness, and yet the homeless population went up, and a state audit found that they couldn't even figure out where the money went or what the outcomes linked to that spending were. Is that something that is kind of a red flag for you?
Yeah, it's a major red flag, and you don't even have to be smart to be able to know that that's a red flag.
Well, unfortunately, our state legislators haven't managed to figure that out, or at least the governor hasn't. So what are you saying about him?
They're not smart. No, but yeah, I mean, it's so obvious, and that's what we saw in Minnesota is how complicit the government has been in enabling this fraud to happen. Quality Learning Center had over 90 violations, yet they continue to give that daycare $1.9 million.
Yeah, that's a great point. That there's the political accountability just hasn't been there, and that's what enables it to continue. So then you mentioned the high-speed rail as well. So there has been about $18 billion spent so far. No track has been laid, and not a single passenger has ridden the train. So when you spend $18 billion on a train and there's no train, does that raise suspicions for you?
Yes.
So you think that might be something worth looking at?
For sure.
We also had a $650 million 911 service that they scrapped after 6 years, so absolutely no value from it. Maybe that's another example where there might at least be questions.
I think you got a lot in California.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to seeing what you find. We're certainly trying to use whatever tools we have here to bring more accountability in California as well. Mr. Dexter, I wanted to also ask you a couple of questions about your work, because you have extensive experience on the law enforcement side trying to detect fraud. That's actually how in California we discovered the EDD fraud, the unemployment fraud, is it wasn't the state suddenly figuring it out. It was district attorneys who came together and investigated, and in fact pointed to the fact that the state had let this happen and failed to heed their warnings and hadn't taken basic fraud detection steps. So is this something that you encounter? Like, what kind of internal controls make it so fraud is more difficult, and what type of lack of internal controls make it so fraud is easier?
I would say the biggest thing was the fact that when we tried to investigate this, once we started bringing cases forward and it showed that the number of centers that we investigated were Somali, the biggest roadblock was the fact that they didn't want to follow through on these cases. They shut down investigations. They made us, in light of the report from this outside management firm, we spent nearly a year pulled away from our investigations because one of the things they determined was that when our unit started, we didn't have a proper case management system for recording and keeping track of the tips. So as investigators, we instead had to spend nearly a year entering past complaints made to DHS into a newly created database. We couldn't do our investigations because of that. So they kept us from doing our work, basically.
Yeah. So the states that make fraud detection a priority have less fraud than those that actively contravene efforts like yours. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Recognize the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for some UCs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article, Republicans' claims of fraud are a pretext for unpopular and drastic Medicaid cuts.
Without objection.
Thank you.
And so
Mr.
I have.
Chairman, I have some.
You have a UC? Yeah, please go ahead.
Actually, forgive me, I have a handful of them here, Mr. Chairman. The one is a letter dated October 21, 2025 from Representative Benny Thompson to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. regarding the decision to rescind the $101 million penalty imposed on Mississippi. Press release dated September 17, 2025, titled Governor Walz issues executive order directing state agencies to take additional steps to combat fraud. Executive Order 2501, titled Preventing Fraud and Establishing the Financial Crimes and Fraud section of the Department of Public Safety, signed by Governor Tim Walz, January 3rd, 2025. Article dated December 2nd, 2025, titled Trump calls Somali immigrants garbage as U.S. reportedly targets Minnesota community. Article dated January 9, 2026, titled 5 States Sue Administration for Withholding Billions in Social Safety Net Funds. Article dated January 10, 2026, titled Behind the Somali Daycare Panic is a Mother and Son Duo Angling to Become Top MAGA Influencers. Article dated December 31, 2025, titled Right-Wing YouTuber Behind Viral Minnesota Fraud Video Has Long Anti-Immigrant History. Article dated January 11, 2026, titled Fact Check What's Really Happening with Childcare Fraud in Minnesota. And finally, article dated January 13, 2026, titled The Trump Administration Says It's Cracking Down on Fraud, but it gave a red state a pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, Chair recognizes Ms. McBath again for the UC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled Trump's Child Care Fund Freezing in 5 States could cost families $400 million by Julia Cation of the Century Foundation.
Without objection, I recognize myself for a series of UCs. From Fox News, Biden clemency for convicted fraudsters met with outrage, slap in face. From CNN, victims shocked after Biden grants clemency to Kids for Cash judge and $54 million embezzler. And from Axios, Biden sets presidential record on pardons and clemency. Also, Minnesota daycare expose, journalist strikes again, and part 2 names the hub of the fraud wheel. 78th defendant charged in feeding our future fraud scheme from U.S. Attorney's Office, District of Minnesota. Suitcases filled with millions in cash flew out of MSP airport. Ex-TSA agent connects dots years later from Survival World. From the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS freezes child care and family assistance grants in 5 states for fraud concerns. From the U.S. Attorney's Office, District of Minnesota, 6 additional defendants charged. 1 defendant pleads guilty in ongoing fraud schemes. This is from the local Fox News in Minneapolis. Through the years, a decade of investigating fraud, Minnesota. U.S. Department of Homeland Security release. ICE continues arresting worst of the worst in sanctuary Minneapolis, including pedophiles, gang members, and drug traffickers. From MSN, TSA flags suspicious cash outflow at Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. From MSN, foreign ATM, Somali cash exodus from Minneapolis exponentially larger than other major U.S. airports. From Breitbart, SBA cutting off grants to Minnesota over reports of Somali fraud. Vance praises YouTuber Nick Shirley reporting on Minnesota fraud. Waltz and Omar using ICE operations to distract from fraud scandal. And from Just the News, in Somali fraud scandal, Republicans probe evidence of a blue state election scheme. From the New York Post, ringleader of $250 million Minnesota welfare fraud scandal ordered by judge to forfeit Porsche and luxury goods. From LifeZet.com, TSA whistleblower, Somalis regularly flew out with suitcases stuffed with millions in cash. From Fox News, Minnesota welfare fraud probe targets Somali Hawala money transfers. From the Star News Network, feds probe hundreds of millions in suspected Somali cash and luggage leaving Minneapolis Airport. From USCIS announces results of Operation Twin Shield, a large-scale immigration fraud investigation. From PBS, Nome says Homeland Security is investigating fraud in Minneapolis. From Cornell Law, this is the 18 USC Section 666, theft or bribery concerning programs receiving federal funds. Also, same source, 18 USC Section 641, public money, property, or records. Also, from same source, 18 U.S. Code 1001 statements or entries generally, and without objection. I now recognize myself for my 5 minutes of questioning. So, I've read all of your statements, and I do thank you, Mr. Hedler-Godet, for your recommendations. Mr. Dexter also had some recommendations. I think those are prescient. I think those are important. But I also have to bring some additional information out just because it's in my nature. I got to do it. So, Mr. Hedler-Godet, you've been talking about the IGs because you were asked about the IGs. Do you know how many cases, for instance, criminal cases are being investigated, say, by the Department of Homeland Security IG right now?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, no.
Would it surprise you if there were 650 ongoing cases with 200 of those being COVID related?
That would not surprise me, no.
And do you know how many audits they have going right now?
Nope.
They have 60 audits going right now with another 20 investigations going. That sounds to me like the IG there, at least in DHS, is not being chilled because of the appointment of temporary IGs. Am I wrong on that, or am I misconstruing that?
One thing about the DHS IG, Mr. Joseph Ghaffari, is he was actually appointed under the first Trump administration, and he has remained ever since. We actually at the Project on Government Oversight have long recommended that Mr. Ghaffari be fired because he has had a long and demonstrated track record of slow-walking investigations at DHS, particularly when it comes to abuse of force and other issues with DHS agents.
And yet the Oversight Committee for the IGs didn't adhere to that recommendation. So anyway, the point, I felt that point needed to be made. Additionally, Mr. Dexter, you looked at some of the same kind of physical evidence that Mr. Shirley looked at with regard to physical presence at the various daycare facilities that you were examining between 2014 and 2019. Is that true?
Yes.
And you saw basically the same kind of physical evidence that Mr. Shirley exposed.
That's correct.
You also looked at funding data, and you also had whistleblowers.
Yes.
And I find it interesting that somehow local news, which reported on the fraud, other local news reporters who reported on the fraud credibly agree with the findings of Mr. Shirley. Is that what you have seen as well, Mr. Dexter?
Yes. Fox 9 News in Minneapolis, they followed a lot of our cases and did stories on them.
And so I mean, the very notion of trying to discredit Mr. Shirley because he got a lot of views, or that some CBS reporter disagreed and said they couldn't find the evidence, actually, in my mind, discredits the CBS reporter. Because, I mean, I appreciate the ranking member having cited the Arizona fraud, which I also constantly cite is a massive fraud in Arizona. Not just the 2.5 billion, but there's another additional allegation of about $7 billion per year fraud in Arizona. I think there needs to be a change there. I think we need to get a handle on this, not just in Minnesota, but nationwide. Because what we've seen in Ms. Larson's case, those who are conducting themselves according to the law, delivering services, are the ones that also get punished. But if you're a fraudster, somehow you're able to keep on going. And the fraud hasn't stopped. Mr. Shirley, have you seen any evidence? You said twice today that $185 million of recipients, not one of them has been able to demonstrate that they are a legitimate business.
No, in fact, they're actually actively suing the HHS to prevent handing over any information.
Right, so they don't even want to give the information that would be required of an audit, that would be required from a separate independent investigation. They want a court to intervene and enjoin and prevent them from having to respond to this kind of investigation. Is that correct, Mr. Shirley?
That is correct.
So, I mean, this is the thing, and I think I listened to the panelists. I think everybody on the panel, I think everybody up here, we all want to stop the fraud. But the bottom line is, it's so infused with politicization that it is preventing us from just sitting down there and saying, okay, we got a symptom in Minnesota and we're going to fix it. I think the symptoms being exposed is critical because then it actually motivates people to try to get to the root cause. I'm out of time, and we have no other members here. So I just want to thank each one of you, from Mr. Dexter, Mr. Hedler-Gaudet, Mr. Shirley, and Ms. Larson, for being here and giving us your testimony. I really, really appreciate it. And I would encourage my colleagues to be better stewards and have better oversight, because otherwise Mr. Shirley's generation is going to be paying through the wazoo, which right now means $40 trillion in national debt. So thank you all. Appreciate it. We are adjourned.
Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
I think the chairwoman, I just have to say, before I pose a couple of questions to the chairman and the ranking member, but to respond to my colleague from Texas, for years I've heard my colleagues make passionate defenses of liberty and our constitutional freedoms, our rights under the Fourth Amendment. It is beyond the pale that they now stand silent as we see the images in the videos of American citizens, naturalized citizens, being thrown into ICE detention. It's outrageous. Outrageous. And it is irresponsible of the Congress, in light of what we see happening from coast to coast, to push forward a bill that does nothing to prevent these abuses. Chairman Cole, do you know how many people died in ICE custody last month?
No.
6 people died in ICE custody in the month of December. It was the deadliest month in the history of the agency. Do you know how many people died in ICE custody in 2025?
No.
32 people died in ICE custody last year, the deadliest year since 2004. The bill you proposed here includes no new standards, no new reforms to prevent these types of deaths from happening in the future, correct?
No, I don't think that is correct. There's body cams, there's additional training and de-escalation. There are genuine efforts to try and protect everybody. So no, I would not agree with that statement.
Madam Ranking Member, you care to expound?
Sure. Let me just say, we proposed, didn't hear my opening statement, but we have an agency that I believe has gone rogue. I need to make some very important points about people who have died in custody. But we asked for what I viewed as not irresponsible reforms, a prohibition on detaining or deporting U.S. citizens. It seems that that would be pretty fundamental. We asked for training and hiring standards that prohibiting the department from changing its hiring and training requirements from requirements that were in place under the prior administration. So that there were a number, actually prohibiting restrictions on recording ICE enforcement operations that we proposed. The chair is right on, there's limited use of body cams, which is all to the good. But this and
Is there a requirement, Madam Ranking Member, to use the body cams?
No.
No.
It is not a requirement.
Correct.
No. That's right. No.
So that's going back, Mr. Cole. The
Right.
point here
Right. It's not.
is, in light of the abuses that
Right, and we asked for a prohibition on the use of border patrol, that they not be engaged in the interior enforcement. Anyway, there were a raft of reforms that we thought were reasonable reforms in trying to move forward, and they were rejected.
Mr. Cole, what is your objection to language preventing ICE from arresting naturalized citizens?
Look, we put together the best bill we could that could get support from both sides of the aisle. We granted our friends a separate vote on this bill because we understand how.
What is your objection? Do you disagree with it?
Look, I don't even remember that offer, to tell you the truth. I've been dealing with 12 bills for a long time, so I don't recall it. I don't doubt it was made. I don't question it, but I don't recall it. I do recall the body cam and the training issues, and we discussed those through. So again, and most of these decisions were actually made at the subcommittee level. Honestly,
I appreciate that you two are here to testify on the whole bill. So I
yeah,
understand that.
it's actually one of the keys to success.
Subcommittee cardinals here.
May not be the appropriate way to interject, but we pushed as many decisions down as we could on both sides of the aisle. The reason being that, number one, our most informed people on the issue on each side of the aisle are on the subcommittees. They're not up. And I will just tell you, from having been around appropriations for a long time, every level you move it up, the decision becomes less informed and more political, because the people actually know one another.
I would simply say,
know the issue. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
so I do
I'll
not recall this
I hear
particular
you,
discussion.
and I will say that I think that question deserves an answer. I wish we had the subcommittee chairman here so that I could pose that question to him. But in any event, I have other questions for you, at
Mr.
least
Negotiate.
more broadly. Yes.
I could just say that, and I think that, as the chairman pointed out, the higher up you go, that they are more political decisions. And quite frankly, I believe that some of the rejection efforts came from Stephen Miller and from the White House, rather than it being discussed. Now that's, but we're faced with that, and we put together, the bill that you go as far as you can, and then you one way or another. But I believe that politicization of the effort and not looking at reasonableness in some of these efforts came from a different level.
Yeah, and I don't think this is particularly complicated. I think when you have an agency in which more people have died in its custody at any time in the last 25 years, when you have an agency in which just last month you have the deadliest month in the history of the agency, 6 people dying in its custody, that appropriating $10.3 billion more to that agency is not in the best interest of the American people. That is not complicated to me. Do I have that number right, Mr. Cole, that it's $10.3 billion? I want to make sure I got the number right.
Yes, and no, because when you say appropriate, that's not an increase. That's a flat funding.
I understand, flat funding. I get that that's your argument. That's fine.
But I think that's an important distinction. They're not getting more money through the appropriation process.
You are appropriating $10.3 billion.
That's
for the
correct.
remainder. Okay, so
that's correct.
Tell me,
Can I add one other thing, if I may?
I didn't ask a question. I haven't asked a question. I will ask you.
No, I thought you had, actually. You've asked me several.
I said, is it $10.3 billion? Is that the number in this bill? You said yes. Okay. That $10.3 billion, who profits?
What do you mean by profit?
Who profits from that $10.3 billion?
The American
allocation to
people
ICE?
profit
The
from
American
it by
people
better
profit.
security.
Do any
That's
private
why, do you
companies
want to talk about the number of assaults against ICE
Do any
agents have been?
private
The
companies
number of people that are up enormously.
Mr. Cole,
And by the way, if you're worried about security, thank God we have a secure border for a change.
do any private
There's not
companies-
12,000 people a day coming across it anymore.
I hear you.
Some of
Do-
whom are criminals, some of whom are bringing drugs. And they are
answered-
dealing with some of those people that came during the
I'll
Biden
reclaim my time.
administration.
I think I'm surprised that you won't answer it honestly. I think the ranking
I
member
think
will.
I did answer
Do
it
any
honestly.
private companies profit from the $10.3 billion that is allocated to ICE in this bill? Do they profit? Do any private corporations profit from this bill? Mr. Chairman, is that, if you don't know the answer,
I have
you can
no
say, "I don't know."
idea.
I can tell you the answer. The answer is yes. Dramatic profits, record profits. Have you heard of a company called GEO Group?
No.
It's the largest private contractor for ICE in the United States. This is a news release from their third quarter announcing record profits by virtue of the money that Republicans allocated in the reconciliation bill last year. I'm going to quote, this is from their CEO. Since the beginning of the year, we have entered into new or expanded contracts that represent over $400 million in new incremental annualized revenues that are already under contract and are expected to normalize in 2026. This represents the largest amount of new business we have won in a single year in our company's history. He's talking about the appropriations that Republicans are championing, both in the reconciliation bill and now this $10.3 billion to add to the slush fund that ICE already has. That's where the money is going, to for-profit companies. The Brennan Center has described this as a detention and deportation industrial complex. That is what you all have created. They are making money hand over fist. And I think it's reprehensible. And I think this Congress ought to do something about it. And it's clear to me this bill does nothing on that front. I will move on. Final subject and question regarding NATO. Chairman, you've been in Congress a long time. You have championed the NATO alliance. I assume you agree with me that it is not in the best interests of the United States for our country to be taking military steps to acquire Greenland.
I agree.
And if anything, you've expressed grave concerns on that front.
I do. Well, I don't think we're going to be using military means in this regard. So I don't have great concerns about it, but I certainly agree it would be inappropriate to do so.
There's an amendment that was proposed by Mr. Keating.
I'm not going to judge amendments. I don't have a vote on this panel.
Well, there is an effort afoot in the Congress to put simple language in this bill that makes clear that the appropriation to the Department of Defense cannot be used to attack a NATO ally. Why is that controversial?
There's actually very strong language in this bill extolling the importance and the value of NATO. It's in there.
I'm
It's
sure,
in the bill.
Donald Trump is going to take that with great, great consideration. That House Republicans are extolling the value
I'm
of
trying
NATO.
to
He seems
answer
be
your
listening.
question that there is language in here that affirms the importance and how critical NATO is. And I think that is then kind of understood. And that's a point, frankly, that worked on with the ranking member
Well,
and
I
our
guess
colleagues in the United States Senate, that was the statement that they wanted. And we agreed with them.
I imagine
So
that
that
a month from
statement
now,
is in the bill about the importance
I
of
will
NATO.
simply close. We've been here before. And a month from now, when this administration takes another unlawful and unconstitutional action, maybe this time in Greenland, we'll point back to the language that you all fought to secure that extols the virtues of NATO as the basis for the administration deciding that at the end of the day, they don't really need to worry about the Congress and the Congress's ability to rein in the administration from taking steps that would violate the Constitution. That's my view, and I'll be voting against the bill for that reason. I yield back. All right, I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania for a unanimous consent request.
Sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Scanlon.
Just with respect to some comments Mr. Roy made, I wanted to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Minnesota Public Radio about criminals that ICE is taking credit for arresting were already in Minnesota prisons. Many of the ones that they're claiming they're taking the worst of the worst off the streets. In fact, more than half of a recent report were people that were turned over because they were already in prison. So that's January 17, 2026, Minnesota Public Radio.
Without objection, Ms. Scanlon.
Okay, one other from the Washington Post
Yes, ma'am.
today. ICE is targeting off-duty police officers in the Twin Cities, stopping people of color who serve in law enforcement in the Twin Cities. And so that's from today from the Washington Post.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Without objection.
Thank you.
And assess priorities for calendar year 2026 for the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, Transportation Security Administration, and Science and Technology Directorate. Chair reminds all members that the chair will enforce the rules of decorum at all times and urges all members to be mindful of their remarks. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. Today, we are conducting oversight of the Department of Homeland Security, focusing on TSA, CISA, and the Science and Technology Directorate, otherwise known as S&T. Nearly 25 years ago, 19 hijackers exploited significant vulnerabilities in our commercial aviation system. The Al-Qaeda terrorist attack on September 11, 2001 killed nearly 3,000 Americans and changed our nation forever. Our transportation system, among other critical systems, demanded accountability and hardened security to ensure a horrific event would never happen again. In response, Congress enacted the Aviation and Transportation Security Act to establish TSA and grant DHS flexible operational authority, allowing it to prepare for and respond to an ever-evolving threat landscape. Over the past 2 decades, threats facing our nation's aviation, transportation, and critical infrastructure have only risen. Today's risks are far more diverse, complex, and technologically advanced, and the motivations and methods of our adversaries have shifted rapidly with emerging technologies. Threats posed by lone wolf actors, radicalized individuals, and homegrown extremists have only increased. Transnational criminal organizations pose a significant threat by exploiting the transportation system to traffic humans, drugs, weapons, and illicit goods. Traditional terror tactics have given way to more sophisticated methods of attack. Cybersecurity is now at the forefront of these conversations, with adversaries attempting to take down our transportational systems through digital means. Similarly, the potential for coordinated attacks using drones to disrupt flights or deliver explosives represents a new and growing frontier of security threats. Sophisticated foreign adversaries, including the People's Republic of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, are actively targeting our digital systems that underpin essential services, economic activity, and national security. These state-directed campaigns are designed to position hostile actors for strategic disruption and coercion. Rapid advances in emerging technologies, including AI, are further accelerating the scale, speed, and sophistication of these cyber operations. In cyberspace, the United States is operating in a highly contested environment. Congress created CISA to serve as the nation's lead civilian cyber defense agency to meet this reality. CISA's responsibilities included securing federal civilian networks, supporting owners and operators of critical infrastructure, and coordinating with the private sector to reduce systemic cyber risk. That mission has grown more consequential as adversaries become more capable, patient, and willing to operate inside U.S. networks for extended periods of time. CISA's authorities extend across a variety of sectors, including energy, water, communications, healthcare, transportation, and financial services. This committee has been clear about CISA's expectations. It is not a policy, think tank, nor a messaging agency. Its mandate is operational. When that mandate is carried out with discipline and focus, the agency earns bipartisan support in Congress and confidence from the industry. When it does not, that confidence erodes. Over the past year, CISA has faced real operational challenges. Those challenges include rapidly evolving threat landscape, the scope of the agency's responsibility in an increasingly digital world, and organizational adjustments. As with any agency responsible for our national security, it is critical these changes do not degrade readiness, responsiveness, or mission delivery. This committee supports the administration's goal of aligning department resources towards urgent homeland security priorities. At the same time, workforce continuity, clear leadership, and mission readiness are essential to effective cyber defenses. Professionals at CISA are some of the most experienced cybersecurity experts in the federal government, and preserving that expertise must remain a priority. We are encouraged by the President's decision to renominate Mr. Sean Planky as Director of CISA. Mr. Planky is a respected national security professional with decades of experience. His confirmation will provide long-needed stability and strategic direction at CISA, which has operated without it for far too long. This committee's oversight of CISA is grounded in respect for its mission and confidence in its workforce. Lastly, several major high-profile events are set to unfold across the U.S., including the 2026 FIFA World Cup, America 250, and the 2028 LA Olympics. These events will only increase the volume and complexity of threats facing the homeland, and DHS must be prepared to respond. Trump administration, to its credit, has taken strong steps to prioritize strengthen our nation's security systems. However, modernization of TSA, CISA, and S&T will require sustained congressional support. As Chairman of Homeland Security Committee, it is my priority to ensure we support and invest in the next generation of technologies and adopt highly innovative and effective security approaches given the challenges facing the department and our country. This hearing provides an important opportunity to assess how TSA, CISA, and S&T are carrying out their missions. We look forward to hearing from our witnesses and engaging in constructive dialogue about how Congress can effectively support security, operational excellence, and accountability across the department. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our DHS personnel who keep us safe every day, including our dedicated cybersecurity professionals, our innovative researchers and scientists, and our brave TSA security officers who work on the front lines to protect the traveling public and who continue to do so even without pay during the nation's longest shutdown last year. I'm confident that by working together, we can break through the challenges of today and prepare for threats of tomorrow. The stakes for the American people could not be higher. Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member, a gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for holding today's hearing on oversight of the Department of Homeland Security. Congressional Republicans' oversight of the Trump administration has been dismal this Congress. Republicans have had administration witnesses before this committee the fewest times in any recent administration's first year. Most of that was on the watch of the prior chairman, who was, to my favorite phase of his, derelict in his duty to bring Trump administration officials before the committee. This hearing is a step in the right direction. The Trump administration has created serious issues at TSA, CISA, and DHS, S&T that need to be addressed. Committee Democrats are committed to taking a hard look at those issues, from President Trump's slashing the CISA workforce to Secretary Kristi Noem's unlawful rescinding union rights for frontline transportation security officers, to the administration cutting programs that leverage university-based research to address critical homeland security challenges. But none of those things can be the sole focus of our oversight right now, because President Trump and Secretary Noem have weaponized DHS against the American people and are wreaking havoc in Minneapolis and other communities across this country. It's an absolute disgrace that ICE isn't here today in wake of the shooting death of Renee Good at the hands of an ICE agent. Mr. Chairman, as you know, I've asked for ICE Acting Director Lyons to appear at today's hearing. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record my letter to you dated January 14th, 2026, requesting Acting Directors Lyons appear before the committee without delay. I want to thank you for issuing that invitation, but committee Democrats and I are outraged that ICE refused to appear today. Ms. Good was a wife, mother of 3 young children, a devout Christian, and a U.S. citizen. We all seen the shooting video with our own eyes. Ms. Good certainly did not deserve to be killed by her own government. She should be alive today. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I ask for a moment of silence in memory of Renee Good. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, in the wake of Ms. Good's killing, ICE has an obligation to appear and answer members' questions. Her tragic killing needs to be thoroughly investigated, and everyone involved, from the ICE officer who pulled the trigger to the president and secretary who sent them to Minneapolis, must be held accountable. DHS also needs to be held accountable for its out-of-control immigration operation, creating chaos in communities like Los Angeles, Chicago, New Orleans, and Minneapolis, terrorizing people from all walks of life and hurting U.S. citizens and immigrants alike. Mr. Chairman, in order to ensure that ICE appears before the committee pursuant to Clause 2J1 of House Rule 11, I'm providing you with a letter signed by every Democratic member of the committee requesting testimony from Acting Director Lyons. I ask unanimous consent that this Minority Day letter be submitted for the record. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I understand that you intend to hold a series of oversight hearings with DHS officials. I look forward to ICE being before the committee at our next hearings. Democrats insist on that. Never has oversight and accountability been more necessary than it is now. President Trump and Secretary Noem are doing real damage to this country and to the department that was stood up in the wake of 9/11 to protect Americans from future attacks. Unfortunately, President Trump and Secretary Noem have established a corrupt, above-the-law culture at DHS, and Noem has enriched herself and her allies at taxpayers' expense. She has awarded multiple no-bid contracts to close associates and siphoned $240 million of taxpayers' money to companies connected to her top advisor and close confidant, Corey Lewandowski, as well as to her spokesperson husband. She fast-tracked a contract worth almost $1 billion to a company led by a Trump donor, and she's living rent-free in the U.S. Coast Guard housing designated for military members. She has also abused her power as secretary. She's acknowledged cherry-picking, which court orders departments will comply with, contrary to the rule of law. She's used access to disaster funds to punish political foes, illegally withholding congressionally authorized disaster funds. She has obstructed congressional oversight, barring members from visiting ICE detention facilities and refusing to respond to oversight letters and requests. In short, she has enriched herself, abused the power of her office, obstructed congressional oversight, and violated her oath of office to the Constitution. Never has oversight of the Department of Homeland Security been more important, and never has holding an administration accountable been more necessary. Be assured that accountability is coming. Accountability is coming, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I am pleased to have highly distinguished panel witnesses before us today, and as the ranking member knows, we have talked about doing other oversight hearings, and that is the intent of this committee to do what Congress is meant to do and conduct oversight. And I'm pleased today that we have our first panel of DHS officials here. DHS is a big department, and there should be several of these, and we will have several of these. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, I ask that the witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you all. Please be seated. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Mr. Pedro Allende is Undersecretary for Science and Technology, leading the department's research and development efforts and serving as Science Advisor to the Secretary. Previously, he served as Florida's Secretary of Management Services and has held roles at DHS and the Department of Energy and Labor. Mr. Madhu Gautamkala serves as the Acting Director and Deputy Director for the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, a role in which he helps to lead CISA's mission to understand, manage, and reduce risk to cyber and physical infrastructure. Prior to his appointment, he served as the Commissioner and Chief Information Officer for South Dakota's Bureau of Information and Technology. Ms. Ha Nguyen McNeil is Deputy Administrator of the Transportation Security Agency, a role in which she is performing the duties of administrator to advance TSA's mission to secure the nation's transportation system and improve operational effectiveness. Previously, she served as Acting President, Commercial, and Vice President of Digital Identity Growth at Big Bear AI. Ms. McNeil also served as TSA Chief of Staff from 2017 to 2019. Thank all the witnesses for being here today. I now recognize Mr. Allende for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Thompson, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am honored to serve as Undersecretary for Science and Technology at the Department of Homeland Security, and I appreciate the committee's continued oversight and engagement with our work. The Science and Technology Directorate plays a unique role within DHS. We are the department's research, development, test, and evaluation organization, responsible for anticipating emerging threats, identifying technology opportunities, and ensuring that DHS components have access to solutions that are timely, effective, and responsible. Our work is grounded in the simplest measure of success, whether technology transitions into the real-world use are effectuated, and whether they measurably improve mission outcomes. In my short tenure as Undersecretary, I've focused on listening to the operators across the department to understand where technology is helping today, where it can help fill certain gaps. Those conversations reinforce a consistent message. Technology must be operationally relevant. It must be rigorously tested and delivered with discipline. Research alone is not enough. Capability must reach the operators in the field. To meet that standard, S&T works closely with the components from the earliest stages of development, and we assess emerging threats, evaluate existing commercial solutions, and apply systems engineering and test and evaluation to reduce risk before acquisition decisions are made. When a private sector solution can meet mission needs, that is our preference. We prioritize adopting those solutions and adapting them in order to accelerate delivery to the field and frankly to steward taxpayer dollars effectively and responsibly. At the same time, the threat environment facing our homeland is increasingly dynamic and technology driven. From unmanned aircraft systems to cyber-enabled threats to risks to critical infrastructure, S&T's role is to look ahead while supporting today's operations. And that means engaging with industry, with academia, national laboratories and FFRDCs, and interagency partners to ensure that DHS remains prepared for the future without losing focus of today's challenges. Ultimately, my goal as Undersecretary is to ensure that S&T remains a trusted partner to DHS components, one that delivers capabilities that work in the field, supports informed decision-making, and strengthens the security of the American homeland. I look forward to discussing our work with the committee this morning and to answering your questions. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Gautamkala for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Madhu Gautamkala, and I serve as the Acting Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. Before joining the federal government, I oversaw statewide technology and cybersecurity operations for the state of South Dakota. Earlier in my career, I worked across the wireless, telecom, and health technology sectors. Those experiences shaped how I approached the role with a practical understanding of how state and local governments and critical infrastructure operators experience risk on the ground. I'm honored that the President and Secretary Noem asked me to lead this agency. Since arriving last May, I have been proud to see the professionalism, talent, and deep mission commitment of the CISA workforce each and every day. I'm also grateful for this committee's continued bipartisan support and for the authorities Congress has provided to enable CISA's mission. Over the past year, and under President Trump's leadership and Secretary Noem's guidance, CISA has remained squarely focused on the mission Congress intended when the agency was established, that is, supporting, strengthening, and securing the nation's critical infrastructure from cyber and physical threats. That mission is operational and outcome-driven. Every day, CISA's people work to protect the financial systems, safeguard pipelines, and ensure the digital and physical infrastructure Americans rely on can withstand disruption. In 2025, CISA made meaningful progress in an increasingly aggressive threat environment. We strengthened our ability to detect and respond to cyber threats, deepened collaboration across government and industry, and shared threat information and mitigation guidance faster and in more integrated ways. As a result, CISA supported more than 4,000 victims of cyber incidents, published over 1,600 cybersecurity products, shared more than 2,500 threat and incident reports, and triaged over 30,000 incidents through our 24/7 operations center. These efforts reduced real-world impact and helped ensure Americans could continue to rely on the essential services. As the operational lead for federal civilian cybersecurity, CISA worked very closely with departments and agencies to promote risk-based policies and best practices to respond to the evolving threats. In 2025, we issued 3 emergency directives to address critical vulnerabilities and cyber threats. We also scaled the endpoint detection and response technology to over 60 agencies and more than 500,000 endpoints, giving analysts near real-time visibility to detect and stop those advanced threats. In early 2025 alone, CISA blocked more than 1.7 billion malicious connections on federal networks, including 142 million targeting the critical infrastructure. CISA also continued delivering security directly to the state, local, tribal, and territorial governments, a mission that is very personal to me given my time serving in the state level. With a nationwide presence across the 10 regions, we provided tailored training, technical assistance, and planning support, recognizing that many of our partners operate with limited budgets and staffing. To help address this, in August 2025, the Department of Homeland Security released funding opportunities under the state and local cybersecurity grant program and the tribal cybersecurity grant program, making available over $100 million to help reduce the cybersecurity risk nationwide. Physical security remains a no-fail mission for the agency. In fiscal year 2025, CISA delivered more than 1,000 counter IED and risk mitigation training courses to over 26,000 participants, strengthening the preparedness, awareness, and also the response capabilities. We are also actively preparing for the major national and international events, including the FIFA World Cup, America 250, and the 2028 Olympic Games. In April, CISA convened more than 730 participants from over 40 agencies at the Lincoln Financial Field for a full-scale exercise of the World Cup. That exercise produced concrete improvements in coordination, communication, and public safety. As we enter 2026, CISA is executing a mission-first approach. We are launching targeted initiatives to close the most pressing risk gaps facing the critical infrastructure, particularly where cyber threats intersect with real-world consequences. We are prioritizing what works, eliminating duplication, and ensuring that every product and service directly advances CISA's regulatory mission and aligns with the administration's goals of efficiency, accountability, and impact. This includes incorporating the industry and congressional feedback into the final rule for the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act. It also includes modernizing how we engage with critical infrastructure partners by replacing CPAC with a more streamlined and effective engagement framework. Finally, we recognize that a disciplined mission requires the right workforce, not a larger one, but a more capable and a skilled one. In 2026, CISA will continue targeted hiring in mission-critical roles while remaining aligned with the broader efforts to control costs and maximize return. Under President Trump's leadership and Secretary Noem's guidance, CISA remains committed to being a focused, efficient, and accountable agency, one that executes the mission Congress assigned and delivers real security outcomes for the American people. Thank you again for your support, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gunmakala. I now recognize Ms. McNeil for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Thompson, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to testify before you today on behalf of the Transportation Security Administration. I'm honored to be here and grateful for the longstanding and productive partnerships TSA shares with this committee and Congress. I would like to start by thanking TSA employees for their unrelenting efforts day in and day out to secure the nation's transportation systems. TSA is an agile security agency embodied by a dedicated and professional workforce that work around the clock to outmatch an increasingly sophisticated and dynamic threat. TSA's greatest assets is its people, and I want to sincerely thank them. From our transportation security officers and canine handlers to our federal air marshals, these men and women embody the agency's core values. They work through the longest government shutdown in American history, many without pay and experiencing personal financial hardships. Their commitment to the TSA mission and to the traveling public is unparalleled. Under the leadership of President Trump and Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, TSA is laser focused on delivering for the American people. The upcoming World Cup, America 250, and 2028 Olympics present an enormous opportunity to boldly transform transportation security in the United States and usher in President Trump's vision for a new golden age of travel. Achieving these priorities starts with deploying upgraded, state-of-the-art technology to our over 430 commercial airports nationwide, focusing on our core mission of transportation security and harnessing our collective investment power and innovation through robust public-private partnerships. Last year, passenger volumes at airports reached record highs, recording 8 out of the top 10 busiest days in TSA's history. In 2025, TSA screened 907 million passengers, 480 million checked bags, and 2.1 billion carry-on bags. With the transportation sector remaining a top target for bad actors and continued year-over-year passenger volume growth, it is more critical than ever to have a technologically advanced, seamless, and secure aviation system. I would like to thank the committee for its strong support of the agency's critical aviation security programs, including 2 I would like to highlight. First, the Screening Partnership Program, through which TSA is working closely with airports and industry to incentivize investment in more tailored, innovative solutions to strengthen security. And second, the One Stop Security Pilot Program, which significantly improves international aviation security and streamlines the transfer process for passengers inbound to the US with a connecting flight. In addition to strong partnerships, we must invest in modernizing our security technology. One avenue to achieving this is for Congress to expand the amount and scope of the Aviation Security Capital Fund. Starting in 2004, Congress authorized the first $250 million in revenue collected each year from the passenger security fee to go to TSA's capital fund to be used for checked baggage technology. That amount has not been adjusted or raised in 21 years, with the next $1.6 billion in the fee revenue going to annual national deficit reduction. If Congress were to return the funds collected to be used for its intended purpose, passenger security, and expand it to include checkpoint technology, TSA could significantly shorten its technology deployment timeframes, improving both security and the passenger experience. TSA is committed to making the airport experience smooth and stress-free for the traveling public, including military personnel and American families traveling with children. Last year, we established the Serve with Honor, Travel with Ease program, which provides screening lanes for active duty military personnel and their families, as well as the Families on the Fly program, with dedicated lanes for families. With the strong leadership of President Trump and Secretary Noem, coupled with continued support from Congress and industry partners, we can transform aviation security and return America to being the world's #1 travel destination. Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Thompson, and distinguished members of the committee, it is a privilege to testify before you today. I thank you for your support of TSA and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. McNeil. The committee will now, I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions, but I want to, because it's an oversight hearing and we do have, I want to make sure everybody can ask their questions. I will entertain unanimous consent at the end, like we did last time. So we will accept them all, just we want to do it at the end. So there's enough time for everyone to ask questions, because we do have a 2 o'clock, very important 2 o'clock hearing that Chairman Guest is running. So I want to make sure that that starts on time as well. So I will start. Dr. Ganamukala, it's been a year now in the Trump administration, and there's been some major shakeups at CISA, specifically with some RIPs. And there's been a lot of changes, but the agency still remains responsible for defending the federal civilian networks, supporting state and local partners, and coordinating with critical infrastructure sectors under sustained targeting by foreign adversaries. I have said it publicly, I know a lot of other members on this committee have said it publicly, that any organizational restructuring must reinforce CISA's ability to execute its core mission and should be done so in coordination with Congress. There have been reports that there are planned reorganization efforts for CISA. Can you please describe what, if any, organizational changes you as acting director are planning to make in the months ahead, and if there are any that you have already done?
Chairman Garbarino, thank you for the question. I want to start by saying that CISA is trying to get back on its mission, which is protecting the critical infrastructure security from physical and cyber threats. CISA is a young agency, and we have grown, and as we continue to mature, and as we are rescoping, as you have suggested, sir, we do have a lot of changes in the last year, but we do not have or planned any organizational changes. And but we are continuing to look at how we rescope our existing work that we have, and so that we can get back on our mission of protecting the critical infrastructure. And if there is any organizational changes, I will assure that we will communicate with you.
So as of now, you don't have any planned reorganizational changes that will be coming to CISA?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And I just wanted to reiterate, you just said you will be sure to notify Congress of any intents to reorganize CISA.
Absolutely, sir. We want to make sure that our resources are aligned with the statutory authorities that you have given us, and we will make sure that we'll work with you.
Wonderful. Do you have the proper staffing right now to fulfill CISA's mission?
Chairman Gardner, thank you for the question. We have the staff that we need for the mission that we want to protect. So yes, we have, and like any other situation we do have, or at regular attrition, we use our hiring authorities to make sure that we go back and get back to our mission, and we are protecting the nation every single day.
And you are in the process of hiring for specific positions right now?
We have, we always use our hiring authorities that we have, sir, and we are making sure that we have the right skills and the right talent that we need across our mission areas.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to follow up also, the Cyber Incident Reporting Critical Infrastructure Act, or SIA, was signed into law nearly 4 years ago. I was one of the co-leads on it. And the final regulations were supposed to be in October of 2025. The deadline has now slipped to May 2026. I'm happy with that, actually, because a lot of us did not like what was coming out of the rulemaking. There was supposed to be, I remember the secretary last year said that there was going to be possible ex parte process to update the rule. I just want to know where is CISA right now in the rulemaking? Has there been an ex parte process? Are they getting closer to the congressional intent that we had when we passed the bill originally?
Chairman Garbino, thank you for the question. The CERCIA that you are referring to, the Cyber Incident Reporting for the Critical Infrastructure Act of 2022, what it does, sir, is it requires the covered critical infrastructure entities to report any significant cyber incidents, ransomware payments to CISA, so the government can identify threats faster and assist victims more effectively, and be able to warn others before the attacks are spread.
I'm going to interrupt you because I'm running out of time, but I want to make sure, is it on schedule to come out, and have you been working with the private sector to address the concerns that came out in the original rulemaking process?
Chairman Garbino, absolutely, we are working very hard to make sure that we are getting towards the closure line. We did not miss the deadline due to inaction. It was a deliberate decision driven by substance. Some of the key drivers are we have about 280 plus detailed public comments, and we have the stakeholder engagement that is ongoing and extensive. And we want to make sure that the protection for companies is there, and we are making sure that there is not a burden on the people that are making those requirements.
I appreciate it. I've run out of time. I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Kind of taking off on where you started off with respect to CISA staffing. Congressman McCall and myself supported CISA becoming a part of DHS for all the right reasons. And you said there are no organizational changes, that you're able to accomplish the mission. How many vacancies do you have right now in CISA?
So our headcount as of ranking member Thompson, thank you again. Question for we have about 2,400 plus employees at CISA, and we have the required workforce that does the mission support every day.
I need the numbers. How many are you short?
We have the normal attrition like any other federal agency, sir, which is 7.5% approximately this past year. And that is significantly less than the previous prior years and as compared to the other federal agencies as well. But in general, we have the required authorities to make sure that we go back to our hiring authorities and be able to hire the required talent.
I appreciate it, but your staff has been cut by 1/3. Is that not true?
Ranking Member Thompson, what we had is a workforce transition program, and people who left the organization, they participated voluntarily. And we have the required staff that is supporting the mission that we do.
I'm sure you're going to say that. I'm just trying to get to a number that you started with and what the president cut. I mean, it should be easy for you to just come up and say, I lost 1/3 of my people, but I'm able to accomplish the mission.
Understood, sir. Ranking Member Thompson, the way, let me clarify this. As of January 20th, 2025, our CISA workforce was 3,389 plus. At the end of December, we were at 2,389. And we have the workforce transition, like I said, and we have the normal attrition. But like I said, the way we are supporting back on mission is to make sure that we are protecting our critical infrastructure from physical and cyber threats, and our divisions are properly equipped. And we are making sure that we are aligning our existing resources.
Thank you very much. But you provided a November memo that said, contrary to what you're telling the committee. So we will send a letter to you asking for the specific numbers that you're short. And just tell us. That's the only thing. But this leads me to another issue, since you wouldn't give me the number that I asked. Are you aware that you reportedly failed a counterintelligence polygraph test?
Ranking Member Thompson, I do not accept the premise of that characterization. And I'm not going to discuss the testing outcomes or clearance matters in an open session. Those issues are handled through the DHS adjudication processes, which are currently underway.
Did you fail the test, yes or no?
So like I said, I do not accept the premise of that characterization, and I understand why people ask that question, and I'm mindful that situations like this affect people, which is why I'm respecting the process and keeping the mission steady, sir.
Yeah, but you're in a very sensitive area, and CISA is important to us, and I think we need to have people who are in that space that pass the standard test. So, I mean, we'll pursue that a little later, but I was just looking for a yes or no answer. If you took the test and passed it, fine. If you didn't, that's a problem. But I can't get an answer one way or the other out of you, and we'll go forward with that. Are you aware
of the chief information officers at CISA that you are at present trying to get rid of or have gotten rid of?
Ranking Member Thompson, thank you for the question. Individual personal matters are not made, the decisions are not made in vacuum. It is a leadership level at the highest levels. And we work according to how we see the roles fit, but I'm not here to comment on.
I understand. Last question, Mr. Chairman. Are you aware of a SCIF being planned and paid for by DHS to be built in South Dakota?
Ranking Member Thompson, thank you for the question. I don't know the full specifics of who is building, what is building, but I think it is not federally funded by us, which means we will probably be supporting in terms of like any other SCIF that we have, irrespective of what the location is.
So you don't know anything about it?
Yes, sir. Of course, I know that there is propositions for a SCIF like any other location.
Mr. Chair, I'll follow up with some more questions for the witness. I yield back.
Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Let me just say first, when I was chairman of this committee, 2015, we passed the Cyber Information Sharing Act. The ranking member and I did together. It's been a very bipartisan issue. 2018, we passed the Cyber Security and Information Security Agency permanent authorization. And the reason why I'm going through this legislative history, it's very important to know what is still authorized today and what is not. One of the most critical pieces of CISA, as we imagined in Congress, was to share information with the private sector, not only to the private sector, but from the private sector, which holds about 80% of the cyber threat information. Would you agree with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that was vitally important as the authors of this agency. And we had quite a battle with, I have to say, with House Intelligence over whether this should be warehoused under the National Security Agency, which is not a civilian agency to interact with the private sector. We thought a civilian agency would be the better fit. I like to think that we were right about that. But then the goal was to expand the capabilities so that you could meet those requirements. Do you feel that you have those capabilities today?
Sir, the CISA 2015, the Cyber Security Information Sharing Act of 2015 that you're referring to, it provides the legal foundation for cyber threat information sharing between the federal government and the private sector, and it remains one of the most important authorities for defending the U.S. Critical infrastructure against increasingly sophisticated cyber threats.
Okay. So now let me go back to the authorizations, because this is really important for the committee members to know that now CISA, the agency, was permanently authorized, so there's no expiration. However, there is one on the Cyber Information Sharing Act, which was brought about by a compromise with various members who would not vote for it unless we put that expiration term in there. So as of now, it is no longer authorized. It was temporarily reauthorized in the CR, which will expire January 30th. So if I could correct myself, it will expire on January 30th of this year. Mr. Garbarino and Mr. Thompson introduced a reauthorization that passed in the Homeland Approach Bill, but did not go to the Senate. It is not in the Homeland Approach that we're voting on this week. My question to you is, while you still have appropriations to the majority, I think, of your agency, I think if not all, to not be authorized, to have a lapse in authorization at this point in time where the cyber threat is far greater today than when Mr. Thompson and I first created the agency and the Information Sharing Act. In addition, coupled with the World Cup FIFA events coming up, the Olympics and the anniversary or 250th anniversary of the Republic. How does that harm your efforts to protect the nation?
Congressman, thank you again. Like I said, I personally support, and DHS also supports the long-term reauthorization of the CISA 2015. And I understand that the act expires Jan 30th. And one of the strengths of CISA is the partnership and collaboration with the private sector. And the private sector understands that this will be extended through the continuing resolution. And like we have worked with Chairman Garbarino and the committee and the widespread information.
If I could, my time's going to expire, but this is not your fault. This is Congress's fault. And it's incumbent. I think the House has done its job, but the Senate has not done their job on this. And so it's vitally important, and this is a message to the Senate, that when we do pass this, again, that the Senate reauthorize your mission. Otherwise, your ability to collect 80% of the threat information from the private sector is gone. You're no longer authorized to do that by law. And so that is why that is so important, sir. And this is always, as Mr. Thompson knows, always been a bipartisan issue. I really hope, I don't have any doubt on my colleagues on the other side of the aisle or in the House, we're going to get this done, but the Senate, for the sake of the nation and our security, needs to act on this. It is highly irresponsible. And quite frankly, it's just downright dangerous what they're doing. And they're playing games with something that's very serious. And with that, I now recognize who's next on this? Yeah. Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. Dr. Meadow, if I may, I wanted to follow up with some of the questions and thoughts, directions of the chairman and the ranking member. You said, correct me if I'm wrong, a third of your people have left voluntarily?
About 806 people, sir, yes.
Third. It was just stated from both sides of the aisle that the threat, cyber threat, is ever increasing. It's even worse now. When I go home, I get stories from local vendors that they've been hacked. I get stories that they're essentially being held to ransom because somebody from outside the country has got to them. From that level up to Colonial Pipeline, cyber threats everywhere. Your agency lost a third of their staff. We're about to vote on a bill that cuts your funding by about $270 million. Is that correct, sir? Yes, no, maybe? You're under oath, by the way.
Congressman, thank you. I appreciate the.
Yes or no?
I have to look, sir. You
haven't looked at it yet.
We have a president's budget of $2.5 billion.
Are we about to cut your budget by $270 million? Vote to do that. Are we, yes or no? Yes or no?
I don't have.
We are. Just watch the votes in the next couple of days. And yet you've said that you can still do your mission, your assignment to defend this country satisfactorily. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
Congressman.
Yes or no? Do we need more resources?
Congressman, we are.
Yes or no? Do you need more resources, sir? You're under oath.
Congressman.
Can you assure the public of this country that based on all these cuts, you've lost a third of your personnel, we're about to cut your budget, that you can still do your job? Yes or no?
Congressman, thank you for the question.
Yes or no?
Sir,
thank you very much. I've got 2.5 minutes left. If you could answer that to me in writing later on, I'd appreciate it. Ms. McNeil, thank you for being here today. Quick history. TSA, Homeland Security. Department of Homeland Security was created as a result of 9/11. That cowardly attack on our country that cost us thousands of lives. We don't want to see that repeated again. If I remember correctly, hijackers, terrorists broke into the cabin of a number of airline flights on that day, took command, control of airplanes, and used them as weapons against the United States. Is that correct, more or less?
That's correct.
Do you have the resources today to defend against something like that?
We do, sir. Since the establishment of TSA, we've taken a concerted, layered approach to aviation security.
Recently, if I may, reassignment of some of your personnel to ICE and CBP over the last year or so. Is that correct? You've lost about 250 air marshals who are randomly on airplanes on commercial flights to prevent another 9/11 from happening. Those folks are now assisting in ICE removals. Does that not concern you? Or you think you're still okay doing your job of defending this great country against another hijacking attack?
Yes, we do, Congressman, and the federal air marshals today are more agile than at any time before.
Well, they're agile, but do you have the personnel to actually carry out your mission?
Yes, and they are deployed based on risk on our flights. They also offer ground-based security, and yes, they do support our colleagues across DHS to advance the national security and transportation security mission that includes our colleagues at ICE, as you mentioned, also the Secret Service.
If I may, I have less than half a minute left. If you can answer this question for me in writing, you're focused more on investment in technology. I like to focus on trained personnel. Sounds like we're cutting back on personnel and trying to focus more on technology. I think it's a combination of both. But if you can explain to me how we can assure this country, our citizens, that they are safer today than they were back in 9/11. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My time is up and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guess, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. McNeil, thank you for being here. Thank you for the dedicated men and women who serve under your command. Particularly want to thank you in light that those men and women work for a period of 6 weeks without being paid, as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle chose to shut down the federal government. But they continue to come to work. They continue to protect the traveling people. So thank you for their professionalism, for their dedication, for their hard work, particularly in a time where you talk about in the statistics that you gave that last year passenger volume reached record high. You say in your opening statement that 8 of the 10 busiest traveling days were last year, and that the men and women who serve under TSA, that they screened over 906 million passengers, 480 million check bags, and 2.1 billion carry-on bags, all for 6 weeks without getting paid, continuing to do their duty to the traveling public. You also mentioned in your opening statements some challenges, opportunities that lie ahead. Those include the 2026 World Cup, where we know that people will be coming from across the globe to America to enjoy soccer and the World Cup being hosted here. America 250 also next year. And then 2028, we know that the Olympics will be held in California. And once again, we will have individuals coming from across the globe here, coming to America to enjoy those events. And so I want to talk a little bit about, and you mentioned this in your statement, I know this is something that is near and dear to the chairman, the passenger security fee diversion. For now, some 20 years, we've seen a diversion of those funds that were originally set up $5.60 for a one-way ticket, $11.20 for a round-trip ticket, for reinvestment back into aviation security. We know that some 20 years ago, before most of us were here in Congress, that a decision was made to divert some of those fees. And that diversion now totals roughly $1.6 billion a year. Also in your statement, not only we talk about the diversion of those fees, but we talk about the Aviation Security Capital Fund, which also was established some 20 some odd years ago, originally $250 million was set aside in revenue to screen luggage that is checked by passengers. And we've seen that that number has not increased now for 20 years. You talk about the fact that we are in need of, returning those diverted fees back to TSA, putting that money back into aviation security, which is what it was created for. And you also talk in your opening statement about the need to increase the aviation security capital fund. So I want to give you just a minute, if you could, to expound on both of those.
Absolutely. And Congressman, I thank you for recognizing the workforce, because seeing them turn up day in and day out throughout that government shutdown was nothing short of inspiring. And they kept our skies safe for the traveling public and did so with absolute commitment to the TSA mission. It is our responsibility to ensure that they have the best tools at their disposal to do the job that we are asking them to do. And that is why investment in technology is so critical. We are facing year-over-year volume growth at our checkpoints in infrastructure-constrained environments. The only way that we're going to be able to maintain our security posture and improve our security posture and deliver an increasingly improved passenger experience is through that combination of our human talent and technology. And that is what we are looking to work with this Congress to do, to ensure that the Passenger Security Fund is used for those purposes. I would say that there are several different buckets of technology advancements that we would want to ensure that we're investing in. One is that cutting-edge screening technology at the checkpoint that we all experience when we fly through the airports, making sure that that is detecting threats adequately as we face an evolving adversary and threat environment. Second is around identity verification, right? One of the cornerstones of our aviation security system is knowing who is coming through our checkpoints and doing that adequate vetting so we know who they are before they even show up. And then third is really bringing our checkpoint into the 21st century and providing that IT infrastructure so that we can really drive improvements on a continual basis to our checkpoints.
Ms. McNeil, thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for this hearing. Ms. McNeil, I have the honor of representing Detroit Metro Airport, Michigan's busiest airport and one of the largest airline hubs in the world. Given that I represent Detroit, which prides itself on its long history of blue-collar contributions to our great nation, you must also know that I am a strong supporter of unions, organized labor, and collective bargaining rights. In March, TSA announced it would be stripping the collective bargaining rights through the American Federation of Government Employees for TSA personnel, but was blocked by the courts. In December, TSA tried again to strip collective bargaining rights and were again blocked by the courts. Earlier last year, you were questioned regarding the role of TSA and if you believed that TSA should be privatized. You said that nothing is off the table. In July, TSA announced it would be seeking private sector assistance for the development and deployment of turnkey solutions for use at the airport security checkpoints. Many speculate that this announcement means that the TSA is seeking to replace its personnel with private sector security, a common union-busting tactics. Ms. McNeil, I have very little time, so just a yes or no question. Do you value the work of our hardworking TSA personnel?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. Yes, absolutely. And in my opening statement, I stated that TSA's greatest assets are its people.
Now, if you believe that their work is so valuable, why are you seeking to make their jobs harder by getting rid of collective bargaining rights, which would help them with job security, safe working conditions, and ensuring accountability in the workplace?
the existence of a collective bargaining agreement is inconsistent with the mission that TSA has to perform and the agility with which we need to run this agency. And our employees know that. And actually the accountability of ensuring that we don't have 200 personnel that are doing non-screening work is in place, and returning them to the checkpoint is actually better for our employees and the morale.
Well, look,
Time and again.
Look, this is hardworking men and women.
Yes, they
They're
are.
it's a very stressful environment. They do their best to work as hard as to keep America safe. Look, it is a fact that workforce morale and retention increased significantly since the Biden administration expanded bargaining rights. The move to end collective bargaining rights is wrong, and I look forward to the courts to continue to block these attempts to harm the workplace rights of our nation's workers. Now, while I appreciate the TSA workers working so hard, I kept hitting a video that was kept showing every time I'm crossing the TSA line. Ms. McNeil, in October, a video of Secretary Noem blaming the government shutdown on Democrats aired at TSA checkpoints across the country. As I am sure you know, this was a blatant violation of the Hatch Act, which bars partisan activity using government resources. It also violates the Anti-Deficiency Act, which prohibits federal agencies from spending funds beyond what Congress has appropriated, since the TSA was operating without funds at the time. Ms. McNeil, why did you allow these blatantly political charged videos to play at TSA checkpoints across our country?
Our responsibility at TSA is in part to inform the traveling public of what they can expect when they arrive at our checkpoints. And during the longest government shutdown, that was absolutely necessary to ensure that they understood the environment that they were coming into and the facts behind that environment. And the Secretary is very supportive of the TSA workforce.
I have
and our
just a
mission.
little bit of time.
You have no time. Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
And I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, and I'll try to keep this brief. Ms. O'Neill, have we ever had the capacity to put an air marshal on every single domestic flight in the United States?
The deployment of federal air marshals.
Yes or no? Have we ever had the capacity to put an air marshal on every single flight in the United States?
No, that is not.
No,
how we
okay,
operate.
that would be same as me as a fire chief, closing down a fire station every once in a while, then hoping a fire didn't happen in that area. So that's what I feel about the air marshal program. We're going to have a lot more conversation about the air marshal program in the future. I don't have time right now. Second thing, Mr. Gatumukala, I'm sorry if I butchered your name, sorry. Where does the Secretary of Homeland Security reside?
In the NCR region.
I think she's from South Dakota, okay? Don't you think that as a Secretary of Homeland Security, every once in a while she's going to need access to a skiff? Yes, thank you. All right, now back to Ms. O'Neill. I don't represent an airport. I actually ran one, okay? As a mayor of Miami-Dade County, I ran Miami International Airport. And so airport security is really important to me. We talk about passenger fees and all that, and if we use the schedule you have right now, by what year are we going to have the things that you think are vital to our nation's security installed in all our airports?
At the current pace of funding, Congressman, for our computed tomography technology, we're looking at 2042 and our credential authentication by 2049.
2049. I hope I'm alive. I don't know. It's going to get close. Okay. So how do they fund these security measures in Europe?
In Europe, it's a vastly different construct than here in the United States. The regulatory bodies set the standards and put the requirements on the airports to.
That's right. They put it on the airports. You know why they put it on the airports? Because they can get it done. All right? We're not going to get it done because we have physical constraints. So let me tell you how an airport works. Right? An airport decide in the beginning, the budget, what happens is, what is it that we need in order to operate this airport? And there's a number. And then after that, they go, okay, how do we attain that number? Well, they attain that number through passenger fees, landing fees, concessions, et cetera, because there's revenue that comes into the airport, and then they balance. So if we were to set the standards for what we believe we need to secure the American public, I think it would make a heck of a lot more sense for us to say the airports, because we're actually doing this for you, and the airport and the traveling public, et cetera, make it safe, which, by the way, if we make it unsafe and people don't travel by air anymore, it's an unbelievable economic impact on the United States. The #1 economic generator of Miami-Dade County is Miami International Airport. And I'm sure that in other communities around this country, the #1 economic generator is probably their airports. And I would, and I bet you, bottom dollar that in Atlanta for sure, okay, the #1 economic generator is the airport. Chicago probably too. New York, the 3 airports too. So why don't we use the European model? Why don't we tell the airports what they need to purchase? They will figure that into their budgets, finance it, and then give those assets over to us, which some airports do when they want to actually be a little bit ahead of the game. Isn't that correct?
We have great partnerships with airports across the country, and we have put in place several different ways for which airports can drive investment to their checkpoints. And we have a capability acceptance program where airports can essentially donate qualified equipment to TSA so that we can upgrade the equipment at the checkpoint. That, combined with appropriated funds and looking to improve programs like the Screening Partnership Program, allow us to provide options to airports on how to drive that investment. I'm a big believer in public-private partnerships. Like you said, airports are major economic engines of the community around them, and this should be an all-hands-on-deck approach, and we are an important part of that, and our partnerships are actually absolutely critical to advancing that.
And by the way, we divert a lot of what's supposed to be used for security to other purposes. The passenger security fee, which is supposed
Annually about $1.6 billion.
Right, which when I pay a passenger security fee, I expect it to be used for passenger security and not to help balance the federal budget, which is what we do here, all right? And so I don't think we're going to be able to solve that. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be introducing legislation to change the way that we fund security at the airports, more like the European model, and so finally we can get the security that we need at our airports before the year 2049. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize a gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman. On a Saturday morning in Cicero, Illinois, a young couple got in the car with their 1-year-old child and drove to a Sam's Club to go grocery shopping. When they arrived, they saw a large law enforcement presence, some sort of an operation going on in the parking lot, and so they turned their car around to leave. As they were leaving the Sam's Club parking lot, this happened. Please show the first video.
Of what appears to be pepper spray thrown by a federal agent into Rafael Veraza's car. He says he was just pulling out of the Cicero Sam's Club parking lot with his window rolled down when the spray hit Veraza on the side of his head.
Mama, you okay, Mama? You okay?
Seconds later, he realized his daughter, 1-year-old Ariana, was in the back seat, also battling the chemicals. Veraza says she couldn't open her eyes and struggled to breathe.
I had water down my face, and basically water down her face because I didn't know the effects of the pepper spray towards her.
Rafael says Ariana did not have to go to the hospital, but he did. He says the pepper spray hit him directly in the ear, which caused him to have a severe reaction with his asthma.
When I got to the hospital, my heartbeats were at 263 per minute.
Do you know how dangerous it is to spray pepper spray into a moving vehicle? Not only could that kill the people inside the car, it could kill other drivers and bystanders who might be hit by the vehicle. There is not a law enforcement agency in this country that teaches its officers to do that. In fact, in most law enforcement agencies, those officers would be fired, but not in Donald Trump's Department of Homeland Security. We don't know who these officers were or if they were disciplined in any way. All we know is that the White House keeps telling them that they have, quote, absolute immunity. Absolute immunity, pepper spraying a young family in a moving vehicle. And whenever we call attention to these kinds of abuses, the first thing the administration does is try to blame the victims. But this is a family of United States citizens. They weren't even protesting. They were just out to get groceries. And this keeps happening again and again and again. Show the second video, please.
From our son's basketball game at Anderson Middle School.
As the night unfolded,
we started to see, lights and stuff.
one North Minneapolis family trying to make their way home.
Like even trying to leave, I couldn't go backwards, forward. It was like I was stuck.
Destiny and Sean Jackson, along with their 6 kids, had just left the nearby grocery store after the game when they turned onto Lindale. Sean says they tried to take a side street after they saw the crowds.
There's nothing we can do if it's blocked off.
Sean and Destiny say they were stuck between crowds of protesters and law enforcement. When law enforcement tried to disperse the crowd,
All we heard was boom, and every airbag deployed.
they say a flashbang went off near their car as tear gas enveloped them.
And I was screaming for my oldest son, Sean. I'm like, get out, get out. Like, I can't, Mom, and I can't breathe.
Destiny says bystanders pulled her into a home to check on her as she screamed that her 6-month-old child was still in the car.
He was just like lifeless, like he had like foam like around his mouth, and you can see he had tears coming out his eyes. I was getting him out to mouth, and I remember stopping and I said, I will give you all my breath till you get yours back, because nobody wants to see their kids like that.
What was the response of the Homeland Security Department leadership after this? Did they express remorse? Did they suspend the agents or launch an investigation? No. They put up a false tweet blaming that family, the victims, calling the Jackson family, quote, radical agitators. Now, unlike a lot of the victim-blaming tweets that the administration posts, they actually took that one down because it was so indefensible. But why was it put up in the first place? What does it say about the rotten culture at the Trump Department of Homeland Security that when American citizens are hurt by federal agents, the response is to immediately blame the victims before you even know the facts? Now, we can keep going and going. These are just a couple of examples. And I know that this hearing is supposed to be about TSA and cyber, which is important. But when the federal government is sending poorly trained masked agents into the streets, beating and gassing peaceful people, including American citizens, we cannot pretend that this is normal and act like it should be business as usual. We need real standards in place, just like every other law enforcement agency in the country has, to make sure that federal agents are well-trained, do not use excessive force when not warranted, and are held accountable when they do things like tear gas a family inside a moving vehicle. This has to stop. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panelists. Director Coca Cola. This, CISA isn't a small little agency that you just go to retire at. It's arguably one of the most important agencies in our government that most people don't realize what's happening. This year, I would argue one of the biggest things that's going to be in your purview is going to be this election. It's going to determine the future not only of our country, but also the future of the world in general. So midterm elections, my question to you is, what is CISA doing to ensure our midterm elections are safe, secure, and fair?
Congressman, thank you. Election security is very important for national security. And somehow the claim that DHS or CISA has rolled back election security protections is not accurate. We treat election security like any other critical infrastructure sector. And our election security services remain fully in place, including cybersecurity support that we provide, the physical security guidance provided. There is the incident response that we provide, and also the threat briefings for the state and local election officials. The election infrastructure owners and operators continue to receive the same level of support as other critical infrastructure entities. So what changed was the scope, not the security, sir. We ended activities that were outside its core mission, but not the election protections itself. And the election security is focused on the infrastructure by all means. What it means is we are exclusively focused on defending the election infrastructure from any cyber threats, any physical threats, and also any foreign adversaries that are out there. And as you may know, sir, foreign threats remain a core priority for us. the nation-state adversaries continue to pose risks to our election infrastructure. And CISA, we are providing that threat intelligence. We are conducting that the vulnerability scanning to all our state and local infrastructure owners. And we are making sure that we are coordinating that incident response across the board. Election security remains integrated into CISA's broader cyber and physical security mission, sir.
I ask that you make that a top priority because it's a top priority for many Americans. You can win an election, you can lose an election, but it has to be fair and has to be secure, and our adversaries don't want that. My question to you is how many cyber intrusions do we expect this midterm election?
Sir, we look at it as incident by incident, and we look at what the risks are. I don't have a specific number in mind.
Well, we should have that number. It should first start by how many intrusions did we have last midterm, and the midterm before that, and midterm before that. I don't want us waiting until after the fact to be able to go, yeah, we got it wrong, and it turns out our adversaries influenced our election. To that point, what actions is CISA doing to work with other partners like Cybercom to ensure that these adversaries are not intruding in our election?
We have a very good working relationship. Our strength is collaboration. We want to make sure that we're working with our law enforcement and trusted intelligence partners across the country and international partners to make sure that we are safe.
Cybercom in particular. Is CISA working with Cybercom on any cyber offensive actions to prevent our adversaries from interfering in our elections?
Congressman, thank you. We work with Cybercom on threat intelligence sharing and making sure that we have the incident response, and we are working with the private and stakeholder communities to make sure that that threat information is shared.
Okay. We need that to be a priority. That needs to be a priority. Between Cybercom and CISA, you two are the two organizations that are going to keep this nation and our world safe to ensure that these elections are fair and secure. To that point, what state or non-state actors are the most aggressive in interfering with our elections?
Congressman, thank you. I think the threat actors continue, the foreign state adversaries, especially the People's Republic of China and Russia, seems to be the most aggressive nation-state actors. The strategic adversary is China. They are long-term, and they have patient campaigns focused on pre-positioning in our critical infrastructure for a strategic advantage. As you might have seen with Volt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon, they are both PRC state-sponsored campaign focused on pre-positioning themselves inside the U.S. critical infrastructure for potential disruption for a future crisis. Unlike the traditional espionage, these actors use living off the land techniques.
Director, I have 10 seconds left. What I'd say is you just said everything that everyone has ever come before this committee and said, the same actors over and over and over again. So it's no surprise that these actors are going to be involved. They were involved in the last election. They'll be involved in this election. They'll be involved in every election going forward. What I ask is, instead of the United States playing defense, it's long time we play offense and prevent these bad actors from influencing our elections. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman. And I do have a number of articles I want to enter into the record at the end. So as a Chicagoan, I know the terror that DHS can inflict with unlimited resources and unchecked power. You just saw some of that with what Congressman Magaziner just showed. Our constituents are being surveilled, they're being threatened, they're being tear gassed, and subjected to warrantless arrest. Rammed with vehicles, they're being kidnapped, and you've seen it, they're also being disappeared. Yet there are those in Congress who would still expand DHS's budget and ICE capacity to enact Trump's mass deportation agenda. And so I often get asked back in my district, how is this possible? How is it that they can behave this way? How can they tear gas a 6-month-old baby? Isn't Congress supposed to be a check on DHS? Well, first, I say to them that would require my Republican colleagues to agree that bringing senior ICE officials to testify before this committee is critical. And I do hear, Chairman, that that may happen in 6 weeks or so. I think it's far too late. They should be here right now. Secondly, that would also suggest that DHS is behaving in ways outside its design. Now, let me be clear. DHS and ICE, it's not rogue. Let me tell you why. Because from its establishment, Congress empowered DHS to violate our rights under the pretense of securing our safety. Who feels safe right now under DHS? DHS was intentionally established with an overbroad mission and unchecked power, which has been expanded by Republicans with a blank check, unlimited personnel, and no guardrails whatsoever. And Trump, with his authoritarian tendencies, is only making visible what so many communities have already known to be true. DHS is a threat to our collective safety, and funding it only fuels our destruction and our human suffering. It's why 32 people have died in detention in ICE's deadliest year yet. US citizens are being shot and killed, and the agency doesn't even know who they're hiring and doesn't seem to even care who they're hiring. Yet, Trump's campaign donors are profiting off the pain of our neighbors, including children. And so today I say enough. I am introducing today the Melt ICE Act that would prohibit DHS from using funds to detain or monitor immigrants, effectively limiting ICE's authority and ability to continue to cause pain and terror, while redirecting the funding that they have, taxpayer dollars that they're using to kill US citizens, back into the communities impacted by ICE's terror through wraparound services. Because we know that DHS is being used as a weapon to be pointed towards anyone the government considers a public enemy. And fascism always requires a public enemy. So we must take the weapon away and hold those who have allowed our communities to be terrorized accountable. So let me get to the witnesses here. My understanding is that your agencies are working with ICE in some capacity under the Trump administration. Ms. McNeil, is your agency sharing data with ICE, yes or no?
Absolutely, we are part of the
Got it, that's
Department
it.
of Homeland
Yes or no, that's
Security, and
it. Thank you.
what we do.
Ms. McNeil, I have a follow-up question for you. Why is TSA making life miserable for people that have every right to travel domestically and who pose no threat to aviation instead of focusing on your security mission?
I don't agree with your statement, ma'am. As we have seen, the men and women of TSA are absolutely dedicated to the transportation and national security mission. And that was very apparent during the 43-day shutdown where they continued to show up to work while we waited for funding to come.
Thank you, Ms. McNeil. It is clear that people are living in fear and TSA is working with ICE to terrorize their communities. Dr. Garamakala, has your agency taken personnel off mission to work for ICE? Let me add to that. That includes details and reassignments from your agency to ICE or CBP, as well as to the Federal Protective Service and US Marshals in communities with ICE enforcement operations. That's a yes or no question.
Congressman, not in my times.
So in the last year, your agency has not taken personnel off mission to work for ICE, yes or no?
Not in my time, ma'am.
Okay. I'll have something into the record that indicates the opposite. So let me ask you another question. Does it concern you that your personnel might already have staffing shortages? As we just heard a moment ago, over a third in staff shortages, yet the administration is asking for your staff to be used for ICE enforcement?
Congressman, I think
Does it concern you, yes or no?
we are on mission. We are doing all the cyber
Okay,
from physical.
but let me ask you a follow-up question to that. Has your agency transferred funding to ICE, yes or no? Has any of your funding gone to ICE, yes or no?
Congresswoman,
Yes,
not
the
in my
answer is
time.
yes, my time is up.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Thompson. As my colleagues have noted, the United States is entering a period marked by high-profile special events and increased global travel, underscoring the importance of readiness across the Homeland Security enterprise. Thank you to our witnesses and their teams for their work to meet these challenges. Mr. Alade, within the Science and Technology Directorate R&D portfolio, where does the threat posed by unmanned aerial systems and counter UAS capabilities rank as a priority?
Thank you, Congressman. Apologies. Thank you, Congressman, for your question. I think it's very high on our priority list. That's exhibited by Secretary Noem's creating a program executive office within S&T that brings together both the policy and the R&D aspects, acquisition support aspects to handle the counter UAS mission, particularly in a speedy manner as we approach the FIFA World Cup, LA 2028 Olympics, and America 250.
Given the rapid evolution of drone technology, how is S&T keeping its counter UAS research ahead of its threats?
So thank you, Congressman, for the question. At present, our focus is getting to speedy delivery of systems into the field in preparation for these events. So we're providing technical review and assistance to our partners to ensure that the right systems that work well get out into the field to prevent threats. We are also doing a number of testing, development, and evaluation efforts to look at new technologies that may help change the game for us. But at present, given the short timeframes, the thrust of our effort is getting delivery out into the fields.
Okay. My district is home to the joint S&T, FBI, and TSA TIDE Center, as well as the FBI's Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center. These centers work closely together to protect our homeland and stay ahead of potential threats. How does the FBI's expertise inform S&T's efforts at TIDES, and how does the collaboration enhance TSA's implementation of effective screening technologies?
Thank you for that question. We, as an agency focused on delivering transportation security, the traveling public are always focused on looking at cutting edge technologies and how to advance those in collaboration with our partners at S&T and across the U.S. government. The evolving threat requires us to always evolve our posture, and that includes technology. So, we look forward to our continued partnership across DHS to ensure that we're meeting that mission, but also to work with this committee and Congress to ensure that we've got the funding to be able to deploy that technology into the hands of our operators.
Thank you. Dr. Gautam, how do you say it? I won't ask again.
You're good, sir. You can call me with my first name.
Dr. G, there we go. CISA was created by Congress with bipartisan support to protect national security. Unfortunately, the Biden administration transformed an agency once focused on cyber and foreign threats to critical infrastructure into an unaccountable censorship agency that pressured social media companies to take down speech protected by the First Amendment. Can you confirm that CISA has stopped those policies or policing American speech and returned to its authorized mission scope?
Congressman, thank you for the question. I mentioned earlier, what changed was the scope, not security. CISA ended all the activities that were outside its core mission, not election protections. The activities that ended involved monitoring any Americans' lawful speech, any narrative management, or any coordination with those social media companies on election-related posts. Those activities are not operational election security services. So we ended abuses, sir, not any protections that we do with election security.
You said earlier, and I quote, CISA is trying to get back on mission, close quote. For the record, during the Biden administration, what got CISA so off its core mission?
Congressman, thank you for the question. As part of this administration and under the guidance of Secretary Noem, we are reviewing line by line on all the items that we do, and we are eliminating any redundancy. We have eliminated duplicative oversight roles, and we have consolidated fragmented IT support structures. We unified a lot of fragmented IT functions under one office. We eliminated overlapping IT operations. We removed over 300 plus duplicative contractor roles. We modernized some of the enterprise IT environment.
Thank you. My time's expired. I thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes of questions. Sorry about those bills, buddy.
Yeah, we are in pain with Bills Mafia. Thank you. We're here to talk about some very important issues here, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for bringing this committee together today, but I am terribly disappointed both by the answers that I'm hearing or the lack thereof answers, as well as the lack of ICE being here with us to answer some very serious questions. They should be here testifying under oath, answering pressing questions that all of us have. This committee needs answers from ICE. The people of this country need answers of what is happening across this nation. Like what happens to families like Renee Nicole Goods who are left with a massive hole in their hearts because of this administration's lawlessness? And what credibility can investigation into this tragedy possibly have if it ends as quickly as it begins and scrutinizes everyone in Minneapolis except for the agent who shot her? And how many U.S. citizens and lawful residents have been swept up in the Trump administration's immigration raids? How many of them have seen their due process rights, those enshrined in the U.S. Constitution, willfully ignored? Why is Secretary Noem taking no responsibility for the violence she has brought to our communities? And how much farther is she willing to go to destroy the American dream as we know it? What critical DHS missions are being neglected at the expense of Secretary Noem's extreme immigration agenda? And that last question, I'd like to ask the witnesses in detail about reassignments away from your respective agencies in immigration enforcement missions. We know that Secretary Noem's taken thousands of federal personnel from their assigned duties, and it's felt acutely in my community in Western New York. My district has 4 bridges that connect New York and Canada, and yet many of these travel processing booths are empty because Secretary Noem is diverting resources from northern border communities. This drives up costs, takes away good-paying jobs, deters travel with our closest ally to the north, and makes things less safe. So I understand both CISA and TSA have had employees reassigned to oversee the Trump administration's immigration and deportation operations, along with its draconian crackdown on Americans exercising First Amendment rights. So Acting Director Gatamukala and Deputy Administrator McNeil, how many people from CISA and TSA have been reassigned?
Congressman, not to the knowledge of, I don't have the knowledge of any people from CISA.
But your agency's been cut by over a third.
The team participated in a voluntary, the workforce transition program, and we are working towards our own mission of making sure that we are protecting the critical infrastructure from cyber and physical threats.
Ms. McNeil, how many of your employees have been reassigned?
I'm not aware of any of our employees being moved over to ICE.
And 250 air marshals you testified today have been reassigned. Is that accurate?
That is not a
different.
reassignment. The federal air marshals are providing in-flight security for deportation flights, which is actually falls within their mission space.
So
That is what they do, is
outside of
provide
commercial
in-flight
flights, they have been reassigned to other flights. 250 air marshals have been reassigned. How can we assure the American people that flying in this country is safe post 9/11 if the air marshals that have been provided to do the work to keep them safe in the skies have been reassigned off of those commercial flights?
Providing in-flight security for deportation flight keeps our skies safe. And I don't think that your number is accurate, Congressman, but we're happy to make sure that we
I
get
believe
that
that's the number that was mentioned in this testimony today. Do you believe that TSA employees have the right to organize, Ms. McNeil?
As I stated earlier, the administrator has the authority to set the terms and framework of employment of the TSO workforce, and we need to do so in a way that keeps in mind the mission of TSA, which was granted by Congress.
Is that a yes or a no? Do you believe that the employees that keep our skies, our communities safe have a right to organize in this country?
I think that is
Yes or no?
determined by the administrator. And actually what we are focused on is delivering aviation and transportation security for the American people and being a good steward of the tax.
I will take that as either a non-answer or, quite frankly, it sounds like a no to me, which is very, very disappointing, disheartening, not just to this panel and to this committee, but to the rank and file working families that are out there protecting us each and every day. It is their right in this country to organize if they choose to do so. And quite frankly, it is an obligation of this government to work with them in a collective bargaining scenario to provide them the rights that they deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by pushing back against my colleagues on the other side. You know, it's interesting to me, I've only been in Congress for 3 years now, but they clearly created this catastrophe. We warned about it in the last Congress, why the southern border was wide open and many of our visa programs were being completely exploited. Now you have 15 million people in the country. That's a figure they won't even argue with. And now the American people elected President Trump and this administration to go and solve the problem. And now, so they've turned on ICE, whose job is to get the criminals and these people out of the country. And so they've turned on ICE. We even have a member on this panel, again, who assaulted an ICE agent. And we wonder why this stuff continues to happen. And I didn't hear any of them talking about the deportations that took place under President Obama, who I believe was deporting even more people than President Trump has in his first year. Next, I want to turn to what this committee is actually about. And I want to start with CISA. Dr. Gudumukala, under the Biden administration, censorship, deplatforming, and flagging speech of Americans they didn't like was very common and often reported. They censored American citizens who were posting about election integrity. They were also deplatforming anybody who talked about COVID-19 and its origins. Correct me if I'm wrong, doctor, but I thought CISA was for protecting American infrastructure and cybersecurity. Is that correct? Why do you think CISA started, going after Americans for exercising free speech?
Congressman, thank you for the question. You're absolutely right. Election security is focused on infrastructure. And CISA's election security role is focused exclusively on defending the election infrastructure from cyber threats and physical threats and foreign adversaries. And that includes any voter registration systems, election technology, and supporting systems, not speech or content moderation. And precisely why I keep saying is that what changed was the scope, not the security. We ended activities that were outside its core mission and not election protections. Those activities that ended involved monitoring any American's lawful speech and narrative management. And you rightly said, sir, coordination with social media companies on election-related posts. Those activities are not operational election security issues.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I got to cut you off. I got more questions. I want to turn to Ms. McNeil with TSA. On July 8th, TSA ended its shoes off policy, which was obviously in place because we had, incidents like the shoe bomber that tried to bring a bomb in his shoe on board an airplane. Why was that policy ended, Ms. McNeil?
Thank you for the question, Congressman Crane. At TSA, we're continually looking at the risk environment that we operate within and improving our standard operating procedures and operations at the checkpoint to reflect that risk picture. There had been multiple risk assessments done in past years that allowed us to make that change and amend our procedures to maintain the safety of the skies while delivering for the American public. Continual improvement is something that TSA embraces. And
Ms. McNeil, real quick, do you think with technology adapting, it's impossible for somebody to make a bomb out of their shoes?
The way that we approach security is to deploy multiple different layers of security and pieces of technology to ensure that nobody can essentially game the system. We have multiple layers from identity and vetting through all of these physical screening that happens at the checkpoint and then in-flight security as well. So through that layered security approach is how we deliver for the American public. And that's something that has been in place since the inception of TSA.
Thank you. I want to turn to some of the Somali cash going through airports. It's estimated that $700 million in cash in passenger luggage was leaving the Minnesota airport in the last 2 years. Has TSA made any changes to its policies to prevent this activity that is tied to the fraud in Minnesota from continuing on?
We are extremely proud of the team at TSA for highlighting this issue by reporting what they saw in the normal course of their screening in Minnesota.
But reporting's not enough, right? It continued to go on, and we got $700 million in cash. Has anything been changed? That's the question I asked you.
We are working with our interagency partners and law enforcement partners to ensure that this issue is being addressed. We continue being a good partner to them. The money that was moved through legal means, and so this is where I think Congress has a role to play to think about the authorities around this bulk cash movement.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, for 5 minutes of questions.
Mr. Crane, I don't know what your obsession is.
I thought you were
with me,
supposed
but
to
I am
address the
so
chair.
Tired of you mentioning me. And
Mr.
you
Chairman,
take
is
that
she supposed to
obsession
address
and
me
to
or
put it
the
to the
chair?
people of Arizona, not me.
Yeah, well,
Keep my
if you
name
quit
out of your mouth.
assaulting ICE agents,
Excuse me, I am
wouldn't keep
reclaiming
bringing
my
you up.
time. I am
No,
reclaiming
no,
my
committee will
time.
come to order.
Watch your mouth when
Follow
you're
the
talking
rules
about
of the
me.
will come
committee,
to
Ms.
order.
McIver.
Excuse me, I'm reclaiming my time.
no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Let me get to the business that I'm here for the people of New Jersey, not Mr. Crane. Thank you for holding today's hearing. Here we are 3 weeks into the new year, and finally, we're having our first full committee hearing in more than a month. During that time, the lawlessness of DHS under Donald Trump and Kristi Noem has increased tenfold. Just last week, a parent in my home state of New Jersey was detained by ICE after ordering food for his 6-year-old daughter. When her dad didn't come home, the little girl was then found crying and wandering around for hours outside, parentless. How inhumane. Like I told Secretary Noem when she sat in this room last month, the greatest threat to the homeland right now is the Department of Homeland Security under her control. Unfortunately, the Republicans, like Mr. Crane, in control of Congress, are not up to the task. In the face of the administration's appalling escalation of violence, the majority has set up this hearing with a random assortment of DHS leaders who are not the ones we really need to hear from in this moment. I join my colleagues in demanding that we bring ICE's acting director, Todd Owens, before the committee as soon as possible. Respectfully, Mr. Chairman. That would be just the start of providing the accountability and change our constituents are demanding of us right now in this moment. Now, since having administration witnesses is a rarity this Congress, I do want to talk a bit about TSA. Acting Administrator McNeil, I want to note that I am the top Democrat on the Transportation and Maritime Security Subcommittee, but this is the first time we have met. In fact, this is the first time we have had a single TSA witness before the full committee or any subcommittee this Congress, even as the majority is embarking on an effort to reauthorize the agency. Ms. McNeil, as with other DHS components, this administration has been lawless in its direction for TSA. Last month, Secretary Noem tried to abolish the workforce's collective bargaining rights in a blatant defiance of a court order to keep them in place. My fellow Democrats and I wrote to the secretary and to you to demand that you halt those efforts, and I am glad that a court has since ruled that those efforts are in fact illegal. However, we still did not hear from you. Ms. McNeil, I recognize you have no control over Kristi Noem's lawlessness and cannot speak to whether she will continue to break the law. But speaking for yourself in this moment, yes or no, will you commit to abiding by the court order to keep TSA's collective bargaining agreement in place and fully honor its provisions?
Every step that the secretary and that we have taken has been in compliance with the courts.
Is that yes or no? I'm speaking on behalf of you, not Secretary Noem. Will you commit to that? Will you commit to the provision?
To be in compliance.
Will you commit to the provision as the acting administrator? Yes or no?
We are both.
Okay,
both the
I'll
secretary and
go
myself are
to my
committed
next questions, Ms. McNeil, because you're gonna do this today. I don't have much time, okay? Ms. McNeil, what has TSA done prior to providing passenger data to ICE to ensure compliance with the law?
We are acting within our absolute authorities. We are part of the Department of Homeland Security. It was a department that was set up by Congress to ensure that these agencies weren't operating in silos, and that's what we are doing today, to advance the mission, the national security mission of the department.
Ms. McNeil, TSA mission is to secure transportation, not to assist ICE with immigration enforcement. There is no law that forbids undocumented people from flying domestically within the U.S. The vast majority of undocumented people have no criminal record and pose absolutely no threat to aviation. Under what authority is TSA sharing passenger data with ICE?
We are absolutely within our authorities to share information within the Department of Homeland Security to further the national security mission.
What statute are you following or policy? Point to the policy or the statute that you are following. Under what authority is TSA sharing passenger data with ICE that you are allowed to do that?
We are allowed to do that.
What policy or statute are you following?
I can get you the exact policy.
Oh, please do. We will wait on that. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gladly.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses. There's been a lot of talk about ICE, and unfortunately, really outside the scope of this hearing. And for that, to our witnesses, I apologize because science and technology, TSA, the chairman of Sabra, I'm going to spend a lot of my time with the good doctor here, but S&T, if you would please, if there's anything that we can do as members of this committee in Congress to help you affect your job more efficiently, please, if you'll reach out to my office, I'd love to have an offline conversation with you, TSA. Same with you as well. And, and I commend you and your office and your agents for the job you're doing during the shutdown. And it should be noted, Mr. Chairman, that Joe Biden reassigned air marshals to assist with the movement of illegals across the southern border. So when we talk about reassignment of roles, let's look at the large scope of how it's been done under previous administrations. So, and then, again, collective bargaining, you want to talk about manufacturing. When you look at Six Sigma and Lean Six and efficiencies within operations, the fact that we're bringing that to the government is a good thing as we move forward. And so we specifically to Dr. Gatmakala, we have the privilege of talking. When you look at reductions within your agency, one of the things we said, or I said in the previous hearing, the cyber subcommittee, was that it's about quality, not necessarily quantity. Can you speak to the numbers? And quite frankly, the trend lines, your department is, when you look at attrition, slightly below the federal average. Take it away, sir.
Thank you, Congressman.
Gentleman yield.
I do not. Thank you.
Congressman, thank you for the question. And first of all, I want to say that there is continued bipartisan support across for CISA. And the personnel that we have, we are making sure that they are on mission. For somehow the bad press or whatever we see, we miss the point that CISA personnel are deployed across the 10 regions in support of all 56 states and territories, working with the local.
Specifically, good doctor, because we have limited time. So roughly 800 agents. What percentage of the workforce is that? 23 some odd percent?
That is correct, sir. About 23% participated in the workforce transition program.
And then the national average of, aside from that, roughly 9% across federal agencies, you're trending, what, 7% attrition?
That is correct, sir. Compared to the previous years, it's about 9.25 approximately across all federal agencies. And we were at 6.5 to 7.5% from a natural attrition this year.
So the facts, quite frankly, speak for themselves. And as chairman of cyber, I spent a lot of time in the SCIF getting updates on the constant attacks that we face from threat actors like China, like North Korea, like Iran, like Russia. And yet you're doing more with less, and you're doing it more efficiently. And so for that, I say thank you. One of the things that we talked about and what's important, I think, to the American people, when again, I said it in the hearing, is the war has already begun. We know who the adversary is. Our primary adversary is China. It's important that we on this committee and you and your agency have better communications, increase communications, and then we're updated on a much more timely basis. So with that, and again, per our conversation, do you agree that members of this committee, and in particular the subcommittee on cybersecurity and infrastructure, which has direct oversight of CISA, will be informed in a timely manner and, quite frankly, when needed, in a SCIF so that we can do our jobs and help you and assist you in doing yours, sir?
Congressman, I appreciate the support. Yes, definitely.
Yes, sir. And then, to change subjects, and I appreciate your willingness to meet with me. I appreciate all of you for being here. When we look at the mission statement and the directive we have here with the committee, it's important that we keep things in perspective. We have an obligation to the American people and to the American taxpayer. And one thing that we've seen under the previous administrations plural, is the absolute suck on our system, our infrastructure, and our welfare. So, for example, Bhutan, 81.4% are on welfare. Yemen, 75.2%. Somalia, 71.9%. Marshall Islands, 71.4%. Afghani, 68.1%. Dominican Republic, 68.1%. Bangladesh, 54.8%. Pakistan, 40.2%. And I can go on. But this idea that doctors and lawyers were brought into this country to help our society is absolute nonsense. Go back to Hart-Celler, back to the 1960s. Let's abolish it and, quite frankly, deport them all. This is the United States of America. We get to decide who comes in, and Mr. Chairman, we get to decide who leaves. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Poe, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we sit here, DHS is operating an armed invasion of an American state, Minnesota. Local law enforcement described DHS tactics as, quote, profoundly detrimental to public safety. An American citizen was shot in the face and killed by an ICE agent. Secretary Noem and ICE Director Todd Lyons should be here testifying under oath what happened to Renee Good and the pervasive ICE violence against Americans, because we know Noem's taxpayers-funded media tour continues to spew outright lies about her department, including calling Renee Good a domestic terrorist. Just this weekend, the secretary went on TV and said that 70% of the people held by ICE have committed violent crimes. In fact, only 25% of individuals in ICE custody have criminal convictions, with many being minor offenses like traffic violations. And that's a fact. No one here can speak to the rampant DHS corruption, like the $200 million in taxpayers' money used for an ad campaign to the secretary's aide and family, or her so-called border czar who accepted a fast food checkout bag stuffed with $50,000 cash bribe. Why is DHS illegally blocking Congress from entering ICE facilities? Is it to cover up the 32 people who died in ICE custody last year, or the 4 this year, including a reported homicide at a Texas ICE facility earlier this month? There are now reports that in my home state of New Jersey, ICE is looking to convert massive warehouses into detention centers, including one in Roxbury. None of these witnesses can speak to any of these abuses, but there are important questions that we can cover, starting with election security. I am alarmed by the administration's termination of funding for state and local elections offices for election security. We talked earlier, and someone asked about how safe are our elections. Are they fair? Will they be indeed secured? This president has attempted to weaponize CISA and spread disinformation about his election loss in 2020. So I'd like to ask Dr. Gatumukala, did Donald Trump win or lose the 2020 election? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, I will be more than happy to talk about
Yes
this
or no?
submission. I'm not here to discuss about.
I know.
the
Yes or no?
2000 election or the 2020 election.
Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? Yes or no?
Ma'am, I'll be more than happy to discuss about
It's
the great
simple.
work that CISA does.
You
and
know
how we are
what?
back on
It's,
mission.
I can
and how we are
understand
eliminating
why you would
redundancy.
want to, I will tell you, this is a simple question that only has one right answer. Yes, he was in fact defeated. Do you believe that Donald Trump defeats? Do you believe that Trump's defeat in 2020 contributed to this administration's cutting funds to support election security for state and local officials? Yes or no?
Ma'am, election security is focused on infrastructure, and as CISA, we are exclusively focused on defending the election
So
infrastructure.
quite honestly, it's very simple. What kind of justification could explain this reckless cuts? Please explain that.
Ma'am, once again, I have explained before, the
It's
people
clear
have
that you're not going to
participated
be
in the
able
workforce
to
transition
do
program,
that.
they have
I'm
done so
sorry, but it's
voluntarily.
obviously clear that you're not looking to answer a simple question with a yes or no answer. I am very concerned, Mr. Chairman, over the fact that one of my colleagues asked earlier about sharing information. And Ms. McNeil, the passengers, are we in fact making TSA, American citizens aware that TSA is in fact diverting resources, and how are those personnel information being shared between agencies? Do the American people know that their information may very well be shared?
Generally, you can maybe respond in writing to that question, and the time has expired.
That's
Oh,
fine.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. I would like, however, to be able to ask that question.
Absolutely. I know all committee members will have the time to submit questions in writing.
Thank you,
Following this,
sir.
I know I have a bunch that I'm going to miss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our panelists for being here today. I would like to elaborate on my colleague, Congressman Crane, what he was stating. It is concerning to me that for 2 years, Somali residents were walking through the Minneapolis airport with duffel bags filled with cash, nearly $1 million a day, totaling nearly $1 billion. I think that's astonishing. TSA reportedly flagged this flood of money and raised it to DHS and intel agencies. So Administrator McNeil, did that really happen? And who were these individuals responsible for this? And where was the cash going? Because to me, if that is what was reported, why wasn't it stopped immediately? This money could have easily been used for terrorists and tied to the same massive Somali fraud networks that we keep seeing across Minnesota.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. TSA did indeed report these incidents as it came across the checkpoint, because bulk cash shows up as a mass on the X-ray, and so our officers have to resolve what they can't identify on the X-ray machine. And through the course of their normal day-to-day duties, they reported that to our law enforcement partners in compliance with their standard operating procedures. This is why it's really important to take a whole of government approach on this and levy the authorities of all these law enforcement agencies, both across DHS and with the Department of Treasury, to ensure that we are taking a concerted whole of government approach to this. And I think this is where the role of Congress is also critical, to ensure that we have the right framework in place to take action. As I mentioned earlier, the movement of this money historically had been done through legal channels. And so, I think we're going to have to collectively work on this.
Okay, I still didn't hear what is actually being done about it.
We continue to report it based on our standard operating procedures. I know there's an ongoing investigation with our law enforcement partners. We are part of that, and we're happy to brief you and the members of this committee on any developments that we see on that front.
Okay, I guess my next question would be, why is Congress finding out about this from journalists and not from DHS?
I can't speak to that. I mean, again, I think we, are committed to transparency with this committee, and as the investigation evolves, we are happy to brief out on our part in this, and work with the rest of the U.S. government to make sure that we're taking action.
Well, thank you for that. My constituents and the American people would love to hear a follow-up on that. Thank you. So my next question, TSA, the touchless pre-check is a biometric identity verification capability that enables enrolled pre-check travelers to verify their identity at airport checkpoints using facial recognition and eliminating the need to present a physical ID. What is TSA's long-term vision for this TIS, and is it intended solely as a checkpoint identity verification tool, or does TSA envision it becoming a broader identity platform across the transportation system?
So we have launched the touchless identification system, as you mentioned, TIS, in 15 locations today for pre-check. It is a voluntary facilitative technology that we offer to our pre-check members. We're going to be rolling out additional locations, based on the experience and feedback that we're getting from our pre-check population. It is very well received. And again, I would just state it's voluntary and it's meant to really provide that seamless experience to our trusted population as they travel through our airports, because you don't have to take out your identity or your boarding pass at the checkpoint. So it is a facilitative tool. That is the intent of that program, is to offer that benefit to our pre-check population.
Just one more quick thing. So is it beyond passenger screening? Will it be like for cargo or international operations? Will it go more in depth?
It is intended for passenger screening and for our pre-check population.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well. Thank the witnesses for appearing today. Mr. McNeil, the Transportation Security Officers Union is under attack. And thankfully, a court injunction has kept TSA's union in place. Most recently, the secretary openly defied the court order and tried to disband TSA's union for a second time. Last week, the court said those actions plainly defy its injunction and ordered the secretary to keep TSA's collective bargaining agreement in place or risk contempt. My question to you, acting administrator, is this. Will you commit to abiding by the court's order to keep the TSA's collective bargaining agreement in place?
Congressman, every step that we've taken to date, and we will continue to do so, abides by court
since I
orders.
control the time, if I may, please. This question can be answered with a yes or a no, and if it's anything less than a yes or a no, I will assume you mean no. So now, back to you again. Will you commit to honoring a court's order? A court's order. A court's order. When you don't honor court's orders and you're the secretary, you can be impeached. So now, will you commit to honoring the court's order?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm pleased that you said yes, because the secretary needs to confer with you. She needs your advice. The secretary, quite frankly, is probably being influenced by the president. Disobeying court orders is something that is antithetical to the Constitution. The courts are there for a reason. And if we can disobey court orders, we no longer have a Constitution that we can count on. You're defacing, demeaning, and denigrating the Constitution when this happens, not you personally. You've already said yes, and I'm grateful to you for saying yes. But that's what's happening. And I can assure you, people are growing tired of seeing what's happening in terms of the lawlessness emanating from this department. They're growing tired of it. What happened to Ms. Good is something that people are not going to forget. And for the secretary and others to contend that she was a domestic terrorist is beyond comprehension without even having investigated immediately. This was a Christian woman with children who, according to her wife, they had whistles, and they indicated that the constabulary had pistols, as evidenced by the fact that she's no longer with us. People are getting fed up with this behavior and the justifications for lawlessness. We must return to the rule of law. And one of the ways to return to the rule of law is to enforce the law. And one of the laws that we can use to make sure the rule of law prevails is impeachment. This secretary is putting herself in harm's way as it relates to impeachment, not a physicality, but in terms of how she is conducting herself in office. And my guess is, if she is not very careful, she may become the first secretary to be removed from office. We have a long runway here. It doesn't end at the end of this year. There's a long runway. So I'm going to beg you to counsel with her and help her to better understand that the law prevails and she is not the law and neither is the president. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Ms. Burkeen, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To our witnesses, thank you. As typical in Washington, some of us having to shift in and shift out because of scheduling conflicts. I am certain, because I heard some of the commentaries I walked in, some of what we're going to be discussing on my part is a little bit redundant. Please forgive me because I did miss some of the prior discussion. Relative to CISA and the weaponization that many felt like through the social component, social media, I just want to make this as just a statement. This is kind of a rhetorical statement. That is something of major concern to us, that under this administration, we continue to pay attention to that and make sure that our government is not allowing that to continue that we saw in years past. That said, and moving on, for TSA and for the oversight we're conducting with the World Cup, with the Olympics, I know, Director McNeil, that you are very much attuned to what's ahead, the high volume, the international traffic. Look, the heightened threat level, the landscape that we had in this hearing months ago because of the illegal population that was let in by the prior administration, there is a different threat landscape. And whether it be the biometric security screening, real ID enforcement, the gaps in that, it's been astounding to me to find out the number of states that are allowing real ID compliant driver's license. I've had some state elected officials show me how that is in the past played out, to where by the way the prior administration was implementing parole and the work permitting process, that real ID compliant driver's licenses were being handed to those who were here illegally. And so to be able to, and by your response, I'm taking it for granted that you may have not heard this before, but that's something I would very much like some feedback for our office to obtain where we're at on ensuring that with real ID coming into compliance this year and all the objections, and I was one of them on the state level, that if we have that type of possibility of illegal aliens getting a real ID compliant driver's license, what a major security concern that is. All right, I want to shift over. I know you've talked about the Somalian incident, the cash. You've talked about, in terms of what you all are doing. My question on that is, when were you all as an agency made aware that this was happening? What was the timeline of the millions of dollars that flowing through the airport security system? What timing did you all become aware of this?
I believe that the reporting started back in 2017.
2017. Okay. Okay. With the World Cup, with the Olympics, I'm about to say something that I'm going to make sure my words are precise and give you a chance to kind of think this thing through, because there's an element to this just for national security purposes. The DHS Inspector General released a report on November 1st, 2025 on its independent covert testing of TSA checkpoint screening to see how effective it is at preventing threat items from being brought onto commercial aircraft. We cannot publicly talk about the contents of that report due to the sensitivity of the information. But let me ask you generally, are you aware of the report? Have you read it? When did you receive it?
Yes, yes to both of your first
Okay.
questions and last November.
Okay. And do you agree with the findings and recommendations of that report?
And I do, and it's not anything that actually we didn't know already and fully consider in our security policies.
Would you commit to providing this committee with results of any follow-up analysis conducted by TSA related to this report?
We would be glad to have a briefing on this topic in the proper classified environment.
Thank you. Transition to another little different direction here. Many travelers are confused by TSA's facial screening practices. Can you please clarify whether this is mandatory or optional?
It is absolutely voluntary. We have signage at our checkpoints that notify the passengers of that. And if they don't opt in, there are alternate procedures that they go through. So it is 100% voluntary.
And with the 25 seconds that I have left, what would you say to travelers who are concerned about their biometric data being retained as a result of that process?
I would say that we don't retain the data that is captured at the checkpoint. It's solely for the purpose of identification at that point in time as they traverse through the checkpoint.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panel. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is good that we're having a full committee hearing here. I appreciate you calling this hearing. Of course, it relates to nothing that we have an urgent need to do oversight on. We do not have Acting Director Lyons here when what we're seeing around the country is a mass secret agency dragnet using violence against American citizens and others. And it's bewildering to me because I know the chairman is a very good person. We work together on legislation. In fact, I'm optimistic we will pass the Zadroga Act together to make sure that 9/11 survivors have certainty and security in their health care. But I know that you and your colleagues cannot possibly be okay watching secret masked ICE agents barging into homes without a warrant, pulling American citizens out in their underwear, stopping American citizens on the streets and demanding their citizenship. And that, of course, is not even to mention the violence and Renee Good's murder, as well as everything else we're seeing. There is a urgent need to conduct oversight from this committee of the Department of Homeland Security. But it is not the Science and Technology Directorate. It is not the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. It is not the TSA, all of which are very important agencies and certainly do very important work. I am not disparaging the work you all do. But the urgency in this country right now is what's going on with ICE. Why are we having a hearing with Department of Homeland Security officials who know nothing about ICE? We get such misinformation from this Department of Homeland Security. We're told, oh, it's the worst, it's the murderers, it's the rapists. In our home state, Mr. Chairman, of the 3,212 people ICE arrested in New York City in 2025 up through October 15th, 70% had no pending criminal charges and no criminal convictions. 15% had pending criminal charges, which of course with due process would have to play out before they are removed. 15% were convicted criminals and 5% had serious felonies. That is not the worst of the worst. That is what we should be doing oversight of. But since we do have the TSA here, Ms. McNeil, I want to ask you about this new policy that my understanding is you have implemented where the TSA rather, is providing information to ICE to assist them with the deportation effort. You're familiar with what I'm referring to?
I am.
And just to be clear, this was a new policy implemented under this administration, correct?
It is not new policy to share information between the agencies of the Department of Homeland Security. Past administrations have shared information.
No, that's not what I asked. Is it a new policy that the TSA sends identification information of all passengers to ICE so that they can check for potential deportation orders?
That is not what is occurring. We don't send the information to ICE. We help ICE check against information. And yes, absolutely, we do that. And we are supporting the mission of our colleagues at the Department of Homeland Security. And that includes enforcement of immigration laws. And
Can I just because I have a little time, can I ask you, last year, Secretary Noem said that the Biden administration allowed immigrants who are in our country illegally to jet around the country without identification. Is that true? They had no identification, but yet they were able to get on an airplane?
I can't speak to what occurred before this administration took place, but as you know, we started enforcing Real ID last year, which is a law that was passed by Congress over 20 years ago. And
But just because I'm running out of time, is it your view that the Biden administration said it's okay for people to go on airplanes without identification? I've never been on an airplane without identification, but was it okay in the Biden administration?
Apparently, it was allowed.
Apparently, because Secretary Noem said it? You ought to be careful what you testify
Gentleman's
to, and
time.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the testifiers for being here today. Obviously, each of you cover very important agencies, and having you here is critical to the work we do as a Homeland Security Committee. I'm going to focus my questions to Ms. McNeil. The TSA is an important agency that keeps all Americans safe. And first, I'd like to commend our local TSA agents at the ABE Lehigh Valley International Airport. They just went through the highest record and busiest year in history at the Lehigh Valley International Airport. Over 1 million passengers moved through successfully and safely, and we thank all of them for their work, especially during a Democrat-led shutdown where they were not being paid for a period of time. We thank them for their service and their work. Two things that I would like to highlight. First is ways that you are actually reforming the administration to move passengers through more quickly and improve the passenger experience. One of those is the Families on the Fly initiative. And can you speak to that and how that program works, what you're doing to help families, typically with children under the age of 12, to not only move them through more expeditiously, but also speed up lines for everybody else?
Thank you, Congressman McKenzie, for that question. Families on the Fly is an initiative that we rolled out last year in support of American families traveling through our airports. It dedicates a lane, a specific lane for families that go through the checkpoint. As many of us know, when you travel with children, there's a lot of gear and equipment that gets brought through. And so it provides a wider lane, easier access for families to go through, and extra assistance to screen all of their gear that they bring through. And it has the added benefit actually to driving down wait times in non-family lanes as well. And so, it's been a win-win for everyone, and we're really happy to be able to support families traveling through our airports.
Well, thank you for that. It's an important improvement to make in the agency. Obviously, a lot of people outside of AB have difficult experiences with TSA. And while it should be predominantly and primarily focused on safety and security, it is also a customer service facing organization. And we want to improve that experience. So I think there are lots of great ways that we can coordinate to make sure that passengers have the best experience possible. The second thing I would like to focus on relates to the last administration. So I understand you may not be in a position to share all the information that I'm looking for here. If you don't have the information, I would ask that you do follow up with committee with written documentation of the information that we do have. And what it relates to is during the last administration, there was something that was commonly referred to as ghost flights, where illegal immigrants in this country were being moved on planes across the country to different locations. Many times it was minors. The last administration then proceeded to lose thousands of minors that were supposed to be in their custody. And when we went to our local airports and other airports in the region and asked for documentation of who was on those flights, they could not provide any manifests or logs of those flyers on the plane. We couldn't get any information on these individuals, whether they were here legally or in some kind of protected status. We couldn't get any information on who paid for those flights. Many of those people were in the country illegally, though we know, based on some of the information that was shared publicly from the last administration, where they just said that it was people that were minors here in the country illegally and being moved to a different location. So those individuals do not have proper documentation. So the last questioner asked if people were being moved on flights without proper identification. The answer is undoubtedly yes. We know that for a fact. And so my question to you is, what has this Department of DHS done under this administration to look into those transgressions that occurred in the last administration, those ghost flights? What can we now share with the public about what was going on, who was paying for them, who was on those flights? And again, if you don't have that information, I would ask that you look into it and get back to us with as much detailed information as possible, even if it has to be anonymized so that no individual information is disclosed. But that program and that activity is highly egregious and very concerning for the American people.
What I can say is that under no circumstances would that happen under this administration and the initiatives that we've rolled out at our airports, namely under the leadership of the Secretary. We've rolled out Real ID, a law that was passed 20 years ago that really does enforce identity verification standards at our checkpoints. I mentioned early on in my statement, identity verification is a cornerstone of our aviation security system. Knowing who is accessing our aircrafts is critical to our security posture. And I'm happy to get back to you on the details of the scenario that you raised earlier.
Please do look into those ghost flights. It's something that, again, should not have been occurring, should not occur going forward. I know it wouldn't stand under this administration, but any information you can shed on what the last administration was doing incorrectly would be helpful for us going forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Ms. Walkinshaw, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman Garbarino, for convening today's hearing and for our witnesses for joining us. Last week, I visited Minnesota with 27 other members of the House, where we heard from community leaders and members about the brutal, masked secret police that have been unleashed in their streets. They've shackled peaceful protesters, pulled guns on children, dragged pregnant mothers, and as we all know, shot an unarmed mother in the face. Just yesterday in Minnesota, we heard from local law enforcement leaders that their off-duty officers, United States citizens, have been targeted by ICE. Had the department honored the committee's request, and I appreciate the chairman for making the request for acting ICE Director Lyons to testify today, I, and I think others, would have questioned him directly about his role in escalating tensions by deploying thousands of masked immigration officers, I should say masked and minimally trained immigration officers in Minnesota. With that said, I want to just discuss another one of this administration's failures. Last year, President Trump's DOGE and its chainsaw wiped out 72,000 federal jobs just here in the National Capital Region, which includes the district in Virginia that I represent, including a lot of cyber professionals. These are patriotic Americans who chose a career of public service, and instead they were fired, pushed out, or moved to support this administration's mass deportation effort that's currently, as I noted, harassing U.S. citizens, including law enforcement officers in Minnesota. CISA, as we know, is the lead agency to defend and mitigate against threats to our cyber and physical infrastructure, lost a third of its workforce. 1 year ago at CISA, much of its career workforce was bullied into quitting. They were threatened with rifts that would not come with any severance. So-called probationary employees were fired. In the recent government shutdown, some CISA staff even received the illegal RIF notices, and court after court after court has determined that those attempted RIFs were illegal.
Others were moved to ICE or to CBP or told they'd be fired if they didn't accept their transfer order. CISA has cut support to critical partners like the multi-state ISAC and the election infrastructure ISAC, while the department has dismantled key oversight and prevention efforts, including eliminating the Cyber Safety Review Board. And the leaders behind the pre-ransomware notification and secure by design initiatives have left. At a time of persistent and growing cyber threats from malign foreign actors, these choices by the president and the secretary have weakened our defenses and left our critical systems and infrastructure more exposed and the American people more vulnerable. Dr. Gatu-Makala, has CISA conducted an analysis to prove that its current staffing levels enable mission delivery? Have you done that analysis?
Congressman, thank you for the question. Please allow me to clarify. I think capability, somehow I think the narrative comes across in the media as these 800 people just left overnight. That's not the case. This is a workforce transition program. People who participated in the program.
Please, have you conducted analysis today enable you to accomplish your mission? Where is that analysis?
Congressman, the work that we do is mission focused, which means capability is measured by outcomes, not headcount. And CISA remains fully operational from what we do from securing the nation from.
So you have not conducted an analysis. Is there an analysis you can provide to the committee to determine you can meet your mission with the workforce you have today?
Congressman, we support every single statutory authority given to us, and we support every single one of that for the mission.
Okay, thank you.
It has not been compromised by any.
Okay, so there is no analysis. Funding for the multi-state ISAC has been eliminated. I referenced it. I'm sure you know a lot about it. The center provided no-cost services for cash-strapped state and local governments, especially small local governments in rural communities who don't have the ability to do this on their own. Has the threat landscape against state and local governments diminished or increased over the past year? Has it gone up or down?
Congressman, thank you for the question. And again, consistent with all ISACs, there is no federal funding, but we do work with all the ISACs in releasing the joint security products. We deployed automated communication for the joint cyber defense collaborative, expanding the real-time communication.
Thank you. You've managed to answer none of my questions. You haven't answered a single question, but thank you for coming.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the panelists for the work that you do. I want to start with Undersecretary Allende. The threats our nation faces require us to continue developing new technological capabilities. Specifically, my district is home to the Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake, which supports the Navy's research, development, acquisition, and testing and evaluation of advanced weapon systems. Recently, the Department of Homeland Security's Science and Technology Directorate, in coordination with the U.S. Coast Guard and the Naval Air Warfare Center Weapons Division at China Lake, tested a contactless vessel stopping capability prototype that uses high-energy radio frequencies to safely stop small, non-compliant vessels, which is an exciting new development. How do S&T's partnerships with key military bases enhance testing and development efforts?
Sorry, thank you, Congressman, for the question. At S&T, we take a whole of component, whole of DHS approach to understanding the needs and requirements. We take a whole of government approach to reduce duplication and create efficiencies. Often some of the systems that are developed for other departments, including the Department of War, may have a civilian application or the core technology may be transferable. Obviously, they're very different mission sets, but the technology you're referring to is very promising. We would like to do some continued testing on it to make sure that it is suitable for deployment. But it is a concern that I heard both in my engagements with the Coast Guard and from CBP and others in my trip to California this past week.
Well, you're always welcome in California. So certainly if you're in the area, please, we'd love to roll out the red carpet for you. I wonder if you can describe how S&T is working with private sector vendors to ensure technologies being developed, procured, and deployed are up to date incorporate the latest innovations, and avoid becoming obsolete before they are fielded. So what does the procurement process look like? Are there changes that need to be made? Certainly, as mentioned before, we have major special events occurring in the United States with the World Cup and the Olympics and the celebration of America's 250th birthday. How can we facilitate the spread of these technologies and deploy them ahead of these events and for any threat that exists?
Sure. Thank you for the question. The private sector is able to address a number of problems that government just really could not do on its own in many aspects. And it's generally wise to look for those technologies and the applications that they might be suitable for. We do that soup to nuts at the department. We're always looking for opportunities to bring in existing technologies. I guess my answer to you is if there's something that can be applied, our preference will be to either adopt it or adapt it for our use, rather than going through a long research development timeline. Now, in fairness, there are those areas where there is no private sector market, and in those instances, it's suitable for us to take lead on that.
Can you expound on that? What type of capabilities? I mean, does a demand signal have to be provided for the private sector to address some of the department needs, or is it something that is solely focused within the department that you just prefer to have it in-house?
I'd say there's two sets of demand signals. There's something the private sector has developed with a private market in mind that may have a very good government application. And there's the alternative, which is something that is a almost uniquely government niche that ultimately has a private sector application. And in those instances, we'd be looking to do tech transfer at the earliest possible moment. And that's private sector. For the components, our operational delivery is our goal. And so by either method, we look to get out in the field.
Do you have a particular time frame you look at when you're trying to deploy it with your processes that in place?
ASAP is really my preference. There's some nuance to that, of course. You want to make sure that it is properly tested, evaluated, and in a position to be deployed. And we have very smart people that get after that issue.
Sure. Well, I know that when it comes to the threats that our country faces, the technology is going to be critically important for us to address that, both on the private sector side and on the research and development side. So any way we can facilitate the deployment of promising technologies, please let us know. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Van Epps, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for sharing with us today. This department is tasked with the most sacred mission to protect the American homeland. Our witnesses today represent vital aspects of that mission, and I'm grateful for your time. I'm going to build off of my colleagues' questions, Mr. Ayande. S&T's Office of Safety Act Implementation, OSAI, plays an important role in mitigating litigation risk to incentivize the private sector to acquire and deploy anti-terrorism technologies. Building off of previous questions, what additional resources, if any, does OSAI require in order to process applications for designated and certified anti-terrorism technologies at a speed sufficiently appropriate to keep pace with emerging threats and technologies?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I would like to ask for an opportunity to come back and brief you on this. I can tell you we currently have a large number of applications pending. We've had a 50% increase in applications, which we attribute to FIFA, LA 2028, and America 250. And we're working very diligently to get through those. I have some time actually scheduled towards the end of this week to see how many we can get through. But certainly it is top of mind and not something that we take lightly.
Great, thank you. And to what extent does OSAI perform evaluations of technologies that have already received Safety Act certifications or other Safety Act designations to ensure that these technologies remain effective at mitigating terrorist acts? And is OSAI adequately resourced to complete necessary reevaluation processes in a timely fashion?
Thank you, Congressman. There are different sets of certifications that are offered by OSAI, and each of these is on a renewal review period. So we periodically revisit the applications. There's a whole host of requirements that are part of that, including, it could include evaluations of sites and so on. So yeah, we do try to keep with the times and the emerging threats, if I think that answers your question.
Great, thank you. Pivoting here, and this will be for Administrator McNeil. TSA announced at the end of last year that passengers who do not present a real ID or acceptable form of ID at the TSA security checkpoint would have to pay a $45 fee for a 10-day travel authorization under a new program called Confirm ID, which we've talked about some today. With the new program starting February 1st, the committee has concerns about whether TSA holds the requisite authority to levy this fee and build out a contract for an alternative travel authorization system. Can you please explain to the committee why this Confirm ID program is necessary, how this program does not go against TSA's goal to enforce Real ID compliance and uphold identification security, since it would allow individuals without proper identification to still travel simply by paying the fee?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. When we rolled out enforcement of Real ID in May of 2025, we saw approximately 93% compliance rate. Today, it's around 94%. The Confirm ID is really meant to address the continuing non-compliant population, so about 6% of what we see through our airports every day. It's been 20 years since Congress passed this law, and for folks to show up with a non-compliant ID is a draw on our resources operationally. And that cost today is borne by the taxpayer. And so the fee is really meant to defray the cost of us processing people who don't show up with the acceptable form of ID, ensure that they do not pose a threat to our skies, and have the fee borne by the non-compliant population.
And could you just talk a little bit about how TSA determined the $45 would cover the cost of a travel authorization for a passenger without an acceptable ID? I believe the original amount considered was $18.
Absolutely. So, with any fee that we issue, there is a fee study that we conduct. There was a realization that we did not include all of the costs in the initial assessment. That's part of our fee revision process. And we will do so on a recurrent basis to ensure that the fee reflects the cost of carrying out that program.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, gentleman. Yields back. I will now entertain, and I appreciate my colleagues waiting until the end. I'll entertain UC motions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record a staffing chart provided by CISA that shows 65 employees have been transferred out of CISA in management-directed reassignments since January 2025. January 20th, 2025, and that CISA has lost 998 employees since January 2025, nearly 1/3 of its total personnel. Further, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record 2 articles describing how TSA and CISA are contributing to ICE's deportation push on behalf of Mrs. Ramirez.
Without objection. Well, I want to thank you all, the witnesses, for being here today. And one of the main things we do here is oversight. And this was the first of many hearings. And you all run very important departments under Department of Homeland Security. And I appreciate your willingness and your time coming here today. And the members of the committee may have some additional questions. I know I do. And we would ask that all the witnesses respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7E, the hearing record will be held open for 10 days. Without objection, this committee stands adjourned.
This subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on foreign involvement and threats to America's transportation system. I now recognize the gentleman from Dr. Ronder from Missouri to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We remain standing for a moment of silence. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. Again, I want to welcome everyone, and I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. I guess you could say this hearing is about control and who ultimately pays the price when we give that control away. Every day, millions of Americans travel on our nation's highways, leaving behind a detailed digital record of who they are, where they go, what their destination is, and how they got there. And I want to say, I think on this hearing today, and I may be wrong, we're going to find out, I think there may be some bipartisanship, not on all the subjects of the hearing, but particularly on this piece of it, and I'm hopeful for that. We're going to find out, but I think we all agree that this is a serious issue. Electronic toll collection systems like E-ZPass were sold to the public as a convenience. You drive through, you get a bill later. Those bills get pretty big, by the way. But your data also does get tracked. And in an alarming trend, more and more of this data is being stored and being controlled by foreign entities. In my home state of New Jersey, the E-ZPass system used by millions of residents, some of the most traveled roads in the United States of America are in the state of New Jersey, the New Jersey Turnpike, for example, used by millions and businesses as well, is now operated by a company under foreign government control, a Singaporean company with documented ties to the Chinese Communist Party. That means Americans are paying tolls into a system that is not under American control. And interestingly enough, New Jersey had a choice. There was an American company that submitted a lower bid to operate the system. Many believe it was a responsible bid. Instead of choosing the option that would have kept control here at my home and saved residents money, the state went with the higher, more expensive foreign bid. And this is at a time when families are struggling with inflation, high prices, increased cost of living pressures. New Jersey taxpayers were asked to pay more for less accountability and less security. Higher costs, less transparency, more foreign control. It's a bad formula. And the problems do not end with those who operate our toll systems. It extends to what is embedded inside the infrastructure itself. The United States has become dangerously dependent on Chinese manufactured infrastructure components, including batteries, sensors, and cameras. In 2024, the Department of Homeland Security estimated that at least 12,000 Chinese-made internet cameras were already in use across United States infrastructure. A February 2025 DHS report revealed that many of these cameras lack basic data encryption and security settings, and by default, they can communicate directly with their manufacturer located in China. That means foreign entities may have visibility into American facilities, American operations, and American vulnerabilities. Chinese state-sponsored cyber attack groups linked to the Chinese government have demonstrated the capability to infiltrate U.S. infrastructure, steal sensitive data, and maintain persistent access inside our networks. Once again, it comes back to control. If we do not control the systems, the hardware, and the data, then we don't control the risk. And the loss of American control does not stop with toll systems or infrastructure. Under the Biden administration, states were allowed to issue CDLs, commercial driver licenses, to individuals who are not qualified and not proficient in English. This is where it may not be as bipartisan. Truck drivers must be able to read road signs. If you're driving an 18-wheeler, a semi, on the road, I think you got to be able to understand the signs. I don't know that that's that complicated. They've got to be able to communicate with law enforcement and respond in emergencies. When states ignore those requirements, Americans pay the price. Let me give you a few examples. March 13, 2025, Austin, Texas. A tractor trailer driven, slowed for a stop in traffic, plowed into more than a dozen vehicles, killed 5 people, including an infant and a child. The driver couldn't read and write English. November 14th, 2025, Boone County, Indiana. An illegal immigrant from the country of Georgia, driving with a New York-issued non-domiciled CDL, lost control of an 18-wheeler, killing a National Guardsman by the name of Terry Fry. Ontario, California, a semi-truck driven by an undocumented immigrant crashed on Interstate 10, killing 3 Americans and injuring several others. A commercial, St. Lucie County, Florida, a commercial truck driver with limited English proficiency made an illegal maneuver on the Florida Turnpike and it resulted in a crash, killed 3 people. Washington State, an undocumented commercial driver struck a stopped vehicle on a state highway, killing a motorist. These are not just statistics. These are families. These are brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, daughters and sons, peoples whose families were destroyed because of what happened. Once again, it does come back to control. When states abandon enforcement of federal law, Americans, American families suffer the consequences. Safety on American roads is not optional. American roads should be controlled by Americans. American data should be controlled and protected by Americans. And American safety standards should be enforced for the benefit of Americans. I thank the witnesses for being here today, and I do look forward to your testimony. I am now going to recognize the ranking member from the great state of Texas, Ms. Crockett, for an opening statement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the witnesses for appearing today to discuss threats to our transportation system. This is a serious national security issue. So I appreciate the opportunity to have a bipartisan discussion, something that does not happen very often here, about how our foreign adversaries target America's critical infrastructure. Just last fall, the Federal Highway Administration warned that spyware had been found inside foreign manufactured systems used to operate the signs, traffic cameras, weather stations, and vehicle chargers that line our highways all across the country. These communication devices could be used to collect individuals' transportation data, could be used to hack into government systems, and could even be used to cause outages in major American cities. Infiltration of our supply chains is just one vulnerability our adversaries can exploit. We consistently see our adversaries target our critical infrastructure with cyber espionage and cyber attacks. Unfortunately, from sending the names of CIA operatives over email to including a journalist in a Signal group chat discussing war plans, President Trump's administration has shown a blatant disregard for our cybersecurity. The president has gutted the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, our core civilian cyber defense agency. He also fired the head of the U.S. Cyber Command, DHS's Cyber Safety Review Board, and cybersecurity professionals at the NSA and NIST. The DHS determined the Critical Infrastructure Partner Advisory Council, a key advisory group that provided space for public-private collaboration to coordinate and craft cybersecurity plans to protect critical infrastructure. Experts repeatedly emphasize that public-private partnerships is necessary to protect the cybersecurity of our critical infrastructure. But the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act, which facilitates the public-private cyber threat intelligence ecosystem, expired last fall, and the Republican-led Congress has failed to reauthorize it. President Trump's administration has also disbanded key operations targeting foreign malign influence. Attorney General Pam Bondi dissolved the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard dismantled the intelligence community's Foreign Malign Influence Center. So it appears that there is no longer any federal body dedicated to tracking and analyzing foreign state efforts to interfere in American society. Meanwhile, The president seems to get friendlier with the heads of authoritarian adversarial nations every day. This dismantling of the federal government's cybersecurity and national security resources and the continued politicization of our federal agencies has left state and private officials reluctant to trust and share information with our federal government. This threatens the security of all critical infrastructure, from our healthcare to our elections to our transportation systems. It is vital that we address the ways our foreign adversaries target our key critical infrastructure sectors. But in my opinion, the largest threat to our national security and critical infrastructure is not undocumented immigration or foreign investment. It's the incompetent folks at the highest levels of our government that have dismantled our cybersecurity resources. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. With that, I will recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you very much, Chairman Van Drew, and thank you to all of our witnesses for joining us today. To the extent that our colleagues have called this hearing to examine how foreign threat actors are compromising our national security by targeting transportation and critical infrastructure, that is a valid and meaningful subject of inquiry, and I salute the chairman for this initiative. China is in strategic competition with the United States and is using cyber espionage to undermine our defenses. Cybersecurity is of serious concern in the transportation sector because of the vast number of targets that operate new technologies and are run by a wide array of government and private entities. From AI-driven software to chip-reliant hardware, advancement in technology, of course, has great promise to make transportation faster, cheaper, and safer. But we must be vigilant to ensure these systems are not vulnerable to infiltration or attack from malign actors like Putin's autocratic Russia or the Stalinist bureaucrats of China. But we cannot honestly discuss and debate the issue without addressing how President Trump has gutted the safeguards that protect our transportation and critical infrastructure against foreign threats. The programs and personnel in the U.S. government that keep us safe have been cut wholesale and have been bizarrely politicized, jeopardizing our national security. Trump removed a third of the workforce at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which helps government and business work together to identify cyber threats before it's too late. That reduction included department officials dedicated to local government coordination with business, which is crucial to transportation infrastructure security. Trump fired the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and other top-level military leadership, eliminating continuity in national security, and his attorney general shut down the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, the group responsible for identifying and combating malign foreign influence operations targeting the people of the United States. Trump's approach to national security, especially cybersecurity, is that of a coach who's friendly with the coaches of foreign teams and then suddenly takes his goalie off net. So, to my mind, I don't think we can have a serious conversation about hardware vulnerabilities if we're going to ignore the fact that President Trump has made our infrastructure substantially less safe in just 1 year's time. What's even more confusing to me about today's hearing is that we're examining foreign threats as though Donald Trump isn't systematically ceding more global power to China every single day, even as he multiplies and deepens his own personal business ties to China. During his first term, Trump collected millions of dollars in payments from the Chinese government and state-owned companies. In exchange for these unconstitutional emoluments, he opposed sanctions against Chinese telecom companies and banks, even when they threatened our national security. He even tried to cancel military exercises with Japan and South Korea because China complained about them. In his second term, we have seen even more of an enthusiastic presidential embrace of the tyrants and dictators. Over the last year, the administration has dismantled USAID, giving China free rein to swoop in and offer countries around the world assistance with their infrastructure construction projects, their agricultural programs, their food aid, and public health, dramatically expanding China's sphere of influence. Trump has also hurt American consumers by imposing unlawful and arbitrary tariffs and hamstrung our ability to respond to threats by firing government workers, including key experts on China and national security personnel. All the while, he's been using his crypto ventures to pocket hundreds of millions of dollars directly from Chinese billionaires with ties to the CCP. In May, a tiny Chinese tech company with ties to the government announced it had bought $300 million of President Trump's meme coin, despite the fact that it has no revenue and only 8 employees. Gee, I wonder where the money is really coming from. So 1 year in Trump's second term, we've learned that other countries think that Donald Trump is indeed making a country great. But that country is not America, it's China. In a 21-country poll by the European Council on Foreign Relations, the majority of respondents around Europe said that while the U.S. is less feared by its adversaries and less revered by its friends, they fully expect China's global influence to continue to grow over the next decade. And it's no wonder why they think that, Mr. Chairman, when Trump is inviting China, an egregious human rights violator, to join the Gaza Board of Peace and reverses course and allows U.S. chip exports to China in a move that Anthropic's CEO likened to selling nuclear weapons to North Korea. So, my friends, I wish this could just be about the problem of hardware technology and transportation, but it exists in this larger political context. And I think that we have to make that clear for everyone if we are serious about confronting the problem of Chinese and Russian tyrannical influence in our government. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. And let me say, only conjecture here, I'm not sure, but I have this sneaking suspicion, this intuitive feeling the other side doesn't like President Trump all that much. Am I right?
I've never met him.
I've never met him.
Seriously?
It's not personal. We're looking just at what the effect is on the American people.
I know. I'm trying to have a little levity. With that, I thank Mr. Raskin, and without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. And the first witness, I am going to try not to murder your name. Let's see how I do. Ms. Emily de la Briere. Pretty close? Okay, thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Van.
Actually, let me, you know what? Let me do a little history of you. I'm sorry. You're a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, a think tank that conducts research on our national security and foreign policy issues. Your work focuses on China, economic security, international organizations, and supply chains. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Van Drew. Thank you, Ranking Member Crockett. Thank you for this opportunity and both having names much easier to pronounce than mine. The Chinese Communist Party wants to control global resources, markets, and information so that it can control the world. Beijing pursues this ambition by leveraging non-market industrial policy through which it subverts critical supply chains and networks, a strategy of military-civil fusion through which it turns that positioning into a forward-deployed military presence, and a program of state-sponsored data collection through which every Chinese company and component becomes an asset for influence and espionage. Transportation systems are a core part of this Chinese strategy. Beijing defines transportation systems as part of the military-civil fusion ecosystem because they're necessary for industrial operations, social functioning, and military mobilization. For that reason, China protects its own transportation systems domestically while looking to penetrate them internationally. Transport systems also represent a massive economic opportunity. The US auto sector, for example, alone accounts for some 11 million jobs and $1.2 trillion of national output a year. Beijing wants those markets. Beijing also wants the military-relevant tech and industrial capacity that undergirds them. But China wants something else from transportation systems too. Today's technological trends are pushing the transport ecosystem toward an intelligent, connected, data-is-everything paradigm. In that environment, every foothold in a transport system, whether that's a component or a piece of software or a vehicle, becomes a possible backdoor. Everything is a computer. China is hacking all of it. For this reason, China's presence in US transportation systems, A, threatens US industry and supply chains and markets, and B, grants Beijing access to critical information on American society, the power to influence that information and therefore society, and the ability to disrupt the foundational networks on which our country depends. This isn't a notional danger. It's not something that's on the horizon. Our system is already embedded with Chinese components, and we're already under attack. LiDAR offers a valuable example. Autonomous vehicles use LiDAR to map their surroundings. Airports use it to track movement in crowds. Bridges use it to scan for defects. China controls 90% of the world's LiDAR market. The Chinese entities that are leading this charge are companies like Hesai, RoboSense, Huawei, DJI, that the US government has already identified as tied to the Chinese military. Those Chinese military-tied companies sell to GM's Cruise and NVIDIA's Drive Hyperion. Their LiDAR sensors have been installed in JFK International Airport and Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Chinese LiDAR sensors are on intersections in Chattanooga and on drawbridges in Sarasota. Every purchase of a Chinese LiDAR sensor funds the Chinese Communist Party. Every Chinese LiDAR sensor risks collecting information on behalf of Beijing, and all of them could be turned off at China's command. This isn't a unique case. LiDAR is not isolated. The same story plays out across the broader ecosystem of components that go into modern transportation systems, whether those are IoT modules or optical transceivers or cameras. Moreover, moving beyond the component level, Beijing is also building out the platform and software level of modern transportation. China is the world's largest player in in-car AI agents. Beijing's also developing unrivaled global shipping and transportation and logistics solutions, like, for example, Logging, a Chinese national platform that provides a centralized window into the otherwise fragmented world of global shipping under the Chinese government's control. Washington needs to stop further Chinese penetration of our transportation systems. Those efforts can start with direct restrictions. No company that uses Chinese components or software or those made by a Chinese influenced entity should be eligible for federal procurement, federal tax incentives, or any other federal incentives. In establishing restrictions like that, Washington should also tighten and clarify FIOC and PFE rules to make it clear what it is that is a Chinese entity and to make that a stricter definition. Targeted measures like this can directly bolster the security of American transportation systems. But Washington should also take broader action to change the state of play that has allowed China to embed itself into our critical infrastructure systems. Tariffs on Chinese goods can help dissuade the US private sector from buying from Chinese entities and therefore from being complicit with the Chinese Communist Party. Tariffs can also create the circumstances in which to rebuild a trusted American industry. On the data front, no company that stores data in China should be permitted to collect data in the United States or be eligible for federal procurement, defense industrial-based procurement, federal tax credits, or other incentives. And Washington should leverage trade deals to compel US allies and partners to enact their own defenses against China such that they don't serve as conduits for the Chinese Communist Party. It might seem impossible now to think that China could supplant American giants like FedEx, like Boeing, like Ford. But that scenario is on the very, very near horizon. Should it come to pass, China will claim a determinative advantage. Washington needs to fight back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, very informative. I think that outlines the seriousness of this issue. I know it's not the sexiest issue in Congress that everybody's talking about, and I get it, but this room should be packed, and everybody should hear this and listen to it. It's a serious, serious issue. And again, as I said before, and I understand components of what you're talking about in your issues, but it should be a bipartisan one as well. Now, your name, on the other hand, Mr. Cole, is Rocky Cole. Couldn't be easier than that, right?
Correct.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, and distinguished members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. The topic of the hearing is embedded threats in America's transportation systems, and I will certainly address those directly. However, I believe, as several other people have pointed out, that these threats are best understood in the broader context of adversarial cyber operations against America's critical infrastructure as they constitute one piece of a larger strategic landscape. My name is Rocky, and I've worked to counter America's top cyber adversaries for almost 20 years now, first within the United States intelligence community, then at Google, and now at a US-based venture capital-backed company called iVerify, which secures the very powerful computers in our pockets, mobile phones. I've witnessed the strategic evolution of cyber operations from the earliest days of mere cyber espionage to what can only be called today's cyber Cold War. And my experiences have informed a somewhat unique perspective on both the problem and steps we can take to mitigate the threats. In cyberspace, America has two historical rivals, China and Russia. Historically, both Chinese and Russian cyber operations were focused on intelligence gathering. For China, this meant extracting intellectual property to feed their Made in China 2025 strategy, which a former director of the NSA described as the greatest transfer of wealth in human history, while Russia focused on more traditional espionage goals. However, we have recently, as in within the last 5 years, reached a watershed moment where the objective of cyber operations have shifted to pre-positioning for disruptive effects. Modern doctrine now views cyberspace as a basic platform for hybrid warfare, where blinding cyber attacks are intended to paralyze command and control networks before kinetic operations even begin. The US intelligence community assesses with high confidence that these actors are embedding, quote, sleeper software within our infrastructure to be activated at will. The threat from China is particularly acute through several multi-year campaigns aimed at achieving information dominance. The Volt Typhoon campaign, for example, targets energy, water, and yes, transportation sectors specifically to disable military mobilization and sow domestic chaos that would distract US leaders during a potential invasion of Taiwan. Furthermore, Salt Typhoon has compromised the backdoor systems used by telecommunication providers for court-ordered wiretapping and allowing China to monitor law enforcement, track the real-time geolocations of millions of Americans, and compromise our mobile devices. These operations have even expanded to targeting toll systems and compromising state-level commercial driver's license databases, all of which are vital for our national logistics. To evade detection, these actors have refined their methods to bypass modern defenses through malware-free intrusions. They utilize techniques like living off the land, which means using legitimate system administration tools to blend in with normal activity and avoid detection using largely stolen credentials like passwords and tokens as their initial access point. And finally, as per the topic of this hearing, they increasingly utilize supply chain operations to gain backdoor access to critical technologies. This can manifest as tampering with or implanting hardware components, inserting malicious code into software updates, or compromising the integrity of manufacturing processes for devices like routers, servers, and even large industrial equipment such as port cranes. Despite the magnitude of the threat, the United States remains hamstrung by a patchwork regulatory landscape and structural challenges that impede a unified defense. Our defensive posture is characterized by voluntary frameworks that have failed to keep pace with the adversary's strategic pivot to pre-positioning. And compounding this is the complexity of coordinating between the federal government and 50 state-level regulatory bodies. This asymmetry demands a significant structural and legal overhaul to achieve true cyber deterrence, both on the offensive side and on the defensive side. This includes formalizing the authority for the United States Cyber Command to, quote, defend forward and disrupt adversarial groups within foreign networks before they reach the homeland. We must also address systematic personnel failures within the United States Cyber Command by transitioning towards an independent cyber force that establishes uniform standards for recruitment and training and bypasses the traditional military standards that have frankly hindered our cyber readiness. And most importantly, we should consider advancing a framework that treats cyber attacks on critical infrastructure that may imperil human life as the acts of war that they are, equivalent to kinetic strikes. We must also harden our domestic resilience by moving beyond purely voluntary standards. Congress should fund states to build high maturity response capabilities and convert voluntary resilience standards into mandates for systematically important entities, requiring redundant power and physical hardening across critical sectors. We must shift the legal duty of care to software manufacturers and away from the end users like local governments, instead holding the software designers liable for design flaws while mandating a move to secure by design principles rather than today's voluntary pledges. And finally, to mitigate supply chain risks, Congress should consider implementing mandatory screening and the eventual phase out of Chinese manufactured hardware with remote communications capabilities within highly sensitive critical infrastructure and federal networks, akin to the rip and replace campaigns that Congress has already funded to remove Chinese-made telecommunications gear from America's core networks. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. And with that, let me say you're the co-founder and COO of iVerify, a cybersecurity company focused on mobile phones. You previously worked at Google and Deloitte and served with the National Security Agency. Mr. Chris Spear is next. Mr. Spear is the President and Chief CEO Officer of the American Trucking Association, an organization made up of trucking companies. He also serves on the board of directors for American Transportation Research Institute and the Trucking Cares Foundation. Mr. Spear.
Chairman Vandrew, Ranking Member Crockett, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. For over 90 years, the American Trucking Associations has represented an industry that employs the hardest working men and women in the country. Safety is in our DNA. It is at the forefront of everything that we do. The overwhelming majority of America's 3.6 million truck drivers take immense pride in their work. They meet every requirement every day, and they move our economy forward with proficiency and with pride. Safely operating a tractor trailer requires a specialized skill and an adherence to high standards of professionalism. A CDL should represent a promise that the person behind the wheel of an 80,000-pound vehicle is qualified, competent, and accountable. Regrettably, years of lax and uneven enforcement have undermined that promise. Serious vulnerabilities, particularly related to driver training and CDL issuance, have been exposed through several high-profile, tragic, and preventable crashes. CDL mills, which masquerade as legitimate schools, have fast-tracked prepared individuals into trucking by putting profits before training. Meanwhile, state licensing agencies handed out improper credentials, and federal regulators looked the other way, enabling unqualified individuals to climb into the driver's seat. ATA has long warned that insufficient compliance allows unsafe operators to obtain CDLs. Fortunately, Secretary Duffy has made it a priority to close these loopholes. Our federation has been working hand in glove with US DOT to implement comprehensive solutions. We know that meaningful oversight works. Since December, FMCSA at DOT has removed nearly 7,000 CDL mills from the training provider registry and put an additional 450 non-compliant providers on notice. These actions, coupled with upholding federal driver qualifications and implementing regular audits, are critical steps toward improving the CDL system. We appreciate the subcommittee's focus on these issues, and we look forward to being a resource as you seek to codify these regulations. While the integrity of CDLs is foundational to highway safety, the systems that monitor driver compliance and enable roadside enforcement are just as critical. In recent years, the proliferation of non-compliant electronic logging devices has emerged as a serious and rapidly evolving threat. Cheating has gone high-tech, with some devices using AI to produce fake documentation, like fuel and food receipts, to fabricate hours of service. Equally concerning are digital backdoors that could provide U.S. adversaries access to sensitive supply chain data. When operators are able to purchase devices that falsify logs or conceal violations, it rewards unsafe behavior and penalizes carriers who invest in compliant systems. ATA strongly supports FMCSA's efforts to strengthen electronic logging device certification, which have led to the removal of nearly 100 non-compliant devices in just the last 2 months. An additional 250 devices have been removed, underscoring the need for better vetting on the front end. We urge Congress to improve device screening, apply greater scrutiny to foreign-owned ELDs, and enhance penalties against violators. Another growing concern involves cross-border trade with Mexico. B-1 visas allow Mexican drivers to haul freight between Mexico and the U.S., but not within the United States. When B-1 drivers haul domestic freight, it is called cabotage, and it's illegal. This underhanded practice exploits Mexican drivers, and it's unfair to law-abiding motor carriers and American truck drivers. ATA is pushing for stepped-up enforcement against these violations. Finally, I'd like to draw the subcommittee's attention to a transportation security lapse within the Department of Defense that was identified by ATA's Government Freight Conference. The department is improperly awarding shipments to unauthorized carriers to move sensitive cargo like M1 Abrams tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles. This practice compromises safety by putting military freight in the hands of unvetted carriers and drivers. Last year, ATA worked with Congress to enact several provisions in the NDAA aimed at this problem. We will continue to partner with you to shore this up. ATA thanks the subcommittee for your interest in identifying foreign ownership risks and hidden vulnerabilities across our transportation system. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spear. Mr. Rob Kanaki, he is the Chief Executive Officer of TPO Group, a cybersecurity consulting firm. He previously served as the Deputy National Cyber Director with the National Security Council and at the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. Kanaki.
Thank you, Chairman Vandrew, and thank you, Ranking Member Crockett and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify on this subject. While I can't speak to the issues that my colleague, Mr. Spear, has addressed, I think you're going to find that the bipartisan approach that you were hoping for, Chairman Vandrew, really has emerged, at least within the cybersecurity community, on these topics. There is very little that I could disagree with in either the tone or the substance of what my other two panelists have said on the cyber threats. So as not to repeat much of what they have said, let me make a series of points about how we address these threats. First, let me applaud the focus on embedded threats. As Mr. Cole pointed out, our critical infrastructure is compromised through remote hacking capabilities that China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea have deployed. This is a serious issue. This is a serious risk, and more needs to be done to address that traditional threat. But the threat from embedded systems that are dependent on Chinese-produced electronics, Chinese IT components, and Chinese products is unique to China because of the scale of their manufacturing and the lack of capacity that we have in the United States today. So I'll primarily focus my remarks on the cyber aspects here, but it should be noted that in the event of a conflict with China, they will have the ability to cut off supplies for critical minerals, for critical goods, for critical parts and services that our economy needs to run. That alone means that we need to diversify our supply, onshore our supply, and build trusted supply networks with our allies overseas. While we need to diversify our supply, we also simply cannot simply trust that something produced by an ally or something produced by a US company built by US citizens is necessarily trusted. So let me go for another point of bipartisanship here by quoting Ronald Reagan. This is an area where the mantra needs to be trust but verify. We need to verify that the systems we rely on are in fact secure, regardless of whether they are produced by a US company from entirely US made components, or they are produced by our allies through an extended and secured supply chain. We cannot simply assume that onshoring will address this risk. We have seen the risk from transshipment where US companies may think that they are building from chips that did not in fact come from China, but those chips may have been transshipped from China through Vietnam, through Mexico, or through another country. And a drone or other device that you may think is secure and is US and American made may have a risk inside it that even the company that manufactured it does not know about. That's why it's critically important that we invest in the ability not only to produce these goods domestically and with our allies, but also be able to identify and recognize when these supply chains have been compromised and when there are backdoors or logic bombs or other threats embedded in these systems. I think we can envision a future in which we have trusted supply chains. But to get there, we need much stronger government action. Chairman Vandrew, to your point about a more expensive Chinese system, I think what we are seeing today is that typically Chinese suppliers are often cheaper, but in some cases, they in fact have better capability than some US produced goods. And so what that will mean on the market is that companies are going to purchase the cheaper good, particularly if it is more effective than an American-made good. I was part of a long-running, what I would call a whispering campaign against Huawei to say that Huawei's technology shouldn't be trusted. It shouldn't be put in our core infrastructure. The FBI did briefings. We did briefings at the NSC. What finally worked was banning that technology. And then for the rural broadband telecommunications providers that were incapable of investing to replace that, subsidizing that investment. We need a far broader approach like that to the categories of technology that China is dominant in today. And we need to develop and invest in the ability to verify that the replacement technologies produced in the United States are in fact secure and have not been compromised. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Kanaki. All good statements. I'm going to ask you all to rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Does that apply also to testimony they've already given?
Correct. Thank you for that. And that does apply to the testimony you've already given. What the ranking member is pointing out in his gentle way is I should have done that at the very beginning when you started your testimony. So that's a good point. Thank you. With that being said, we are going to begin with the questions. And I am going to start with the gentleman from Missouri, Dr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So over the past decade, federal agencies and infrastructure operators have embedded software-driven electrical equipment throughout America's roads, ports, rail systems, and power networks. Through this rapid modernization, we have quietly opened a dangerous national security vulnerability. Foreign manufactured hardware now sits at the core of systems that keep the American economy running and the military moving. Nowhere is the threat more acute than in the power sector. Chinese-made inverters, batteries, and transformers have become foundational to the power grid and critical infrastructure. The components are designed, built, and in some cases remotely controlled by firms operating under the authority and influence of the Chinese Communist Party. As a result, the CCP is increasingly positioned to monitor, disrupt, or manipulate the infrastructure that underpins U.S. commerce, public safety, and national defense. Mrs. De La Brea, can you explain why it is inherently dangerous for U.S. roads, ports, and rail systems to rely on electronic components manufactured in China, particularly when those components are embedded deep inside operational systems?
Yes, sir. Three main reasons from the informational perspective. The first is that those components give China access to critical American information. Who is traveling, where, when, how. That's like a personal privacy risk, but it's also a strategic asset. We're in a competition where data is the new oil. Data is the single most dominant resource in the great power competition with China. If Beijing has full information on our society, that's how it can target all of its attacks. That's thing number one. Thing number two is China can shape information. If information is fueling transportation and you can shape information, you can decide who's moving where, when, what. You can pick winners and losers. What company, shipping route, software add-on is going to win. And that means that Beijing controls our society. And then there's the disruption threat. So all of these two things are short of any like outright conflict scenario. That's just happening. Right. Then there's, if China decides it's time, they can shut off our systems, they can interfere with our systems, they can destabilize our society. And this is, so that's informational threat. On top of it, there's just a basic supply chain and industrial threat. China can stop providing these components, we're trying to build new infrastructure or modernize infrastructure, we're at their mercy. Plus, our industrial base depends on being able to produce these critical goods. Our country depends on having an industrial base. Our economy depends on that. If we forfeit that to China, there goes American growth and freedom.
So what categories of U.S. infrastructure, like EV charging stations, tolling stations, rail signaling, port cranes, traffic management systems, currently depend on foreign manufactured electronic hardware? And I'm afraid you're going to say all of the above.
All of the above. Okay. And at so many levels too that we aren't aware. You mentioned inverters. No one's talking about inverters. Right. That's a huge risk to the grid. So all of those sectors, every sector, data centers, optical transceiver, or building them at rapid scale, optical transceivers are necessary for data centers. We increasingly depend on those for so many other industries. What if China shuts those off?
Yeah, I was at a energy conference in Houston a few months back, and one of the speakers talked about Chinese-made batteries. You know, any kind of reliance on so-called green energy, wind or solar, is going to rely on massive battery charging capability, or even one's, the electrical panel on one's roof, private home, would depend on a battery. And apparently a large percentage of these are being made in communist China right now. And those could, in theory, be remotely, flipped off, or even remotely made to overheat, causing electrical fire or even explosion risk. So, Mr. Cole, I see you nodding. Any comments on this?
Congressman, I was just discussing with the other witnesses before the hearing that there are virtually no cybersecurity standards around electric vehicles as a category, right, whether that be batteries that can communicate directly, perhaps with China, or other cybersecurity standards of the self-driving components of the vehicles. You can imagine a world where the United States is trying to mobilize for a conflict, and suddenly EVs are blocking roads, states, cities.
It's frightening. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hostile foreign nations like China are targeting critical infrastructure here in America. And Donald Trump is enriching himself with money from China while weakening United States programs that protect us from their security threats. For example, the Chinese government and its state-controlled entities spent over $5.5 million at Trump-owned properties during the first Trump administration. But in this second administration, the greed and corruption is turbocharged. A Chinese company recently announced that it would buy up to $300 million of President Trump's cryptocurrency. And coincidentally, the Trump administration is systematically weakening our defenses against China's security threats. Ms. De La Bruyere, would you agree that the U.S. needs to be the #1 country for artificial intelligence?
I would agree with that.
And you would agree also that NVIDIA chips power the NVIDIA or the AI revolution, correct?
They are among the components that power the AI revolution, yes.
And does it surprise you that Trump has discarded America's strategic technological edge over China insofar as AI chips by changing the rules and allowing the export of NVIDIA's AI chips to China?
I think what surprises me the most
Does that surprise you?
I think what surprises me the most is that we don't actually have an edge in AI chips over China anymore.
Okay, all right. So you want to take me in a different direction.
Yes, sir.
Because
it's important.
I don't want to go in the direction you're trying to take me. So I'm going to now ask Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, Elon Musk and his Doge Musketeers benched hundreds of cybersecurity professionals at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, also known as CISA, and at the National Security Agency. Nearly a third of CISA staff was cut, including divisions that coordinated with states and businesses which provide key assistance for transportation infrastructure. Was that a wise move by Trump?
Well, first, Congressman, I'm a native Georgian, so it's a pleasure to meet you.
Well, good to meet you too, sir.
I've always wanted to. To answer your question, I do think now is not the time to be
Yeah.
cutting CISA's budget or
That
operational
was a
capacity.
bad move. His budget request to Congress now includes an additional 18% cut to CISA's cybersecurity division, which leads efforts to protect government networks and helps defend critical infrastructure. Was that a good move or a bad move?
Congressman, if you go around the country and talk to state cyber leaders, they will all tell you they would like additional federal support to respond to cyber attacks.
It was a bad move. I think that's probably what you're trying to say. But let me ask you, Mr. Naki, we've seen our foreign adversaries exploit cyber vulnerabilities against our communications, energy, and water sectors, among others. But it may be easy to discount national security risk to our transportation infrastructure because we haven't yet seen widespread consequences in this field. While embedded technology like undisclosed radios in batteries and cranes clearly shows that our adversaries may have the capability to conduct espionage or even cause outages in transportation infrastructure, when local governments or private companies are acquiring technology, they may be willing to overlook the national security risk in favor of getting technology that they need more quickly or cheaper. Does the fact that we haven't yet seen a major cyber attack against our transportation infrastructure mean that we don't have to worry about this national security threat? And it comes at a time when Trump's net worth increased by $3 billion over last year. With this security threat, does it mean we need to be worried, or do we have cause for concern as the president gets richer and our security is eroded?
Sir, we've absolutely seen campaigns carried out against our transportation infrastructure for the purposes of collecting intelligence and for the purposes of planning future attacks. What we haven't yet seen is significant disruption of that infrastructure because the geopolitical moment in which our adversaries would want to take advantage of that has not emerged yet.
Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'm going to yield 5 minutes to myself, and this is to Mr. Spear. How does weakened enforcement of federal CDL and English proficiency requirements undermine safety on American roads? And tell me if you agree this should be viewed as a national security and rule of law issue rather than just a regulatory problem.
Well, I think the criteria, the standards that you're speaking to come from the United States Department of Transportation, handed down to the states. The states administer the tests. Some states do it very well, and there's a handful that aren't. We've seen over the last few years a whole host of CDLs get issued to people that shouldn't have them, candidly. First, they may not be here legally. They may not be able to speak or understand English. They shouldn't be operating an 80,000-pound heavy-duty truck, moving freight across the country. So those standards and the relationship between the federal and state government is absolutely essential to make sure that all states are doing the same thing on those fundamentals.
If I was to ask you if federal CDL and English proficiency standards have been consistently enforced, am I being fair when I say that some of the fatal crashes we discussed today probably could have been prevented?
There's absolutely no question. Your opening statement covered several crashes that we've also watched very closely. A lot of the folks that you cited in those accidents, those drivers were not able to speak English, understand English, probably should never have been driving in the first place. They were issued CDLs when they shouldn't have had them. You don't want people like that behind the wheel of a 40-ton U.S. truck.
I would think. Thank you. I'm going to ask you a rapid fire question here. And if you agree, we do need to do more. If you could catch up with us and get information to me. What I'm going to ask is, do you believe in the United States of America we need to do anything legislatively? Does Congress need to do something to make us more safe and more secure. Very briefly, I'm going to ask all of you, so we got to go quickly, but Ms. Stella Gruyere.
Yes, absolutely. And number one low-hanging fruit stopping an unforced error is with any federal incentives or procurement, having actually enforced stringent restrictions on the ability of Chinese or Chinese-influenced entities with clear rules of what those are to receive them.
So I know you don't write bills, but if you could get us that information, get it to my office and also to the committee of what you saw, this bill, kind of give us your priorities on that. Mr. Cole.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do believe Congress needs to act in a few ways. First, I believe United States Cyber Command needs additional authorities in order to be able to operate at the speed with which our adversaries are. I believe Congress must do more legislatively to increase our resiliency against cyber attacks. To some degree, we have to assume that nation-state adversaries have already compromised our infrastructure. And that means giving states the ability to more quickly respond to threats as they emerge. That could mean additional funding or clearer frameworks. And finally, as I agree with Mrs. De La Bruyere that we should take a legislative approach to data sovereignty as well.
Please get that to my office, both of you, as quickly as you could. Thank you. Mr. Spear.
I think on the English language proficiency, we would advocate for the American Trucking Associations that Congress fully codify English language proficiency for all drivers, that all states should test for this consistently across the board. And this is a safety issue. If you're operating a vehicle, you shouldn't be pulling a U-turn on the Florida Turnpike. You should be able to understand weather signs in, say, Wyoming. You need to understand English. You need to be able to operate that equipment safely around the motoring public. Congress needs to codify this to ensure that all 50 states abide by this and aren't just handing CDLs out carelessly to people that shouldn't be driving a 40-ton truck.
Thank you. Please get that to my office as well. Mr. Kanaki.
I would say the most important thing from my perspective is to fill gaps in regulatory frameworks so that we have comprehensive ability to oversee regulation in this space.
Thank you. I will yield back the rest of my time. And with that, I will yield to the ranking member of this committee, Ms. Jasmine Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I will point out that being a bad driver doesn't necessarily have anything to do with whether or not you can speak English. I also will point out that I've had the privilege, or maybe not so much the privilege, of driving in multiple countries. And I was not required to get another license. I was able to rent cars in other countries and drive because some things are kind of universal. And frankly, if somebody passes the test as it's laid out, then I think that that's kind of what it is. If we need to change the test, then we need to change the test. But nevertheless, one of the things that has become clear over the past year is that this president can be bought. If you have enough money, you can get favorable regulations from this White House. You can get pardons, you can get contracts, and you can get influence with this president, even if you have ties to a foreign government, which the Justice Department has described as, and I quote, a significant risk to U.S. national security. So we've already established that the Trump administration has shown a blatant disregard for our cybersecurity. In his first month in office, the president dismantled nearly all of DHS's advisory committees that study major cyber attacks and provide actionable recommendations to defend against those attacks. So, Mr. Kanaki, what role did these advisory committees play in protecting our critical infrastructure? How does their dissolution make us less safe?
Thank you, Ranking Member Crockett. Absolutely, these committees were essential to establishing the mechanisms for coordinating and collaborating on cybersecurity with our industry partners. They were necessary, but not sufficient. They laid the groundwork for the kind of real-time collaborative engagement that has been emerging over the last 5 years. We've gone from having just these discussions on policy and risk and threat to actually working with government agencies, with CISA, with NSA, with Cyber Command, and the FBI.
So if I'm to understand you correctly, you believe that they were necessary, but you believe that they weren't even sufficient in their current form. So if anything, you believe that they should have been beefed up, not deleted, correct?
There's absolutely a need to expand these collaborative mechanisms with industry and to make them real-time and substantial. Yes.
Now, I represent the state of Texas, which is the largest exporting state in the country. Texas has 32 official ports of entry that serve as critical gateways to global trade. Mr. Kanaki, as you probably know, 80% of cranes at U.S. ports are manufactured by a Chinese state-owned entity, and the government has found communication devices embedded on these cranes that could be used to track port activity and enable cyber espionage. What concerns are raised when the technology used inside a critical infrastructure system is manufactured by a foreign adversary?
In the case of these devices, what we're talking about is an ability to both monitor and control and disrupt the infrastructure should it be in China's interest to do so. So it's an absolutely critical risk that we be able to maintain our trade in the event that they feel they are compelled to use that capability. The focus here, in my view, needs to be retrofitting at this point. We don't need to replace the steel that holds up the cranes. I think we're certain that's pretty strong. What we need to do is replace the electronics, rip and replace the electronics, and operate them with trusted hardware and trusted software that we know is not communicating back to China.
The costs associated with operating technology needed for critical infrastructure are increasing. It doesn't help that the Trump administration's policies are partly responsible for the cost increase. However, states are weighing the cost and availability of the technology they need to operate and maintain their critical infrastructure. There aren't domestic manufacturers for many of these necessary machines, such as cargo ships or port cranes. Let me add to this. We did have the Chips and Science Act, and my predecessor in Congress was actually the one that ushered that through. That was to make sure that we could manufacture more chips right here domestically. And it is so unfortunate because there were so many plans and there were so many that were saying we are going to take advantage of this bill and pull down on these dollars. And now those plans have fallen by the wayside because of some of the terrible tariff policies that currently are taking place. It is harming us not only economically, but it is harming us from a security standpoint. This was not fiscal responsible policy that this administration has engaged in, but it's also been very harmful to us domestically. So the last question is, so what solutions are there to mitigate the risk posed by foreign technology and infrastructure supply chains?
I think we badly need to make a government investment in the retrofitting of these technologies. The markets simply are not going to support this investment on their own, given that these are national security risks and not risks that are necessarily going to be borne by shareholders of companies.
Thank you so much for your time. I'll yield back.
Thank the ranking member. I would just make one minor point that probably when she was driving in those foreign countries, she wasn't driving an 18-wheeler. I could probably guarantee that. Well, I'm hoping not. I know I couldn't even drive one, but the CDL requirements are much more specific and much harder. Do you have a CDL? I don't have a CDL.
I may have.
You could.
I got a license to carry.
Jazz, so do I. So do I. So you never know. But with that, I think we have the gentleman from Texas has a UC request.
Yep, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record this report, the weaponization of CISA, how a cybersecurity agency colluded with big tech and disinformation partners to censor Americans.
Without objection, and I will ask the gentleman to go forward and present testimony. Questions?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. In 2016, the Obama-Biden administration issued internal guidance that weakened enforcement by discouraging roadside interviews and out-of-service penalties, effectively nullifying a core safety rule without changing the law. Since that time, fatal truck crashes have increased and multiple deadly incidents have involved non-domiciled or non-English proficient drivers who should have never been licensed or allowed to operate in the first place. In many cases, they shouldn't have even been in this country in the first place. The Trump administration has moved to restore the rule of law by rescinding the guidance, and even Democrat-led states such as California couldn't hide the damage inflicted by the radical Democrats' open borders policies and revoked 17,000 commercial driver's licenses given to illegal aliens. Thank you, witnesses, for taking the time to be here. Mr. Spear, Do you consider the Obama-Biden administration 2016 rule guidance, which discouraged out-of-service enforcement for English proficiency failures, to be a breakdown in regulatory control over a critical transportation sector?
I do. That decision cost lives. And respectfully, Congressman Crockett, the accident that was cited in the chair's opening statement killed people because that driver did not understand what he was doing. And an 80,000-pound vehicle is much different than a car. It does not stop on a dime. It doesn't turn on a dime. These are very heavy vehicles that have to have people trained and skilled to operate them. And they need to understand the language we speak. Here in America, that's English. I've lived and worked in 5 continents, driven in all 5. Arabic, Chinese, you name it. You have to understand that country's language to understand how to operate a vehicle. It's for the safety of those around you. So that 2016 decision by the Obama administration took the lives of innocent people because it put people out on the road behind the wheel of an 80,000-pound vehicle that should never have been driving. We need stronger enforcement. That rule has been on the books since the 30s. It should be consistent no matter what party you are. If you care about the safety of people driving in your district, then this needs to be enforced in all 50 states evenly. It's simply fundamental. And there is absolutely no compromise when it comes to safety. We don't hedge on any of that. So I want to be very clear. We need to enforce it. It needs to be done by every state. It needs to be done evenly. And yes, the language does matter.
You're exactly right. It does cost lives. It costed the life of the son of one of my constituents. A little over 2 years ago, 8-year-old Baron Ritchie of Pilot Point, Texas, was killed on I-35 near Hillsboro when a wheel hub and tires broke off a semi and struck the Ritchie family's SUV as his mother drove him home from a school trip. The non-English speaking illegal alien, Martin Monreal Alvarado, had overstayed a B-1 visitor visa that expired 6 months prior to the incident. Further, Monreal Alvarado was party to RTD Carriers Trucking Company, an entity with an abysmal Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration record. RTD Carriers employed other foreign drivers as well without valid work visas and sent Monreal Alvarado on an unlawful route beyond the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement commercial zone. And the reality was, if even one of these issues had been policed, Baron Ritchie would still be with us today. Mr. Spear, what can Congress do to confront unsafe carriers such as RTD from closing and reopening under a new name, reusing the same dangerous equipment and dangerous personnel?
Well, certainly work with your colleagues in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee to give the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration at DOD the authority it needs to clean up the registry. Okay, we have people come on, off. They have an accident, they come back on, they change their name. This system is broken. The federal oversight and ability to manage the motor carrier populace properly, safely, is broken. Secretary Duffy understands that. They're going back to the basics and enforcing the laws that you've given them. Where there are shortfalls, you all in Congress need to step up and give these agencies the power they need to have interstate commerce standards applied equally in all states. These are just fundamentals. When you take a test in a state like California for a CDL, you need to be able to speak English. You need to be here illegally. You need to have training to acquire the CDL, not some online one-day source and you get the CDL. This has got to be enforced. I look to Congress to work with DOT to shore that up. I can guarantee if you call over there now, they will give you a list of things that we support that will help them ensure that all states take steps forward to ensure that lives like that are not lost.
I agree, Mr. Spear. Mr. Spear, learn English or get out of our country. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
I thank the gentleman from Texas. That concludes today's hearing.
Oh, I've got a UC. Okay. DOJ employees shared Social Security data. Court filings show employees detailed to the Social Security Administration shared sensitive data through a non-secure server. The Justice Department disclosed. This is from the New York Times, January 20th, 2026.
Without objection.
And my final one is Federal Review finds 44% of U.S. trucking schools don't comply with government rules. This is from December 1st of 2025. This is the AP. It says nearly 44% of the 16,000 truck driving schools in the U.S. may be forced to close if they lose their students after a review by the Federal Transportation Department found they may not be complying with the government requires. It did not say anything about languages.
Without objection.
Okay, now I'm done.
That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee today. I thank you all. You did a great job. Looking forward from correspondence from all of you. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, this hearing is adjourned.
The committee will come to order. I want to welcome our witnesses here today to our panel and look forward to a productive hearing of our Work and Welfare Subcommittee titled today, Strengthening the Child Support Program, Status, Challenges, and Opportunities for Modernization. Well, good afternoon and welcome. And today's hearing, as I just mentioned, will dive into the opportunities we have for modernization as it relates to child support. And a special thank you to our witnesses for being here today. My name is Darren LaHood, and proud to serve as the chair of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, and I represent Illinois' 16th Congressional District, covering much of central and northwestern parts of our state. This is only the second hearing we've held on the Child Support Enforcement Program since 2012. The Child Support Program plays a critical role in promoting the financial well-being of children and families. It encourages sustained parental engagement and reinforces the principle that parental responsibility does not end when parents live apart. Regular child support payments promote self-sufficiency by helping families avoid reliance on public assistance benefits and can represent a meaningful share of a family's monthly income. In 2024, states collected more than $25 billion in child support payments and served more than 11 million families, or 18% of all children in the United States. Among families served, 24% had incomes below the poverty line. The child support program is one of the most effective in the federal government, returning more than $4 for every dollar spent administering it. The last time Congress enacted comprehensive reforms to this program was nearly 3 decades ago, as part of the welfare reform of 1996. That law significantly reshaped the child support program by expanding federal requirements and establishing national standards for how child support cases are managed. Those reforms strengthened collections and improved accountability. But there is a need to modernize the program to account for the changing labor market and availability of new enforcement tools. The modern labor market is more mobile, more fragmented, and less predictable. Millions of workers now rely on contract labor and short-term gig work engagements that do not run through conventional payroll systems. Remote work allows people to change jobs and cross state lines without changing addresses or employers. These shifts complicate routine enforcement methods that were designed for a workforce anchored for long-term traditional employment. Family structures have also grown more complex. Fewer cases today involve families receiving cash welfare, while more involve parents navigating multiple households and interstate custody arrangements. These realities place new burdens on state agencies. At the same time, state agencies continue to rely on aging technology and case management platforms that were never built for today's caseloads. This hearing is an opportunity to take a look at how a vital program is functioning in a very different economic and technological environment than the one that it was built for. Our goal is to better understand how child support enforcement can continue to promote family stability, encourage responsible parenthood, and operate effectively in a landscape that Congress could not have fully anticipated back in 1996. In the past, this program has garnered bipartisan support, and I'm hopeful that we can work across the aisle on a bipartisan basis for solutions to develop new ways to improve the federal child support enforcement program. Again, thank you for our witnesses for being here today, and I look forward to your testimony. With that, I now turn to my ranking member and colleague, Mr. Davis of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me thank you for holding today's hearing on child support, which is one of our most cost-effective tools to reduce child poverty, collected more than $4 for every $1 that we invest. I also want to welcome all of our witnesses, and especially Nick Gwynn, who improved child support in very important ways when he served as subcommittee staff director, and whose advice I sought when I first joined the committee many years ago. Nick, not only do we welcome you back, but we thank you for the outstanding work that you did and continue to do on behalf of the nation's children. Thank you very much. I must begin by expressing my shock, bit of anger and dismay that our committee refuses to address the administration's baseless and illegal withholding of temporary assistance for needy families and the social service block grant funds desperately needed by families in our home state of Illinois and 4 other states. Nor is our committee challenging the illegal barriers to child care funding for all states, tribes, and United States territories. Our committee wrote the laws the administration is violating, and it is shameful that we're not penalizing Health and Human Services action and reminding them that Congress is a co-equal branch of government. The child support program increases access to basic necessities for children who would otherwise live in deep poverty. And it often increases the number of loving adults in a child's life because parents who pay child support are also more likely to have a relationship with their children. We should continue to ensure that the child's well-being is at the center of all decision-making, including complex situations involving kinship caregivers trying to preserve family relationships and custodial parents fleeing domestic violence. Our committee has clear, specific opportunities to improve federal child support programs to ensure children's needs are met, families are strengthened, and both custodial and non-custodial parents are treated fairly. States should pass through all child support to the families. Because of federal limits and states not using options in the law, dozens of states actually keep large amounts of child support, reducing support to families. I am proud of Illinois' leadership in this area, which is making a meaningful difference for the people that I represent. We should prohibit states from collecting child support from families whose children enter foster care. The research is abundantly clear that this punitive action keeps children in foster care longer. Although many states are stopping this practice after HHS issued guidance, this committee should act to stop this process altogether. We should legislate based on reality and not on the longstanding fictional narrative that non-custodial parents don't want to pay child support. Most non-custodial parents struggling with child support lack good jobs that allow them to pay without being forced into poverty, and they are reluctant to use their limited income to pay support that is not given to their children. We should move bills that encourage investment in employment and economic upscaling opportunities for struggling non-custodial parents, in parenting time services, and in funding parental access and visitation grants that help address parental conflict
and in requiring evidence-based protocols to ensure that parenting time is not a weapon for perpetrators of domestic violence. We've found common ground on positive, effective child support policies before, and I hope we will prioritize these reforms again. I look forward to evaluating the recommendations being raised today. And again, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this very important hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for your opening statements. We'll now turn to our witnesses. And I'll go down the line here and introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Jessica Tolstrup, who is a specialist in social policy at the Congressional Research Service here in Washington, D.C. Next is Ms. Connie Chesnick, and she is the administrator of the Wisconsin Division of Family and Economic Security in the Department of Children and Families. She's joining us from Madison, Wisconsin. Next, we have Ruth Ann Thornton. She is the director of the Child Support Division in the Texas Office of the Attorney General in Austin, Texas. And lastly, as Mr. Davis mentioned, we welcome back Nick Gwynn, who is a senior fellow at the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities in Washington, D.C. Welcome to you all. We will now have each of you do a 5-minute opening statement. And Ms. Tolstrup, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee, my name is Jessica Tolstrup, and I'm a CRS specialist in social policy. Thank you for inviting testimony from CRS regarding the federal legislative history of the child support program. This history has been characterized by a few main themes that I expand on in my written testimony. The first of these themes relates to TANF cash assistance. Originally, the primary reason that Congress created a federal child support program in 1975 was to collect child support on behalf of families receiving cash assistance. The money collected on behalf of these families is retained by the states and federal government to reimburse them for the cost of that assistance. Much of the debate over the program since that time has been concerned with how child support collected for these families should be distributed. Second, an important factor in the development of the program has been the need for the federal government to coordinate interstate child support enforcement. This has led to automated systems and the creation of federal collections mechanisms. Third, even though the federal government assumes most of the cost of these programs, they are largely directed and carried out by the states. Thus, the state program experience has been of utmost relevance during major legislative efforts. With these themes in mind, I will now summarize the legislative history of the program and then touch on the program's current composition in terms of the cash assistance population. The slide that is displayed illustrates how that program composition has changed over the past 25 years. It shows the percentage breakdown by 3 types of families in fiscal year 1999 and 2024. There is current assistance, which generally are TANF families who are currently receiving cash assistance, former assistance, which are families who used to receive TANF cash assistance, and finally, families who have never received TANF cash assistance. Now, turning to the legislative history of the program, the Child Support Enforcement Program was enacted in 1975 after several decades where state child support systems struggled to locate and collect support from out-of-state parents. In addition, there had been growing concern on the part of Congress that single-parent families on cash assistance were not receiving financial support from their absent parents. Thus, the original federal law was focused on financing state child support programs as they served cash assistance families. It further mandated a limited set of enforcement tools, such as deducting past due support from federal tax refunds, and created automated federal systems that would link with state systems to make them more effective. During the next couple of decades, Congress frequently expanded and updated the program. In particular, child support laws mandated new enforcement tools such as wage withholding and transitioned the program toward greater automation. The scope of the program also increased as the child support services offered to cash assistance families were made available to all families. Toward the end of the 1980s, Congress authorized a U.S. Commission on Interstate Child Support to recommend further modernizations to the program. Those recommendations were the basis for program changes enacted in the 1996 Welfare Reform Law, the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, or PRWORA. PRWORA changed child support distribution rules to prioritize paying child support directly to families who had formerly received cash assistance, now provided through the TANF program. The intent of these changes was to provide more money to families to enable them to remain financially self-sufficient. PROWARA also made significant changes to almost every aspect of child support, including requiring all state programs to adopt tools that certain states had found to be effective and to build new federal systems. The National Directory of New Hires, which has wage data on almost every working person in the United States, is one such system. Though PROWARA originally created the NDNH to help states locate parents and verify earnings for child support cases, the system now is used by other federal programs to determine eligibility for benefits and prevent improper payments. 1 decade after PROWARA, the Deficit Reduction Act again changed the distribution of support, this time for current TANF families. States now can opt to pass along some of the money they collect on behalf of current TANF families to those families instead of retaining it to repay the cost of cash assistance. The slide shows that as TANF cash assistance population has decreased nationally, so too has it decreased as a proportion of the child support caseload. Today, the majority of families served are families that have never received cash assistance. In addition, 2% of the support collected by the program is for current TANF cash assistance families. That being said, since a more robust set of locate and enforcement tools were authorized in PROWARA, the program has greatly increased its ability to establish child support orders, now encompassing 86% of all child support cases, and it makes collections on 70% of its cases that have orders. For every dollar spent on the program, more than $4 of child support is collected. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Chesnick, you're recognized.
Thank you. Subcommittee Chairman LaHood, Ranking Member Davis, and distinguished members of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on opportunities for modernization in the child support program. The child support program is the third largest federal program serving families, yet it is not a public benefit program. It has evolved over the years from its origin as a program designed to recover the cost of government benefits. Its current legislative framework, as has been noted, is based on the welfare reform legislation of 1996, PROWARA, which is now 30 years old. Today, the child support program is focused on providing direct parental support to families, serving millions of children across the country, and reducing families' need for government benefits. In addition to my role in Wisconsin, I'm also the current president of the National Child Support Engagement Association, NCIA. NCIA is proposing new legislation to provide the foundation for the child support program's continued effectiveness in supporting children. I will address each of the 4 main policy areas of the NCIA legislative package briefly. Our first proposed change would increase self-sufficiency and streamline program operations by ending retained child support collections for TANF cases. Historically, the child support program was responsible for reducing the cost of public benefits by retaining or recouping some portion of child support collections on current and former TANF cases. However, TANF caseloads have declined by 80% since enactment of PROWARA, and the proportion of child support collected used to offset TANF benefits has dropped to just over 3% of collections. During the same time period, the child support program has expanded its reach. In federal fiscal year 2024, 12.2 million children, 1 in 6 nationwide, were served by the program, with 97% of the $29.5 billion in collections going directly to families. The child support program is also one of the most effective and efficient federal programs, consistently collecting approximately $5 in support for every dollar spent. It provides more than 3.5 times as much in financial resources to single-parent families as the TANF program. Retention and recoupment of TANF benefits from TANF recipients takes money away from primarily single-parent families at the very time they need it most to establish financial stability and avoid remaining on or returning to public benefits. Our second proposed change would strengthen child support enforcement tools in response to changes in the economy and lessons learned from program experience. Income withholding is our most effective enforcement tool, accounting for 74% of collections. Given the expansion of non-traditional employment through gig and other independent contractors, NCIA recommends expanding withholding to increase collections from sources not currently tapped through existing withholding processes. We are also proposing the establishment of a nationwide standard for both employer reporting of new hires and lump sum payments to make it easier for employers to meet their responsibilities rather than having to meet the requirements of each state where they do business. This will also speed identification and distribution of funds to families owed support. NCIA is also recommending that states be mandated to intercept winnings from gambling and sports betting and to require state unemployment insurance agencies to comply with interstate income withholding orders. Our third proposed change would update and strengthen federal performance measures. States currently receive incentives based on an evaluation of their performance on a set of 5 performance standards. These performance standards have been unchanged since 1998. Minimum and maximum levels of performance need to be updated to reflect states' increased performance. The child support community is willing to raise the bar on required performance as its contribution to improved program outcomes resulting from the other legislative changes in our proposal. Our final proposed change would make performance-based funding changes. We recognize that there will be some costs associated with an end to retained collections and are requesting modest funding increases. While retained collections constitute only about 3% of the program's total collections, the state's share of those collections represents over 15% of the state's administrative share of program costs. That funding is significant to the successful operation of the child support program. NCA proposes a 150% increase in the incentive pool to offset that funding loss. The increase in the performance pool, together with proposed updating of performance standards, would further incentivize states and their local partners to continue improving key outcomes for the child support program and the people we serve. NCA's legislative proposal demonstrates our commitment to maintaining a vibrant and effective child support program that improves services needed to ensure families are financially stable, maintains the program's historic bipartisan support, and reduces dependency on public benefit programs. I ask that our proposals be made a part of the hearing record, and thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Chesnick. We'll now recognize Ms. Thornton for 5 minutes.
Chairman, excuse me, Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ruth Ann Thornton, and I serve as the Title 4D Director for the state of Texas and the Director of the Child Support Division within the Texas Office of the Attorney General. Texas operates the largest child support program in the nation, serving about 1.5 million cases, reaching more than 1.6 million children, and collecting and dispersing roughly $4.5 billion each year on behalf of families. Because of that scale, what we learn in Texas often reflects broader national realities, both the challenges and the opportunities facing the child support program today. Over the last 30 years, child support has evolved into one of the most significant economic stability programs for children in this country. Nationally, it now serves about 12 million children and delivers more than $30 billion annually, the overwhelming majority of it going directly to families. Texas mirrors those trends. Collections have more than doubled over the last 2 decades, even as expectations rightly have increased for service quality, timeliness, and fairness. At the same time, the program's purpose has shifted in important ways. When Title 4D was created, a major focus was cost recovery for public assistance. Today, as you've heard, assistance cases represent a very small share of the 4D caseload. In Texas, current TANF cases account for well under 1%, approximately 0.36% of our caseload. Instead, the fiscal benefit of child support is increasingly one of cost avoidance, providing stable income that helps families avoid the need for public assistance in the first place. Families themselves have also changed. Most children in the Title 4D caseload are born outside of marriage, and modern cases often involve multiple households, shared custody, and unstable employment, and often safety concerns. These realities demand approaches that are flexible and informed by a family's specific circumstances and needs. In addition to families' needs changing, the labor market has changed significantly in the last 30 years. Income withholding works extremely well in traditional employment, but gig work and independent contracting make income harder to identify and harder to withhold. While Texas law has extended reporting and income withholding requirements to independent contractors, states need stronger tools and data sharing, particularly around platform-based income. Texas has also focused on accountability that is tied to ability. One example is our NCP Choices program, a court-ordered employment program for unemployed and underemployed parents. The premise of this program is straightforward. When parents cannot pay, they must take concrete steps to become able to pay. Independent evaluation shows that NCP Choices participants work more, and pay more consistently, and that those improvements last over time. Employment outcomes are child support outcomes and can reduce future reliance on public assistance. We also recognize that parents contribute to their children's well-being in more ways than financial support alone. Texas routinely establishes parenting time when child support orders are created, reinforcing that financial responsibility and active parenting go hand in hand. Our Access and Visitation program provides practical support that helps parents understand and follow their orders. Demand for these services continues to grow even as funding has remained relatively flat, and Texas's experience suggests that better resourced parenting time services would improve child support compliance and family stability overall. And all of this work is either enabled or constrained by technology. In 2025, Texas implemented a modern case management and financial platform, retiring a legacy mainframe that dated back to 1997. We approached modernization with the understanding that large-scale public systems cannot be fully designed years in advance and delivered unchanged. Instead, we used an agile delivery model informed directly by frontline staff and embedded product owners so the system reflects how work actually happens. Despite significant investments in technology modernization, Texas remains one of the most cost-effective programs in the country, collecting nearly $10 for every dollar spent. Digital tools, virtual services, and improved data quality all contribute to that efficiency while lowering barriers for families. Based on Texas's experience, there are several ways federal partnership can strengthen outcomes nationwide. Modernizing employer and independent contractor reporting, expanding the federal access and visitation program, supporting agile approaches to technology modernization, and encouraging state-led innovation with clear guardrails rather than one-size-fits-all prescriptions. Child support sits at the intersection of law, economics, technology, and family life. Much has changed in the last 30 years, but what has not changed is our core mission. Children need consistent, reliable support from both parents, and the system must hold parents accountable in ways that are firm, fair, and effective. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not thank Attorney General Paxton for his unwavering support. Under his leadership, our program has reached new heights, collecting nearly $50 billion in his tenure as Attorney General, and set the stage for success for many years to come. I also want to recognize the staff and attorneys at the Texas Office of the Attorney General Child Support Division. Their passion and commitment to families are the heart and soul of what we do, and I'm proud to serve alongside them. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify and your support of the 4D program. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Mr. Gwen, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman LaHood and Ranking Member Davis and members of the subcommittee. My name is Nick Quinn. I am a Senior Fellow for Government Affairs at the Center on Budget Policy Priorities. As Mr. Davis mentioned, I once worked for this committee, so it's really nice to be back. This committee has a long, proud, and bipartisan tradition of enacting reforms to our nation's child support system. And it's fair to say that work, along with the dedication of those who are actually collecting the support, has produced a system that is both efficient and effective. For every dollar spent on child support enforcement, over $4 is collected, with roughly $30 billion collected overall in FY 2024. This support provides significant source of income for families struggling to make ends meet, helping them pay for their children's basic needs like housing and clothing. Receiving child support is also linked to positive child developmental outcomes and to non-custodial parents being more engaged in their children's lives. But for all of its success, the child support system still needs reform in critical areas, 4 of which I will highlight for the committee's consideration. First, we must ensure that child support goes to the low-income families receiving assistance from the TANF program. Many of these families do not receive the child support paid on their behalf. Instead, those payments are kept by the state and split with the federal government as repayment for the family's TANF cash benefits, a policy known as cost recovery. As you have heard from others on the panel, the child support system has been moving away from cost recovery as a goal. But in 2023, state and federal governments still kept $896 million in child support payments, and only a little over half of the states currently provide or pass through any amount of monthly support payments to families currently receiving TANF. Pass-through policies put the needs of children first. Not only do these payments help families with low incomes meet their children's basic needs, but research also shows that non-custodial parents are more likely to both pay child support and make higher payments when their payments are passed through to their children. And passing through child support payments can also help reduce the risk of child protective services involvement for these families. In terms of federal policy, eliminating TANF cost recovery entirely is the best option, so all child support is always passed through to families. But there are more incremental steps Congress can take to increase the amount of child support going to children. Under federal law, if a state passes through up to $100 for one child or $200 for 2 or more children to a family receiving TANF, the federal government waives its share of the pass-through amount. Eliminating this cap on how much child support a state can pass through with no federal share would encourage more states to maximize the amount of child support going to children, as a few states, including Illinois, already have. An additional reform worthy of consideration is requiring all states to pass through at least some amount of current child support to families receiving TANF. Second, former TANF families should always be first in line for any past due child support payments. Under current federal rules, families no longer receiving TANF are first in line to be paid child support arrears owed to them before any state debts are paid. But at state option, there's an exception to this family first rule for arrears collected from a non-custodial parent's federal tax refund. Only 10 states now place former TANF families first in line to receive arrears owed to them and collected from non-custodial parents' tax refunds. Congress should require all states to follow this family first distribution of child support. Third, we must eliminate the harmful policy of charging parents child support to reimburse the state and federal governments for the cost of their children's foster care. Most children placed in foster care are there due, at least in part, to their parents' economic hardships, and charging for such care only increases the financial insecurity of those families, delaying family reunification when that is the best outcome for a child. Finally, while we should hold non-custodial parents accountable for providing financial support for their children, we also need to recognize that one of the primary reasons for non-payment of child support is the non-custodial parent's inability to pay. About 25% of non-custodial parents themselves have incomes below the poverty line due to high incarceration rates, unemployment, unstable and part-time jobs, and low wages. One policy that would help is increasing the earned income tax credit for so-called childless workers, which also includes non-custodial parents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. And let me thank all of you for your important testimony here today. We'll now go to the question and answer period for members, and I'll start with myself here. Ms. Tolstrup, I'm going to start with you. In your testimony, you highlighted the statutory changes made to the child support program in 1996. Can you speak to how the program's goals have changed over time, specifically after 1996?
Yes. The population served has continued to broaden, as has been discussed by all the folks here on the panel. So now the families served largely have never received TANF benefits. PROWARA changed distribution rules so that families formerly on cash assistance who still have state owed arrears, as again was mentioned, would have prioritization of payment of current support to them. The DRA went a step further then by allowing states the options to give some of the support that was collected for current TANF families to those families. So from that perspective, the policy changes in terms of the TANF families have been some of the most significant since PROWARA.
Ms. Chesak, I'm going to turn to you next. In your testimony, you discussed some of the new challenges state administrators face today when trying to collect child support payments. How has the rise in remote work or the gig work through app-based platforms made collecting child support more difficult?
People that work in the gig economy are independent contractors, so they don't have an employer-employee relationship with the individual or company from which they are receiving payment. And so we are currently unable to use income withholding as an enforcement tool. Income withholding has proven to be very effective over time and well accepted by child support payers because it makes it easy for them. The child support is withheld from their income and sent to the recipient. They don't have to write a check, address an envelope, mail it. It's taken care of, but it is not something that we're able to currently do with independent contractors. We're not trying to create an employer-employee relationship there, just simply be able to use withholding as a means of collecting support for people who work in the gig economy.
Thank you for that. And maybe just to follow up on that, I mean, is there statutory changes or recommendations you have to help codify that?
Yes, in fact, Ruth Ann probably can address that more fully as she has actually, they have actually adopted legislation that does that in Texas.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Thornton, why don't you respond to that and then I'll get to my question for you.
Certainly, and I'd be happy to provide language to your offices to that reflect what Texas did. We have a statute in Texas that requires that for this limited purpose requires platforms and companies that run platform type work I'm trying to not use the word employer, to comply with both new hire reporting and wage withholding. We've had some limited success. It is an area where I think having a national standard would be really helpful because these are platforms and companies that operate nationwide and not just in one jurisdiction. So we have had some limited success with it, but the model I think has been successful.
And it's been in place for how long?
I want to say 5 or 6 years.
Okay. I'm going to switch subjects here. As you know, states have different policies on whether to pass through child support payments to parents receiving public assistance benefits or keep some of that money to offset state costs. Can you explain what Texas's policy is and what the pros and cons of each approach are?
Certainly. So Texas is a state in which we do continue the practice of retained collections, but we pass through for current TANF recipients, we pass through the first $75 of support collected for a current support for a current recipient. I think the question that is being asked about retained collections versus full family distribution and pass-through is a really important one. As I mentioned in my opening statement, this is a very, very small percentage of our caseload, and over 97% of our collections do go directly to families. States like Texas, who continue retained collections, do so based on the original policy intent, which is that when public assistance is provided, that the state has a legitimate interest in recovering that. However, as I also mentioned, we've shifted our focus more from being a cost recovery state to avoiding costs. We recovered around $13 million in current and former TANF assistance in a fiscal year. We avoid over $800 million through the receipt of child support by increasing that family's stability and hopefully preventing them from needing public assistance in the future in the first place. A couple of practical considerations I would offer for the committee. Retained collections is also part of an important framework that requires mandatory cooperation with paternity establishment and the establishment enforcement of a child support order for benefits recipients. So even if from a legislative perspective, you set aside withholding or current retained collections being withheld, there is still a public interest in avoiding future public assistance outlays, and requiring cooperation with child support establishment and enforcement can help avoid those future public assistance outlays. So if there were a move toward full family distribution, I think it would be important to do so in a way that maintained that cooperation requirement for assistance receiving families. The other thing is, from a very practical standpoint, the timing and logistics of this. Having us as a state that recently deployed a new modern case management system, I can speak from experience that child support financials is very complex and very difficult to program well, and you can't get it wrong. And so it's something that states would need to invest heavily into their case management systems. When you're changing anything related to financial distribution, it needs to be done very carefully with very rigorous testing to ensure that there are no unintended consequences associated with doing so. So just being mindful of the timing. With so many states modernizing their systems, it may be difficult for them to implement a policy of this nature, and it certainly would be very expensive for them to do so.
Thank you. Mr. Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for your testimonies. Again, Mr. Gwynn, welcome back. In your testimony, you noted that not all states have fully implemented regulations, that is to right-size child support orders, including modifying them for changes in circumstances like job loss, incarceration. What impact does this have on children and families, especially low income?
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Well, as I think you know, about a decade ago, there was a new regulatory change at the federal level to try to make sure that child support orders more accurately reflected the financial circumstances of both parents. And one of those changes was to ensure that states were prohibited from treating incarceration, for example, as voluntary unemployment. And the problem with some of the prior policies was that non-custodial parents were having huge debt pile up, even at times in which they were unable to pay current child support. And the regulatory change was to make sure that at a point of incarceration, either the non-custodial parent that was being incarcerated had the opportunity to modify their child support order, the amount in the order, or the state could automatically modify based on their status. And again, the purpose here is to prevent these huge debts from accruing that the non-custodial parent is simply unable to pay. And those debts lead to other consequences, including potentially the suspension of drivers and professional licenses, which make the payment of child support that much harder. And this in turn can drive these non-custodial parents underground and place them in a situation where they are not paying any child support. And probably as a result, they are less likely to be involved in their children's lives in other ways. And that's obviously not in anyone's interest, not in the child's interest, not in the custodial parent's interest, and certainly not in the non-custodial parent's interest. So I don't quite actually know where states are in implementing these reforms that were close to a decade old now. I think most states do have procedures in place that are consistent with the required regulations, but I think that is probably an area that we need more study.
Thank you. Also, let me ask, the Department of Health and Human Services is illegally withholding my state's funding for TANF, child care, and social services, block grant money, harming millions of children and families. In your view, do you feel that HHS have the legal authority to withhold this funding?
Well, it's certainly very disturbing that 5 states had this funding withheld that includes these 3 important programs without any evidence in the letters that were sent to those states about any kind of fraud that was actually occurring. There's no documentation of fraud in those states. All of these programs have their own processes and procedures for dealing with inappropriate or misspending within the programs. In the case of TANF, there's a penalty structure for states that misspend dollars. And in fact, we saw a very large penalty invoked for the state of Mississippi a year or 2 ago. So there are policies and procedures already in place to deal with misspending. The letters that went to the 5 states did not follow any of those procedures. Instead, it took the unprecedented step of freezing funding for 5 states until those states provided additional information that is not required under law. So from that standpoint, yes, I don't think there's legal basis for the step that the administration took. And that funding freeze is now under a temporary restraining order, which runs through this Friday, and then we'll see what the courts do in terms of their next step.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me ask you, if I could, Ms. Thorne, previous research has shown that domestic violence is an issue in 40% of Texas child support cases. What specific staff training, safety measures does Texas use to ensure that parenting time agreements do not become weapons for abusers? And are these safety measures funded using access visitation grants? And is Texas participating in the Safe Access for Victims Economic Security SAVES demonstration funded by HHS?
Sure. Thank you for the question. This is a question that is near and dear to my heart. I actually wrote the training that is delivered to our staff. My background is in domestic violence and child support and making sure that survivors have the ability to access the system safely. We provide a mandatory 4-hour training to all staff and a mandatory annual training that goes over in detail the ways that child support enforcement and even just their administrative processes can elevate risk for survivors, especially around the time that they are exiting an abusive relationship. So this is something Texas takes very seriously. We also require all of our vendors, any private sector partners to undergo training if they interact with our customers to be aware of these dynamics as well. We have policies in place that provide safeguards for survivors navigating our processes. And and that extends to our access and visitation grant as well. So we make sure that all of our grantees receive this same training. We have very integrated our access and visitation program within the child support program. And so they receive all of that same policy direction and support and training for survivors. Did I answer all of your questions? I'm sorry, I think I got all of them.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Yes. Pursuant to committee practice, we'll now proceed to 2-to-1 questioning. I recognize Mr. Carey of Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member as well for bringing this issue before the Ways and Means Committee today. The Child Support Enforcement Program yields a very high return on investment and ensures that the federal government works with states to provide steady source of income for custodial families to take care of children. And I appreciate all of you being here today. Any rate, I'm going to start with Ms. Tolstrup. From a statutory design, what does the current law most clearly assume of the labor market that no longer exists?
Thank you. So the child support program, as of Prowara, had and continues to have a pretty heavy dependence on wage withholding as the primary method of order enforcement, and particularly for the collection of current support. When we're thinking about the current composition of the labor market, about 7.4% of workers were independent contractors in July of 2023, which means that more than 90% were not independent contractors. And the folks on the panel have already talked about some of the technical challenges in trying to support from independent contractors. But just to note further with regard to those statistics, when we're looking at multiple job holders, so folks who hold more than one job, about almost a quarter of those, that second job is via independent contracting work. And so even though it's less than 10% of the total workers have two jobs, we're looking at child support parents, that second job is potentially income also that's hidden from the program. So some have looked at these patterns and suggested that the child support program needs to expand its capabilities. As it currently stands, we're really looking at reporting into the national system of wage employees and not particularly the independent contractors.
I want to thank you for that. Ms. Chesnick, I may come back to you, but Ms. Thornton, in your role of the Director of Child Support for the Office of the Texas Attorney General, you lead a uniquely situated agency in large sprawling state. So how do the flexibilities in these federal requirements help Texas program be most efficient and effective in the country?
Thank you so much. Flexibility, you nailed it right there. Flexibility is key for us. I will say that I sit in a somewhat advantaged position simply because of the structure of our program. We are a state-run, state-administered program. We have 254 counties, and I can't even imagine how complex it would be running a differently structured program. So I have to acknowledge that from the get-go. But because we're state-run and state-administered, having the flexibility that we have to operate the way that Texas sees fit has really allowed us to standardize our processes statewide, using technology and policy to reduce rework, reduce variation, reduce manual work, and try to improve make sure that our staff have time to do the things that only people can do. So that has helped significantly. I also very much appreciate the flexibilities that the federal government has offered us in terms of our ability to run a statewide child support-led employment program. It's one of the first in the nation, and I think one of the most successful. We recently, several months ago, passed the $1 billion mark. So these are families who were not receiving any support in the prior 6 months, about 50,000 of them underemployed or unemployed non-custodial parents. And so that's been a huge benefit to us as well.
Okay, in a minute, something you didn't mention in your open or in your spoken testimony, but you did highlight it in your written testimony that I read through, the Fatherhood Engagement and Education Program that Texas has. And as somebody, single mother that didn't rely on it because we never got it, but child support, can you tell me a little bit about that program and how many other states offer similar programs to fathers?
I'm not sure I can speak to the second part of your question, but I will tell you that we have in Texas for a very long time had programming specifically for outreach and education to fathers, making sure that fathers feel like they're equally our customers in the services that we provide. We partner with other state agencies. We partner with other federally funded programs like Women, Infants, and Children, our HHSC Nurse Family Partnership Program, and others. The reality is that sometimes fathers don't want to engage with us for a variety of reasons. And we want to make sure that we provide accurate information, quality information to care providers and community service organizations that fathers trust to make sure that they're getting information that's accurate about the child support program.
I want to thank all the witnesses. Mr. Gwynn, I didn't get a chance to talk to you. I never had the opportunity to work with your former boss, but definitely a legend in Michigan, and I don't say that very lightly. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Now recognize Mr. Yakum of Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Being a father and husband are the most important roles that I have. Every parent has been entrusted by God to raise their children. That responsibility must be taken seriously. In cases where both parents do not have custody of their child, it's important that the non-custodial parent pays accurate and timely child support. The Child Support Enforcement, or CSE program, is a federal-state partnership that helps ensure custodial parents are receiving the money that they are owed. It's one of the most cost-effective government programs. In 2024, for every dollar spent on a child support enforcement, more than $4 in child support was collected for families. Late child support payments can lead to fiscal stress, more reliance on federal programs, child poverty, and many other things that do not serve the interests of the child. Director Thornton, you shared some of the great successes that Texas has had in the CSE program. How does the program distinguish between inability to pay and unwillingness to pay?
Thank you for that question. I think the distinction that you draw there is extremely important. It's also one that I think if we've talked a lot today about ways that the child support program has evolved, and I think understanding the difference between those two things is an important way in which the child support perspective has evolved over time. I think of it as a 2x2 grid. You have parents who are able and willing, and those are our 70% of income withholding cases where the money flows pretty consistently and timely to those families. You also have families where the person may be able but unwilling, and that's where more traditional enforcement may come into play, where license suspension and ultimately contempt can be appropriate tools if they have the ability but are unwilling to comply with the court order. Then you also have folks who are willing to pay but unable. And that's where programs like our child support-led employment program, helping people get on the right path back toward economic stability for their family, become very important. We try to take try not to take a one-size-fits-all approach. It's challenging in a state the size of Texas. We're hopeful that our new modern platform with the data and the efficiencies that will bring will give us a little bit more ability to do that right-sized approach for each family.
Can you talk a little more about the employment side of that you spoke of, where someone is willing to pay but unable to, in terms of how that's further shaped your approach in parental engagement?
Well, so the way that our program works, it is a court-ordered program where someone, if they have been unemployed or underemployed and are not paying their child support, they will be, as we progress through our enforcement actions, they would be ordered into this program where they received enhanced employment services from the Texas Workforce Commission. This program is a partnership between our agency, the Texas Workforce Commission, local workforce development boards, and the 4D courts. It takes all four of those partners working in synchronicity with one another to have an effective program. And each party brings to the table what they do best. And we coordinate on those individual cases to make sure that parents are receiving wraparound services. They received sometimes they receive support for a wardrobe for a job interview, CDL training, things like that, to help get them into those pathways to employment. And as I mentioned earlier, research has shown that not only do these families, during their participation in the program, find work, stay employed, pay their child support, but that those effects last long beyond the initial interventions.
You also shared in your testimony how labor market shifts towards independent contracting and gig economy have made it harder to withhold wages for child support, which is, of course, the primary source of enforcement. What are some of the ways that Texas has adapted to those changes?
The legislation that passed several years ago has helped in that regard. It's also a challenge in terms of establishing an appropriately sized order. If we don't have visibility into what somebody's income is, it makes it difficult for us to set an obligation that is appropriately sized to their ability to pay. One practical consideration I'll also offer, I don't think it's been mentioned thus far, is that when someone has multiple employers, they have one obligation. And so one of the things that we're continuing to innovate through and work out as we implement this type of wage withholding is if you have multiple employers and one wage withholding order, how do we make sure that people aren't being overcharged or that multiple employers aren't taking more out of the paycheck than makes sense for the total obligation?
Great. And briefly, you talked about how you're getting fathers more involved, including working with the Nurse Family Partnership. Can you briefly share just a few of the outcomes that you've seen through that program?
Well, personally, I used to do trainings with the women, infants, and children, and other providers that serve young forming families. What I've seen is an increase in trust in the child support program when they see that we're here to help them. We want their family to be successful. That's been a huge outcome for us. And when people are engaged in the program, it goes smoother for everybody.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'm a strong supporter of the Nurse Family Partnership as they do incredible work in helping support children and families. And they help MCV grants and other federal funding. So thank you for holding this hearing. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thanks for your comments on that, Mr. Yakum. Now recognize Ms. Chu of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gwynn, I was alarmed to learn that for families receiving both TANF and child support, that there are many states that actually retain some or all of their child support payments as a way of reimbursing the state and federal government for the TANF benefits. That a non-custodial parent makes the child support payment they owe, but instead of passing that money on to the custodial parent, the state keeps it. So states can even do this to families who used to receive TANF benefits as a way of reimbursing themselves for past TANF payments. So it's outrageous to me that states can essentially withhold child support from parents and children that are already struggling. So, Mr. Gwynn, can you expand on how this practice negatively impacts low-income families and children and why you recommend ending this practice entirely? What benefits do we see when custodial parents and children receive their full child support payments?
Certainly. Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. The policy of denying current and support to current TANF families, in some cases former TANF families, has a number of negative effects on those families. First, it denies the children in those families the resources that could have been used to better provide for their food, their housing, their school supplies. And I would point out that families that are receiving TANF benefits are very low. In every state, the TANF benefit doesn't reach 60% of the poverty line for a family of three. In something like 17 states, it doesn't reach 20% of the poverty line. So these are very low-income families. Every dollar counts in terms of helping them. And honestly, any dollar that you're not passing through is another dollar that is pushing them toward poverty, into poverty, or further into poverty. And not passing these dollars through also makes it less likely that non-custodial parents actually pay the child support because they know the support's not going to benefit their children. So they have less incentive to actually pay it. And relatedly, when non-custodial parents don't pay child support, they're less likely to be otherwise involved in their children's lives. So, and we've seen evidence also that when dollars are passed through, school performance for children go up. So there are a lot of factors here that speak to the importance of passing through these dollars. As you mentioned, some states don't pass through anything. There are some states that don't pass through $1 of child support. Most states pass through something. There are a few states, including Illinois, that pass through everything. So as everyone on this panel has mentioned, this goal of cost recovery has been declining in the child support system, but it's still there. And I think you're hearing some level of consensus that we need to change that. It just needs to be eliminated.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And Ms. Chesnick, I do appreciate that the National Child Support Engagement Association is also recommending that Congress end this practice of states retaining these child support statements. But I wanted to ask you about another one of your recommendations, which is that Congress should expand income withholding for non-custodial parents engaged in non-traditional employment like gig workers and independent contracting. Given the rise of the gig economy in recent years, this seems like a no-brainer to improve child support enforcement. Can you talk about the current process for collecting and enforcing child support payments from these type of workers and how federal legislation could improve that process?
Yes, thank you for the question. It is difficult to enforce obligations for people in the gig economy. Our most effective enforcement tool is income withholding. It's very seamless and it is not able to be used in cases involving people in the gig economy who are independent contractors. So we have to rely on other enforcement tools in those cases, which oftentimes means that families don't receive consistent support. And sometimes just missing one or two payments may be enough to put them back on, depending on public benefits.
Thank you. And I'd like to state for the record that I strongly agree with Mr. Gwynn's statement on the issue of domestic violence, about the need to ensure that parenting time agreements and the process for establishing them include safeguards to protect children and adults from domestic violence. Yeah. And also, Ms. Chesnick, I am very interested in your statement that non-custodial parents have incomes that are below the poverty line and that it is important for them to have adequate employment and supportive services, and that there are states that are engaging in this and supporting that kind of thing. And I hope we can continue to do that and expand on it. And I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Van Dyne.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I also want to thank our witnesses for being here today. And this subcommittee greatly appreciates the work that each of you have dedicated in supporting children's well-being and strengthening our state programs to deliver better outcomes for families in all backgrounds. Since 1975, the Child Support Enforcement Program has served as one of the federal government's most effective tools for promoting family stability and economic self-sufficiency. And by ensuring parents meet their financial responsibilities, the program helps families move off of public assistance and reduces long-term reliance on welfare programs, keeping children supported by their families and not by taxpayers. The results of the program speak for itself and is one of the most effective, cost-effective federal-state partnerships in operation today. In 2024 alone, the Child Support Enforcement Program handled 11.6 million cases, and it delivered $25.8 billion in child support directly back to families. In Texas, every dollar spent, as you mentioned, on enforcement returns roughly between $10 and $12 in child support collections, showing that strong enforcement and fiscal responsibility don't have to be mutually exclusive. Beyond the money collected, effective child support enforcement helps reduce child poverty. It stabilizes household finances and it creates more predictable, less stressful environments for children. When families can count on consistent support, they're better able to plan, work, achieve long-term financial independence, and most importantly, put the well-being of their children first. Just last week, my bill, the Ensuring Children Receive Support Act, passed out of this committee, which strengthens child support enforcement by codifying proven tools to hold delinquent parents accountable. And I want to thank you for your help in that getting that bill passed. I remain committed to advancing additional bipartisan solutions and look forward to modernizing the child support system, improving its efficiency, and supporting our children and our families. Mrs. Thornton, Texas has the largest child support agency in the country, but it is also the most cost effective. I really appreciate all the work that you do in that state for our children, for our families. But how did your division deliver such strong enforcement outcomes while keeping administration costs so low?
Well, part of it, as I mentioned earlier, has to do with the structure of our program. It is a state-run, state-administered program, which means that when we desire a policy change or make a technical change, it has a statewide impact. So that is one area. We also have robust enforcement tools in Texas, and while we believe that where parents are able but willing to pay, we should provide them supportive services to help them get into that willing and able quadrant of the grid. We also are not shy about holding parents accountable when they are able to pay but unwilling to do so. I want to thank you for your legislation and for your support of the child support program. Efforts like that and enforcement tools such as passport revocation or passport denial are important tools to bring obligors to the table. We are often in the position of negotiating a large lump sum payment because of tools like that that might not otherwise be received by that family. So thank you for your work in that space.
Thank you. You mentioned it a couple times now in response to some of my colleagues' questions, and also just now you brought it up a little bit. But partnerships like the one between the Texas Office of Child Support Enforcement and the Texas Workforce Commission represent effective initiatives that help parents meet their child support obligations by offering job search assistance, training, and subsidized employment opportunities. Can you explain how other states could actually support agencies? How these supportive agencies could benefit from adopting similar programs that integrate the workforce development with child support services?
Absolutely. One of the things that I think is a strength of this program is, as I mentioned earlier, each partner in this program brings to the table what we are best at. We're not providing direct employment services, and Workforce is not providing direct child support services, but we braid our efforts together to serve a family. And the more that state agencies and federally funded programs can work together to wrap those services around a family and address their needs holistically, coordinating and communicating, the better the outcomes for that family. Our workforce partners are better able to achieve their performance measures, and we are better able to achieve our performance measures when we work together and communicate to help that family.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Ms. Chesnick, in the short time that we have left, from the family's perspective, the child support system can be obviously difficult to navigate, especially when dealing with multiple agencies, rules, and communication channels. What aspects of the system generate the most confusion or frustration from families interacting with it from your perspective?
Thank you for that question. I think a lot of times it involves the fact that so many agencies operate in silos, and individuals aren't on their own going to know where to go to get services. So when we have the ability to connect people to other services that might help them overcome the barriers that they're facing, that will help them achieve financial stability and achieve economic self-sufficiency for their families as well.
Great. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Veenstra of Iowa.
Thank you, Chairman LaHood, Ranking Member Davis. I want to extend my gratitude for each of you, the witnesses, for the important work you do every day for our families. Thank you so much. I'm from Iowa, and in 2025, the Child Support Services processed more than 2.1 million payments. We collected $315 million for our families and had about a 97% success rate. It's really good. I'm really excited about that. You know, when you have success, it really helps reducing public assistance. And I think that's what we all want if possible. Now, that's not always the case. Ms. Chesnick, we already talked about independent contractors and third-party contractor, all this other stuff. In Iowa, it's a little different. Many of our parents are seasonal workers or agriculture, weather-dependent jobs. How can we structure things, and how can the system handle these payment swings that are occurring with our families and making sure that our kids and our parents have dollars to take care of their children?
Thank you for the question, and thank you also for the great work that you're doing in Iowa. I think to answer your question, it's important that I'm sorry, I blanked. Do you mind asking the question?
Yeah, no. So we have a lot of seasonal labor,
Yep. I think in those cases, it's important that the court or the administrative tribunal that is setting support have the flexibility that we've talked about today to be able to look at the circumstances of each individual case so that we can tailor an order to that seasonal employment. And then they can structure, if they're receiving payments that are subject to income withholding, we can structure that income withholding order to only be in effect during the period that they are actually employed. And the total amount due would reflect the amount of the earnings from their seasonal employment.
Seasonal employment, okay. Ms. Tolstrup, I want to ask you sort of a similar question, except we also have parents that, where I'm from in Western Iowa, that go across state lines to work. And this becomes sort of a bit of a problem once in a while when you have reciprocity or when you have other states trying to do different things. Job mobility, seasonal workers, very complex stuff. How does this complicate system, and how can we reduce delays that are happening because of these situations?
So I think when you look at 4D and you look at the trajectory of federal law, there's been a lot of emphasis on creating automated systems at the federal level that will roll up level from data from the state level that will then enable different jurisdictions to share information quite quickly. And then similarly, there is as well various federal improvements that folks have suggested both to these systems as well as to other enforcement mechanisms that exist, trying to look at having the data be more national so that when you're dealing with different child support jurisdictions, that can happen more seamlessly.
Yep. So I asked these two questions because it really gets to the crux of my actual question. And I want to ask Ms. Thornton about this. So we have counties and even states using legacy systems yet. And all that you've said over the last hour or so is, hey, we can do this, all this stuff, but it really takes an effective and efficient computer system. And that becomes a problem because we don't have that capacity. What do you suggest, or how can we move forward, and what should we do to try to get these counties and states on better systems?
Oh boy, this is also a question very near and dear to my heart, and almost all I've done for the last 6
Sure,
years.
yes.
So thank you for the question. What I will say is that it is extremely important to move off of these legacy mainframe systems. The skill set necessary to maintain them is not even taught anymore
that's
in
correct.
computer science degrees. It's expensive and it's hard and it's complex. The states do a great job, and the Federal Office of Child Support Enforcement really supports our effort to skill share with one another, try to enable lessons learned. Part of the challenge is that every state is structured differently. We have different laws, different practices, different constraints. But I can only underscore the absolute importance because we have been constrained since 1997 by a mainframe system that does not enable innovation. For anything that we've talked about here to become successful at scale, it really does require a modern skill set and a modern tool set.
Thank you for saying that, and that's my passion. I mean, we've got to get state of the art. If we want to do all these things and really help out the cause, that's where it starts. So thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Moore of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member and our witnesses. As you've all noted, votes have been called. So I think I just feel really compelled to get straight to the point. I might not even use up all my 5 minutes. Well, one of the through lines that I have seen with all the questioning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, and all of our witnesses is that, the main reason that people don't pay child support is because they don't have access to opportunities and jobs. That, of course, we can always talk about the billionaire who has money that just won't pay, but that is not the case. It's for people who actually are low income and don't have money. And so I do have a question, and Ms. Thornton has waxed on about how important that's been in her success in Texas. So I want to ask you, Ms. Chesney, because I've had some experience with you in Wisconsin. I'm trying to understand how the reorganization at HHS, sort of the 500 people that have been, fired or retired out of the ASC where child support enforcement is done, and also a rule that is being proposed on rescinding the employment and training services for non-custodial parents in the child support space. How is that going to have, that being rescinded? What impact would that have on our ability to collect child support and also just to administer the program? I don't understand the reorganization.
Thank you, Congresswoman Moore. There has been talk of rescinding the employment and training rule, and a lot of work went into over many years giving the child support program the authority to draw down federal match for services related to employment and training. As I mentioned earlier, our programs have often worked in silos, and the partnerships that we've created, the networks that we've created with our TANF program partners have helped us to connect non-custodial parents with employment services that they aren't going to reach out to on their own because they quite honestly don't know where to go.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member, because all of the guys up here, all of you talked about that. This is at risk. Also, the pass-through policies. Wisconsin does it. You know, because when Mr. Paul Ryan, remember him, used to be the chair of the budget committee, and I was on the budget committee from 2011 to 2015. The only amendment that ever passed the budget committee was a pass-through. And you talk about recommendations that you have for making pass-through policies, because all states don't do it, financially feasible. I understand, Ms. Thornton, that this is a partnership, but some states absolutely, you know, would be a failed state if they actually gave the child support money to their clients. Ms. Chesnick, do you have some recommendations for us?
I think that many states would support 100% pass through. They simply aren't in a position to be able to afford the loss of revenue that because of they're having to pay the federal share of those collections. So part of our proposal does provide for backfill for that lost revenue. But I think there is definitely support within the child support community for moving away from cost recovery and providing direct support. And research consistently shows that parents are much more likely to pay support if they know that it's going to their families and not to the government.
You heard that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. Okay, Mr. Gwynn, it was hard to pronounce your name, but I was concerned about something that Ms. Chu talked about in terms of the domestic violence provisions in parenting agreements. I certainly think it's really important for non-custodial parents to be in touch with their parents, often men. And I think while it's okay to, to cut people's occupational licenses, passports, fishing license, we should not cut their ability to see their kids, if that's possible. But we do know that domestic violence is a real thing. And so this is why I think Ms. Chesnick, and I'm wondering, Ms. Thornton, would you agree that it's important to eliminate one of those silos and make sure that DV gets to be a part of discussions about visitation? Ms. Chesnick?
Thank you for the question and absolutely agree. And we have put a lot of effort into making sure that we also in Wisconsin are providing training and building awareness.
Mr. Gwynn?
Absolutely. Both Wisconsin and I think Texas received grants that look at this issue to try to identify what are the most successful procedures and protocols that ensure that DV is included in child support decisions.
And those fundings are at risk. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. That concludes our question and answers from our witnesses, from our members today. Let me just in closing, thank you for being here today. Thank you for the valuable testimony you've provided, for answering our questions. You've given us a lot of suggestions and ideas for how do we modernize the system and to help us do our job to make the system work better. So grateful for those of you that traveled here today. We look forward to the follow-up. And I'll just remind the members, please be advised that they have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the formal record. With that, the committee stands adjourned.
Before you hit the gavel, could I just make one statement?
Sure.
It's my understanding that the funding for the access and visitation grants has remained flat at around $10 million since 1996. And I just like that into the record. Also, I'd like to ask Ms. Gwynn if she could send me a note saying whether or not your organization would be supportive of increasing it.
Thank you. We'll take that under advisement for the record. Thank you. Hearing is adjourned.
Take your stuff back. Here are the votes.
We got a technical, is it working now? Okay. Yeah, I know. I tried. All right, the committee will please come to order. A quorum is present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 5B and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. The committee will continue to use the electronic system for recorded votes on amendments and passage of the bills before the committee. Of course, should any technical issues arise, which I do not anticipate, we will immediately transition to traditional roll call votes. Any procedural or motion-related votes during today's markup will be dispensed with by a traditional roll call vote. Now pursuant to notice, I call up a report containing a resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find former President William J. Clinton in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a duly issued subpoena issued by this committee. The clerk will report the report, which has been distributed in advance.
A report containing a House resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find former President William J. Clinton in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a duly issued subpoena issued by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
I ask unanimous consent that the report be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will please report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to the contempt report is offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the report. Today, the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform meets to advance 2 resolutions recommending that the House of Representatives find former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in contempt of Congress for refusing to comply with duly issued subpoenas. The committee does not take this action lightly, but subpoenas are not mere suggestions. They carry the force of law and require compliance. Former President Clinton and Secretary Clinton were legally required to appear for depositions before this committee. They refused. As Democrat Ranking Member Garcia stated, and I quote, "Defying a congressional subpoena is highly illegal," end quote. He also stated, and I quote, "No one is above the law." Actions have consequences. 6 months ago, Republicans and Democrats on the House Oversight Committee's Federal Law Enforcement Subcommittee unanimously approved deposition subpoenas for the Clintons by voice vote as part of our investigation into the federal government's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell criminal cases. More than 5 months ago, I issued those bipartisan subpoenas. The Clintons' testimony is critical to understanding Epstein's sex trafficking network and the ways he sought to curry favor and influence to shield himself from scrutiny. Their testimony may also inform how Congress can strengthen laws to better combat human trafficking. Since issuing the subpoenas, this committee has acted in good faith. We've offered flexibility on scheduling. The response we received was not cooperation, but defiance, marked by repeated delays, excuses, and obstruction. The Clintons claim they have been treated unfairly because this committee accepted written statements under penalty of perjury from former U.S. Attorneys General Holder, Lynch, Sessions, and Garland, as well as former FBI Director Comey. Those written statements were accepted because none of those officials recalled information relevant to the Epstein investigation, nor did they have personal relationships with Epstein. By contrast, the committee required in-person testimony from former U.S. Attorney General Barr and former U.S. Secretary of Labor and U.S. Attorney Acosta, both Republicans, because they possessed information directly relevant to the investigation. The Clintons are in a fundamentally different category. They had documented relationships with Epstein and Maxwell, evidenced by numerous photographs, flight log records, wedding invitations, and other materials. Some of these photos can be seen here. We repeatedly informed the Clintons' attorney that written statements would not be accepted. The subpoenas required depositions. Federal courts have consistently held that witnesses may not impose their own conditions upon the manner of congressional inquiry. Yet the Clintons attempted to do exactly that, submitting brief, bulleted written statements that are neither comprehensive nor responsive to the committee's many unanswered questions. No witness, not a former president or a private citizen, may willfully defy a duly issued congressional subpoena without consequence. But that is what the Clintons did, and that is why we are here today. I would expect bipartisan support for enforcing those subpoenas by voting in favor of these resolutions. Unfortunately, it appears that Ranking Member Garcia has chosen to follow marching orders designed to distract from the issue at hand. I hope I'm wrong about this. Over the weekend, Ranking Member Garcia made clear that Democrats intend to divert attention from the Clintons by instead calling for Attorney General Bondi to be held in contempt. The difference is clear. Attorney General Bondi and the Department of Justice are producing documents. While the pace is slower than any of us would prefer and must speed up, I believe that much of the delay involves the Department of Justice trying to take care to redact victims' personal information. By contrast, the Clintons have flatly refused to appear at all, despite repeated warnings that the committee would remove forward with contempt proceedings. Today, the Clintons must be held accountable for their actions, and Democrats must support these measures or they will be exposed as hypocrites. We must do what is necessary to uphold Congress's investigative authority, which is imperative to the legislative process. And we are doing so to demonstrate to the American people that justice is applied equally to everyone, regardless of position, pedigree, or prestige. I urge my colleagues to support this contempt report. I now yield to Ranking Member Garcia for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just make one thing clear. Oversight Democrats from the start of this investigation have been crystal clear that we're willing to talk to anyone who has information about Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes. And we don't care if they're wealthy, their position, if they're Democrats or Republicans. And we agree, subpoenas issued by our committee must always be respected. No president or former president is above the law. And I think every single person on this committee agrees with that. In fact, I appreciate that you brought those posters. Mr. Comer, can I actually see that? Would you mind if I actually use that poster that you brought? The ones that you put up? The two that you put up earlier? I'll put those up in a sec. Now, this committee from day one, and we agree, we've had questions for former President Clinton. And as you know, former President Clinton has begun answering some of those questions in a signed declaration that this committee has received recently, including last week. We know that President Clinton has offered to answer additional questions in different formats. He's also called for a full release of the files immediately, which you or no one in this committee has actually done. It's interesting that it's this subpoena only that Republicans and the chairman have been obsessed about putting all their energy behind. Now, we also want President Clinton to answer questions. In fact, he should continue to answer the questions from this committee as he has begun doing in not just a signed declaration, but also in other offers to meet with this committee, of which you have rejected. But it's also incredibly interesting that this energy you have to attack whoever you believe your political opponents are, you are unwilling to use on Ghislaine Maxwell, a monster who has trafficked, abused, and raped children and women, and which every committee member in this body knows should be in front of this committee. Where is the contempt charges to bring her into this committee to answer the questions? And I hope that you would agree, Mr. Comer, that that should be one of our top priorities. And let's talk about the president. Your former colleague, Marjorie Taylor Greene, on this committee reported that Trump told her that he wanted to continue his cover-up because, quote, my friends will get hurt. Donald Trump is leading a White House cover-up right now of the Epstein files. And we all know that Epstein himself said that Donald Trump was his best friend for over 10 years. And it is shameful, illegal, and unconstitutional that the Department of Justice has released one 1% of the files. 1% of the files. Where is the pressure to get Pam Bondi to release the files? Instead, you're focused and the committee's focused on whoever you perceive to be your enemies and the enemies of Donald Trump. Because let's be clear, we want to talk to President Bill Clinton. We want him to answer our questions. We also want Ghislaine Maxwell to answer our questions. We also want to understand why Pam Bondi refuses to release all the files. 1% of the files have released. Millions have been left. No publications for weeks. That is a crime. And so this White House cover-up continues every single day that the files are not released. And yet, where are those calls, Mr. Comer? You're saying they're complying. That is both a lie and shameful. It's time to end this White House cover-up. I want to yield to Ranking Member of the Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement, Summer Lee, who originally made the motion to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I just want us to speak plainly and lay the facts out what's really happened in this committee. We are 1 week out from Bill and Hillary Clinton, who did not show up for their depositions. 1 week, and we're already having a markup to hold them in contempt. Meanwhile, the Department of Justice has been legally obligated to hand over the full unredacted Epstein file since August, the same exact subpoena that they are using to hold the Clintons in contempt. And please note that these resolutions are allowing the DOJ to prosecute the Clintons for the exact same things that the DOJ itself is violating. They have handed over 1% of the files and heavily redacted. We are 5 months overdue, Mr. Comer, if you've made no effort to bring in Pam Bondi. So no, the difference is not clear. You have made no effort to demand any answers, to exert any pressure. So with that, Mr. Scheer, I do have an amendment at the desk which would hold Pam Bondi in contempt for noncompliance with the bipartisan subpoena that you issued on August 5th, 2025. I hope that my colleagues will support. I yield back.
Minority's time's expired. We're still debating the measure, and we'll take up your amendment once we finish debating the initial measure. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things. I agree. We need to hear from Ghislaine Maxwell. We've been trying to get her in for a deposition. Her lawyers have been saying that she's going to plead the 5th, but we have nailed down a date, February 9th, where Ghislaine Maxwell will be deposed by this committee. Now, her lawyers have made it clear that she's going to plead the 5th. I hope she changes her mind because I want to hear from her, just like I want to hear
Bring
from
her.
What's that?
You said the difference is clear.
Turn on your mic,
It is.
What'd you say?
If the difference is clear, the difference here is that they are also trying to negotiate. She said she doesn't want to do it. You have not moved in the same way. So you are actually not applying the same standard here across the board. The DOJ is in the same exact subpoena. Ghislaine Maxwell says she won't do it. Bring her in then.
You're out of order, Ms. Lee. You're out of order. So we were going to depose Ghislaine Maxwell, February 9th.
Where are the contempt charges, Mr. Chairman?
You're out of order too, Mr. Garcia. And we will proceed with that deposition. Ms. Lee said the Clintons just missed their deadline by a week. We have been negotiating with the Clinton attorneys for 5 months.
Mr. Chairman,
5 months.
Whose time are we speaking on right now?
This is my time. This is my time. I recognize myself, so I have 5 minutes.
You already had your 5
All right,
minutes.
well, I'm about finished anyway. I haven't used 5 minutes. I've used about 1 minute, but
you used your full 5 minutes, sir.
no, I haven't used the 5 minutes, Mr. Garcia. So if, does any other member seek recognition on the underlying bill? Ms. Luna.
So I think this is really important for everyone to get context, and also I just actually talked to Todd Blanche this morning. And as we proceed in this committee today, I wanted to give an update, but also to let you all know that Todd Blanche has told me that he's willing to talk to any of you. And I think it would be very important as we proceed with the seriousness of this investigation, specifically pertaining to Jeffrey Epstein, that there's open dialogue directly with the DOJ. When I went to move to hold Garland in contempt of Congress, part of the issue was he wasn't even willing to talk to Congress, period, at least not some of the members that were concerned about some of those audio tapes. But specifically pertaining to the Jeffrey Epstein update. As of right now, what I've been told by Mr. Blanche is that the files, and I think in total it was over 5 million files, actually have finished review at the DOJ. They've had 500 attorneys from NSD, the Southern District of Florida, SDNY, and the FBI, basically working on this 6 days a week to get these files appropriately redacted with victim information. But specifically what the hangup is for the file release is the judge in New York that issued, that made the order from the SDNY's prosecutor's office, Jay Clayton, basically certified under oath that there would be a review to protect some of the victim information. And so that's part of the reason why it has, I guess, been more of a delay. I do think that this information needs to be released, but it's important to provide context that unless we're going to bring in the judge in New York, which I agree with him, I do think that there needs to be a proper review of the documents if it's pertaining to victim information. It's just important to know that context. But I would be happy to, Garcia, I'd be happy to facilitate that phone call, give you his personal cell phone. He said he would actually like to talk to all of you guys. And I would encourage you guys to actually engage in that conversation because I do think this is important. And then also to a last update, I was told, and I've been trying to obtain information of one victim specifically. If you have victims that specifically want their files, they will actually take those names and get whatever files they can to them. So some of the Democrats are working with some of the victims. I'm working with some of them, but it's important to note for context. So I yield my time.
Very, very good. And would you yield a couple of, you got 2 minutes left, but I just want to make clear, like most everyone on this committee, I do a lot of interviews and I have stated repeatedly, publicly, on conservative networks, liberal networks, and everything in between, that we want the Epstein documents released. And I appreciate the update from Ms. Luna on the progress. They have been complying. We all wish that it was moving much faster, but there are a lot of documents. And if you'll remember the last document dump that the Department of Justice released, there were many people on this committee, on the Democrat side, that were very critical, saying there weren't enough redactions. So they are making triple and quadruple sure that the victim's personal information is redacted. Now, do any other members wish to be heard? Chair recognizes Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the ranking member Garcia.
Thank you, sir. Representative Luna, I appreciate those statements, but I just want to be clear that is a lie, and here is why. Mr. Blanche said that they've been reviewing the documents since the passage of the law, the Massey law. We have had a legal subpoena in place since the summer, since July. It's been the job of the DOJ to comply with this law since a subpoena passed the subcommittee of this body. Since that subpoena passed in July, we've received 33,000 documents, of which 99% of them were already public documents. And so when we talk about complying with the law, you have to talk about complying with the very subpoena that this committee actually passed in a bipartisan way. And so Mr. Blanche is talking about the Epstein Files law, which we should have received all the documents already per the actual law that was voted on. There has been little to zero production of this committee's requests. And so Mr. Blanche is wrong, and he's not being truthful to this committee and to you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I yield remaining time to Ms. Summer, who has the underlying motion, and I know that you said that we would be dealing with that. I just don't think she had enough time to explain her position on it.
Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Mfume. I actually do appreciate that. And I would like to really emphasize that 1% of the files is insulting. It's insulting. In fact, when we consider that Pam Bondi herself has publicly stated that the files exist. She publicly stated that she had already given Donald Trump that information. So it is a little bit concerning that you have not moved in the way that you said you would. This type of energy could be well spent on the DOJ. It could be well spent on not just saying that you want us to release the files. You have power here. This markup is evidence that you were never serious about an honest bipartisan investigation, that you always intended to use this as a one-sided political hit job. Because if you had your way, we actually would have recessed this summer before we were able to force that bipartisan subpoena through the Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement. So when we think about this kangaroo court and the dishonesty that's happening right here, right? It dishonors the integrity of our committee. and the survivors who have put themselves at risk for justice. We all remember the roundtable where many of us sat and listened to the survivors. We listened to their stories, and one of them spoke and said that she doesn't know if we're good liars or if we're telling the truth. But for the first time, she is hoping that something actually happens here. We left that roundtable, and Mr. Coomer, you yourself said that you wanted to honor those victims, to let Pam Bondi off the hook, to let others who are obviously in those fouls off the hook is unacceptable. We cannot investigate this fully if we do not have the full files. We cannot see all there is to see if the DOJ is not complying. We cannot move forward. Being in the minority party gives us limited options for actions, and we all must be unwilling to wait if you are not going to subpoena the files. So I thank you, Mr. Mfume, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back also.
Do any other members? Mr. Gosar?
Yes, I yield to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gosar, for yielding. First of all, let's go back. When this started, everyone was demanding that we subpoena the Epstein estate. That wasn't in the discharge petition, but I issued a subpoena to the estate. When we met with the victims, when we met privately for 2 hours, Miss Lee was there and Miss Crockett and, you know, more than half the committee, they were demanding that we subpoena the estate, and we did. We got every document from the estate. There were people that said, oh, there are going to be a lot of questions answered. There'll be names and all. We've subpoenaed every document, every picture, everything from the estate. We never held back. We've been serious. We've all supported the full release of the documents. As I've stated many times publicly, we wish the process was going quicker. That's a lot of documents, a lot of redactions, a lot of eyes have to be put on this. So the Department of Justice is complying. Now, with respect to Maxwell and the Clintons are not treated differently. Maxwell was always, she was willing to appear, but made very clear she would take the Fifth Amendment. The Clintons refused to appear. The Clintons refused to appear. And one of the proposals that Clinton made was if we would let Hillary Clinton off, then Mr. Garcia and I could travel to Mr. Clinton's house and bring one staffer and take notes, but no transcript. That's not even a thing. And you all know that. The media, I'm sure, would require a transcript. There's no real investigation without a transcript. So, you know, what few counter proposals the Clintons' massive legal team has made aren't acceptable. And I don't think anyone is going to stand up here and willing to publicly argue that they were. So does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The American people deserve full transparency, and anyone who has relevant information about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes must be compelled to come forward and share with this committee. Wealth and power cannot shield people from accountability from this committee. It is the victims of these horrific crimes who deserve protection, not Jeffrey Epstein and the people associated with him. We all agree. We want to hear from former President Bill Clinton. But committee Republicans have failed to conduct a serious investigation. For instance, they refused to hold Attorney General Pam Bondi in contempt for failure to release 99% of the Epstein files on a bipartisan law that we all passed on the House floor. And B, that had a deadline. And B, they refused to hold Ghislaine Maxwell accountable for defying this committee's subpoenas. We all know that President Trump has a long-standing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. His administration continues to obstruct the release of the Epstein files for this reason. We've seen photos of them together. Even Elon Musk posted at Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason why they have not been made public. President Trump's own Mar-a-Lago club appears to come up often in connection to Jeffrey Epstein. From reporting, we know that Epstein was deeply involved with Mar-a-Lago. He was a frequent visitor to the club for years. The club sent employees, usually young women, to Epstein's mansion for massages, manicures, and other spa services. Staff members from the club made frequent calls to Epstein's home in Palm Beach, and on these calls, Epstein engaged in sexually suggestive behavior, such as exposing himself. And in 2000, Ghislaine Maxwell recruited Epstein's trafficking victim from Mar-a-Lago, where she was working as an employee. This committee must also investigate what Mar-a-Lago club members and the staff knew about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Getting documents from Mar-a-Lago is about uncovering evidence, holding these people accountable, and doing right by the victims of these horrific crimes. So we are all for making sure that we hear from everyone. I don't care if you're a Democrat, I don't care if you're a Republican. I'm tired of rich people trying to evade justice and accountability, period. But you can't do it just for the party you disagree with. You can't do it in a politically motivated way. So here's the opportunity to show it's not a politically motivated thing. Let's also make sure that we get these documents from Mar-a-Lago. So with that, pursuant to Clause 2K6 of House Rule 11, I move that the House shall subpoena the Mar-a-Lago Club and all entities under common ownership or control with the Mar-a-Lago Club to provide the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform with 1, all documents, communications, and materials related to Jeffrey Epstein, to include but not limited to personnel files and records, client files and records, massage and spa services records, complaints and grievances filed against Jeffrey Epstein, internal communications, and billing statements. 2, a list of all Mar-a-Lago Club personnel who provided massages on behalf of the Mar-a-Lago Club between 1997 and 2003, regardless of whether such personnel were contractors or formerly employed masseuses or otherwise. And 3, a list of all Mar-a-Lago Club personnel who were employed as or acted as managers of the Mar-a-Lago Club Spa between 1997 and 2003.
A motion was made by Mr. Frost. The motion is improper as the item is not on the agenda. Any other chair recognizes?
So Mr. You want to use procedure to push back accountability?
No, we're holding people accountable today. That's why we're here.
Well, why
Chair recognizes-
won't you move to make sure that we get the relevant documents from Mar-a-Lago? That I just read this, and you're saying it's because it's not on the agenda that we can't move forward with this? You have full discretion of this committee to say, you know what, let's have a vote in a bipartisan way to say we want the documents from Mar-a-Lago.
I don't have full discretion. It's in the rules. We vote on a rules package at the beginning.
You're
of every
able to
Congress.
say right now that we can vote on this.
We cannot vote on it. It's in our rules. We'll be breaking our rules. We have to apply to the rules too. We're not like the Clintons.
No. You are hiding behind process to protect these Mar-a-Lago documents, and I think it's disgraceful.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing was noted in the Clintons' letters is they said that subpoenas were illegal. I'd be curious to know if the ranking member thinks that they're illegal. And with that, I'd yield the rest of my time to you.
Thank you, Mr. Cloud. I want to make sure everyone is aware. On February 11th, Attorney General Bondi will be appearing as the sole witness in front of the Judiciary Committee. Ms. Crockett is a member of the Judiciary Committee. I would assume, I don't want to speak for Ms. Crockett, but I would assume you'll ask her questions about the Epstein investigation and her progress towards releasing the documents. Mr. Massey is a member of the Judiciary Committee. He's already stated publicly he's going to spend his 5 minutes asking the Attorney General about the Epstein documents. So the Attorney General is slated to be in front of Congress, and I'm pretty confident that just about everybody on that committee is going to ask the Attorney General where we are with the document production. So I think that's important to note. February 11th, she's slated to be in front of the Judiciary Committee. And with the discharge petition, when the House voted for that, we issued the subpoenas for the Epstein documents. Then we all voted for the discharge petition. The discharge petition has jurisdiction in the Judiciary Committee. So she's going to be in front of the Judiciary Committee. The next week we're in session. So I think that's important to note. Do any other members see? Okay, Mr. Lynch, then, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would remind the gentleman, and I'm sure he knows this, that the Oversight Committee is the principal investigatory committee in the House. And we have a responsibility. It may be a shared responsibility with Judiciary, but we nevertheless have a responsibility. And we we are the ones who issued that subpoena. This committee did. We are the ones who sat with the victims, right? We looked them in the eye, including the Speaker of the House. We looked them in the eye, these women who have been struggling to get justice for many, many years. And we promised them, every member of this committee, we promised them that we would do everything under our power to make sure they finally receive justice. And here we are today. Now, with millions and millions of documents requested back in August, we've still received, what, 1% of the documents? This is evidence of wrongdoing in many cases. And yet we're allowing Attorney General Bondi to obstruct justice, basically. Even the little bit of evidence that she has provided, she also included a statement that basically said, don't believe this evidence, there's a lot of falsity in these. I mean, I have never seen an attorney general in this country provide evidence and then give an opinion on that evidence to the legislature, to the Congress. That is unheard of. But it shows her willingness to do whatever she can to obstruct justice from being delivered. The second thing I want to say is, if we are truly interested in getting information relative to this investigation, there should be some underlying basis for that. And I have reviewed all of the evidence that's been made available so far. I find nothing that points to Secretary Clinton in this at all. Yes, she was Secretary of State at one point, but the information that we're trying to get with respect to Secretary of State is available from any Secretary of State that served in that office with respect to trafficking. So there is no direct reason, no direct evidence to point to Secretary Clinton in any of this. And yet, while those millions of documents are being denied us, we're pulling someone forward, I think, for the point of embarrassment, public embarrassment, and because of a ill will on the part of the president, to bring her forward for embarrassment, but not for the purpose of gaining helpful information for this investigation. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield the balance of my time to the ranking member, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Congressman Lynch. Mr. Comer, I just want to be pretty clear about two things, and one particularly something that you said. Let me just start by saying that you noted in your comments that your concern and your biggest concern was the issue of the transcript. And I want to just go back really quick, because you and I share respect for subpoenas. You and I share that we want the former president to answer questions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. And so does every other member of this committee. We want the former president to answer questions of this committee. And we want not just the former president, but everyone to follow subpoenas of this committee. So let's agree on that. But to be clear, President Clinton, the former president, has submitted a signed declaration. He's offered to sit with you and me and answer questions. He's offered to have staff in the room to transcribe and be there while those questions are being answered. And his request was to do it in a dignified way. Your concern, as you brought up in your last comments, was that he was unwilling to do a recorded transcript. That's actually also not true. And to be clear, there's been public reporting, including in articles that came out over the weekend, that they have not ruled out a recorded transcript. I want to ask the president questions. Chairman Comer, I want to ask President Clinton questions. Don't you?
That's why we're here.
I want to ask President Clinton questions and a recorded transcript and with our members of our staff. Would you like to do that also?
May I make a comment on the transcript? They have not agreed to a transcript. Staff notes are not equivalent.
They've actually made public reporting.
So they're wanting me to make note. They said, okay, Comer can take notes, but they've called us all liars, and you know how the Clintons have gone on offense, and look, they don't get to make the rules. We make the rules.
Can I have the rest of my time back?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I want to be clear, because this is an email actually that from the Clinton lawyers. You have this actually. To be clear, at no point were we opposed to the creation of a record of the interview, which is why we offered to allow the note takers previously. They go on. This is, you have this email, sir. So I guess my question to you is, do you want to sit down and ask
Will the
President
ranking
Clinton
member yield
questions?
to a
Actually,
question?
can I have my time back?
Will the
Go
ranking
ahead.
member
We'll
yield to a
we'll
question?
recognize Garcia, then Mr. Donalds will be next. So
Thank you. So my question to you, Mr. Comer, again, is if we want to actually ask questions of President Clinton, of which those of us in the minority want to do, then let's get him in. Let's negotiate a recorded transcription of that interview to further our investigation. I thank you for the yield, Mr. Lynch.
time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Donalds.
Yeah, Chairman, point of clarification. Both President Clinton and Secretary Clinton were subpoenaed by this committee to come in for a transcribed interview. Is that correct?
For a deposition.
Excuse me, for a deposition. Chairman, I've been in these closed depositions a number of times in my time being on the Oversight Committee. I fail to see what President Clinton's talking about with respect to a dignified manner. Every time I've been involved in any of these conversations, even when it was former President Biden's son came in for one of those, and I'm not trying to bring up all the Hunter stuff. It's just a point I'm making. I think everybody just take the temperature down, relax. Even those the closed door depositions have always been held in a dignified manner. Members have had questions outside of questions from committee staff, but members on both sides of the aisle had an ability to answer those questions. Those interviews are recorded. The transcripts of those interviews are provided to the public. I fail to see what special accommodations President Clinton and Secretary Clinton were looking for. Chairman, can you help me understand this? Or even a ranking member. I'm really trying to understand. I'm not trying to make a point. We do too much of that here. I'm trying to understand, because if we're holding a new meeting to replace what the committee already requested, my question is why?
Mr. Garcia is willing to answer the question.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Donalds. I appreciate the question. Look, I think the committee first, I'm not here to defend the Clintons, to be clear. That's their job is to negotiate with the committee. And in this case, you have the majority. Their job is to negotiate with the majority on coming in for a binding subpoena, to be clear. But I'll also note that this committee has historically made accommodations for a variety of folks. In fact, I think it is a bit hypocritical that when this very subpoena for the Clintons were actually made, I believe there were an additional 5 to 6 other subpoenas that were issued to numerous other members of former administrations, attorney generals, and so forth. Every one of those other subpoenas, I think maybe with the exception of one, were given special accommodations. In fact, they were actually allowed to just send their responses in writing. Is that correct, Mr. Comer?
That is. May I respond to that?
Yes, in just 1 second. And so accommodations are made. And so while every other folks in that group were given special accommodations, that's been typically the case. And I'll finally say just this. Like you, I want to have President Clinton answer questions. I think they are trying to negotiate that with the majority, and they have been clear that it being transcribed is not an issue. They have not ruled that out. And so let's negotiate with the Clintons and let's get them to answer our questions.
I mean, Chairman, since I guess we're on my time, and by the way, ranking member, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Chairman, you were mentioning you were going to inject your commentary with respect to special accommodations that have been made for previous witnesses. I don't know if you want to expound on what the ranking member said or not.
I would love to. So first of all, you talk about ongoing negotiations. We have been negotiating for 5 months. This is clearly a stall tactic, hoping that the time clock runs out and the House flips and that you all let them off the hook. But secondly, you mentioned, and I mentioned this in my open statement, there were names on that initial list with the Summerlee motion and the Scott Perry amendment, Attorney General Holder, Lynch, Sessions, and Garland, as well as Comey. They all complied and had written statements under the penalty of perjury that they had no knowledge of anything with Epstein, that they weren't directly involved in the investigation, and, basically had no personal relationship. I think we would all agree the Clintons had a personal relationship with both Epstein and Maxwell. It's from the evidence that we've received thus far from the estate and all the other documents that we have thus far, it appears that Jeffrey Epstein visited the Clinton White House 17 times while he was president. And then post-presidency, it appears that Bill Clinton flew on Epstein's plane at least 27 times. So there's a huge difference between the knowledge and relationship with the Clintons and Epstein and Maxwell versus the former attorneys general. And another note, I don't know if it was Mr. Bell or whoever said that we only are interested in Democrats. We grilled Bill Barr and Alex Acosta, and they are very Republicans. In fact, they were members of the Trump cabinet. Now, I've been on the Oversight Committee 9 years. We've had 4 other committee chairs. We've had Jason, since I've been here, we've had Jason Chaffetz, Trey Gowdy, Elijah Cummings, and Carolyn Maloney. I don't ever remember a time, and I could be wrong. If I am, I'm sure you all will correct me, but I don't remember a time when Carolyn Maloney or Elijah Cummings subpoenaed a high-ranking Democrat to come in for a grilling. So to imply that this is partisan, that is just simply not true. We've already had 2 very high, the former Attorney General of the United States under Trump and the former Labor Secretary and U.S. Attorney. So we've done that. And then one other thing with the Clintons, and I'll yield back. One of the arguments the Clintons made, Mr. Garcia, was that our subpoenas were unlawful. Do you agree that the subpoenas we issued the Clintons are unlawful?
I believe that all of our subpoenas that we have issued have been lawful, sir.
Okay. Just any other members seek recognition?
Ms. Brown, sir.
Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's clear to me that the purpose of this meeting today is just to continue this committee's agenda of political theater, plain and simple. Democrats have been very clear, abundantly, repeatedly, and without room for ambiguity. We want to hear from anyone who has information about the Epstein crimes. And yet, when President Clinton and former Secretary Clinton offered to cooperate with this committee to submit sworn statements, to provide what they know, to engage in good faith, the majority said no. And that's what brings us to why we're really here today. The majority is rushing to hold in contempt 2 private citizens who have demonstrated their desire to cooperate with this committee and who have called for the release of every file on Jeffrey Epstein, all while the Department of Justice and Attorney General Pam Bondi are breaking the law in plain sight. Here are the facts. The DOJ was required by statute to release the Epstein files by December 19th, 2025. The deadline has passed by more than a month. And what have we received? 1%. 1% is not compliance. 1% is not transparency. 1% is a cover-up. What about the 1% they actually release? We've seen redactions that are extensive, unusual, and very likely illegal. And what's more, the Epstein Files Release Act, passed by supermajorities in this Congress and signed into law by this president, required the DOJ to send a report to Congress by January 3rd, 2026. More than 2 weeks later, what have we received from the DOJ? Nothing. So if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were really serious about uncovering the truth and government and accountability, we would be demanding answers from the administration. We would be demanding answers from Attorney General Bondi. We would be demanding the release of the 99% of the Epstein files still sitting at the DOJ. So I have some very simple questions. Where is the subpoena for Attorney General Bondi? Where is the hearing on DOJ's failure to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act? Where is the accountability for the redactions page after page after page? This vote feels less like oversight and more like a distraction. a distraction from the DOJ's lawlessness, a distraction from a broken promise of transparency, a distraction from the embarrassment of a co-equal branch of government choosing complicity over accountability, and a distraction from survivors who deserve this truth. If this committee is serious, then we must hold the Department of Justice accountable. Release the files, all of them, and stop playing politics with justice. Survivors deserve better. And with that, I yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you, Representative Brown. I just want to Chairman, I want to just respond to something that you said. I think it's important. First, I just want to read the folks of who the subpoenas you have chosen not to enforce. Alberto Gonzalez, who we subpoenaed on that same day, I believe you did not enforce. Eric Holder, of course, former AG, did not enforce. Loretta Lynch, you chose not to enforce. Jeff Sessions, you chose not to enforce. Merrick Garland, who I think it'd be important to have answer questions, you chose not to enforce. Robert James Comey, you chose not to enforce. In fact, I have Attorney General Gonzalez's letter. It says, "Dear Chairman Comer, this letter is to confirm that consistent with my conversations with the committee general counsel, I have no present memory or decisions or conversations related to the investigation and prosecution of Epstein matter during my tenure as U.S. Attorney General." He, of course, was the Attorney General when the whole Alex Acosta U.S. Attorney matter was in front of a critical time in this investigation. Now, you chose not to enforce that because you mentioned that this letter is under penalty of perjury. The declaration that Clinton's also made and sent to you to answer some of those questions were also under penalty of perjury. I just want to clarify that. And then with the remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to note that you talked a lot about the importance of our subpoenas and that we should all support this committee's subpoenas. And I agree with you, sir, and I want to hear from the Clintons. It's also important to note that we have members of this committee, Congressman Jim Jordan, Congressman Andy Biggs, Congressman Scott Perry, who are obviously very outspoken, which we like to engage with. Now, they're not here, and that's okay. Now, you also know, sir, that all three of them defied legally binding subpoenas issued by the January 6th committee relating to their efforts to overturn the 2020 election. So we should be clear that the majority chooses to be very selective on which subpoenas they want to enforce or talk about. We have members of the majority that themselves have defied subpoenas. So once again, I ask you, Mr. Chairman, let's ask President Clinton the questions that we have. Let's have him come in and testify in a way that we can negotiate, and let's get all the release of the files done immediately. Thank you.
Would you yield? Could I respond to that?
Sure, I have no more time, but I'm happy to respond.
So you say we didn't enforce the subpoenas. We did enforce. They complied and testified under the penalty of perjury that they had no knowledge. Now, the Clinton declarations were short bullet points, almost like talking points. And the evidence is clear that the Clintons did have relationship with them. Now, again, I've said publicly millions of times, there's no one's accusing the Clintons of wrongdoing, but the fact that they were that close and the fact that I've never seen a sit down interview with Bill Clinton where he's answered questions about his relationship with Epstein and Maxwell like the current president has. So we have complied and enforced all of our subpoenas, 100% of our subpoenas. So I just want to make that very clear.
Can I respond to you, sir? Sure. Just to be clear, you're talking about two declarations. The declaration that you chose to use as something that you moved on to not bring him in was 1/6 the size of the Clinton declaration. I'm looking at the Alberto Gonzalez response to you, sir, that you chose to dismiss, and it is one sentence long. You just pointed out the Clinton declaration, which is 6 times as long. And so I just think you are using interesting points to make comparisons. Let's just be clear and get back to the facts. Let's bring President Clinton in to have a conversation with this committee. You are instead choosing to try to prosecute President Clinton and send him to jail, which is part of criminal prosecution, before having him answer questions to this committee. Him and his team have been trying to negotiate. We want to hear from President Clinton. I'm not sure that you do, sir.
You don't think I want to hear from President
Chairman
Clinton?
Comer, can I, Chairman?
But before I recognize Ms. Luna, who'll be next, I believe. Are you willing to accept those bullet points as testimony, or do you want to hear from Clinton?
I want to hear from President Clinton.
Then I don't know what the what the point is of talking about their bullet points. I mean, that we all know they had a relationship. So
Well, sir, I'm just responding to the fact that you mentioned that you're dismissing other legal subpoenas with one sentence answers. And yet, and you're the one that pointed out the Clinton's declaration, which is also under penalty of perjury.
do you think that Eric Holder or Lynch or Jeff Sessions or Merrick Garland had more? I mean, do you want to bring them all in?
I would love to have former Attorney General Merrick Garland in front of this committee to answer questions as to why more of the files weren't released. I've actually said that publicly. And so, sir, I think what it comes down to is we all want to get to the truth. We all want justice for the survivors. And I think more information is better. And so I think our position is that it is clear to me that President Clinton is negotiating to come in front of this committee. And it may not be exactly what you and the lawyer and your team want to see as far as that negotiation, or you're not satisfied with the progress, but they continue to negotiate. They have not rolled out a transcript. Let's get them in front of this committee. Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gill, then Ms. Luna. Mr. Gill has a beer. Go ahead. No, Miss. Who's next? Miss Luna. Go ahead, Miss Luna. Then
Thank
Ms.
you,
Mays.
Chairman. I'd just like to remind the American people that I was the member that made the motion to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress, and every Democrat voted against it. And in addition to that, 3 of my Republican colleagues voted against it, one of which did not come back because his voters decided that he was too swampy for them. So
Okay.
I just like to point that out. But aside from that,
But Ms.
it's
Luna, it's been pointed out to me, you've already had 5 minutes. Somebody will probably yield you some time. So I've got to.
if I could just finish real quick, if we're looking to see why the files have not been released yet, look no further than the judge Engelmeyer,
I'm sorry,
who's
Ms.
actually been
Luna. I'm
responsible
sorry.
for
If
denying
someone can
Boycott
yield
and
you some
Massey's
time.
special counsel. I'm just saying, I'm making a point.
All right.
So
This
is all
So we
political
haven't
games
recognized the Republican on this. Miss Mace, do you want to be recognized?
That would be great, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of documents I would like to enter into the record this morning with
That's it.
unanimous consent. First of all, I want to ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stop playing politics with justice. Not a single one of you voted for your own party to be held in contempt. I'm the only member of this body, of this committee, that has held both Republicans and Democrats alike in contempt for defying a congressional subpoena. So the hypocrisy is real, and I don't want to hear anyone on the other side of the aisle say no one is above the law here on this. We're talking about human trafficking, sex trafficking. We're talking about children, girls as young as 14 being assaulted, being trafficked by wealthy and powerful people. This is not political. This is personal. This should be nonpartisan. We should be working on this together. And it's incredible that we're politicizing rape, we're politicizing sex trafficking, we're politicizing this entire Epstein thing. And it just, as a survivor, I'm telling you, it should not be. And I've done a lot of work, Mr. Chairman, in advocacy and writing legislation for victims of abuse, male, female, and children, man, woman, and child. South Carolina, my home state, Mr. Chairman, has a huge problem with with all sorts of violent crimes, but sex trafficking in my state is up by over 400%. We have domestic violence in our state where you can't get a trial. And there was a case last year where a woman 2 years ago was kidnapped by her boyfriend, beaten to a pulp, her face just beaten in. 2 years after he kidnapped her and beat her, he murdered her on Mother's Day because our local solicitor refused to prosecute that case. And I have rogue solicitors and prosecutors and attorneys general, Carolina women and attorney general prosecuted a case against convicted pedophile Donald Gresh. Donald Gresh was convicted of having 1,900 images of toddlers as young as 3 being raped by animals. Donald Gresh, under the prosecution of my Attorney General Alan Wilson, served 1 day in jail. 1 day. Donald Gresh isn't the only pedophile, convicted pedophile, that we prosecute like that. My Attorney General Alan Wilson prosecuted this case. This is Travis Reed Gay. Well, the other thing too is that Donald Gresh, he was facing 60 years in jail, got 1 day. Travis Reed Gay was facing 70 years, 7 charges and 70 years in jail in South Carolina. My Attorney General prosecuted this case. He pled guilty in November, didn't serve any time. He got probation. He violated his probation 11 days later. And if he violated his probation, he was to serve time in jail. The magistrate or judge probably didn't have a law degree, let him out hours later. He has not served any required time for this kind of thing. And I did a press conference with a bunch of moms, over a dozen moms last week in Charleston, South Carolina, and there was a local media blackout. I asked, was it my attorney general who prosecuted this case and led this pedophile out on the streets? Was he the one that led the media blackout? Well, I want my attorney general in my state to know that a young child came forward after seeing my press conference and recognized this man. She filed a police report the same day because he allegedly followed her in a park the week before. This is Scott Spivey, killed, shot with a bullet in the back, shot at 17 times, not prosecuted by my attorney general. So I'm going to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter those 3 images into the record. This is Weldon Boyd. This is Scott Spivey's killer who shot him in the back and has never really been investigated or prosecuted for that killing in South Carolina. I would like to enter that into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
This is Logan Federico. She was executed a year ago, yesterday to the day, by a man named Alexander Dickey. Alexander Dickey was a convicted criminal. He had 39 arrests, 25 felony charges. He executed this beautiful 22-year-old daughter of Stephen Federico in cold blood after stealing a gun. If her killer, Alexander Dickey, hadn't been let out by a rogue magistrate or judge or a prosecutor or solicitor that didn't care, she would be alive today. Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter her image and her killer's image into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
I have another image. This is Eric Bowman. Eric Bowman beat his wife and has been alleged and is being investigated for other abuses against women and potentially underage girls. He was just let out free, Mr. Chairman, out of jail in South Carolina. He is a predator. I have reported him to law enforcement. He's under investigation, but I have written bill after bill about predators like Eric Bowman, about voyeurism, about these sort of criminal sexual allegations. I would like to enter his image into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
I have 2 more.
Can we get it? Your time's expired, but I'll recognize you for a UC later on, because I want to make sure everybody stays within their 5 minutes. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell from Missouri.
You know, first and foremost, I think we're doing a disservice to the victims in this case when we refer to it as the Epstein files. It's sex trafficking evidence, and let's call it what it is. And as a prosecutor, we prosecuted these kind of cases when I was DA back home in St. Louis County, and I met with every single victim and victim's family because I wanted them to know that I was here for them, and I thought it was important that we look them in the eye and let them know that we're going to do everything we can to bring them justice and treat them with the dignity and respect that they deserve. And this is no different. That said, I think in DC, what I've learned in my 11 months here is that this DC disease that of staying in this partisan bubble is something that you have to continue to be aware of so that you don't fall into these same hypocritical traps. And I talked to Jamie Raskin because I just wanted to get some perspective on the law. And when we talk about the legal analysis, first and foremost, you can't read a statute. You learn this in constitutional law first day. You can't read a statute and understand the law. You have to understand how it's interpreted by the courts. And the courts have been clear that if there is negotiations, that does not meet the threshold for criminal contempt. And the examples are clear on that. When Steve Bannon was held in contempt, he did not negotiate, he did not reply, he did nothing. Meadows, when he started to reply, then Trump told him not to, and then he ceased with his communications with this body. And so in this case, I agree 100% with our ranking member. I want to hear from the Clintons. I think the victims we want to hear all the evidence. But what I know as a prosecutor is that we don't start doing depositions before we listen to the evidence. Now, if there's not evidence, okay, then there's other things to consider. But the evidence is here. There is evidence that has been duly voted on to be presented to the American people in a bipartisan manner, and of this evidence, we've received 1%. 1%. I mean, put this in perspective. There's 0%, and then the only thing you can do next is go to 1. That's it. We've got nothing. And now we're going to bring the Clintons in before we even have the evidence. That makes 0 sense, which is close to the 1 that I talked about. And so there's a legal analysis here. There's about what are we doing to ensure that we are doing a real investigation to get these victims the justice that they deserve. And so Jelaine, whatever her name is, she needs to be brought into this body. And I'm hearing that, oh, well, she's going to plead the 5th. First of all, then let her. But secondly, legally, on most of these questions, she can't plead the 5th. On grounds that she's going to be incriminated. She's already a criminal. So let's bring her in. Let's do those things. Let's bring in every single person. I don't care what they are, Democrat, Republican, and I've said this publicly, and my mother got on me about this. I don't care if my mother is in the Epstein files. We need to see 100% of the Epstein files to ensure that we are doing right by these victims. The illegal analysis does not support criminal contempt. A real investigation, a fair bipartisan investigation would lead us to the conclusion that we want to hear from the Clintons, that we want to hear from everyone. But right now, we don't even know who else is in the Epstein evidence because Pam Bondi has not turned over that evidence. And that's the massive violation that we're seeing, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't seem to have any urgency about. The massive violation of the law, and Pam Bondi needs to be here to answer those questions. But that is like, oh well, we'll put it off. We'll get there. We're working with them. I'll yield the remaining. Sorry, Ranking Member.
And before I recognize Mr. Gill, I want to point out February 11th, Pam Bondi will be in front of the House Judiciary Committee. February 9th. I'm sorry, February 9th. February 9th. Miss Maxwell. And February 9th, we're deposing Miss Maxwell. February 11th, Pam Bondi will be in front of this committee. So there's a lot of wheels moving right now. Chair recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think it's worth pointing out that the obvious reality here is that the Clintons are doing everything they possibly can to not come testify before the committee or have any real transcript or information about his engagement and involvement with Jeffrey Epstein over a long period of time. I mean, we've been working for 5 months to nail down a date for a deposition, working in good faith in the entire time. The Clintons have been evading this committee, at one point even deciding that they were going to propose Christmas Day, Christ's birthday, as a date for a deposition. I mean, that's not good faith. At one point, they proposed that instead of doing a deposition, they're going to have Chairman Comer and a staffer and a note taker go up to New York City, where they could ask Mr. Clinton questions and create 2 different sets of records about what Clinton said. That's obviously quite different than having an official court reporter precisely write down the words from the former president. Competing staff notes are simply not going to cut it. So we've spent 5 months working on this. It's about time that they comply with a lawful subpoena like many other people have. And there's some suggestion that we're selectively choosing who to enforce these subpoenas against. I mean, as you've pointed out multiple times, Jeffrey Epstein visited the White House 17 times. He flew at least 26 times on Epstein's private plane. There's a clear, long-standing, obvious connection between the Clintons and the Epsteins, and I think we need answers for that. And I hope that we get that, and I hope that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join us in that. And with that said, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to my colleague, Miss Anna Paulina Luna.
Thank you. I'd like to just say that I do agree with some of the sentiment of both my colleagues, to include Mr. Bell, who actually just spoke to wanting justice for the victims. But it's important to note that the reason why the files have been delayed in release is because of Judge Paul Engelmeyer in New York. This judge specifically ordered the SDNY to do a second review, and for those documents to then be certified by U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton. So if you want to get mad at someone, look no further than Judge Paul Engelmeyer, who then also, at the same time, just denied Massey and Ro Khanna's motion to appoint a special master. So we can argue back and forth all day long about where the files. I want to see the files too. I want everyone to come in and answer questions, but look no further than this person. By the way, this person's not a Democrat or Republican. I think this person actually might be an independent. But if you're wondering where the files are at, that is the truth of the matter. That's it. As soon as those files come out at the DOJ, we're going to get them. And by the way, I will remind people that weren't here earlier, Todd Blanche will get on a phone call with people here. And after this, I'm going to go walk over Todd Blanche's cell phone number to Chairman Garcia and to Chairman Comer so they can both get on a call. I think it's important to open dialogue, okay? But the point is that we have to know the facts, and those are the facts. So look no further than Judge Paul Engelmeyer. Again, he's the one person that appointed the review, a second review, and then once those documents are then reviewed, then it goes to the DOJ. But you can't fast track the process.
Ask a question?
Yes.
Okay. Are you suggesting that the reason for not receiving 99% of these files is this judge? Not 20% of the files, 30%, half of them, 99% of the files, some of which are already public?
From what I've been told, and this is why I would encourage you guys to talk directly to the DOJ on this, is that there was a second review ordered. I don't know who all's in charge over in New York specifically doing that second review, but I do know that at least with the DOJ, they are officially done reviewing all the documents that they had left, right? They had 500 attorneys. I actually said this earlier, that NSC, Southern District of Florida, SDNY, and the FBI, there's 500 lawyers working on this to review all the documentation. They're officially done with that. Now, I don't know what the second review process is because I'm not internally at the DOJ, but what I will tell you is when you have this judge then also turning around and denying Ro Khanna and Massey's motion to appoint a special master, which I think Mr. Khanna can probably speak on, I think that that's shady. And I think that it's really terrible that we're sitting here arguing at each other, pointing fingers, when it's this one guy who no one seems to be mentioning that's actually stonewalling it. So I'm here for it. I want all the documents, and I do think that we're going to get those documents. Do I think it's going to be rushed? Absolutely not. I don't want to rush the process, but I will also encourage you guys, just as I did this morning, I got a victim's specific information. The DOJ has said that they will release whatever files they have pertaining to her directly, and she had not up until recently been able to, I think up until today, get that because frankly, a lot of these victims' portals go to just, I think, empty inboxes. But the point is that it's important for context. So I yield my time.
I have a question for the chair. A question
Well, you're Rex.
Before I begin, I have a question for the chair. I just want to clarify, when you said Pam Bondi is coming on February 11th, is she coming to this committee?
She's coming to the Judiciary Committee.
So is she coming to this committee at all?
Well, we'll see how the Judiciary.
Is she scheduled to come to this committee at this point?
I said she's not scheduled to come to the
Okay,
committee. She's coming in front of the Judiciary Committee.
Okay.
Chairman, I have a
Chair, you're recognized, Mr.
I'd like to yield 30 seconds to Ranking Member Garcia.
Thank you. Just really briefly, I appreciate Representative Luna's, interest, I know, in the survivors. So I do appreciate that. I just want to be very clear and clarify. Judge Engelmeyer has nothing to do, his rulings have nothing to do with the legal subpoena passed by the Oversight Committee last July. Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche and the DOJ have been in defiance of a legal subpoena of this committee that has nothing to do with the Khanna-Massey law that keeps getting referred to. And so when you're saying that Judge Engelmeyer is the reason, that is actually not the case as it relates to the subpoena. And so they're still violating the law and have been since July, to be clear. Thank you, Mr. Min.
Thank you. And I just want to begin by echoing the comments of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. As someone who spent my career as a lawyer, as a prosecutor, as a law professor, the rule of law is important. No one should be above the law, including presidents and former presidents, and congressional subpoenas are an important part of that rule of law. And I think the Clintons should be here. I think it's very shameful that they're not. But I also have to admit, I'm very troubled by this criminal contempt motion. As a lawyer, I know that I don't know this area of law, criminal contempt. So what I did is what any decent lawyer does. I asked people who do know this area. I called a number of colleagues, former colleagues, people who are former DOJ attorneys, experts in this area. And it's hard to get 10 lawyers to agree on anything, but they all agreed that this was unprecedented, that under a normal administration, a normal DOJ that's not politicized, they would never bring criminal contempt charges in these circumstances. And I say non-politicized DOJ because many of us are very concerned that this Department of Justice has become weaponized under this administration. Under Pam Bondi, we have seen them go after Trump's political enemies, including people like Adam Schiff and Latifah James with bankrupt charges. We've seen them refuse to investigate an ICE agent who clearly shot and killed a woman at point blank. We've seen them fire line attorneys who refuse to go along with indictments that they describe as political and illegal. Now, the closest comparison to this particular criminal contempt case is Steve Bannon. And there's well-established precedent here. Steve Bannon refused to answer, saying he would only answer questions from this committee if Trump told him to do so. That wasn't like delaying or obfuscating. That is willful defiance. And that's what the courts found, and that's why he went to jail. And again, while I think that the Clintons should be here, what we're proposing here is a very serious matter, bringing criminal charges against a former president of the United States. And I listened to you very carefully, Chair Comer, for the last hour, and I heard you describe them as delaying, as dragging their feet, negotiating for 5 months. But I never once heard you say they just outright refused to comply with the subpoena. And dragging your feet is not the same as noncompliance. It's not the same as contempt. And so if we think they're dragging their feet or obfuscating, there are lesser things we can do, including civil contempt. And I have to ask, like, why are we not thinking about alternative measures rather than bringing criminal contempt against a former president? And I also want to point out that on November 14th, and I want to ask unanimous consent to enter this into the record, Donald Trump wrote a Truth Social post in which he demanded that the Republicans go after Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers in relation to Epstein. Later that day, Pam Bondi announced that they would be bringing investigations. And now that we saw later that this committee brought subpoenas against the Clintons. This seems very political. And the people I talk to in my district view this entire matter as politicized. They view this as why Bill Clinton. And look, if Bill Clinton is guilty, let's put him in jail. But what I have a problem with right now is that we seem to be doing something that is unprecedented for Bill Clinton. We're bringing criminal charges against him, potentially, that we would not do for any other individual in these same circumstances. And that, again, is not my opinion. It's the opinion of everybody I talk to. It says it's not a close matter. And so I have deep concerns that this looks like a political witch hunt against Trump's critics, that it will be referred to the Department of Justice, that we have seen as politicized. Many of us had deep concerns that they are breaking the law on a daily basis. So I have trouble with this. I don't know yet how I'm going to vote, but I'd love to hear from you, Mr. Comer, why we did not pursue alternative measures, particularly when the Clintons, by all accounts, were actively negotiating, and whether you thought that their offers were not sufficient. They don't strike me as noncompliance or defiance of this subpoena.
Mr. Min,
Mr. Min, will
you
you
think
yield for a
for
question real
5
quick?
months, I mean, you just want to keep negotiating for 12, 11 more months and hope.
Willful noncompliance is my question to you.
I mean,
why not
let's
civil contempt or
nobody's
something like that?
buying what you're selling. We've been negotiating for 5 months.
Why
5
not
months.
civil contempt or some alternative?
Can I make a
months.
suggestion, actually?
I don't yield my time to you. I yield it to Mr.
I've already
Chairman-
answered your
Chairman,
question.
I
can I
yield
make-
back then.
All right, Chair now recognize Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Request unanimous consent to enter into the record the minutes of a hearing conducted by the Federal Law Enforcement Subcommittee on July 23rd of 2025, over which I presided as chair. That was the subcommittee, to clarify for America, where the original subpoena driven by the Democrats and Ms. Lee, the original motion to subpoena the so-called Epstein files was introduced. Unanimous consent to present.
Without objection, so ordered.
Yes, sir. So within that is minutes. Here's the original motion from the Democrats. move that the subcommittee issue a subpoena. Listen carefully, you alleged journalist and you, the beloved American citizenry that's paying attention to this. Move that the subcommittee issue a subpoena to the Department of Justice for the full, complete, unredacted Epstein files to be delivered concurrently to the majority and minority of the Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement of the Committee of Oversight and Government Reform. That's it. That was the motion presented by the Democrats. That motion immediately struck me as very poorly written because it had no recognition of recognizing and adhering to the existing long-standing criminal justice procedure designed to protect the innocent. It had no timeline. There was no timeline mandated in their own motion that would force the DOJ to comply with said timeline. There was no mandate for a particular percentage of release. There was no prohibition for actions in performance of compliance with their motion, which would become a subpoena from the Oversight Committee. It was not even the identification of Epstein. It just said Epstein files. Epstein who? You think the DOJ has not prosecuted more than one Epstein in the history of the DOJ? It was very poorly written. So, Republicans, noting that there were a lot of people missing from this, if we were going to do this, allow it to move, there are a lot of people missing. So, Mr. Perry introduced, I remind my colleagues that this is my time. You recognize the decorum of this Oversight Committee. Perhaps you'll be recognized to speak. Mr. Perry introduced a motion to amend the motion to subpoena by the amendments to include William Jefferson Clinton. Imagine that, use the whole name. And Hillary Diane Rodham Clinton, amongst others. But of everybody on Scott Perry's list, the most defiant has been the Clintons, and the Oversight Committee has been very patient. I submit for the record, unanimous consent, I ask Mr. Chairman, the actual subpoena produced on August the 5th, at a hearing on July the 23rd, the subpoena was produced on August the 5th.
Without objection to ordered.
Everyone has essentially complied to the wishes of the committee. Who's in control? We are. With a majority, we determine. The most defiant has been the Clintons. That's why we're here today. Back in July, after Scott Perry introduced an amendment to the Democrats' motion expanding the list to include the Clintons and others, including Republicans, Ms. Mace introduced an amendment to the motion to subpoena, saying, I move to amend Ms. Lee's motion to include the redacting of names of victims and any personally identifiable information of said victims and any possible child sexual abuse materials. And the subpoena itself, and I'm closing, Mr. Chair, the subpoena itself stated that the DOJ is to provide all the material requested and recognizing redactions required by law. So you're talking about 1 million documents. It takes time to redact 1 million documents. but the DOJ is performing and
Okay,
is
yeah.
delivering, and the Clintons
Time.
are
I'll give Walkinshaw
obstructing
an
us.
extra minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But before we go to Mr. Walkinshaw, Ms. Mace has 2 more unanimous consent requests, and I'm going to give Mr. Walkinshaw an extra minute if everyone's okay with that. Ms. Mace?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues too. The whole Epstein saga and working with people on both sides of the aisle on the Epstein files and then working with the victims has been extremely enlightening.
Yeah.
This
it
doesn't sound
needs
like
to
unanimous
be-
consent.
You see, can you present the unanimous consent?
Oh, here's the unanimous
Yeah,
consent.
okay.
Through the Epstein thing, this is a tweet that I did about judges. I learned that, not all the judges have been forthcoming with information and files. I tweeted out
Without
on November
objections ordered.
28th, impeach corrupt judges, especially South Carolina judges. I've done this about a dozen times or more. I'm guilty as charged. Last week, an attorney named Robert Murding, I would like to enter his image into the record too.
Without objection to ordered.
He is trying to hold me in contempt and told a judge should be thrown in jail for, among other things, tweeting out that judges should be held in, that judges should be impeached. This is what happens to survivors. This is what happens to victims. And
I'm sorry.
I would like to
commentary.
enter
We're trying to
my
get you-
predator bill into unanimous consent as well.
Without objections ordered. And
Thank you.
all right, thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Walkinshaw for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll restate what others have said, which is that anyone who has information relevant to our investigation, including President Clinton, should talk to the committee. And I'm glad that he's agreed to do so. I have read, Mr. Chairman, that one of the sticking points in the negotiation between you and the Clintons' lawyers has been your demand that questions be asked about non-Epstein related issues. And it surprised me because I'm sitting here today listening to your intense interest in understanding more about the Clintons and their relationship with Epstein. So I'm curious why you have for 5 months demanded that you and other members of this committee be able to ask questions unrelated to our investigation of the Epstein files and Epstein's sex trafficking. And I'm happy to yield, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everything that we've pertained to with respect to the deposition pertains to the Epstein files.
Okay, so you haven't demanded that the conversation, the questions be limited to
it's
the
the
Epstein
staff
files.
attorneys. The staff attorneys are communicating with the Clinton attorneys. That's the communication going back and forth. This investigation is about the Epstein files.
Okay, so you're willing, and you'll say here publicly, you're willing to have that conversation that limits the conversation, the questions just to the Epstein issue and files. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I think the Clintons' lawyers have been under a different impression, so we made a little progress.
The Clinton lawyers are full of
Made a little
crap.
progress on the negotiation here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're 32 days past the statutory deadline and months since this committee's subpoena, and Congress has received, as we've heard, just 1% of the files. More than 5 million pages remain hidden. Instead of holding the Attorney General accountable for this failure, the majority is trying to change the subject today. Frankly, I find it insulting. We have to bring our attention back to the people who should be our focus, the survivors of Epstein's horrific sex trafficking operation, the women and girls who were exploited, abused, ignored for years. They deserve the truth, transparency, and justice without delay, without excuses, and without any political protections for the powerful or the wealthy. That's what we should be doing. Not scoring partisan points, not creating distractions, working to uncover the full scope of his crime so the survivors can see accountability. And if we're truly serious about justice, we can't ignore one of Epstein's most well-documented associates, President Donald J. Trump. We have documented communications, including a signed birthday note from Donald Trump containing explicit sexual references and referencing wonderful secrets between them. Emails from Epstein saying that Trump, quote, knew about the girls. Donald Trump acknowledging he knew Epstein was a, quote, creep and that Epstein recruited girls and women from Mar-a-Lago. Trump saying he wants to cover up the files because, quote, my friends will get hurt. If we're committed to transparency and justice, why is that off limits for this committee? Why is his name absent? Why no discussion of Attorney General Bondi's refusal to comply for months with this committee's subpoena? Why no contempt for Attorney General Bondi? What we're witnessing today is not oversight, it's not accountability, it's part of a cover-up, a diversion. And it didn't start today. Despite clear legal requirements in a law that Donald Trump signed, a subpoena that you signed, Mr. Chairman, and repeated public promises, Attorney General Bondi has failed to release the files. It's entirely within her control, and yet only 1% has been produced, more than a month late. And even that sliver is so heavily redacted that it mocks the law. It mocks the law. And it mocks this committee's subpoena. And let's be honest about the transparency that Attorney General Bondi has provided. This is DOJ Epstein data set number 4. It's number 4. Data set number 4. This is part of the 1% that folks have been talking about this today. I'll close with this. Attorney General Bondi and the Trump administration missed their deadline. They're ignoring our subpoena. They've withheld 99% of the files, and they have obscured the little that they did release. It's not a coincidence. It's intentional. It's about protecting one man, Donald J. Trump, from accountability. Release the files. I yield back.
Chair recognizes.
Mr. Chair, have unanimous consent request?
Okay, I'll recognize you for that.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record a political article entitled Clay Higgins Explains Why He Was the Lone No Vote on Epstein Files Release.
Without objection to ordered. Chair recognizes it'll be on our side, Mr. Perry, then Mr. McGuire. Mr. Perry.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm disappointed at where we're headed here. Look, I think that legitimately both sides want all the information. I know I sure do, with the proviso that the victims and innocent people are not damaged in the release of that. What's interesting to me is that the only time my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to talk about any of this is when they can bring up the current president's name, but they're not interested at all in anything else. And I would just say this regarding the timeline, because I'm frustrated with it too. You know what would have been great? Would have been awesome if we could have truncated the timeline when the Democrat DOJ was in power under a Democrat president and there was any investigation whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends on the other side of the aisle weren't interested in these victims at all when they could have done something about it. Nary a word was said, and certainly nothing was done. All this advance work could have been done by them had they cared. But this is not about caring about anybody. This is all political theater because they hate the current president of the United States. I get it. It's disappointing to me. These victims should have their day, and they should, all this information, regardless of who it touches, should be out, with the proviso that the innocent are protected. I know that's not of any interest to you. I get it. That's unfortunate. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Louisiana.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, earlier I asked unanimous consent to receive into the record the actual subpoena presented to the Honorable Pam Bondi by this committee regarding the DOJ's release of the investigative files on Jeffrey Epstein that was dated the 5th of August. I'd like to enter into unanimous consent associated with that entry, the letter written by this committee on August the 5th to Attorney General Pam Bondi, referencing the subpoena and giving specific instructions.
Without objections ordered.
I'd like to also enter into the record actually, I don't believe this has been released prior to right now, is the schedule associated with the subpoena. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of specific instructions from this committee regarding the subpoena delivered on August the 5th. Now, unanimous.
Without objection to
consent of that
ordered.
schedule
Yes, sir.
as well. I'm sure the media will be fascinated with that. So the professionalism that this committee has pursued, to clarify for the citizenry, the professionalism that this committee has embraced and pursued has been squared away, impeccable. And that includes recognition that the Department of Justice, as stated in the subpoena, is to comply with redaction procedures of established law and criminal justice, long-standing procedures. So I heard someone mention 5 million files. That is the first time I've heard 5 million files. But I know that there were originally 250,000 files. And the Trump administration found another 600,000 files. So we were talking about, to round it off, 1 million files. Every one of those individual documents has to be reviewed by agents of the DOJ and their supervisors before they can be officially approved for release. That's the law. The DOJ has 400 agents working full-time on just releasing these documents. Now, you may argue that at the end of the day, you want to see the release of what they completed that day. I would say that's a fair narrative for discussion. But to say that DOJ is not fully engaged in complying with our subpoena is not accurate. It's not intellectually sound. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to offer into the record these official and legal subpoena documents. I yield.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay, Mr. Frost.
I have 2 articles. One is from Politics PA. Quote, Representative Perry referred to the House Ethics Committee for refusing subpoena.
Without objection to ordered.
The other one's a CNN article. GOP reps Perry and Biggs formally object to subpoena from House January 6th
Without
committee.
objection to ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I have sat here listening and I am quite perplexed. It does take me back to my legal days. And so when I think about a subpoena, one of the things that we normally look at when we are trying to determine whether or not contempt is going to be ushered into the conversation is whether or not there's been substantial compliance. And what it means to actually look like you have substantially complied. It means that you're taking reasonable steps to follow a court order, that you're acting in good faith, and typically that serves as a defense. So if we are still crafting the parameters of said subpoena, for instance, my colleague, Mr. Walkinshaw, just asked whether or not this would be limited to the Epstein subject matter. For me, if they responded at all, then there is some sort of compliance, which they did. They didn't just throw the bird. They didn't just say, forget it. But more importantly, I just want to point out that we are living in an age of hypocrisy, because my other colleague just pointed out that Mr. Perry sits here and somehow sits in judgment of others. Frankly, that is what people are kind of getting annoyed by, is the hypocrisy, because Mr. Perry still has an outstanding subpoena that was never complied with. In addition to that, he talked about we need to care for the victims. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, and I will yield my time. But I don't believe that Mr. Perry ever signed off on the discharge petition in the first place. So I don't know if he is just doing what he believes is politically expedient, but I will tell you this. I refuse to be a puppet because Democrats tend to be of goodwill. We always want to do the right thing. We are always trying to follow the rules and follow the law. Unfortunately, we are living with an administration that does not care. We just want some type of parity. So for instance, we all want to hear from President Clinton. If for some reason you said, we will give you, say, Pam Bondi, and then we've got President Clinton with it, or say maybe President Trump and President Clinton, two presidents, because we know that both presidents actually had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But what looks political and looks like one can get away with everything, especially since that's what the Supreme Court has stated, that's why it looks like it's just gamesmanship. You only care about following the rules so long as you can invoke those rules on what is typically perceived as your political enemies. This is why we are falling apart in this country. We are supposed to be about checks and balances. It should not matter whether or not you're associated with the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, independent, or whomever, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, whether you're middle class, whether you're Black, immigrant, or whatever. But it seems like we only have a political agenda in this committee, and that's why everything goes off the rails. You only love law enforcement when they're going after Black, brown, immigrants, that kind of folk, right? But on January 6th, you didn't care about law enforcement because they still don't have their plaques up. We continue to do the right thing and say, yes, apply the rules equally across the board. And then y'all play in our faces and you only apply it to one side. I am asking for one commitment and then I will yield to the ranking member. Mr. Chair, will you commit to me as the chair of probably the most important committee in this Congress, especially in this moment where people are concerned about the level of corruption that exists within this committee? Will you promise me that you are good for doing whatever is right and following the evidence, no matter who is on the other side of that evidence?
Yes,
Yes
and that is
Okay.
why I subpoenaed the estate. And we had no idea what was, nobody knew. Nobody knew
I
what was in the
understand, but
estate documents. And I, without hesitation, subpoenaed the estate. We've subpoenaed the Department of Justice.
and that's where we got the birthday letter. We subpoenaed
Because
the
of
estate. Hold on,
the
Mr. Chair.
subpoena, right.
Okay, we got the birthday letter, but we can't just get the evidence and then not follow up on the evidence that we actually get. I will relinquish the rest of my time to the chair.
Thank you. I just want to just really clarify
I mean,
one.
Riker.
Thank you very much, Representative Crockett. Just to back to Mr. Walkinshaw's point, I think it's important to clarify that in communication, Mr. Chair, with your team and the back and forth with the emails, the Clinton team made it clear that they wanted to answer questions about Epstein, but that was not something that your team agreed to, only about Epstein. And so that's, I just want to make sure to clarify, and I appreciate you clarifying, Mr. Comer, that you said that you would limit the questions to only Epstein. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I
And
think
what the
that's-
Clinton said that is not true. What their lawyer said is a complete lie.
Well, I'm glad that you clarified for them because it's been their impression that I'm just telling you, it's been their impression.
He's paid them too much money then over the last 5
And
months.
sir, I'm just reading emails and I'm just reading the back and forth between them and your team. It's been their impression that those questions were going to be beyond just Epstein. And so I'm glad that's been clarified. So thank you, Mr. Walkinshaw.
Chair recognizes Mr. McGuire from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with you. 5 months is plenty of time. The Clintons are doing everything they can to avoid questioning. And the American people want to hear from the Clintons. You know, Bill Clinton brought Epstein to the White House 17 times. He had him on, and Bill Clinton was on the Epstein airplane 26 times. So the American people want to hear from them. I don't understand why our friends on the left can't understand that. They support these crazy policies like open borders, 20 million people coming to our country. They've been robbing, raping, and killing the American people. You know, Lake and Rowley would still be alive. And instead of protecting law-abiding citizens, they defend the criminals, and they want to have a defund the police movement. It makes no sense. These criminals they put back on the street, recommit the same crime, and they're like, why did they commit the same crime? All Americans have the same goal, the same American dream. We want to live, work, and raise our family in peace. We just might disagree on how to get there, but the Democrats seem to always be wrong. The American people don't want boys undressing in girls' locker rooms. But for some reason, the Democrats support that. 5 months is plenty of time. The American people want to hear from the Clintons, and they said they had no relationship, but they definitely did. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time back to Ms. Luna.
Thank you. I just kind of wanted to point out, first of all, specifically to the letter, the hand sketch that was allegedly the president's. I believe there's a $10 billion lawsuit that was filed that, according to the president, the organization that published that is actually trying to currently settle. So just to clarify. But aside from that, I wanted to actually ask Mr. Min a question, if he's here still, if he would be willing to vote for a contempt in the Clintons if they refuse to come in and testify on a fine of about $1,000 a day until they comply with the subpoena. But I don't know if he's here. Is he still here? No. Okay. Well, I think that that's just something to consider. We have the ability to do those fines, and I think that that needs to be considered, especially if, optically there is reason for pause for Democrats not wanting to vote for that based on the fact that President Clinton was a former president. I understand the optics of that, and I also understand re-elections. However, nonetheless, the Clintons are defying a subpoena. So sometimes financially, people can be motivated, especially if there's a fine, and that's something that we actually all reserve the right to vote on. And I think that that's actually a very good option, especially being that most Americans would go to jail for defying subpoenas. And so I do not think that there needs to be any special accommodations made, especially given the nature of this. But I do think that that can be a tool to motivate. So I'd like to suggest that to you, Chairman Comer, also to you, Ranking Member Garcia, that would be a good method that we specifically reserve if we choose to use alternative means of contempt.
Representative, would you yield to me for a question?
Yes.
So it seems like you're open to changing this, what we're voting on today, so that way we can get to a place where we actually hear from them. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing?
What I want, yes, I would like to have the Clintons coming into Congress to give a transcribed deposition. I think that Chairman Comer has made that clear, but I also think having just Garcia and Comer drive all the way up to New York without that, I think that optically that sends a very bad message as the separation of powers and authorities Congress has. And then I also too think that, it's kind of a slap in the face to people that typically would not have those accommodations made for them.
Yeah.
With that also, being a part of this, I think that, Bill Clinton specifically said he wants the files to be released. And I think that we also need to consider the fact that there is a judge. I know Mr. Garcia disagrees with me on this, but based on the email that I have seen on Judge Paul Engelmeyer, if you have someone that is ordering the DOJ to do a second scan of the files, if it's politically motivated, that's impeding an investigation. And I'm tired of judges, if they get involved in investigations in Congress, trying to obstruct. And so I just putting this out there, I'm going to be trying to impeach that judge unless he can basically give a waiver, let the DOJ release the files immediately.
Yeah, and just real quick, I just want to say on the general thing, I agree. I mean, I think it would be best if the ranking member and chair can huddle and figure out how we can change it so we can actually hear from them. Because my concern too, and the other thing is, there's no faster way to make sure that we never actually hear from them in person than moving forward a criminal contempt that says put them in jail. I mean, we're just not going to hear from them for our investigation. And so, I mean, I agree if they can come to something to figure out how can we move forward in a way where we're actually, there's a pathway to hear from them. I'm for that. So
to be clear, I do not agree with what the Clintons are doing. Okay. And I think that they need to come in here to explain. But I do think that when you go after someone's pocketbook, I think that they quickly change their tune. And I think that they might be compelled to come in. I also don't want to set the precedence, though, that, just because you're a president means you're outside of this, justice. And that's basically what it would be doing. And so, Chairman, I will let you direct the ship on this, but that is my suggestion.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Ansari.
Thank you. I'm going to start by yielding to the ranking member.
Thank you. And I want to just respond to Ms. Luna and Mr. Maxwell as well. Just to be clear, I think two things can be true. It can be true that we want to hear from the Clintons and that it's important that we hear from them and that we want to enforce our subpoena. I think it can also be true that they have also begun clearly making efforts to answer questions by declaration, to negotiate coming in, to give testimony. They've made offers to obviously be in, their initial offer was to do that testimony outside of Washington, D.C. with the leadership of the committee and staff. They have been open to a transcription. And so I just want to reemphasize that I think there is room here to continue to negotiate and get the testimony that we need. In addition, I am incredibly thankful that we're finally moving forward on ensuring that Ghislaine Maxwell come before this committee, that we're going to get Pam Bondi finally in front of this Congress. We need to release the files, get that testimony, and of course, ask the questions that this committee has of President Clinton. I think that is all fair, and I hope that's the direction that we end up moving in. Thank you. Ms. Ansari.
Thank you. Given much of what we've heard today, and especially in light of some of the hypocrisy that we've heard today, I just want to walk through the timeline of Donald Trump's cover-up of the Epstein files, because I think it's important for folks to remember how we got to this point. This was a series of deliberate decisions made at the highest levels in the White House and the Department of Justice to keep the truth hidden from the American public and the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his allies' abuse. Let's start with what the president said during his campaign trail repeatedly. At multiple points in 2024, when running for office, Donald Trump said he would, quote, declassify the Epstein files, use it as a rallying cry to win over voters. In October 2024, J.D. Vance said, quote, seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. But the moment Trump and Vance had power in the White House to act, that commitment disappeared. That's when the cover-up began. On February 27th, 2025, Pam Bondi said that she was releasing the Epstein files with her statement, quote, this Department of Justice is following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators. Then it became clear, very clear, that Donald Trump did not, in fact, want information about Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes revealed to the public. Starting in July 2025, Donald Trump began to gaslight the public. He said, quote, are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. This is the point when Congress stepped up. On July 23rd, Congresswoman Summer Lee moved in this very committee to subpoena the full and unredacted Epstein files. And just to be clear, because of that subpoena, the Department of Justice and Pam Bondi have been required by law to provide the Epstein files to this committee since the summer of 2025. They have been in gross illegal violation of the subpoena this entire time. To my Republican colleagues on this committee, do you remember that subpoena, the lawful congressional oversight subpoena from July 23rd? Pam Bondi has been in violation of that for 6 months now. At the same time, members on both sides of the aisle filed a discharge petition that would have put a vote on the floor for the Epstein Files Transparency Act. For a moment, the petition was one signature away from forcing a vote in the full House. And what did Mike Johnson do? He shut down Congress. He refused to swear in our colleague, Adelita Grijalva, for a historic 7 weeks in order to keep her name off the list. He forced the American public to endure a government shutdown to protect Donald Trump and to cover up the Epstein files. And when it finally came to the floor and it became clear that the bill would pass overwhelmingly, only then did he endorse and then sign the bill so that he wouldn't lose. This required the DOJ to release the unredacted Epstein files publicly by December 19th. The DOJ has blown past that deadline, releasing only 1% of the files, which is patently absurd. And the files they did release were heavily redacted, which is completely illegal according to the law. On December 23rd, the DOJ said they miraculously discovered over 1 million files related to Epstein. All of these patterns are an attempt to slow down the release and fail to meet the lawful deadlines are consistent and coordinated. This is all part of an intentional cover-up, which leads to the unavoidable question, who is the president protecting when we know he only cares about one person? Guys, I'll end with my question to the chairman. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, has violated the subpoena issued by this committee. We should be holding her in contempt to remain fair and to remain transparent. And so I ask that you do that if you really, truly want to be fair and care about the justice for the victims here.
May I respond? We have been very clear. We expect those documents. She has complied. She's turned over documents in the beginning.
1%
In the beginning,
not
you all
compliant.
complained and said the first document drop. didn't have enough redactions, and the second document dump had too many redactions. So they're trying to get this, and I believe
Mr. Chairman.
that
with
we
all-
will get those documents
I
very
hear
soon.
you.
I have been assured
I
we're
hear
going to
you.
get those
If I could
documents very
respond.
soon.
I hear you, but with all due respect, given everything that she herself stated in February of last year, her own statements in front of the entirety of the American public saying, we have the documents, they are ready to go. The subpoena from this committee was issued in July.
And nobody
And
on
they
our
never
side,
got to work.
nobody on our side is defending Pam Bondi. I
So
can
then
assure
she should
you.
be held in contempt. If we are
She
going to
is
hold
complying with,
President
they have
Clinton in
turned
contempt, then we have to
documents
hold Bill
over.
Clinton.
They have turned documents over, and every time they do,
1%
you all
of the
complain
documents,
about
you
too
know
many
that's
redactions, not enough redactions. So,
that is unacceptable. It has been 6
all
months
right,
and there's been
your time's
nothing
expired, and we want the documents. We've made that very clear. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane.
Can I do unanimous consent first?
Okay, before I recognize Mr. Crane, we'll let,
Thank you. I
Thank you,
just want to do a unanimous consent request. This is actually an email that has been sent to your team, Mr. Comer, and our team from the Clinton lawyer and the Clintons that basically says, to be clear, we are not objecting to a transcript and never have. Please make that clear during today's testimony. That was sent to you, Mr. Comer. So I just want to reemphasize they are not objecting to a transcript. Thank you.
and before I recognize Mr. Crane, let me reply. We just got that email, and we have spent 5 months trying to get acceptable terms that I think everyone within any sense of fairness would agree needs to occur. After we hold this vote, hopefully it'll be a bipartisan vote. They're going to have 2 weeks before this bill is on the floor. We're going to have 2 weeks before the full House votes on it. And make no mistake, to the Clintons and their lawyers, this bill will pass, and I believe it will pass with Democrat votes, even though I've heard Democrat leadership is whipping to try to get you all to vote no on this. They have had 5 months to comply with this, and to defend the indefensible and try to act like Bill Clinton's a victim here, I think is a stretch. We know who the victims are, and I think if you ask the victims, do you want to hear from Bill Clinton? I'm pretty confident I know what the answer will be, because our staff has communicated with their attorneys. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, this committee hearing is about whether or not we're going to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress. I strongly recommend that we do, especially in pertaining to the release of the Epstein files and trying to get to the bottom of what exactly went on there and how Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to continue doing what he was doing and abusing so many people for so long. It's interesting when I look at the history of the Congress and look at the fact that Peter Navarro, former Trump trade advisor, who defied the January 6th committee subpoena, was sent to prison for 4 months. Steve Bannon, also a former Trump advisor, defied the January 6th committee subpoena. He was sent to prison for 4 months, and several others. So it's going to be really telling to see how my Democrat colleagues vote on this one. Mr. Comer, how many times, Mr. Chairman, how many times did Mr. Epstein go to the White House in your recollection, sir?
According to the evidence that we've obtained, it appears he went 17 times during the Clinton presidency.
Is that more times than you've gone to the White House, Chairman?
I've been member of Congress for 9 years, and fairly high up on the pecking order. I've been to the White House, I believe, 9 times in 9 years. So he went to the Clinton White House double the number of times that I've been to the White House in my entire congressional career.
Mr. Chairman, how many times did Mr. Clinton fly on Mr. Epstein's plane?
At least 26 times, according to the flight logs that were subpoenaed from the estate.
Right.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Those were 4 different trips, 4 trips, and every time they regassed the plane, they counted that as another trip. But it was Asia, Africa, and they had to refuel. So every time they stopped to refuel, they counted that as another leg of the trip. There are 4 trips, not 27.
That's almost like I didn't inhale.
Reclaiming my time. That's still enough trips for us to want to be able to ask the Clintons questions about their involvement with Epstein. Is that true, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Right. So like I said, I hope that my Democrat colleagues who all of a sudden have found religion this Congress, and now they want the Epstein files, even though over the last 4 years when they had control of Washington, D.C., you didn't hear a peep about Jeffrey Epstein out of any of them. And so I think it's going to be real telling, how my Democrat colleagues who claim to be all about the victims, how they actually vote on these contempt charges for the Clinton family. And I just think it's interesting too that, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is you've been working for the last 4 or 5 months to get the Clintons in here. Is that correct?
5 months. Yes, sir.
Did they tell you that they would come in over December 24th and 25th, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day?
They have implied that they would come in. Yes.
Okay, so that just goes to show that they're trying to dodge suggesting dates that they know none of us are in session. And I think that's pretty despicable. The other thing I believe that they said is that you and the ranking member could fly up to New York, but you couldn't record any of the conversations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does that sound like any congressional deposition you've ever heard of, sir?
No, and it would be my word against Mr. Garcia's, and I'm pretty confident I know whose side the New York Times would take, and the Washington Post would take, and MSNBC would take. And look, an investigation, you have to have transcripts, and the media wants transcripts. Well, you have to have transcripts. We don't do the notes. And the Clintons have already accused us of lying, and they accused us of saying this was an unlawful subpoena, which I appreciate Mr. Garcia admitting that it is a lawful subpoena. So I yield back.
I also want to point out one thing that I think has been pretty interesting. When I flew into Washington, D.C. yesterday, my chief of staff told me that he'd been contacted by the Clinton attorneys at least 3 times to try and stop this. So it looks as if they tried to resist you for about 5 months. And once we finally pulled the trigger on it, now they're realizing that this could go very poorly for them. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That's how it appears, that they could stall. And then when it finally came to this vote, they felt like they could count on the Democrats objecting and a few of the Republicans that the media would go to, and the moderates, and say, oh, is this going to affect your election? Is this going to affect your election? At the end of the day, I think even the media wants to hear from Clinton. We all want to see the documents. So everyone in America that's keeping up with this, which is a majority of Americans, they want answers, and we're trying to get answers here today, and the Clintons have obstructed for 5 months. 5 months.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Talib. Oh, wait a minute. Ms. Randall, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the ranking member.
Thank you. I just want to, again, just clarify that that the Clintons have not objected to a transcript. I just want to clarify that, Mr. Comer, which you just mentioned. And I think that in this moment of negotiation, which you've been in, and you've been in with them this entire time, there's progress being made, and they've not objected to the transcript. Let's talk to President Clinton, and let's get a transcript of it. Let's have the committee there and the staff there and move forward. Thank you.
If may I respond? We won't stop the talk. May I respond? They did object to a transcript, Mr. Garcia. They did object to a transcript. They're just now changing because they see that public opinion is not on their side. Chair recognizes Ms. Randall, and we'll give you 5 minutes. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I want to start by saying I do not feel it is my responsibility to defend the former president of the United States. As a member of Congress in a separate and co-equal branch of government from the executive branch, and as a individual person who is responsible to my constituents, it is not my job to defend the former president of the United States. Just like it is not your responsibility, Chair Comer, to carry out the political retribution of the current president of the United States. It is also not this committee's job to yield to the Judiciary Committee to question the subjects of our subpoenas. It is not our job to defer to anyone else's interest. And in fact, we have the opportunity at any time to amend the rules of our committee should you choose to take action that our rules keep us from taking. Like that is a tool that you as committee chair and we as a committee have. And I also want to say, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a regular person. I'm 1 year into this job, and contrary to attempts by my Republican colleagues to put the burden of decisions made by Congresses of the past on our shoulders, I was sent here by my constituents just a year ago, and it's to them, to my neighbors, who I am accountable, not to party leadership, not to anybody else, but to my constituents. So I want to talk about what they are seeing and hearing right now. They are seeing, just as Ms. Ansari previously said, Donald Trump and JD Vance and Pam Bondi switch allegiances, decide they no longer want to pursue accountability and full release, unredacted release of the Epstein files. But they're also seeing a system that has failed survivors and regular people over and over, that privileges the powerful and well-connected over regular people. Regular people who don't have the luxury of saying, I'm not going to come to court and I want to be free of any accountability. Regular people who see us acting and carrying out the demands of the president, former presidents, rich people, people who come to lobby us, folks who have access to power in a way that regular people don't. And I think we've all made very clear, all of us on both sides of this dais, that we want to hear from the former president of the United States about any information that he has related to Epstein's ring of trafficking and assault of women and girls. But we also, and Chair Comer, you have said over and over, that it's been 5 months that you've been in negotiations with the Clintons. It has been 6 months since this committee subpoenaed the Department of Justice for full release of the files. And I'm down to hold anybody accountable. I'm down for us to enforce our congressional subpoenas, to uphold our power as a separate and co-equal branch of government. But I want to call the question, will my colleagues on the other side of this dais also hold accountable the Attorney General that has been illegally withholding evidence that has been subpoenaed by this committee and in a bipartisan law passed on the floor of the House? Is it just political theater? Are you just trying to point fingers and say, like, it's you, it's not us, it's them? Or are we here to do the work of holding accountable people who have committed heinous crimes against women and girls and people who might know about them? Are we doing that work, or are we just pointing fingers and trying to consolidate our own political power? That's a question I know that my constituents have, and it is one that I'm asking my colleagues on the other side of the dais. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair, any member seek recognition? Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan.
Mr. Chair, I think many of us were there with the survivors, and I'd like to bring them into the room because I think it's really important. It's not just one president, but now two that have been connected to the Epstein sex trafficking. One of them even testified about walking into the house, the butler opening the door, there's administrative assistant, having no idea she was walking into a horrific scheme that was sending young girls to the powerful, to the rich, the elected officials. And one of the first pictures she said she saw was of Clinton with his arms around Epstein. She saw another one of Trump with Epstein. And I just remember her almost trying to convince us, like, understand that I had no idea, as if somehow she was guilty. Do you all remember that? And so I'm here to tell you, I'm ready to vote, but I'm also just taken aback and disgusted because I didn't need a birthday card to say the President of the United States, current President of the United States had something. I didn't need to see the photos by the chairman today of Clinton. All I needed to do was hear the survivors tell us, please do something. These are people that have impacted their lives forever. What I just don't understand, Mr. Chair, and this is with all due respect, I just don't get why Bondi cannot be held in contempt, why we're not for, I don't care if she says that she wants to plead the fifth. So what? Do it in front of the American people. Same thing with Maxwell. She's telling the committee she's going to plead the fifth. Fine. Have her come before this committee to do it in front of the American people. The fact of the matter is, are you saying that if anybody wants to plead the fifth, they don't have to be forced to come before this committee? That doesn't make any sense. What excuse is that? That doesn't make any sense. The fact that I continue to tell you all, what is the most consistent thing survivors have asked us to do? Follow the money. How come we haven't forced JP Morgan Chase before this committee? How come we haven't allowed Bank of America to come before this committee? Mr. Chair, it is so disgusting. And this is why everybody's so distracted by this whole thing of like, oh, you know, the Clintons, Trump and everything. But who was funding it? Literally, JP Morgan turned a blind eye to evidence of sex trafficking even after his 2008 conviction. Hear me out. After he was convicted, they still hid suspicious activity reports that should have been reported. You know, you see the fact that continuing them saying, well, in 2028, agreed to pay what, $290 million to settle a lawsuit. I don't care. You come here, and because it's the truth, you all. You guys got to realize Epstein's not the last person. There's probably another Epstein out there right now doing sex trafficking right now. We should hold everybody in contempt that had anything to do to cover this up, including bank executives that still have their jobs. The fact of the matter is, we know what this is. You want to talk about Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, but talk about everybody involved. Because it does look like you're only doing this to distract everyone when we know not one, but two presidents were involved. And those young ladies shaking when they were testifying in front of them because they didn't know if they could trust us. Some of them literally said, we had no idea what we were walking into. But they were connected to the rich. They were connected to the presidents. You heard them say that over and over again. But one of the things they continue to say is follow the money. Because, Mr. Chair, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, JP Morgan, all these people, they will not be the last folks that allowed a sex trafficker to harm young women, children. And so we have to set a very good precedent that we will not sit back and say, well, Maxwell's going to plead the fifth. Bondi's going to plead the fifth. I don't care. You're a public servant. Come before this committee. Maxwell, you were directly involved. How many times did the survivors mention her? How many times? Saying that she lured them in. She was primarily involved. And Mr. Chair, you and I had conversations. And you said, give us names. They gave us names. And you know it. So why are y'all focused only on them? And let me tell you, you know where I stand. I will hold anybody in contempt that will not give us information. I don't care how many lawyers they bounce up on us. But I'll tell you, Mr. Chair, shame on us for not forcing Bondi before this committee. Shame on us for not forcing Maxwell before this committee. Shame on us for not forcing JP Morgan Chase to answer questions that many of us have of $1.5 billion in suspicious activity. Because somebody had to fund this madness, this horrific actions by these men. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Ms. Talib, if I may respond to some of that before I recognize Ms. Bobert's next. Okay. I believe with all my heart, you are as sincere as anyone on this committee about wanting to get answers about the truth. And I believe your heart is pure. Maxwell is coming in front of this committee. And
But
we've
when?
tried.
No, let us decide that today when, like
Well,
when.
it's nailed down. February what day? The 9th. She's
February
coming
9th.
and you'll be able to ask her questions. That's one of the things Clinton wanted was only me and Garcia. Maxwell's coming. Anyone who wants to ask her questions on this committee will be able to. So that's,
No, I think the
that's nailed
American
down.
people want answers from President
And
Clinton.
I'm not trying to argue with you, Ms. Lee. I just want to respond to Pam Bondi is coming before Congress in 2 weeks. I am confident she is going to be grilled by both parties on the discharge petition. If you didn't want, I don't want to, and Ms. Randall, you mentioned something about the Judiciary Committee. Believe me, I don't want to work with the Judiciary Committee on any investigation. Okay. But when we passed that discharge petition, that got them involved.
But we
So
had an
I know,
outstanding
but
subpoena.
just let me explain. Pam Bondi's going to be in front of the Judiciary Committee. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if there's been a document dumped
Mr. Chair, we can't
after that.
forget the
And then
banking institutions
the
either.
last thing, this is the most important thing. Months ago, I approached Ms. Talib, Ms. Lee, and Ms. Stansberry. And I said, please, if you all get a chance, and I know you all are all sincere, try to get some names from these women, and we will continue to try to get documents.
Mr. Chair,
I've subpoenaed the
just
estate. If I didn't
Mr.
want
Chair,
to know
let's
that, if
follow
we
the
didn't
money.
want to,
Let's
Ms.
bring these
Talib,
bank
Ms. Talib, you're out of
executives.
order. I'm just, we want to hold everyone accountable. We don't care. We don't care if they're billionaires. We don't care if they're Republicans. We don't care who they are.
Do you agree to work with me, though? We got to get the bank executives here. Because, Mr. Chair, you and I know that this is still being funded in some other way. Epstein's dead. But we know there's another person out there doing the same thing. We know it because the banks cover it up. These suspicious activity forms were literally these reports that had to be filed. They were there for a reason. So we can stop.
And last thing, and then I'm going to open it, I think, to see if there's any other members, but we are going in looking at suspicious activity reports, both Republicans and Democrat staffs going in looking at suspicious activity reports as we speak. I'm all about looking at suspicious activity reports. Now, time's expired. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to share a quote with you. I thought it was interesting. No one is above the law and no one should be escaping accountability. And Hillary Clinton said that. And according to the LA Times, there's another quote. No man in this country is so high that he's above the law. I agree with both of these quotes. Al Gore said that when he was a member of this chamber, Bill Clinton's own vice president. I hope every member of this committee agrees with those quotes. So we have to ask ourselves, are we a rule of law nation or are we not? When a citizen of these United States is subpoenaed by this Congress, they should comply, plain and simple, regardless of who they are. We all get accused of things, and we should do everything we can to, because accusation is nothing but that, to prove it false if it's untrue. Jeffrey Epstein was a rapist, pedophile, sex trafficker. In street parlance, he was a scumbag, lowlife, and slimeball. And some of the things that I've read in these files, he was evil incarnate. He's also dead. I didn't even know who he was until he wasn't. So why are we here talking about a dead guy? Because he was associated with powerful people, some of which are highly likely to have participated with him in some of the worst kind of criminal activity. And if they did, they should pay. They should face justice, whether they're rich or poor, famous or anonymous, mighty or meek. So is that what we're doing today? Are we pursuing justice and transparency? Because transparency makes an easier and shorter path to the truth. We should be pursuing the truth. But some on this committee and in this Congress are pursuing fame and campaign fortune and exploiting this issue, not in the pursuit of justice, but in the pursuit of raising hundreds of thousands of dollars using a false premise as a battering ram. Jeffrey Epstein and here's the false premise that Epstein was a creature of the political right and they're protecting him, and he was pounding around with Donald Trump and those in his orbit. And that's why the Republicans won't release the files. Now, that's incendiary, but is it true? Or is it just a cheap, woke fantasy? Well, here's the facts, and the facts matter. So let's look at tail of the tape. How many confirmed visits to the White House? Under Bill Clinton, there were 17. Jeffrey Epstein visited the Clinton White House 17 times. How many times did he visit the Donald Trump White House? 0. How about documented political donations? 21,000 to the Clintons, 0 to Trump. Documented non-Clinton political contributions, 118,000 to the Dems, 18,000 to the GOP, for a total of 89% to the Democrats and the Clintons, 11% to the GOP. Now to the matter at hand. Epstein files released by the oversight Democrats from 2019 to 2023 when they were in charge of this committee, 0. Epstein released files by the oversight Republicans from 2023 to present, 53,000 pages. Epstein files released by the Biden Department of Justice in the 4 years he was in office, again, 0. Epstein files released by the Trump DOJ, 2025 to present, 125,000 pages. And a member of this committee completely jumped the shark again. And right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a left-wing loon, and it was a time where we really need to turn down the temperature and practice some civility, said, and I quote, "Republicans have been so busy protecting pedophiles and rapists that they forgot what this committee is supposed to be about." Well, I tell you what this committee is supposed to be about, Mr. Chairman, about transparency and truth. And on this matter, the Republicans have led, and we produced results, and the Democrats have done squat and bumpkiss. For the record, you know, that kind of incendiary rhetoric, while it may make headlines and make people famous, or perhaps better stated infamous, and raise loads of woke cash, maybe even get you invited to Hollywood parties. But at what cost? Those kind of lies create division and damage, and they're ludicrous, absurd, lazy, and perhaps worst of all, unoriginal. And I don't think it's going to translate much to journey to the upper chamber. I hope it doesn't translate to that. The Trump administration and Republicans on this committee and on this issue have served Lady Justice by a count of about 178,000 to 0. So the Clintons should come in, honor the subpoena, and testify. And you know why, Mr. Chairman? In the pursuit of truth. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You'll have to forgive me if I do not give a slow clap to our colleague across the aisle for his Academy Award-winning appearance just now in front of the committee. But I want to just address some of the things that I heard here today and to talk about why we're here. What I've heard here this morning in front of this committee is exactly why the American people hate politics. Because the American people don't care if you're a Republican, if you're a Democrat, if you're an independent, whether you vote or you don't. They want the Epstein files and they want justice and accountability. And they don't give a damn whether or not it's Democrats or Republicans or who is implicated. They want accountability. And that is what the survivors are asking us for. They are asking us to do our jobs, to make good on the promises that we made them when they came and met with us, and to actually, in good faith, conduct an investigation. Now, I always think it's important to pull back the curtain for the American people about what happens in these committees. And I was not shocked and surprised, but, you know, I think it's important to note that when I stepped out of the committee a few moments ago, the press were huddled on the Republican side of this committee room to take statements from the Republicans. They're not out in the kind of like neutral area. They're standing outside the Republican door so that after this vote is taken, our Republican colleagues can walk out and make a statement to the press. Now, I think that that's important to note for the public here, because this is not about true accountability. Because if this was actually about getting to the bottom of this case and actually holding individuals accountable for the crimes that were committed by Jeffrey Epstein, by Ghislaine Maxwell, by the associates, and the many, many people who are implicated in this case. What would be happening right now in this committee is that Pam Bondi and DOJ officials would be sitting right there on the witness panel answering questions under oath because they are breaking the law. They are not complying with our subpoena. They are not complying with the Epstein Transparency Act. And on the day, the final deadline that they were supposed to release their final explanation about why they may have redacted some files, and in fact they have, as has been stated many times, only released less than 1% of the files, Donald Trump used the United States military to invade a foreign country and steal their oil. And while we're sitting here and our colleagues are trying to create a spectacle for the media, every single newspaper in the United States and the world's headline is about how Donald Trump right now is in Europe embarrassing the United States. How he is threatening our NATO allies to invade Greenland. Humiliating the United States. And I have to say, I was home over the weekend for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. celebrations to honor the life and legacy of Dr. King. And the question that I got over and over again from my constituents is what is in those files that is so bad that President Trump is invading Venezuela, threatening our NATO allies, and sending thousands of armed paramilitary troops onto our streets to create violence and chaos in American cities. That is what the American people are actually asking us. And so I will be honest, Mr. Chairman, I am deeply troubled that the individuals who are the subject of today's hearing did not appear on their scheduled date. No one is above the law. But I do know, based on the correspondence, that they have been corresponding with you regularly to try to resolve this issue. But I don't believe that's what this hearing is actually about. Because if it was actually about getting justice and about getting the truth, we would have DOJ here. We would be holding Pam Bondi in contempt, and we would be hearing from the survivors themselves. And so I have to agree with my colleagues that I believe that this is part of an extended smokescreen to try to cover things up. And so I do ask my colleagues across the aisle, if you are earnest about getting to the truth and getting to justice, then bring DOJ in here and hold them accountable, because that is actually what the American people want. I yield back.
And lady yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Biggs, I want to point out again for the umpteenth time, Pam Bondi is coming in front of Congress under oath, and there'll be lots of opportunities to ask her questions about the Epstein files.
But
Chair
sir,
recognizes
she's
Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? She's violated a subpoena from this committee and
From
she should
this
be held in
committee.
contempt for that. That's a fact.
Here's the difference. They have been turning over documents. Now, I've said it 100 times. It's not as quick as we would like, but they're turning over documents. And I've been very clear today and in hundreds of interviews.
You can't be serious
we
that
expect the
1% is
document.
turning over documents. What's the deadline for them? When do you expect the full
Well,
document?
in our subpoena, there was no deadline. And then we voted for the discharge petition, and there's a deadline. The discharge petition's in judiciary. She's coming in front of judiciary. Now that is a
irrelevant to
fact.
this
Don't try to
investigation from the
and
oversight committee.
Bill Clinton's not a victim here, and the media is not
I
going
do not
to take
think Bill
Republican
Clinton is a
side on
victim,
anything.
but I don't
So
think
let's
Pam
just
Bondi's a
be
victim.
right.
I think Pam Bondi
Chair
is
recognizes
breaking the law
Mr.
and covering this
Biggs.
up.
It's Mr. Biggs, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just point out, the previous speaker was talking about peeling back so the public can see what goes on in a committee. I mean, I just came from another committee where we were talking about massive fraud around the country and in particular in Minnesota. And I'm glad that 2 Democrats could find time out of their busy schedule to even attend that hearing. What a shame. What a shame. So when someone says, what is in the files is so bad, I'll ask this question. What is in the files that's so bad that the Democrats for 4 years when they had control of this committee, didn't release a single document, didn't call a single witness, didn't make any motion. In fact, for those 4 years, go back and look. Did they ever say anything about Epstein? No, they didn't. But wanting to make a press, wanting to get it on the press, that's why you're making the issue today. Because let's talk about why we need to talk with, do this contempt is because former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton basically strung us along as we were bending over backwards trying to accommodate their schedule. They didn't show up after we finally had to get a subpoena for him. And I have right here, this is just interesting to me. This is a little note written by Mr. Clinton, former President Clinton, to Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. Jeffrey, happy 50th. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted as long across all the years of learning and knowing, adventures and no illegible word, and also to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends. He rode on that plane many times. He was apparently close friends with him. Jeffrey Epstein claims that, and I don't know if we should believe anything Epstein says for sure, but I mean, Epstein says that he helped set up and fund the Clinton Foundation, and former President Clinton in his note, I mean, this is what he wants. He doesn't want to come in and testify. He wants to do the same thing that he did in previous times. Just, okay, we're going to send a little note that ought to do it. He says something to the effect that he spent significant time in the Clinton Foundation after he left the presidency. Well, if Jeffrey Epstein set it up, then there's some reason to ask questions of both he and the former Secretary of State. They were given a subpoena. It was a lawfully issued subpoena by a standing committee. By the way, I happened to be at that subcommittee hearing. I was there when every Democrat voice voted that out. Nobody objected and said they didn't want him to be subpoenaed. But he was subpoenaed and he didn't show up. So here we are. And with Mr. Chairman, I'll yield time to you if you need it.
I appreciate it. I think that everything that needs to be pointed out, we've pointed out. So I will.
Then I'll yield, sir.
Okay. Chair, any other members seek recognition?
Chairman.
Mr. Mfume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member, and I particularly want to underscore the ranking member's opening statement, and that was that oversight Democrats want the truth about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and accountability for everyone involved. He said, and I agree, we want transparency, we want the facts, and above all, we want this committee to use its oversight tools in a serious and responsible way. I would be remiss if I did not thank on behalf of all of us the efforts of Representative Rokana of this committee and Representative Massey. Thank God they stood in the way of things and took the heat to get the discharge petition up and voted on. And I want to also point out something that I think is important, and that is consistencies, Mr. Chairman. The action that the majority has been proposing today departs from this committee's established practices, including its long-time standing acceptance of written testimony and the level of accommodation this committee has traditionally required before proceeding to criminal contempt, not civil, criminal contempt. I'm glad, as the ranking member has stated, that the Clintons have agreed to testimony and to a transcript and to meet. I agree also that that meeting should not be taking place in New York. It sends the wrong reason for anybody that gets something from this committee. They should come to the committee. It's just that plain and simple. But it departs in many instances with the way this committee has moved on. And I say that because we never know this time next year who might hold that gavel and who on either side may want to go after the current president, his sons, his wife, his family, and anybody connected to him as a department head. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's a slippery slope. Now, does Bill Clinton have to defend himself? Absolutely, yes. It is a bit curious, however, why we are going after Mrs. Clinton. I've not seen anything, as the gentleman from Massachusetts said earlier, that suggests that she ought to be a part of this in any way or has done something wrong or is complicit in this matter. And I would hope that there's some consideration, Mr. Chairman, to withdrawing at the very least that particular resolution. That just makes me think that this is a fishing expedition and that we want to dust her up a bit if we get her before this committee. Now, a couple of quick things. We're being asked to move forward holding a former president of the United States, again, not in civil contempt, in criminal contempt of Congress. And I'm going to tell you why it's an extraordinary step. Not that it's unprecedented, it's extraordinary, but it is unprecedented in the fact that we did not do that with Richard Nixon. We did not do that with Donald Trump. There was a subpoena, but there was never an attempt to find them in criminal contempt of the Congress or of this committee. It's an extraordinary remedy that's usually reserved for situations where a witness has clearly and willfully defied Congress after extraordinary processes have been exhausted. The majority has not demonstrated that standard so far. I do want to say also that we're in a situation where I don't think that anybody on the Republican or on the Democratic side of this committee is trying to defend former President Clinton. They're trying to find a way to make sure that we're consistent. So the reason we keep hearing the need to have Pam Bondi before this committee is that we're getting ready to bring criminal contempt charges before there's been an investigation. Usually that happens after the investigation. And the notion that somebody is going to come before this committee, Mrs. Maxwell, and take the fifth, I don't care. She's already a convicted criminal. She can't take the fifth. But we can do the actions we ought to be about, and that is to make sure that both of them are before this committee, and then to make sure also, or to suggest, it's up to you and the ranking member, that that meeting takes place and those transcripts are made available, and that Mr. Clinton comes before the committee with counsel so that we then are in a position to move forward. We're taking a big jump here without doing some of the things that we normally do. Now, I'm glad that Ms. Tlaib brought up the matter of victims. She's not here right now, but all of us sat in that room with those victims. It was gut-wrenching. And all of us made a commitment that we would prove that this institution could and would do the right thing. So we're challenged here, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that you and the ranking member can give us a way to proceed here, that both of the concerns on both sides are addressed. But if we just move straight as we're going now without an investigation, it begs the question, what happens when the shoe is on the other foot? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Simons next. Before I recognize her, I just want to add, with respect to the Hillary Clinton subpoena, you all voted for that. This committee voted for that in a bipartisan manner. Her name was on that list. And with respect to Pam Bondi, again, she's testifying in front of Congress in less than 2 weeks. Chair recognizes Ms. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment, and I have a friendly question for my colleague, Ms. Luna. And I'll say a friendly question. I've worked with victims for decades. So few opportunities present themselves for victims to sit face to face with folks who hold power, to beg and plead that everyone who had anything to do with their harm be held to account. So few opportunities. I have been a victim advocate where brilliant young women who have been trafficked across this country have stood in courtrooms and were demanded to testify against their traffickers, and they did with such power and grace, in fear that their lives may be taken because of that braveness. And a number of those young women that I witnessed take all that they had to confront their demons. They were murdered. because they took a stand. And so when we did stand in front and sit in front of those victims and they gave us their all, I hope that this is not the only opportunity, Mr. Chair, to speak on their behalf. From our president to everyone in those files. Forget all the political games. If these women who are connected with the largest sex trafficking ring in modern day American history cannot get justice, what about the girls in every single state? I mean, it is what it is. That being said, Ms. Luna, you talked briefly about a proposal.
She's not in.
She's out.
That's open.
There was a proposal put on the table to rethink how we might have a conversation about the Clintons or President Clinton coming in and having a conversation with this body. Hear from the president of the former president of the United States. I would love to hear from the Attorney General. I would love to hear from the current president of these United States. The victims deserve to be heard. The victims deserve for the files to be released in their entirety. And the victims deserve for us to get to the bottom of this matter. I yield back. Well, I actually would like to yield my time to the ranking member.
Actually, I'm okay right now on time. I might come back around, but back to Mr. Comer and the Republicans. Thank you, Ms. Simon.
Okay. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, we are going to, there's an amendment at the desk. Well, let's, Ms. Lee, what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment to all members? And the clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in nature of a substitute to the William J. Clinton contempt report as offered by Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that even listening to this debate throughout our hearing today, our markup today, I think it's really clear that at the heart of this effort to release the Epstein files are very real human beings who have experienced unimaginable harm. They have been repeatedly victimized by the indifference of the US government and the injustice that they face. They deserve peace and healing and justice. When my motion to subpoena the Epstein files passed, this committee resolved to get that justice for those survivors. And I thank Chairman Comer for pushing this effort forward by issuing additional subpoenas for the Epstein estate and the banks. And we know that without the full files from the DOJ, that is just not enough. That's why I'm introducing this amendment, which holds Attorney General Pam Bondi in civil contempt for failing to comply with the August 5th subpoena. And I urge my colleagues to support it. And we believe that we should start with civil contempt because we are serious about this investigation. We want these files and we want to hear from them. And we must start there. The Department of Justice needs to be the priority. We can move to non-compliance by anyone else, including Ghislaine Maxwell, after we have received those files. It has been 5 months, and we're still missing over 5 million pages of documents purportedly. The Department of Justice has only released 1% of those files. They have stonewalled this committee since August, and they have failed to provide even the most basic updates. How is that not an insult both to the authority of this committee and the survivors? Without the full files, how can we know who might have legitimate knowledge or who might be culpable? We wouldn't have to speculate on the Clintons or anyone else's involvement if we had all of those files. And to be clear, I'm certainly not opposed to the President and Secretary Clinton being held accountable for violating the subpoena. But the fact that this effort to hold the Clintons in contempt was fast-tracked and is happening before any action against the Justice Department is just evidence that the Republicans on this committee are not taking this investigation seriously. It is an unequal application of law. And again, it is a bit ironic that these contempt resolutions empower the Justice Department to imprison possibly 2 people for defying the exact same subpoena that they themselves are defying. If this committee wants to be taken seriously, we would be addressing all the bad actors in this investigation, not cherry picking them for political points. The Justice Department needs to be held accountable for their noncompliance and lack of transparency. They have been selectively producing information, shielding powerful people, and obstructing any efforts for oversight. And if we don't hold them accountable, Mr. Chair, we are too. Just this past Friday, Attorney General Bondi asked a New York federal judge to deny an appointment of a special master to monitor the release of the Epstein files. They don't want a neutral third party making sure they follow the law. I think all of us should be questioning what the Justice Department is doing that they don't want the American people to see. We can't just take them at their word that they'll eventually get around to releasing the files. Quite frankly, they have put up the same, if not far less of an action as the Clintons have. What little information they've released so far has either already been made public or has been a mess of just sketchy redactions. A group of survivors sent a letter to the Justice Department's Inspector General complaining that the redactions had been, quote, selective. They pointed out that multiple times the names of alleged abusers appeared to be redacted, yet some survivors' names and identifying information were released. To be clear, the subpoena I moved to secure does not allow for redactions unless it would protect the identity of a survivor or contains child sex abuse materials. They have had plenty of time to work with this committee to protect survivors' identities. This is bigger than one case. It's about rich and powerful people being protected by each other and institutions. It's about a system that has enabled Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and whoever their co-conspirators are to buy favors and silence from our government. This effort is the one time we could get some real accountability and reclaim the power of the system. Republicans, don't drop the ball by allowing Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice to play us for fools. Mr. Chair, you are setting a precedent that noncompliance with this committee will result in immediate contempt proceedings. So I challenge you and my Republican colleagues to put your money where your mouth is and pass this amendment and holding Pam Bondi in contempt. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I'll recognize myself just for amendment. Look, I oppose this amendment, and I hope everyone on the committee opposes this. That's because Attorney General Bondi and the Department of Justice, they have released documents. Again, not at the speed or pace that any of us want, but they are complying with our subpoena. That is a fact. I oppose your amendment, Ms. Lee, because you amend the criminal to civil. And I think that most of what I'm hearing from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is everyone wants to hear from the Clintons. They've had an opportunity for 5 months. They will have another opportunity between today's vote and the floor to come in and answer questions. Pam Bondi is coming in front of Congress in less than 2 weeks to answer questions. Your colleague, Ms. Crockett, I don't want to speak for Ms. Crockett, but I'm pretty confident Ms. Crockett's going to grill Pam Bondi, right? You agree with me? I would have won that bet. Well, we'll see. I think that's a good, she may. I hope she does. So I oppose this. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just start by saying I strongly support the amendment proposed by Congresswoman Lee. The House majority keeps saying that they believe that no one is above the law. Oversight Democrats certainly believe that, but the Attorney General is violating it with impunity in support of a White House cover-up every single day. We want accountability for her failure to comply with our subpoena for the full Epstein files that's been in place since the summer. She fails to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. She fails to comply with the subpoena put in place by Representative Lee and the committee. This is clearly a White House-directed cover-up. Now, over a month after the deadline, only 1% of these files have been released. No explanation has been given for illegal redactions, again in violation of the law. Epstein survivors have reported that their names have appeared in parts of the document that were not redacted. And every day she continues to withhold files and conceals the truth. She continues to give Ghislaine Maxwell special treatment by moving her to a less secure prison that we all are aware, which is completely shameful. Now, Chairman Comer, you claim, of course, that the Attorney General was complying with our subpoena. I mean, that is absolutely false. 1% of the documents since a subpoena in place during the summer is not complying with our subpoena. Now, on August 5th, 2025, this committee issued that subpoena, compelling her to produce documents and communications. That subpoena unambiguously required the Attorney General to do that no later than August 19th of 2025. August 19th, not December, August 19th of 2025. On August 22nd, the DOJ made a single production of approximately 33,000 pages to this committee. All of those documents, however, were already public. The DOJ has made no additional productions to the committee pursuant to the subpoena. The DOJ has failed to provide specific information in response to repeated requests from Democratic oversight staff as to why the DOJ's timetable continues to move and why it's not fulfilled its production or the law. Now, in response to letters from our committee on November 25th, the DOJ transmitted a single letter in response to the committee's inquiries. They claimed that the DOJ was working to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which now, of course, we know they actually weren't doing because we actually haven't received very much. The letter made no reference to the committee's subpoena, no reference to DOJ's plan for compliance. The corrupt failure to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act is not just a crime, it also shows that the Attorney General has made no attempt to actually comply with our subpoena. Now, oversight Republicans might be happy to give President Trump and Pam Bondi a free pass to break the law, but this committee shouldn't do so. This amendment will allow us to go to court to force Pam Bondi to comply with our subpoena and to finally bring the Epstein files to light. I urge adoption and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Who's next on your side? Lynch, Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, as the ranking member pointed out, we've got about 1% of the documents. I take exception to the declaration by the chairman that Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice is actually producing documents, is cooperating. So we've got the 30,000 documents that they sent us in August. It was a dump, and it was largely already made public. It wasn't prepared. I'll give you a comparison. We've got a handful of attorneys that work for the estate of Jeffrey Epstein, and they have given us more in the same amount of time than the Department of Justice has given. And I want to point out that there are 100,000 employees at the Department of Justice. And I know very recently, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York has now put a considerable number of people on the case redacting documents. But that was 6 months after he started to do that. Clayton started to do that 6 months after we had originally requested the documents. So this is a stall tactic. They haven't given us any of the documents. Remember, back in February of 2025, Pam Bondi said publicly that she had a client list of the perpetrators in the Epstein, client list was sitting on her desk right now to review. That was back in February of 2025. She went on later on in March 3rd, 2025. She told Sean Hannity that a truckload of evidence had arrived, that FBI Director Kash Patel is going to get me and himself really a detailed report as to why all these documents and evidence had been withheld, close quote. However, in July 2025, Bondi and the FBI released an unsigned memorandum concluding that the review found no evidence, no evidence that Epstein had a client list or that he blackmailed prominent associates. And this is obviously contradicting her earlier public statements and faced significant backlash. this is clearly obstruction of justice on the part of Pam Bondi. We have every bit of reason to infer that she has no intention at all of producing these documents. She has made a mockery out of this whole process, including allowing witness tampering and having Ghislaine Maxwell, convicted of trafficking in this instance, removed from one jail to a much more comfortable position. Why is that not witness tampering? We should ask her questions about that. And the idea that some other committee is going to do this is an abdication of our responsibility on this committee, I believe. We should not, look, we are the ones that we had the victims sit down in front of us and tearfully ask for justice from this committee. And we promised that. We promised that we would do everything we possibly. We didn't say, well, we'll check with the Judiciary Committee and we'll let them do the work. We said we would take on this responsibility, which is ours, Mr. Chairman. This is the rightful jurisdiction for this case, and we should demand people with evidence to produce that evidence so that we can proceed in our work. We haven't done that thus far. We've let Pam Bondi distort and obstruct the justice that's due to these victims. It's shameful. It really is. And I want to hear from everyone who has a connection to this. I want to hear from every single witness that might be able to provide evidence to this committee. And I think Pam Bondi, with the millions and millions and millions of documents, is at the top of that list. And she has thwarted justice long enough. She is a lapdog to the president. She is trying to protect the president, who is all over this case. And I'm hopeful that eventually he'll be a witness before this committee at some point. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Scott Perry, if I may, this committee has done everything that the victims asked that day in that hearing. They asked that we subpoena the estate. We had no idea what was in that estate documents. Could have been all Republicans, had no idea. Could have been billionaires, could have been donors to the Republican Party, could have been donors to the Democrat Party. Had no idea. Without hesitation, I signed that subpoena for the estate. And then with respect to your criticism of Bondi, I don't disagree with anything you said in your criticism of the current Attorney General. And I think she's going to have to answer those questions in front of Congress, in front of the American people in 2 weeks. And I'm confident she's going to be asked those questions, and I expect to hear answers from the criticism that you leveled against her. No one's defending her. Again, we expect to get the documents. They have produced some. We aren't satisfied with the pace, and she's going to be in front of Congress in 2 weeks to answer that exact criticism. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to address the unjustified and cowardly claims made against me by members of this committee after I left. And maybe they were afraid to face me while I was here, but I'm here now and I'm going to face you. Just to be clear, if you have this job, you should know that any subpoena from another Congress is invalid in the next Congress. It dies with the last Congress. That's minimum information that you should know if you're going to serve in Congress. So just let me inform you of that if you didn't know that. Regarding the so-called subpoena, it is unjust and it is immoral to get a group of your friends together who have a predetermined outcome, put them together in a room, and then use the power of the federal government to prevail on your political enemies. The subpoena that was served to me or my counsel was not valid because there was no valid committee serving it. I did not violate any law, and I reject the claims or the averance that I did. The Democrat Party sought to by use of the awesome and just the grand power of the federal government to destroy my reputation as a person who was not charged with anything, was not accused of anything, was not the target of investigation. You wish to dirty me up and bankrupt me so you could get rid of me. It is outrageous, and I have not mentioned that at all, but since you brought it up, I felt it was appropriate at this time to clear my good name. And as the years have gone by, more information has come out to prove what I just said was absolutely accurate. What happened during that period of time when you were in the majority was you set up a star chamber with predetermined outcomes and then sought to destroy in any way possible your political enemies by fashioning lies and then repeating them over and over again, which you do to this day, which you do to this moment. Now, when I spoke earlier, I didn't mention the subpoena. I mentioned the truth, and that's what this committee should be all about, wherever it comes from and whoever it touches. And I believe that to my soul, which is why I have been on this bandwagon long before you have ever been on it, and much more than you have ever done. Much more than you have ever done, legitimately and sincerely. So I thank the chairman for allowing me this opportunity to set the record straight. And hopefully that won't happen in the future. Now, regarding the Clintons, as you know, I offered the amendment, the resolution to bring everybody in, attorneys general from both sides of the aisle. But with the Clintons in particular, because of their particular knowledge of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and his exploits with underage women. It is horrific. As a father of two young daughters, I would just say that the perpetrators of whatever happened ought to be thankful that their fathers don't know about it. But I sure hope that they do know soon. And I sure hope that there is justice for all the victims and that we don't seek to destroy the lives of those uninvolved for political purposes, which is what, quite honestly, this whole theater, this whole charade has been about. This should have been easy. Is Mr. Clinton an American citizen? We appreciate that he was the president, but according to his wife, he's not above the law, and neither is she. This is a lawful subpoena with plenty of time. The committee has been, and the chairman has been more than generous trying to work it out. But it's pretty obvious to anybody with eyes in their head that the Clintons feel like they're above the law and they're going to get special treatment, as Secretary Clinton did the last time she was subpoenaed. I'll remind everybody that she worked out a deal to come in with her so-called attorney, but was her aide behind closed doors on a Saturday without any transcript. That's where we're headed. I'll yield the balance of my time to the gentlelady from Colorado if she wants it.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I just think that all of this is rich. I mean, we have every Democrat here just with their typical talking points, claiming they want to hold the Clintons accountable and hear from them. So I think it's time we move on and get to the actual point of this. We had the Clintons defy a lawful subpoena, and that is what we are here to discuss. But Democrats want to bring up anything but that. And if this continues, I'm going to call the question. So continue with your Clintons and how you are going to protect them or defend them, or I'm going to call the question, we're going to have the vote and end all of this nonsense rhetoric that's going on. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry's next on the list, I think. No? Okay. Frost, who's next? I just go by what the ranking member wants.
On the list. No, you can yield. Go ahead.
So who's next?
Mr. Frost.
Frost from Florida.
I just want to speak in support of this amendment that has been put forth by Representative Lee. Look, at the end of the day, the United States Congress voted damn near unanimously. One member of Congress voted against releasing the Epstein files, happens to be a Republican on this committee, but damn near unanimously, we said we want the files. Months before that, in the subcommittee, in a subcommittee on this committee, we said we issued a subpoena for the files as well. They have failed to comply with the law, not just on one law that we passed, but also on a lawful subpoena that this committee put forth. And so I just want to speak in support of Representative Lee's motion here, an amendment here, because we have to go at this everywhere. We want to hear from everyone. We want to hear from former president. We want to hear from anyone who's implicated. We want to hear from anyone who has information that might help us get justice for the victims. But it is obvious that my Republican colleagues are doing anything they can to play defense for the administration. 1% of documents is unacceptable. 1% of documents is unacceptable when you've had months and months and months since June or July of last year to produce these documents when we sent a lawful subpoena to the Department of Justice. 1% of documents is unacceptable for a bill passed by the United States Congress that they are in violation of. They're breaking the law right now as we speak. And all we're asking for is accountability here for everyone. And so this amendment, I think, is very simple. I know the chairman keeps bringing up the fact that Pam Bondi is going to come to the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee is not the committee that is leading the investigation on this. We are the Oversight Committee. And so she can go over to the Judiciary Committee all she wants, like she, by the way, is supposed to, like every other attorney general has in the history of this country, shows up before the Judiciary Committee at least once a year or once a Congress to talk about a lot of different business. But we have a very specific thing we need to talk with her about. And it is talking with her about the fact that she is breaking the law and that the administration is obviously slow rolling, putting forth the Epstein files. And I do not buy this thing that, oh, well, they're taking their time to redact it and this and that. We all know that's a load of BS. We all know that that is a talking point that perhaps the administration gave some of my colleagues that they are just repeating over and over and over again. But when you have the entire Department of Justice or a lot of people working on this, you should be able to produce documents in a much faster way. And the law was clear. And by the way, it's the law that we all voted on. So if you thought that the timetable was unfair, you should have voted no. But you voted yes. We all voted yes, except one. And so I think this is a very sensible amendment that everyone should vote yes on. Because it is important that we have accountability across the board, no matter who you are. I will yield, you want my time, ranking member? I'll yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Frost. Just to conclude, we obviously have and support Representative Lee's amendment. We think it's important. It's important to get Pam Bondi to actually produce the files. And it's certainly important to move this debate forward. And so I just, again, want to reiterate and reinforce our support as we wrap up this debate on this amendment. And so thank you, Mr. Coomer.
Thank you. We have one more speaking request on our side, and that's Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And turns out, apparently, I was mentioned as well. When I was conducting that hearing that on Minnesota fraud and other fraud that the Democrats were so interested in that only 2 of them bothered to show up. That was interesting. Well, so let's talk about the illicit subpoenas, because I think some of my colleagues may not remember this, but the resolution that we all passed, that passed out of here to install the J6 committee, gave to then Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy specific authority to name the members from the Republican side that would sit on the J6 committee. So he named them. But Speaker Pelosi didn't like those guys. So she said, no, they can't be on the committee. So she booted them and replaced them with people that she felt would be more amenable to accomplish the desired political outcome that she wanted the J6 committee to have. And that was, so she put 2 individuals, you'll remember Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger on there, having removed and no other Republicans were on there. And so not only did she violate the resolution, but the resolution all called for a certain number to be on there, and there were not that number. So the committee itself was illicit. It was not a standing committee like this is, where you have jurisdictional authorities. That committee, by that point, was no longer a committee. It was an effort to railroad people, including myself. And things have been said about me repeatedly that have been debunked. Everything's been debunked that was said about me. But here we have it today, and Mr. Perry was right. This was designed to go after certain specific people. I'm still not quite sure why I was one, but I was one. And bringing it up today is actually kind of an abhorrent tactic, because it was an illicit committee, didn't have authority to issue an illicit subpoena, whereas this committee issued a legitimate subpoena. Not only did it provide the subpoena, but it actually worked for months trying to get the Clintons and accommodate their schedule, including continuing this at least once so the Clintons would find it more convenient to come and respond to the deposition. Leaving all other deflection aside, if you really want the Clintons to come in and answer these questions, then this would be the appropriate time to vote to hold them in contempt. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. The question is now
Mr.
on the
Chairman.
amendment offered by Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
if I might, this is-
Go ahead.
so that we know exactly what we're doing here, because this has gone way off of where we started with Ms. Lee's amendment. So that members of the committee know, this resolves itself that the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform shall initiate judicial proceedings in any federal court of competent jurisdiction on behalf of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to seek declaratory judgments affirming the duty of Patricia or Pamela J. Bondi, Attorney General of the United States, to comply with the subpoena duly issued to her by the chairman of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform as a part of investigating and the investigation into federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking law generally, and specifically its handling of the investigation and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. How we vote on this will be very telling. I support this amendment. I would urge other members of the committee to do so also, if we are serious about equal practice and holding everyone accountable. I yield back, sir.
Gentleman yields back. The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania. All those in favor of the Lee amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not.
Recorded vote, please, sir.
A recorded vote is ordered as previously announced. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment to all members. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the William J. Clinton contempt report as offered by Mr. Min of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Chair Comer, I motion to amend your amendment in the nature of a substitute to authorize the House Oversight Committee to do three things. First, pursue federal court action to enforce a subpoena against former President Bill Clinton related to the sex trafficking investigation. Two, require the committee to report back any resulting litigation. And three, direct the House General Counsel to represent the committee with the Speaker's approval. Now, I have, as mentioned previously, spent my career trying to enforce the rule of law. I started as an SEC enforcement attorney, went on to become a law professor. I very strongly believe in the rule of law. But the rule of law is not just about not having anyone above the law. It is also about not targeting people simply because you don't like them or because they're in a different political party or because they've done things you don't particularly care for. Going after an individual uniquely because of how they're positioned is also a gross violation of our powers and of the rule of law. And if you look at the precedent of how Congress has operated, we have three inherent powers when it comes to contempt. Inherent contempt, civil enforcement, and criminal contempt. Now, since we initiated criminal contempt back in the 1930s, we have rarely, if ever, used criminal contempt as a charge, and we have almost never leapt from civil enforcement to criminal contempt. The decision here to go from civil enforcement and to ignore that step, jumping to criminal contempt, is, in my view, a gross imposition, a gross abuse of power on our part. It is also counterproductive because if we launch criminal contempt proceedings, I think my colleague, Mr. Biggs, pointed out that we want the Clintons to testify. If we launch criminal contempt proceedings, we will not hear from the Clintons. That is a fact. They will be tied up in court. We have no guarantee that they will ever testify before this committee. Civil enforcement will achieve the goal we want of getting the Clintons out here before this committee. Now, I just think this is problematic. We talked earlier, Mr. Comer, and I still have not heard you to this point in time say anything about the Clintons defying the subpoena. I've heard you say obfuscate, delay, drag their feet. We've had 5 months. But at no point in time did they say we're not complying with the subpoena. And to me, civil enforcement is an appropriate intermediate step. It makes sense because it allows a court to step in, secure compliance with the committee's subpoena in a nonpartisan, orderly way that follows the rule of law. Court would be empowered to impose fines and actual imprisonment if the individual or entity refuses to comply with us. If we break from precedent, this is going to start potentially a chain reaction of partisan warfare with criminal charges. That is not a road I believe we want to go down in this committee or in this Congress. I think civil contempt will achieve our goals, and it will do so in a way that is consistent with the rule of law. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself for a few minutes. The committee's consulted with the House Office of General Counsel as well as committee counsel, who have expressed significant concern with shifting from criminal contempt to civil contempt because it would likely result in extended litigation that would go beyond this term. As Mr. Perry said, a subpoena is only good for a congressional term. He is already 5 months past his subpoena. The Clintons have lawyered up. There's no question in my mind that if we do this, they will ride this out and hope that the House flips and that you all are in control and you all just let them get by without answering any questions, which I think is terrible. So I cannot support this amendment. I ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support the amend motion. I just want to reiterate something I think all oversight Dems have said today is that we all want to hear from President Clinton. We all want questions answered from President Clinton. I don't think one member of this committee has stated anything differently. And this amendment is a way for us to secure compliance without immediately moving to criminal contempt while they have been trying to negotiate answering our questions. We can continue to let the legal process play out. Both the integrity of our investigation as a whole is critical as we move forward. This is an opportunity for us to get our questions answered from President Clinton. We will do that without empowering a Department of Justice that, quite frankly, has been corrupt and untrustworthy for many, many months. We should continue to negotiate and work through an established process. Clearly, there's interest to negotiate from the Clinton side. Let's hear from President Clinton. Let's support this motion. I yield back.
If I may, and with all due respect, if you want to hear from President Clinton, have him come in for the deposition. They've had 5 months to do that. For whatever reason, you've been unsuccessful. There's 2 more weeks before this will be voted on from full House. We will hear from Bondi in between, and we will go from there. We expect to hear from Bill Clinton. He's not above the law. Mr. Walkinshaw is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of points. One, it seems to me like we made some progress in the negotiation to talk to President Clinton here today. You have acknowledged you and your team are no longer going to demand to be able to ask questions not related to Epstein. The Clintons have agreed to transcription of that conversation. So you could go to New York and talk to President Clinton on the date that you all set. That's ready to go. We've heard from Ms. Luna that it would be a bad look for you and the ranking member to have to drive to New York. They got airports there. You all could take a flight and go to New York and have the conversation. That would move our investigation forward. I'm supporting Mr. Menn's amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I'll share. I was a staff member for a member of this committee for more than a decade throughout the Obama administration, multiple chairmen of the committee. And time after time after time, Republicans who chaired the committee, Democrats who chaired the committee, negotiated with members of the administration or private individuals who they wanted to have come before the committee, negotiated the terms. Not once did I see this kind of leap to criminal contempt. It is not consistent with the way that this committee has operated. It is not necessary. Mr. Min's amendment, or you and the ranking member going to New York and having the transcribed under oath conversation with President Clinton would move our investigation forward. Either of those are better options than pursuing criminal contempt, which would not get us a conversation with President Clinton, would not move our investigation forward, and would not get the survivors the transparency that they're demanding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, Mr. Walker, to reply to that, one reason that your counteroffers today don't hold a lot of weight with me is the fact that we never demanded to their attorneys that we ask questions outside the realm of the Epstein investigation. That was never a thing. They have just made that up. So their dishonesty, we've already admitted one lie when they said this wasn't a lawful subpoena. That was in the letter from Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton to me. They said this is not a lawful subpoena. It is a lawful subpoena. Does anybody disagree with that? It is a lawful subpoena. So number two, we've never asked to ask questions outside of this. And I'll give you an example. When we were negotiating with Hunter Biden's attorneys, or judiciary was negotiating, we agreed when Hunter Biden came in to talk about the Biden influence peddling and the money that they were receiving from foreign countries, we wouldn't ask about the stuff on the laptop. We wouldn't ask about the stuff in the suspicious activity reports about human trafficking and other things with Hunter Biden. We only asked about the influence peddling, which was what the investigation was. And it's been the same with the Clintons. So if their attorneys are trying to spin out with the media that we wanted to talk about Monica Lewinsky or anything else, that is not true. All we want to talk about is Epstein. That has always been the deal. And for them to say otherwise is a complete 100% lie by the Clinton attorneys.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad that the Clintons have agreed to have the conversation transcribed. So it seems to me that the only remaining barrier of the barriers you have identified is you don't want to go to New York. And from my view, this investigation
I'm going to New York this
enough.
weekend. That's not a barrier.
Go to the moon. Let's have the conversation. You can do it.
Chair recognizes who's next. Ms. Stansberry.
Thank you. Honestly, I just want to get some clarification because I've heard so many different things here this morning. So, Mr. Chairman, you just said you're willing to go to New York. In fact, you're going to New York this weekend. Is that correct?
The committee has released the emails, so
No,
you
I'm just
can
asking
see
you,
the communication
I'm not
between
trying to
that.
be difficult. I really just want to understand. Are you willing to go to New York to conduct this interview and deposition?
With the committee, with the staff, it's not going to just be. We have negotiated this for 5 months, Ms. Stansberry.
No, I'm just asking
And
simple
you're
questions.
all
So
are
the
speaking,
question-
and they've had 5
so
months.
Is the answer a yes? It sounds like it's a yes. My other question for you is so it's my understanding that you guys have received both correspondence by phone, email, and from a written letter from the attorneys from the Clintons offering to do this on the record with you, with the staff, with the attorneys. Is that correct?
I wasn't paying attention to your question.
Okay, we're here pursuant to a motion you brought for contempt, and the claim is that you have made reasonable accommodations and that they have not been responsive, but they have transmitted correspondence to all of the members of the committee, including yourself and all of the members, basically including a letter from their attorneys stating that they have offered by phone, that they have offered by email, and they have offered in a written letter from both themselves and the attorneys to meet with you on the record with the staff to give sworn statements. Is that correct?
We has
Yes, it's just
negotiated for
yes
5,
or no,
you
have
all
they?
are trying to create a false
No,
narrative. You've had
I'm
5 months. You should have gotten to the
I
Clintons
am
before the
asking,
contempt vote.
all I'm asking you is if that's true.
And if they weren't losing public opinion, Ms. Stainsbury, they would be
But
defying
Mr.
this now. That's the
Chairman-
only reason there's negotiations at the last
But
minute.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking
They don't get to
if
make
those
the
are the
rules. We make
facts.
the rules. The chairman of the committee, we make the rules.
But Mr. Chairman, is that the fact? That's all I'm asking. Is that factual? Just to be clear for the public, his staff are advising the chairman to not answer that question. Okay,
No, the staff said they couldn't understand what the hell you were saying because you've blabbered for 3 minutes, but go ahead.
okay, Mr. Chairman, let me say it again. Is it true that the Clintons and their attorneys have had multiple conversations with you via phone, via email, and via written correspondence offering to give sworn statements on the record to you and the staff? Just a yes or no.
The Clintons said that we could take notes, Mr. Garcia and I.
But
The committee would like to ask questions as
Are
well.
you not in receipt of a letter postmarked from their attorneys yesterday saying that they would give sworn statements under oath?
Sworn, that's not a record.
You're not in possession of the letter that their attorney sent yesterday to the entire committee.
What their letter is stating isn't what you're stating.
Okay, well, I'm not going to read the letter. We'll make sure it's available to the public.
Although I'm sure
But
they'll
in
make
any
sure
case-
anything's available to the public. The problem is they've not been truthful and
But Mr. Chairman, the legal standard for contempt is non-cooperation. And so my question to you is, are you making reasonable accommodations? Are you cooperating? Are you in correspondence with them? And this is in direct relation to the motion that was made now for an amendment that essentially would use our civil compliance code in order to get full compliance from the committee. And you're saying you're opposed to it because they haven't complied. But I have not heard you lay out the case for compliance. So why would you oppose civil compliance?
Ms. Stainsbury, we've been negotiating for 5 months. In the meantime, every other
But that's
person
not
has
the legal
complied with the
standard
subpoena
for
that
the
we've
court.
dealt with.
That's not the legal standard for the court, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Well, I see we have a lot of armchair lawyers here. I am not one, but Mr. Min, I do support your amendment. And I think that while the chairman refused to answer questions on the record, I think we established that there has been ongoing correspondence and that it does not meet the standard.
Ms. Simons recognized.
I would like to yield my time to the ranking member.
Thank you. I just want to clarify two things. The first is in the comments, I know, Mr. Chairman, you had just discussed about not going beyond the scope of the Epstein investigation with questions. To be clear, though, during the Bill Barr, that you were not interested in, during the Bill Barr deposition, you did go beyond the scope of the Epstein questions. You asked questions about Russia and a bunch of other things. And so that has been that testimony was public. That has been a pattern that has been in the public realm. And so the reason the Clintons have pushed back on that is because you actually have gone beyond the scope of the Epstein investigation in depositions on this investigation with folks you have subpoenaed. I just want to be clear about that because you just mentioned that right now in your comments. And the second thing I want to say, just to Ms. Stansbury's point, to reiterate, is regardless of when it was done, it's false to say that the Clintons haven't agreed to a transcript of the deposition. They have agreed to a transcript. They've done it and they've reiterated that position in an email that they sent today. It's a position they've made before.
Today.
To position, sir, I mean, obviously, to position that they've made before to your team. It's a position that they have made a few days ago. They've publicly said it in the press. In fact, it was covered, I think, today or yesterday in an article in the New York Times. And they again reiterated it during this testimony when you said that they've not agreed to. They've clarified their position. They are willing for it to be transcribed. I just want to clarify that.
Chair recognizes who's next.
I still have time.
Okay. go
If
ahead.
that's okay, Chair, I would like to use the remainder of my time and yield it to Representative Min.
Thank you, Rep. Simon. I just want to add a couple points here. First, I just want to note something that I think has been a little bit conflated today. This vote today on the contempt proceeding is not about whether Bill and Hillary Clinton were involved with the Epstein sex trafficking ring. If either or both of them were involved, they deserve to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The survivors deserve justice. But the vote that we are about to take later today is about whether the Clintons' actions in negotiating through their lawyers on the particulars of how, when, and where they might appear before this committee, whether that constitutes a willful defiance, and that is the legal standard, a willful default of the subpoena issued to them. And again, I want to point out that Chair Comer has repeatedly talked about negotiating for 5 months, delaying and trying to run out the clock. I do not believe that that is willful defiance of the subpoena. That's not just my opinion. It's the opinion of every serious lawyer in this space that I've talked to that actually knows this area of the law. I think we are going far afield here and going straight to criminal contempt. I would also just point out and rebut what the chair said about criminal contempt leading to the Clintons testifying here. If we issue criminal contempt proceedings, I don't know if you've followed how courts work. A civil enforcement of a subpoena can take place very quickly. Criminal trials will take a very long time, months, if not years. That will definitely run out the clock. We will never hear from the Clintons before this committee. And so I would urge you all to consider this amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, because it will actually allow us to hear from the Clintons, maybe get the answers we want from them. And particularly since, Chair Comer, you've repeatedly said there is no basis in your mind. The committee is not accusing them of any wrongdoing. We're just simply seeking answers. If we want answers, if we want more information to get to the bottom of what happened with Epstein and this horrific child sex trafficking ring, we should be looking to civil contempt, civil enforcement, because that will actually get them before us, not criminal. With that, I yield back to Chair Rep. Simon.
I would like to yield my time to Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Stansberry says no. I would like to yield my time to the ranking member.
I think we've made our case. I think that we support the Min amendment. It's the right way to go, and civil contempt is the right next action if we're going to go in this route. Thank you.
I'd like to yield my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Chair yields back. We did called votes. Mr. Biggs wants to be recognized, and I think we're going to vote on the Min amendment.
Yeah, I'll be pretty quick. So when you take into the correct legal standard and you talk about willful and defiance, so you have a culpable mental state and you have the act. The act took place here when they didn't show up. That's the defiance. They didn't show up. Now the question is, was it willful? Well, the other piece of evidence you have that it was willful is they sent a little note saying, this is all we're going to say. This is what happened here. And that's the evidence. It was willful. They knew about the subpoena because they negotiated with you. You even moved the time for them. They chose not to come. When you reissued the date, you gave them the date that ostensibly was going to be more convenient. They continued to say they were going to come, and then at the last minute they slipped a note in saying, this is what I'm going to say. I'm not saying anything more. That's the culpable mental state. You've got willful defiance. Thus, contempt is appropriate. And I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Very good. The question is now on the Min amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the
Recorded vote,
noes
please,
have
sir.
it. A recorded vote is ordered. As previously announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We will plan to convene immediately.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is good that we're having a full committee hearing here. I appreciate you calling this hearing. Of course, it relates to nothing that we have an urgent need to do oversight on. We do not have Acting Director Lyons here when what we're seeing around the country is a mass secret agency dragnet using violence against American citizens and others. And it's bewildering to me because I know the chairman is a very good person. We work together on legislation. In fact, I'm optimistic we will pass the Zadroga Act together to make sure that 9/11 survivors have certainty and security in their health care. But I know that you and your colleagues cannot possibly be okay watching secret masked ICE agents barging into homes without a warrant, pulling American citizens out in their underwear, stopping American citizens on the streets and demanding their citizenship. And that, of course, is not even to mention the violence and Renee Good's murder, as well as everything else we're seeing. There is a urgent need to conduct oversight from this committee of the Department of Homeland Security. But it is not the Science and Technology Directorate. It is not the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. It is not the TSA, all of which are very important agencies and certainly do very important work. I am not disparaging the work you all do. But the country right now is what's going on with ICE. Why are we having a hearing with Department of Homeland Security officials who know nothing about ICE? We get such misinformation from this Department of Homeland Security. We're told, oh, it's the worst, it's the murderers, it's the rapists. In our home state, Mr. Chairman, of the 3,212 people ICE arrested in New York City in 2025 up through October 15th, 70% had no pending criminal charges and no criminal convictions. 15% had pending criminal charges, which of course with due process would have to play out before they are removed. 15% were convicted criminals and 5% had serious felonies. That is not the worst of the worst. That is what we should be doing oversight of. But since we do have the TSA here, Ms. McNeil, I want to ask you about this new policy that my understanding is you have implemented, where the TSA rather, is providing information to ICE to assist them with the deportation effort. You're familiar with what I'm referring to?
I am.
And just to be clear, this was a new policy implemented under this administration, correct?
It is not new policy to share information between the agencies of the Department of Homeland Security. Past administrations have shared information.
No, that's not what I asked. Is it a new policy that the TSA sends identification information of all passengers to ICE so that they can check for potential deportation orders?
That is not what is occurring. We don't send the information to ICE. We help ICE check against information. And yes, absolutely, we do that. And we are supporting the mission of our colleagues at the Department of Homeland Security. And that includes enforcement of immigration laws. And
can I just because I have a little time, can I ask you, in last year, Secretary Noem said that the Biden administration allowed immigrants who are in our country illegally to jet around the country without identification. Is that true? They had no identification, but yet they were able to get on an airplane?
I can't speak to what occurred before this administration took place, but as you know, we started enforcing Real ID last year, which is a law that was passed by Congress over 20 years ago. And
but just because I'm running out of time, is it your view that the Biden administration said it's okay for people to go on airplanes without identification? I've never been on an airplane without identification, but was it okay in the Biden administration?
Apparently, it was allowed.
Apparently, because Secretary Noem said it? You ought to be careful what you testify to, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the testifiers for being here today. Obviously, each of you cover very important.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Walkinshaw for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll restate what others have said, which is that anyone who has information relevant to our investigation, including President Clinton, should talk to the committee. And I'm glad that he's agreed to do so. I have read, Mr. Chairman, that one of the sticking points in the negotiation between you and the Clintons' lawyers has been your demand that questions be asked about non-Epstein related issues. And it surprised me because I'm sitting here today listening to your intense interest in understanding more about the Clintons and their relationship with Epstein. So I'm curious why you have for 5 months demanded that you and other members of this committee be able to ask questions unrelated to our investigation of the Epstein files and Epstein's sex trafficking. And I'm happy to yield, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everything that we've pertained to with respect to the deposition pertains to the Epstein files.
Okay, so you haven't demanded that the conversation, the questions be limited to
it's
the
the
Epstein
staff
files.
attorneys. The staff attorneys are communicating with the Clinton attorneys. That's the communication going back and forth. This investigation is about the Epstein files.
Okay, so you're willing, and you'll say here publicly, you're willing to have that conversation that limits the conversation, the questions just to the Epstein issue and files. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I think the Clintons' lawyers have been under a different impression, so we made a little progress.
The Clinton lawyers are full
Made
of
a little
crap.
progress on the negotiation here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're 32 days past the statutory deadline and months since this committee's subpoena, and Congress has received, as we've heard, just 1% of the files. More than 5 million pages remain hidden. Instead of holding the Attorney General accountable for this failure, the majority is trying to change the subject today. Frankly, I find it insulting. We have to bring our attention back to the people who should be our focus, the survivors of Epstein's horrific sex trafficking operation, the women and girls who were exploited, abused, ignored for years. They deserve the truth, transparency, and justice without delay, without excuses, and without any political protections for the powerful or the wealthy. That's what we should be doing. Not scoring partisan points, not creating distractions, working to uncover the full scope of his crime so the survivors can see accountability. And if we're truly serious about justice, we can't ignore one of Epstein's most well-documented associates, President Donald J. Trump. We have documented communications, including a signed birthday note from Donald Trump containing explicit sexual references and referencing wonderful secrets between them. Emails from Epstein saying that Trump, quote, knew about the girls. Donald Trump acknowledging he knew Epstein was a, quote, creep and that Epstein recruited girls and women from Mar-a-Lago. Trump saying he wants to cover up the files because, quote, my friends will get hurt. If we're committed to transparency and justice, why is that off limits for this committee? Why is his name absent? Why no discussion of Attorney General Bondi's refusal to comply for months with this committee's subpoena? Why no contempt for Attorney General Bondi? What we're witnessing today is not oversight, it's not accountability, it's part of a cover-up, a diversion. And it didn't start today. Despite clear legal requirements in a law that Donald Trump signed, a subpoena that you signed, Mr. Chairman, and repeated public promises, Attorney General Bondi has failed to release the files. It's entirely within her control, and yet only 1% has been produced, more than a month late. And even that sliver is so heavily redacted that it mocks the law. It mocks the law. And it mocks this committee's subpoena. And let's be honest about the transparency that Attorney General Bondi has provided. This is DOJ Epstein data set number 4. It's number 4. Data set number 4. This is part of the 1% that folks have been talking about this today. I'll close with this. Attorney General Bondi and the Trump administration missed their deadline. They're ignoring our subpoena. They've withheld 99% of the files, and they have obscured the little that they did release. It's not a coincidence. It's intentional. It's about protecting one man, Donald J. Trump, from accountability. Release the files. I yield back.
Chair recognizes.
Mr. Chair, have unanimous consent request?
Okay, I'll recognize you for that.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter the record a political article entitled "Clay Higgins Explains Why He Was."
Mr. Quigley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, children traumatized in their homes, schools, and daycares, people targeted based on the color of their skin, U.S. citizens violently detained, families separated, and people killed by masked federal agents. This is the chaos we witnessed in the Trump administration. They have deployed undertrained, emboldened immigration enforcement agents who have terrorized communities from Chicago to Minneapolis. But through it all, the administration has excused this behavior and encouraged agents to go even further. All the while, they've piled up more money into the agencies committing these atrocities. Since ICE and CBP began this reign of terror in my city, I've heard from thousands of my constituencies that they want some accountability. And you can understand that. I've been to shelters and food pantries where people are afraid to go, undocumented or citizens. I've been to businesses in Pilsen and Little Village. Their businesses are down 20 to 50% because people are just afraid to go out. In Wicker Park, the Chamber of Commerce met. They said that the combination of tariffs and the COVID raids have been worse for them than COVID to where they're going and whether they can sustain. Now, this administration claimed that they would go after the worst of the worst, but the facts in Chicago are different. According to records from Trump's own Justice Department, 97% of the people detained during Operation Midway Blitz had no criminal record. A federal judge has ruled that ICE violated a consent decree after they made arrests without warrants or probable cause. Before the horrified killing of Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis, immigration enforcement officers shot Miramar Martinez and Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in Chicago. They killed Mr. Villegas Gonzalez. This has to stop. One of the things Congress can do to stop this is to turn off the spigot. No more money for the illegal operations. ICE has seen its budget triple under this administration. They have more than doubled the number of agents, offering them $50,000 bonuses and drawing away much-needed police officers. Chicago is 2,000 police officers short. And they see ads that say, you can quit your job, start collecting your pension, and we'll give you a $50,000 bonus. We also have read of incredibly important law enforcement programs where those officers are being taken away to go after the people in the city of Chicago and across our country. So this is why I introduced an amendment to restrict DHS funding until ICE and CBP make drastic changes. The amendment will require them to stop illegal warrantless arrests, mandate active body cameras for ICE and CBP, restrict the use of facial coverings during immigration enforcement operations, restrict the use of chemical irritants like pepper spray, and prohibit raids in or near sensitive locations like schools, hospitals, and courthouses. Now, that used to be the custom under all previous administrations. You don't do that here, but those customs are gone. So the bottom line is Congress can't continue to fund ICE while they violate the rights of tens of thousands in Chicago, Minneapolis, and across the country. My amendment would bring that to an end, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. Mr. Norman, do you have any questions?
Mr. Quigley, just a question. When you were talking about the scared children, the
I guess, insane, in your words, action of President Trump. Did you have the same empathy for the unaccompanied minors that the Biden administration let in, that are unaccounted for, that are child trafficked, sex trafficked?
You mean the ones I have sympathy for that were torn apart from their families under the first Trump administration? No people should be taken away from their families. I think the bottom line core to this is you deal with the atrocities and things that are happening in their home country.
My specific question is, the unaccompanied, with the Biden administration opening the borders, with the hundreds of thousands of children that are in who knows where, sex trafficked, whatever, is there sympathy for them?
Okay, I have sympathy for all who are suffering this, but let's remember the Trump administration is taking away officers from other enforcement duties and investigations, including child trafficking. Well, we have problems in Chicago in terms of public safety and issues that deal with the safety of kids, but he's poaching police officers, asking them to come leave Chicago and go do this. So absolutely have those concerns, but I don't for a second think the administration has any sympathy for kids, because they're cutting emergency housing grant programs now. So there's no room at the end. They're cutting SNAP benefits, so there's no food at the end. And they're cutting the health care benefits, and actually doubling the cost of health care benefits. So if you get sick at the end, there's no place for those kids to go. So I don't think this administration gives a damn about kids. They haven't done anything to show any concern. And please don't tell me that they care about kids who have been forced to leave their home countries, often by themselves, when he does nothing to help them there, when he cuts foreign aid, when he cuts programs that help dissidents in those countries address those issues. So respectfully, I don't want to hear how concerned this administration is about kids with the 5 years of their track record.
You're part of the group that are endangering the police officers, the ICE agents. You're part of the group. You got Trump derangement syndrome. It's sick what you're putting the ICE agents through, and the American people are seeing the front and center stage. Mr. Stansbury, you were talking about
the same group that cares about ICE agents.
I'd like to ask you. The floor is not yours. The floor is not yours.
And won't honor those. And they'll pardon the kids.
You were making comments.
They'll pardon the insurrectionists. Yeah, they care about cops.
It's not his floor. He doesn't have the time. I do.
Well, I could respond to his last comment, which is an attack on me, Madam Chairman.
Yeah, I didn't ask him another question.
I just wanted to know, can I respond to his last statement?
Sorry, he didn't ask you a question. He made a comment.
So I don't get to respond to that?
No,
okay.
Sir. No, sir.
I didn't ask for a response. I mean,
well, I assume you didn't want to, because you lose the argument.
Your response told all.
Thank you, counsel. I guess I get back to where I kind of started, and all this description, these are all sorts of legal issues. You don't have anything more to say on the facts, right? It was an inadvertent mistake. I don't see how you can say anything more. We've had a broad range of discussion on the legal issues. Now, it's very helpful for us to have lower court decisions on those, and maybe that's reason enough. But again, I guess I don't quite understand what sending it back would be for, other than airing of the same sort of issues that we've been airing this morning.
Well, I'm not going to resist too hard you deciding this on a more substantive ground that gives my client sort of relief that's more enduring at this stage. But I will say that another one of these like great common law cases is the Street Commissioners of Hagerstown, which happens to be the case that Black's Law uses for its definition of cause. And one of the things it specifically says there is, like, even if you don't think the due process, the notice in a hearing, is going to amount to much, it's still an error not to give it, and we're still going to essentially not allow this removal to happen because there wasn't notice and an opportunity for a hearing.
So it may not be an error to go through the process of your client coming in and say it was an inadvertent mistake. Since it was inadvertent, I don't have much more to add to that. And the argument on the other side being what the president said, well, I think this is a serious enough mistake, and so that's why I'm removing her.
Again, there's only so much I can say to resist the idea that, I mean, we think this was at most an inadvertent mistake. We would have liked a more, a sort of opportunity to do that and present our actual evidence, which would have substantiated that. But we also think at the end of the day, inadvertent mistake isn't like very close to for cause, particularly when you understand the unique nature of this institution.
What is your actual evidence that would substantiate the fact that it was an inadvertent mistake?
I think the fact that there's an attachment to one of the applications that describes it as a vacation home. And that's not.
We've got that too.
I understand, but the president didn't. And it seems to me that, usually when there's a procedural omission, one doesn't say, well, at this point, we got everything we need, so forget the procedural omission. I mean, again, I'm not really going to resist that, especially if you're going to, say you're with me on the substance. But, it does seem to me if you want to reserve judgment on the substance or you want more briefing on the substance, you could say, and this is, that whether it was constitutional due process or statutory due process, I think this is the gist of the DC Circuit's decision, is like, at a minimum, you didn't get the process you were supposed to.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being here. Congressman Jimenez and I, and also the representative of Maria Salazar, had a very good meeting with who we know is frankly one of the greatest leaders that I think we've had the opportunity to get to know for many, many years. We are now in a very interesting time. Venezuela, by the way, for the first time in decades, is on the verge of true freedom and democracy. And that's because of the bravery of the men and women in the United States Armed Forces and the leadership of President Trump. But also because the Venezuelan people are unified and united in their desire for freedom, for democracy, for sovereignty. And because they have a leader who has been willing to sacrifice, to work hard, to risk it all, and who has received the support of the Venezuelan people. It is truly a privilege and an honor to be able to spend some time with this amazing leader in this very historic moment. And es un privilegio, give me a second, we'll do it in Spanish. Es un profundo honor poder habernos reunido con María Corina Machado, una de las líderes más grandes que yo he tenido el privilegio de conocer en mi vida. La nueva libertadora de Venezuela, una persona que ha sacrificado tanto por una causa, la causa de la libertad del pueblo de Venezuela. Y lo ha arriesgado todo por la causa de la libertad de Venezuela. Y por eso, y por también, obviamente, las Fuerzas Armadas de los Estados Unidos y el liderazgo del presidente Trump, Venezuela está más cerca que nunca en reobtener su libertad y su soberanía. Pero requiere el liderazgo de esta valiente líder, esta tremenda mujer, que sin duda, cuando el pueblo pueda una vez más elegir sus líderes, va a ser la presidenta legítima, democráticamente electa de Venezuela, y es un privilegio y un honor recibirla acá en el Congreso de los Estados Unidos. Let me turn it over to, doesn't need introduction, a dear friend, a freedom fighter, and one of the people that I'm privileged every day to share this battle for the national security interests of the United States and for freedom around the world, Congressman Carlos Jimenez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario. I really appreciate those kind words. And as my dear friend Mario Diaz-Balart has stated, it's been a privilege to sit down and speak with Maria Corina Machado, an extraordinary person, and who has laid it all on the line, who's shown extraordinary courage, who has risked her life over and over again on a daily basis for her country, for the freedom of her people. And so a lot of people talk about that, but not too many people really, have to face, dire consequences of putting where their money where their mouth is, and putting their actions where their mouth is. And nobody has done it more than Maria Corina Machado. She is the undisputed leader of Venezuela.
Polls have shown that if there were an election held today, she would be the clear-cut winner to these elections. And so it's our privilege to have her here, privilege to listen to her. Want to thank President Trump and the armed forces of the United States for their actions in getting us to this point. There's still a lot of more work to be done. This is not going to be an easy task, but it's a task that must be accomplished. We must get this done. We must have a free, a democratic Venezuela, because this hemisphere needs to be the hemisphere of freedom and democracy. Why? Because freedom and democracy is the clearest path to peace in our hemisphere. And so, we hope that this is the beginning of democracy and freedom in this hemisphere. It starts with Venezuela. We hope, we know it will not end with Venezuela, but Venezuela is the place we have to start. And because we have to start with Venezuela, and we are starting with Venezuela, it's just, it's really, it's great to have a leader like Maria Corina Machado. You listen to her story of how she went to Oslo, how she got there, and the personal injury that you suffered, and the sacrifices she made to get there. You'll understand what kind of a person we're talking about here. And so, again, you have my full support. I know that you have my colleagues' full support, and unfortunately, Maria Salazar could not be here. There was something wrong with her plane, but she would have been here too, and she would have also, echoed our support for you, and for the Venezuelan people, and for the cause of liberty and freedom and democracy in Venezuela. A couple of words in Spanish. Para mí es un orgullo estar en su presencia. Es una persona extraordinaria. En la historia no hay muchas personas como usted, que ha sacrificado todo para la causa de la libertad de su pueblo, de Venezuela. Pero también la causa de la libertad y democracia ha demostrado que es algo que se debe luchar y es importante para los ciudadanos de Venezuela. Y por eso estoy declarando que siempre va a tener mi apoyo. Yo estoy seguro que si mañana tuviéramos una elección en Venezuela, usted va a ser la presidenta de Venezuela. Todas las encuestas lo notan. Y es porque el amor que tiene el pueblo venezolano para usted. Porque ha demostrado con sus acciones, no solamente las palabras, pero con sus acciones, que usted es una persona extraordinaria y está luchando, y el amor que usted tiene por el pueblo venezolano. Y espero que muy pronto vamos a tener una Venezuela libre y democrática, porque la paz, el mejor paso para llegar a la paz es la democracia y la libertad. Y por eso también nosotros estamos dedicados a este hemisferio. Este hemisferio debe ser el hemisferio de la democracia y la libertad, para tener paz en nuestro hemisferio. Y por eso yo soy, aunque soy cubano, nací en Cuba, yo soy representante de los Estados Unidos. Y el deber mío es la protección de los Estados Unidos. Y por eso estamos luchando por la democracia y la libertad, porque en esa manera podemos mantener la seguridad de los Estados Unidos. Y ya con eso termino, y ahora quiero presentar a lo que yo sé va a ser la próxima legítima presidente de la nación de Venezuela, mi amiga, nuestra amiga, María Corina Machado.
Muchísimas gracias, Carlos. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias, Mario. Thank you so much. It's a huge honor to be here on behalf of the Venezuelan people and also our president-elect, Edmundo González Urrutia, to tell you first and foremost that Venezuela will be free. And once we liberate Venezuela, we will keep working and we will have a free Cuba and a free Nicaragua. And as you were saying, for the first time in history, we have the Americas free of communism, of dictatorship and narco-terrorism. This is a historic moment, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for, yes, the commitment, resilience, generosity, and courage of the Venezuelan people, but also because we have counted with the support, vision, and courage of incredible leaders, such as the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and members of this honorable Congress. Our friends, Mario Díaz-Balart, Carlos Jiménez, and María Elvira Salazar, trusted the Venezuelan people from day one. When many thought our struggle was impossible, when many thought it was impossible to defeat this narco-terrorist regime, when many told us to give up, you trusted the Venezuelan people for the right reasons, because freedom always prevails. Ours is an existential fight for life. It's an ethical fight for the truth, and it's a spiritual fight for good. And that's why we will prevail. So I want to thank the American people most of all. We're here in the House of the People. It's such an honor to be in this institution. We share the principles, the values that build this nation that are the same that our founding fathers believed and defended in Venezuela, and those that will turn our country into the strongest ally the United States have ever had in the region. And once we do that, once we achieve a democratic and free Venezuela, we will see millions of our children coming back home. And that's our goal. That's the force that moves us. It's the force of love, which is the most powerful possible. So thank you very much. I am very grateful. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for true believers in freedom and democracy. And once again, thank you to the American people, to the American government, and to the American Congress. Thank you. En español. Para nosotros es un honor estar aquí y poder compartir en esta casa, que es la Casa del Pueblo de los Estados Unidos, un momento histórico. Y les vengo a decir que Venezuela será libre, y será gracias al pueblo de Venezuela, su coraje, su resiliencia, su organización, su profundo amor por la libertad y por nuestra tierra, y también por la visión, el apoyo decidido de líderes que han visto esta única posibilidad en este momento de transformar a las Américas en un territorio de democracia y libertad. Mi profundo agradecimiento en nombre del pueblo de Venezuela y de nuestro presidente electo, Edmundo González Urrutia, al presidente Donald Trump, a su gobierno, al secretario de Estado, Marco Rubio, y por supuesto al Congreso de los Estados Unidos, representados en muchos senadores y representantes que han acompañado nuestra causa, y muy especialmente a nuestros tres grandes amigos, Carlos Jiménez, Mario Díaz-Balart y María Elvira Salazar, que está no físicamente, pero espiritualmente con nosotros aquí hoy, y que desde el primer día y hasta el final han confiado en el pueblo de Venezuela. Yo soy una más de un movimiento enorme, inédito, que ha despertado y unido un país y que está decidido a que Venezuela sea libre. Como les decía, transformarla en el principal aliado que ha tenido los Estados Unidos en la historia, en este hemisferio, para que nuestros hijos puedan regresar a casa. Así que gracias a todos, y no sé si habrá alguna.
We'll take some questions. We'll take.
¿Qué le aconsejaría al presidente Trump hacer con el remanente del cartel que queda dentro de Venezuela? ¿Cuál sería su sugerencia?
En la administración, el presidente y el secretario de Estado han estado muy claros que hay un proceso de transición. Y eso requiere un número de distintas cosas, la liberación de todos los presos políticos sin excepción, y comenzar ese proceso, pero que esté muy claro, esto es un proceso de transición. Ese proceso nosotros queremos que sea lo más corto posible, pero de nuevo garantizando, ¿no?, que ese proceso avance. Ahora, que esté claro, el futuro de Venezuela no puede ser con el régimen con ese narcocartel en control. El primer paso, yo creo que el paso muy importante se ha tomado, pero ahora en este proceso de transición, que esté muy claro, nosotros estamos convencidos de que esa transición ya está en camino, pero tiene que culminar con después todos los pasos con una elección libre, supervisada. Ese narcocartel, y el presidente ha estado muy claro, que ese narcocartel no puede estar, que se ha apoderado utilizando la fuerza, el terror, ¿no?, de un gran país, no puede estar en control de ese país. Ahora hay un proceso de transición y nosotros estamos convencidos. ¿Por qué? Que cuando haya ese proceso de transición y hay una posibilidad que tiene que venir, y no en años, tiene que venir lo antes posible, que cuando el pueblo pueda elegir a su próximo presidente legítimo, sabemos quién va a ser. ¿Por qué? Porque ya ese pueblo venezolano ha votado, ha salido a las urnas a pesar del peligro de las balas y el temor, etcétera, y ha votado a favor de los que quieren. Nosotros sabemos que la próxima presidenta legítima va a ser María Corina. Lo importante, repito, es que ese cartel no puede seguir en control de ese gran país, pero esto requiere un proceso de transición y lo importante es que sea lo más rápido posible, pero tiene que haber, en la meta es la libertad plena y absoluta del pueblo de Venezuela, y eso no puede ocurrir mientras estén los narcoterroristas en control.
María Corina, el presidente dijo que es maravillosa, lo dijo en su balance del año, dijo que es maravillosa y que quiere que se involucre usted directamente en la transición. ¿Qué tiene que decirle al presidente Trump que le dedicó esas palabras?
Bueno, en primer lugar, yo agradezco enormemente al presidente Trump y a su administración, porque como decía Mario, se ha dado un paso histórico. El 3 de enero comenzó un proceso de desmontaje de una estructura criminal que no solamente le ha cobrado miles y miles y miles de vidas de venezolanos, sino también de ciudadanos norteamericanos y de otros países, estadounidenses y de otros países. Por lo tanto, esto es un proceso que está en marcha para salvar vidas en Venezuela, en Latinoamérica y en los Estados Unidos. Quiero repetir un punto que decía Mario. El cartel no es estabilizable, jamás será normalizable, porque lo esencial es la gente. La prioridad es la gente y el bienestar de los ciudadanos de los Estados Unidos y de los venezolanos es lo que le preocupa al presidente Trump. Y de eso se trata. ¿Cómo podemos darle la prioridad a atender a nuestra gente que tanto sufre? Los presos políticos, que al excarcelarlos no están liberados, y quiero insistir en este punto. En Venezuela te pueden sacar de la cárcel y no eres libre. Torturados, perseguidos, que todos los que han tenido que verse obligados, forzados a dejar su país puedan regresar para construir una gran nación. Porque además quiero insistir en esto, lo decían los dos representantes, no hay transición con represión. No puede haber transición con represión. Lo primero es desmontar un aparato represivo que al final es lo único que le queda a la señora Delcy Rodríguez y al régimen. En ellos que se aguantan. Entonces, este es un momento donde hay que mirar hacia adelante. Se ha dado un paso histórico. El jefe de este cartel está enfrentando la justicia de los Estados Unidos. Se le ha enviado una señal inequívoca, no solamente al régimen venezolano, sino al mundo entero, a los criminales del mundo, y también un mensaje a los venezolanos. Y quiero decirles algo, no sé si ustedes están al tanto, pero esta mañana ha tenido lugar una movilización única en el centro de Venezuela, a pesar de toda la represión, en el centro de Caracas. Al Ministerio Público se han movilizado cientos de ciudadanos a exigir la libertad de los presos políticos. Esto era impensable antes del 3 de enero. Hay un país que sabe que no está solo, que contamos con ustedes y que los venezolanos le decimos al mundo pueden contar con nosotros también.
We have, hold on, one more question, okay? Because Maria Corina has to go, okay? South Florida question, back there, go ahead. Go ahead. South Florida question.
If you could respond in Spanish and Espanol.
En español, okay.
Have you tried to advocate with lawmakers here on the Hill regarding the immigration status of Venezuelans who are here in the United States? And also, do you have any plans to meet with the Venezuelan diaspora in South Florida?
Okay, that's for you. No, that's for her.
What is your message to the Venezuelans whose TPS expired just under a year ago? Where do they go from here? Is it safe for them to return after having to leave Miami?
Well, thank you very much. I will say it in English and Spanish. Yes, I hope to meet with the Venezuelan diaspora in several parts of the United States and the world. But my main objective is to return to Venezuela as soon as possible. I had a mission that I have to accomplish. That's why I decided to get out of my country with all the implications it had. But I'm looking forward to go back as soon as possible. And it's not only about concerning about and worrying about the situation of the Venezuelans abroad, but working on it. But Elvira Salazar is not here today physically with us, but she's working on La Ley Dignidad that would give protection to Venezuelans and other people from other nationalities until they can come back home. Because our objective, and I want to insist on this, is we want the Venezuelan people that were forced to leave to come back home. And that's going to happen once we have democracy in Venezuela. Millions will come back home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Let me just say hello to her.
Thank you all.
And that when we stand together, not only will we defeat Trumpism, we're going to create the kind of nation and government that the American people deserve. I have had the honor of traveling all across this country. I've been to every state in America, and in the last year, I have been, including New Jersey tonight, to 24 states on this fighting oligarchy tour. And we have spoken to over 300,000 Americans in blue states, in red states, and in purple states. And what I can tell you without any hesitation is the American people will not accept oligarchy, will not accept authoritarianism, will not accept masked ICE agents terrorizing communities. And will not accept an economy in which the rich get richer while 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck. So let me just say a few words that you don't hear much on TV, and you're not going to hear from my colleagues in the U.S. Congress. Number one, you have more income and wealth inequality right now than has ever existed in the history of America. If you can believe it, the top 1% in American society now owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. Got that? One man, Mr. Musk, owns more wealth. This is really quite unbelievable. You don't hear it much talked about. One guy owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households. One guy. In America today, the CEOs of these large corporations make 350 times what their workers are earning. So you got a moment in history where the people on top, the multi-billionaire class, has never ever had it so good. And then you got not only income and wealth disparity, you got concentration of ownership. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. And that is, you got a handful of giant corporations in every sector of our economy who control the prices that you pay, control what happens to workers. So more concentration of ownership than we have ever seen. Today, you have more concentration of ownership in the media. And I want you to hear this. We don't talk about it too much. But 6 major media conglomerates own and control what 90% of the American people see, hear, and read. Mr. Musk, the wealthiest man on earth, owns X. Larry Ellison, the second wealthiest man on earth, just purchased Paramount, which owns CBS. Jeff Bezos, the 4th wealthiest person on earth, owns the Washington Post and Twitch. And Mark Zuckerberg, the 2nd wealthiest man, owns Meta, which controls Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp. Rupert Murdoch, you all know Rupert Murdoch? He's another multi-billionaire, right-wing billionaire who owns Fox. He owns the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, and publications all over the world. So these guys, more income and wealth inequality, more concentration of ownership and control over the media, what you see, hear, and read. But that ain't enough for them. They don't only want to control the economy, they also want to control our political system. So as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, you have billionaires, frankly, in both parties, spending hundreds and hundreds of millions and billions of dollars to elect their candidates.
Pursuant to notice, I call up HR 7015, the Protecting Third-Party Litigation Funding Form from Abuse Act for purpose of markup, and move the committee report favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
HR 701.
Without objection, the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I will have an amendment. However, as an introduction to the bill,
We've made virtually all the amendments that were possible in from the previous version of the bill. We've reached out to every group on the left and the right and satisfied everyone we could satisfy. It is clear you cannot satisfy everyone because of a problem that exists within the court system. In some courts, Mr. Chairman, a judge will routinely ask for the source and information for third-party funders of litigation, because clearly the third-party funder has at least some likely influence on whether or not the product can be settled. And in most cases, particularly cases that involve intellectual property, they absolutely need to be known if you're going to write a protective order that covers whether or not they should be excluded. Having said that, currently it's inconsistent. In Delaware, where one judge began doing it routinely, he simply doesn't get the cases anymore. In others, where they do it periodically, they will probably be avoided. Those who never ask are the favorites of trolling organizations and plaintiff lawyers who are using third-party funding that for some reason they are unwilling to divulge their source. Having said that, there were legitimate concerns brought up in this legislation early, and we have addressed those. The first and foremost, the amendment, not mine, but that was offered that made the most sense was that in all cases, the judge will start with an in-camera review, thus determining whether or not the defendant has a reasonable need to know it, but at the same time letting the judge know whether or not there's a need for this to affect protective order and other activities. You might ask, what is the problem with this bill then, if we've met it all? The problem is there's dark money. And when I say dark money, I mean sources that people are ashamed to say where they're getting it from. We have put in protections so that people who simply contribute money to a cause are not discoverable. We've put in additionally that you are not discoverable if in fact you do not share in the profits, meaning that if an organization or group simply backs the cost of the bill, including the return of their original investment, they still are exempt from this. The only way to actually be discoverable and potentially that information turned over to the defendant is if in fact you are effectively the plaintiff, meaning you share in the profits and likely share in the ability to settle or not settle. That means that when there's a request for a mediation conference, there's an expectation that the person coming has the right to make a settlement and not in fact simply to arrive and go back to an unknown source for those settlements. Today, we will undoubtedly hear a number of amendments coming from a number of people. I've been informed that those amendments seek to gut the bill, and I will be opposing likely all of them. None of them have been presented in advance, which is not in the spirit of finding a solution. I will address in closing one item that has been brought to my attention. I was a small inventor for more than 20 years. I have 37 patents. I know full well how expensive it is to take on the big guys, including Chrysler Corporation and others. Having said that, third-party funding can be essential to do a $3, $4, $5 million case, even if in fact you expect to be successful. It may not be something you can bet the farm on if you don't already own the farm. For that reason, we have made every effort to make sure that there is nothing that would diminish or reduce the ability to get third-party funding, unless that third-party funding comes from George Soros, who in an un-American way wants to stop something, or the Chinese communists who want to slow our technology, or for example, Huawei, that repeatedly seeks to have trolls who will in fact try to stop 5G and other developing technologies by endless litigation, slowing down, or in some cases even stopping development. All of this is the reason this bill is before us today. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to proceeding forward. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. With the chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Vermont for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Third-party litigation funding, or TPLF, is exactly what it sounds like. Third parties invest in litigation in return for a share of the contingency fee or the damages awarded should the party they've invested in win. It represents a practical solution to the problem that many Americans face when they need to go to court to obtain justice. Litigation is often prohibitively expensive, and third-party litigation funding helps ensure that no person is denied their day in court because of financial barriers. Third-party litigation funding levels the playing field for ordinary Americans who face powerful corporations, which is exactly why major business interests are now working to discredit it. These corporate interests want you to believe that TLPF agreements are nefarious. They suggest that third-party funding is somehow giving ordinary people an unfair advantage against these large and powerful corporations. They have proposed this bill that they say brings transparency to the system. Less than 2 months ago, we were scheduled to consider a bill just like this very proposal, one that promised to bring again, quote, transparency to litigation. But groups representing the people and organizations who rely on TPLF, Republicans and Democrats alike, told us how the bill might end this form of litigation altogether. And the bill was pulled from markup. For a moment, it appeared that this bad idea was finally behind us, yet today we're presented with largely the same text under a different name. Some of our colleagues across the aisle say this is a negotiated text. Well, I know the ranking member certainly was not asked for his opinion, and if he'd been asked, he would have said that the minuscule change that they're touting as a grand compromise was already necessary to comply with the Constitution. That's right. In 1960, the Supreme Court unanimously agreed in Bates v. Little Rock that requiring the NAACP to disclose its contributors unjustly interfered with the members' freedom of association, which is protected by the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment from invasion by the states. So this new text suggests that member and donor lists of TPLF funders don't have to be disclosed in some situations, is simply a restatement of governing law. In any agreement where the members and donors have a financial interest in the outcome, which happens frequently with TPLF, would still require full disclosure under this bill. All of the risk is still there. And for all practical purposes, this bill remains unchanged. Whether we call it protecting TPLF or encouraging transparency, Americans can see the truth. All today's bill does is advance powerful corporations' ability to escape responsibility for the harm that they cause communities. The fact is that this bill is not about fairness. Opponents of third-party litigation funding haven't suddenly seen the light and want to protect TPLF. And this bill is certainly not about transparency. If it were, my colleagues would at least acknowledge that both state and federal judges already have the power to demand this information from litigants. If more transparency is necessary in any of these cases, courts are free to demand it. Instead, these bills are about stacking the deck in favor of big business so corporations that break the law can drag out cases and dodge accountability. By forcing plaintiffs to reveal their backers, these bills will let the deep-pocketed defendants stall, intimidate, and drive up costs until the plaintiff is forced to give up. And increasing the disclosures needed to file a claim in court makes third-party funding more cumbersome and expensive. And it is an attack on the litigation victories that third-party litigation funding has enabled. For example, the famous 1993 lawsuit brought by Aaron Brockovich against Pacific Gas and Electric Company for dumping a carcinogen into the water supply of Hinckley, California, which was partially funded by an outside provider. The women and small law firms who sued Pfizer to prove their drug caused a breast cancer epidemic could not have done so without TPLF. Victims of the opioid crisis were able to sue the Sacklers to bring justice to the over 650,000 individuals who died during the epidemic thanks to TPLF. These are just a few examples of people who never could have gotten their day in court without outside funding. Everyday Americans cannot afford basic health insurance or groceries or housing, yet my colleagues across the aisle suggest that if they're harmed by a major manufacturer or corporation, they should just pay for it themselves. The bill stacks the deck in favor of corporate interests and against the people, and I intend to vote no. And I also want to bring up the point that opposition to the abusive transparency measures in this bill is actually, in fact, bipartisan. When some Senate Republicans tried to all but end TPLF in the big ugly bill earlier this year, other Republicans stood on principle to say that ending it was wrong. And this past June, Laura Loomer posted on X, quote, litigation finance is a critical weapon for the little guy, empowering consumers, whistleblowers, and small inventors to take on corporate titans. And last week, Gene Hamilton of American First Legal wrote that he is continuing to oppose the bill. He wrote this on X. Now, American First Legal and I don't agree on much, but we have common ground in the opinion that, as he wrote, quote, the bill only serves the interests of the Chamber of Commerce and not the American people. So again, I plan to vote no. I urge my colleagues to vote with me, and I yield back.
Generally yields back without objection. All other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the deck.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purposes of amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California to explain the amendment.
Chairman, the amendment is not substantive in nature, but simply as a substitute changes the year and title of the bill. It does not change the substance of the base bill.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to support my colleague, Mr. Ice's bill, the Protecting Third-Party Litigation Funding from Abuse Act, and urge its passage. Third-party litigation funding, or TPLF, has grown quietly but explosively over the last decade. According to a 2022 GAO report, TPLF was estimated to be a $12 billion industry in 2021, although some sources now put it upwards of $18 billion today. Litigation finance offers a high-risk, high-reward strategy. And some in front of this committee have even equated it to basically gambling. Now there is nothing inherently wrong with financing a lawsuit. I share my colleague's sympathy for the small business or for the single investor who's forced to defend themselves against Fortune 500 corporation with deep pockets. In those instances, TPLF helps create a level playing field, and this legislation would not stop that. But when the financing is undisclosed, when it shifts control of litigation from a plaintiff to a silent investor, and when it potentially places decisions about U.S. lawsuits in the hands of foreign entities, including those with ties to geopolitical rivals, Congress has responsibility to act on this. Excuse me. This is precisely what H.R. 7015 does. It simply requires transparency. It requires parties to disclose to the judge who's doing the financing on the lawsuit and what rights those funders have acquired. The reason transparency is essential is because TPLF can undermine the most basic expectation of our legal system, that clients are in control of their own cases. This is not a hypothetical scenario. It is an established pattern. The most famous example was in 2023 when Cisco, the U.S. food distributor, wanted to settle a price-fixing lawsuit, but its TPLF funder, Burford Capital, countersued Cisco because under the terms of the TPLF agreement, Burford had final say in any settlement discussions. In other words, Cisco wanted to settle, but Burford wanted a higher return on investment. In several instances, funding contracts have given investors veto power over strategic decisions, such as which lawyer to hire, whether and when to settle, whether to appeal, or whether to pursue certain claims. And because these arrangements are usually secret, courts are left unable to access conflicts of interest or other ethical issues that arise from these arrangements. Transparency is not only important for protecting a client's interest, but also critical for protecting national security. We know that foreign adversaries are increasingly sophisticated in using economic and legal tools to influence U.S. institutions. TPLF offers a direct avenue for foreign actors to inject capital into U.S. litigation and potentially shape legal outcomes affecting strategic industries, intellectual property, or sensitive technologies. Consider a scenario where a foreign-owned investment firm funds mass litigation targeting an American defense manufacturer. By steering litigation strategy from prolonging discovery to punishing for disclosure of proprietary information, a foreign actor could gain access to sensitive data, or weaken a critical supply chain partner. And because TPLF agreements are currently hidden, neither the court, nor the government, nor the American public would know who is ultimately pulling the strings. Or consider complex intellectual property litigation. A fund with ties to a foreign competitor could bankroll lawsuits intended to drain resources, pressure firms into an unfavorable settlement or licensing agreement, or force disclosure of trade secrets. And better yet, they could slow or altogether stop the rollout of key technology through an injunction. These are not speculative concerns. We have already witnessed foreign sovereign wealth funds invest in U.S. patent lawsuits for the purposes of gaining access to U.S. intellectual property. Disclosure will ensure that the courts knows who's involved and can take appropriate steps in response during litigation. It ensures that when strategic decisions are made in American courtrooms, they are not secretly influenced by entities whose interests may be adverse to their own. Some will argue that disclosure imposes a burden, but transparency is not a burden. It's a safeguard. The only parties disadvantaged by disclosure are those who benefit from secrecy. Our courts routinely require disclosure of financial interests, insurance, ownership structures, and conflicts. Extending that practice to litigation funders is simple fairness. In passing H.R. 7015, we reaffirm a basic principle that our civil justice system should be predictable, neutral, and accessible. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill. Our courts, our litigants, and our national security deserve nothing less. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
When a bill similar to this one was scheduled for markup a few months ago, my colleagues on the other side and I had a very robust back and forth about the consequences of disclosing third-party litigation funding. And I expressed my concern then that disclosure would give large corporate defendants a unique and undue advantage in a legal system that's already rigged against ordinary workers, consumers, victims, survivors, and small businesses. It would do this by arming corporate defendants with knowledge about how much money the victim has to prove and sustain their case, and it would allow the corporation to bury the victim in costs and draw out the case until it becomes financially impossible for the victim to continue pursuing the case. Now, these weren't just Democratic concerns. Conservative groups like America First Legal, co-founded by Stephen Miller, the Oversight Project, a spinoff of the Heritage Foundation, also strongly opposed the legislation because disclosure would discourage funders from investing in litigation for fear of negative exposure or harassment, likely in violation of their First Amendment freedom of association. So when I learned that the bill text had changed, I was hopeful that maybe these changes were going to address some of those concerns. But sadly, the changes have only further tilted the scales of justice in favor of corporations by, for example, making the disclosed information admissible in court and requiring the disclosure much earlier in the litigation. And while the bill now prohibits the disclosure of donor lists, that prohibition exempts all donors who provide third-party litigation funding, an exception that essentially swallows the rule. So it shouldn't be surprising that there are conservative groups as well as liberal groups that still oppose this bill. Access to justice is the backbone of any democratic society, and in today's economy, There are just too many people who are priced out of the very system that exists to protect them. Working class Americans with very few resources are being harmed by massive giant corporations that are responsible for all kinds of wrongdoing. These include mothers suing a pharmaceutical company for its cancerous baby powder, families of victims of school shootings suing a gun manufacturer for marketing AR-15s to teenagers, small inventors suing large companies for stealing their creations, and female employees suing an insurance company for discriminating against them through lower pay and fewer promotions. These vulnerable Americans are facing massive corporations. They're armed with a lot of money, plenty of money, and they're not afraid to use it as a bludgeon to make sure that any challenge to their agenda is bludgeoned down before it even gets started. Litigation is incredibly expensive, and that cost barrier alone can determine who wins and who never gets heard. Third-party litigation funding gives working class Americans a fighting chance at holding corporations accountable. This bill is not just harmful, it's also unnecessary in the sense that under current law, judges already have the power to review litigation, financing agreements, and ensure that those agreements are fair and ethical and compliant with the law. Judges are already trusted to supervise the relationship between attorneys, clients, and third parties when it comes to attorney fees and class actions and bankruptcy settlements. And there's no reason that they can't continue to be trusted to oversee litigation financing agreements. With this bill, you would block ordinary consumers, workers, mom and pop shops from holding big corporations accountable for causing cancer, for contributing to mass shootings, for stealing inventions, for discriminating against their workers. And so I hope that my colleagues on both sides will vote no, reflecting the opinion that's coming from both conservative groups and liberal groups in this particular situation. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Move to strike the last word. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
You know, a lot of the fights or the debates up here are left versus right. And there are a few of them that aren't left versus right. This is one of those. This is the big guys versus the little guys. And we don't have enough people up here speaking for the little guys, which could include patent holders who've taken a beating legislatively in the courts over the last decade or 2 decades and are struggling. This is just another effort to keep them from getting their day in court. There's a boogeyman here, which is China or other foreign adversaries. If that were really what this bill was going to go after, we could narrowly tailor a bill that did that. And in fact, I'll offer an amendment to make this bill into that. But that is not what this bill is. This bill is so overly broad that it will basically deter investments in legitimate claims that startups and small plaintiffs have. The bill's language is so expansive that it may require disclosure of entire chains of financial interests, including venture capitalists, limited partners, pension funds, or even shareholders of public companies. It compels submission of funding agreements to opposing parties without protections for proprietary information like funding amounts, waterfall structures, or investment terms, information that has no relevance to the legal merits of the case. But it could help the defendants, the big guys, know how deep your pockets are and how long they're going to have to go to starve you out in the litigation. Even the requirement for in-camera review is problematic. Defendants are not required to disclose indemnification agreements, yet plaintiffs must expose sensitive financial backing that could be weaponized through retaliation, harassment, or reputational damage. Registered investment advisors, already subject to full FEC oversight, would be swept into disclosure mandates, duplicating regulations without any national security justification. And by admitting that these disclosures are inadmissible and not discoverable, the bill concedes that they serve no evidentiary purpose and are instead designed to chill litigation finance, ultimately benefiting large corporate defendants. You don't have to take my word for it. Listen to the groups on the outside, some conservative, some liberal, but all trying to represent everyday Americans who deserve their day in court. And if this bill passes, it will squelch their voice by cutting off their funding, by intimidating their financiers. And that's what the big guys would love. So I'm going to be opposed to this bill, and I will offer amendments, and hopefully they will be accepted because they're offered in good faith to do what we're being told the bill does, which is to keep foreign adversaries from infiltrating our courts and changing the balance of justice in the United States. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I couldn't agree more with Mr. Massey. In particular, this is going to hurt small patent holders who do not have the ability to finance their inventions, do not have the ability when big corporations come in and try to steal their inventions. It is going to, the definition that we have, by saying any person entitled to any payment or thing of value in the act is overbroad. It's going to threaten limited partnerships, equity investors, family offices, a wide variety of things. And I agree, if we have a concern about foreign investment, then we can have a very narrow rule that talks about when it's a foreign investment or a foreign investment that is not an investor in the underlying invention or patent. But the other thing that I want to say about this David versus Goliath situation is that we're seeing even more roadblocks put in the way of people who want to file litigation against large players. We're seeing limits in how people do class actions. We're seeing limits in how you can get an injunction and whether it just applies to you or can apply to somebody else. All of these things make it harder and harder for people who don't have means to protect their intellectual property, protect their rights, protect their safety, protect their families. And so when we do things that make it harder for people to get access to the courts, it must be extremely narrowly tailored, and there must be a compelling interest for doing it. What I'm seeing right now is that the compelling interest is the profits of people who might be in litigation. And that is not sufficient for me. I will be voting no, and I'm glad that people on both sides of the aisle are seeing it the same way, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the chairman. And I would like to associate myself with the remarks of the gentleman from Kentucky. I will also not be supporting the legislation as drafted. Look, you know, there are kind of three ways things go in this world. You get ground out by the market, a market which, you know, I generally support existing, but people get ground out by government and the market and so forth. But you got to have recourse. You either have some regulatory constraint, which I'm not overly fond of, or you have litigation where you can go exercise your rights to go push back when that system creates issues. And the trial bar has often done things that create a bad reputation, but as have corporations and as have government and as have bad regulations. In this environment here, I feel that this is, and I'll align myself with what my friend from Kentucky said, you know, lining up with the big guy versus the little guy as a general proposition. I think this is more doing the kind of Chamber of Commerce bidding than it is in trying to create a structure that I think works the way it should. And so from, you know, my standpoint, I am interested in what my friend from Kentucky might put forward to limit it, to target it. I understand the merits behind wanting to do something here. I get it. And I certainly believe it was done in a good spirit by my colleague who introduced the legislation. But look, I think this is going to create an environment where we're going to stifle the ability of people to be able to help finance and fund people who need to stand up and be able to push back on the wheels that will grind out the little guy who has no recourse. And I just think we've been going down the big guy road for far too long. And by that, I mean big government and big corporation And frankly, where those roads intersect is the worst intersection. So I'll be happy to look at my friend from Kentucky's amendments, but as it stands, I'll be opposing the legislation.
Gentleman yields back. I believe the gentlelady from California, and I think the gentleman from Kentucky has an amendment. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too will be opposing this piece of legislation. You know, and I would like to associate myself with some of the remarks that I just heard. You know, as has been stated, the little guy, the working person, is getting hemmed up, taken advantage of, screwed by big corporations on a daily basis. That's what folks say. And sometimes the only recourse is to take somebody to court. It's how you get somebody's attention that has a lot of money. And sometimes, oftentimes, it's the only way to get them to do the right thing. And this piece of legislation would essentially take that recourse away from them. Disclosure to a judge is already part of the law. But forced disclosure to a corporate defendant is really about sharing and exposing your strategy, which only hurts the little guy, who oftentimes is trying to find a lawyer that they can afford who will ride with them to try to get them the justice that they need. I think it's a shame that it is so expensive to sue, but that's where we are. I also think it's a shame that we're trying to take away as many opportunities as possible for the folks who are getting up every single day trying to do the right thing, who get hurt, to take away tools that they have to hold these big corporations accountable. Because we know that the big boys have a massive legal team, they have endless amounts of money, and they have time. They have time that the average American does not have. And they can have discovery up the wazoo, which costs money. They can run down the clock, which costs money. They can have all these filing fees, which add up and cost money. And then the small attorney who's doing right by their friend and representing them in court against a big corporation, they're like, well, you only have 2 weeks or 2 months to fight against the person the company that maybe killed somebody, that maimed you on a work site, that maybe helped contribute to you getting cancer. We only have enough money to fight them for 2 months. And then you might have to settle and get pennies and get nothing. And this corporation can continue to do the bad things that they've been doing. So I don't know why anyone would say, let me continue to hem up the average American who's struggling hard, who gets screwed by the big corporation. Let me just hem them up even more. We spent the better part of the morning fighting for those folks. And now I guess in the afternoon, we put on a different hat and we all stop fighting for them. I don't understand that. And this isn't about foreign entities and like secrets. Because if that was the case, we would have had a whole bunch of hearings about this administration selling our chips, our national security secrets to China for a 25% commission fee. So let's just call it what it is. Somebody has decided to jump in bed with the big corporations and the folks interested in monopolies who want to wear down working people and screw them even more, and they came up with this legislation. And I think we have an obligation to stand up and say, this isn't passing the smell test. Because ultimately, this kind of legislation is how you delay justice. It's how you deny justice.